Chapter 1. The champion of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament is Tenshinhan. As the golden-haired host proclamation reverberated through the arena, Tenshinhan came to terms with the reality of his transmigration. Emerging at the pinnacle, he engaged in a fierce battle with Goku upon his debut, ultimately claiming victory by the narrowest of margins. Applause, glory, and the newfound camaraderie that accompanied his redemption enveloped him. It appeared that he had embarked on a path of undeniable success, however. Tien was acutely aware that what followed such a peak would inevitably be a descent. Shinhan. I am but a peripheral character within the protagonist's ensemble. Clenching his fists, he felt his vitality restored to its zenith along with his transmigration. The unprecedented surge of power within him instilled an extraordinary sense of security. Yet, in the realm of Dragon Ball, he remained pessimistic about his future circumstances. Even though the memories of Dragon Ball were now distant, one immutable law of that universe remained vividly etched in his mind. Outside of Super Saiyans, all allied characters were merely fodder destined for demise. Super Saiyans were the true protagonists of the Dragon Ball universe. As a human from Earth, a race notorious for producing weaklings, no amount of effort could elevate him to the level of a Super Saiyan. Even if Tien was aware that he might possess the bloodline of the three-eyed people, endowed with a third eye unlike ordinary Earthlings, he doubted it would significantly alter his fate. I asked this to make me a mere bystander. Amidst the accolades showered upon him by the crowd, Tien stood unmoved, lost in contemplation. The onlookers presumed his days stemmed from the overwhelming excitement of his victory, finding nothing peculiar about it. From the throng emerged a burly man, who, in an act of admiration, hoisted Tien high above his head in celebration. Contrary to the exalted position conferred by his championship, Tien did not feel elated. Rather, he had resigned himself to the notion of becoming a mere bystander. His expression shifted as a brief moment of introspection led him to swiftly recognize his role within the narrative. In the latter stages of Dragon Ball, he had always been a marginalized figure among the protagonists. Each appearance often culminated in either injury or death. Indeed, it was never the foes who succumbed, it was invariably Tien himself. Rather than face an ever-increasing marginalization, he pondered if it would be wiser to withdraw gracefully, securing a tranquil life and the opportunity for cultivation. Upon clarifying his thoughts, Tien came to a realization. In the world of Dragon Ball, embracing the role of a bystander may not be so undesirable after all. The members of Goku's protagonist group, while undeniably powerful, frequently endured harrowing battles that left them battered and near death. Even as members of the main cast, their very existence was often precarious. The so-called protagonist's invincibility was, in the Dragon Ball universe, a mere farce. Certain pivotal secondary characters within the protagonist ensemble were repeatedly sacrificed for the sake of the plot, facing death and resurrection time and again. Although the existence of Dragon Balls rendered mortality somewhat trivial, who among them would not prefer to live well? Ordinary Earthlings, entirely unrelated to the protagonist group, managed to lead relatively peaceful lives, save for the cataclysmic events of Earth destruction and the massacre of humanity. In fact, the demise of humans through these two apocalyptic scenarios occurs almost instantaneously, devoid of pain or lingering shadows. The experience of resurrection resembles a gentle dream, in stark contrast to the protagonist group, who often endure relentless beatings from formidable foes before meeting their end, and sometimes even after being revived. Thus, Tenshinhan resolved to distance himself from this cycle of frequent death and rebirth that the protagonists endure. He yearned for seclusion, aiming to evade the battles fought by the protagonist group and their powerful adversaries, aspiring instead to live a carefree existence in the Dragon Ball universe. With his foundation in the Crane School martial arts and decent aptitude for combat, combined with the prize money from the upcoming martial arts tournament, he believed he could lead a rather comfortable life on this earth, provided he remained diligent in his martial arts training. However, I cannot completely sever ties with Goku and the others, Tien contemplated, pondering the appropriate degree of contact to maintain with his companions. Although ordinary Earthlings generally muddle through life, he had heard whispers of certain anomalies within the Dragon Ball world. For instance, species such as the Dog People and Bear People, which once thrived on Earth during the early days of Dragon Ball, had seemingly vanished in later narratives. It was said that their marginal existence led to Goku and the others forgetting them entirely when using the Dragon Balls to resurrect humanity. Though not a member of any anthropomorphic species, Tien felt compelled to take precautions. If he were to perish due to the destruction of the Earth or the universe, and Goku and the others overlooked his resurrection, it would be an unfortunate jest indeed. Furthermore, coming to the Dragon Ball world without utilizing the Dragon Balls would be a wasted opportunity, Should he sever all ties with Goku and the others, his inability to surpass the protagonist group in strength would effectively eliminate his chances of making use of the dragon. Balls.it would be akin to entering a kitchen and leaving empty-handed, a notion Tien simply could not bear. And what if my third eye possesses some unique abilities? He mused. What if I too have the potential to become exceptionally powerful? Tien had resigned himself to the notion of living a laid-back life, yet even the most complacent individual would not reject the chance to grow stronger. After all, even a lazy fish would entertain fantasies of flipping over if it were as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Thus, how might I solidify the newly formed bonds with Goku and the others? Tien furrowed his brow, deep in thought, as he left the venue alongside Kaiotsu. Unbeknownst to them, they had followed Goku and his companions to the entrance of an opulent restaurant. "Thank you for inviting us to dinner, Tien," Kaiotsu expressed gratefully. The diminutive figure of Goku, whose height barely reached Tien's waist, gazed in awe at the grand entrance of the restaurant, excitement prompting him to pat his belly. Dining? When did I ever agree to that? Yet, I must admit, sharing a meal is indeed a splendid means to foster camaraderie. Wait a moment, this is Goku we're talking about. The insatiable appetite of a scion after one meal. Will my reward even remain? Without funds, how shall I lead a comfortable life in this world? A sudden realization struck Tien, a cold sweat trickling down his smooth forehead. Casting a wary glance at the eagerly expectant Goku, he pondered, desiring friendship while wishing to avoid expenses. What to do? Tien felt a wave of relief wash over him for his timely reconsideration. However, he found himself ensnared in the dilemma of whether to treat or not. In a moment of desperation, his gaze swept across the group. Where's Krillin? The absence of his friend sparked a long-buried memory. Isn't this reminiscent of the time before Majin Buu returned? With Krillin absent, this is a foreboding omen. This meal would not come to pass. With this thought, Tien's hesitation evaporated instantly. It was not that Tien was reluctant to part with his money. With Krillin's impending sacrifice, there was no time for leisurely dining. We should search for Krillin. I have an ominous feeling, Tien suggested decisively, his mind made up. Currently, he still held a prominent position among the Dragon Ball warriors. Although he was loath to involve himself in Goku's battles, he could not afford to miss the confrontation with Majin Buu. Otherwise, Goku and the others might face utter annihilation in this conflict. If the world fell into Buu's clutches, heading toward a future devoid of Dragon Ball warriors, what good would his reclusive existence serve? With the rooftop shattered, where would he hang his proverbial fish? For the sake of his own peaceful seclusion, to ensure a comfortable life as a fish out of water, Tien reluctantly resolved to assist Goku and the others this once. Only by helping them vanquish Majin Buu could he hope for a stable and quiet retreat. Alas, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Even if one aspires to merely be a fish, one must first fulfill their current role. Tien felt a sense of resignation. Yet, who could deny that among the main cast, his strength remained among the elite? Moreover, the experience of battling side by side would undoubtedly cement their bond far more than a mere meal. Thus, when he eventually chose to retreat from combat, he would assuredly have a share in Goku and the others' Dragon Balls for revival. Now that you mention it, I too feel a bit unsettled in my stomach. Standing here at the restaurant entrance, I can hardly muster an appetite, Goku remarked, rubbing his belly, a frown gracing his face. So your level of concern is gauged by the state of your appetite. Tien found himself at a loss for words upon hearing Goku's observation. Upon witnessing the shared sense of urgency between the two, the crowd, already half entranced by the allure of the restaurant, swiftly turned on their heels and hastened back toward the venue of the martial arts tournament. In an instant, the entrance of the restaurant was left with merely two waitresses clad in vibrant kipayos, still maintaining their courteous posture of bending to welcome patrons inside to place their orders. Upon their return to the venue, they discovered the grim scene in the lounge of the martial arts tournament. Krillin, who had come back to retrieve Goku's Rui Bang and the Dragon Balls, lay lifeless, his eyes wide open in eternal surprise. Krillin! Goku exclaimed, rushing forward to lift him up. Tenshinhan crouched beside them, pressing two fingers against Krillin's neck for a moment before shaking his head solemnly at Goku. Cursed be the one who took Krillin's life, I shall avenge him. Goku bellowed in fury, his rage igniting a rare murderous intent within him. It was a green-skinned monster with wings. Just after you all left, he barged into the venue, wreaked havoc in the lounge, and killed Krillin, seizing a golden glass orb from his grasp. I've heard he intends to slay all the martial artists. He cannot have gone far. Goku's furious shouts stirred the golden-haired host, who had feigned death after being struck by a flying brick. He laboriously lifted his head, feeling the swollen lump on the back of his skull. and relayed the information to the gathered crowd. At the mention of the green-skinned monster, Master Rose's expression shifted, his thoughts drifting back over 3 centuries. He had suffered greatly at the hands of such fiends in his youth. However, before he could utter a word, an enraged Goku clenched his fists and dashed outward. We must find that monster at once. He cannot be allowed to escape. What a tragic fate for Krillin. Sacrificed so early on, one must wonder who orchestrated such a heartless act. Tenshinhan observed Goku's hasty departure, then glanced at Krillin's lifeless form, feeling a mix of anger and a poignant sorrow that resonated with the tragic fate of a fallen comrade. Such is the inherent peril of remaining within the protagonist's circle. He had hoped that his early warning might avert this catastrophe, yet it seemed he had arrived just a moment too late. Krillin's demise only solidified Tenshinhan's resolve regarding his own survival strategy. Should he continue to meddle within the protagonist's ranks, he too would likely face similar dire consequences. Even his status might not suffice to shield him from such a fate. Were it not for his current significance among the protagonists, he might have considered departing altogether. Alas, sometimes being indispensable is a burden. Who could have imagined my debut would place me in such a position? With a resigned sigh, Shinhan reflected on the weight of his importance, which would eventually wane following the confrontation with the Demon King Piccolo. Is it you who has slain Krillin? Shinhan's thoughts were interrupted by Goku's voice echoing from the side of the venue. Returning early to the scene had indeed proven somewhat beneficial. The minion Dambalin, sent by the Demon King Piccolo, was currently in a frenzied pursuit of other martial artists. Before he could finish off all the warriors, Goku had already tracked him down. Behold, it is the illustrious son Goku. Save us. The few martial artists who had miraculously survived the onslaught of Dambalin rushed towards Goku, seeking his protection. And there is Tenshinhan as well. With the champions of this martial arts tournament present, we shall be saved. Upon hearing Goku's call, Tien swiftly approached alongside his ever-loyal companion, Kairatsu. The sight of Tien filled the remaining fighters with renewed hope. Oh, are there still stragglers? How fortuitous! Allow me, Dambalin, to capture you all in honor of the great Demon King Piccolo. As Goku and Tien arrived, Dambalin flapped his leathery wings in the sky, a mocking grin spreading across his green visage. Huh, you managed to kill so many yet still wear a smile. During his pursuit of Dambalin, Goku had encountered numerous fallen martial artists along the way. Witnessing Dambalin's utter disregard for their lives and for Krillin's demise ignited a blazing fury within Goku. In an instant, he surged forward like a cannonball, hurtling towards Dambalin in the sky. Dambalin, unfazed by Goku's charge, effortlessly evaded with a flap of his wings, skillfully maneuvering behind the airborne Goku. With a swift kick, Goku plummeted to the ground at an alarming speed. Boom! The hard earth was violently dented by Goku's impact, leaving the surviving martial artists pale with dread. Even Goku had been crushed in that fleeting moment. The fleeting confidence they had just regained was swiftly dashed. Fortunately, in his rage, Goku felt little pain and promptly rose from the crater, launching himself once more with a skyward headbutt aimed at Dambalin. This rekindled a flicker of hope among them. Each clenched their fists tightly, fixated on Goku as he soared skyward once again. Tien, observing Goku's previous ease of defeat, realized that Goku had yet to master the ability to fly. Moreover, Goku was still in a weakened state from the earlier battle. Even with his fury as a driving force, it was unlikely he could best the green-skinned monster above. Has a creature by the name of Dambalin ever appeared? As he gazed at the winged beast in the sky, Tien struggled to recall such a name. In truth, this was a memory from over a decade ago. The names of the Dragon Ball villains etched in Tien's mind were primarily those of formidable foes like Demon King Piccolo, Frieza, and Cell. As for the names of their subordinates, Tien could hardly remember them. Never mind whether it is Dambalin or Shuangmulan, he is a minion of the Demon King Piccolo. My strength remains intact, and when considering the flight technique, I may even surpass Goku slightly. Goku is currently fatigued, leaving him at a disadvantage, while my energy is at its peak. I should be able to vanquish this monster. With this thought, Tien fixed his gaze firmly on Dambalin, recognizing his own advantage in full vigor. However, considering the imminent threat posed by the formidable Bic, he had no intention of expending excessive energy on Dambalin. Noting the disdainful expression on Dambalin's face as he watched Goku charge at him once more, entirely oblivious to the presence of others, Tenshinhan conceived a plan. Let's give it a try. Having adapted to his body and integrated the memories of the original owner during this brief period, Tenshinhan felt a remarkable surge of vitality coursing through him. Futile endeavor. A mere novice who cannot even fly cannot hope to touch me, no matter how many times you attempt it. Dambalin gazed at the ascending Goku, his eyes filled with a mocking glint as he observed Goku drawing nearer. As he prepared to evade the imminent attack and taunt Yukong once more, he suddenly felt the emergence of a fleshy wall behind him. "This is bad," Dambalin exclaimed, ready to flap his meaty wings and swiftly escape. Unfortunately, just as his wings began to stir, two powerful arms extended from the wall of flesh, ensnaring his wings with a grip as unyielding as a tiger's claw. With an instinctive motion, Tenshinhan, having seized Dambalin's wings, lifted his formidable foot. Pressing his knee against Dambalin's back, he deftly yanked backward. Accompanied by a soft sound of flesh being torn, green blood rained down from the azure sky. With a swift kick from the foot that pressed against Dambalin's back, the entire motion flowed seamlessly, executed with remarkable fluidity. Dambalin, akin to a teddy bear encountering a playful pup, contorted into a C shape, plummeting rapidly toward the ground. Thud. In an instant, a pit over a meter deep manifested on the surface, bearing the imprint of Dambalin's form. Tenshinhan waved his hands as if discarding refuse, launching the two meat wings into the air. In that fleeting moment, the surviving martial artists felt a renewed glimmer of hope for survival. Instinctively, they raised their hands to cheer for Tenshinhan, but their exuberant arms hesitated midway, restrained by the concern of disturbing him. "Tenshinhan, you still possess energy during the finals? I had assumed our strengths were comparable, yet it seems I am significantly weaker than you." Goku's attack missed its mark as he landed steadily, pressing his hands against his knees, panting heavily. Witnessing Tenshinhan's recent burst of speed and power, which was nearly indistinguishable from his peak performance, he was astounded, convinced that Tenshinhan had conserved energy all along. What a wild and formidable man. Not far from the venue, the golden-haired Lanchi observed Tenshinhan tearing through the Dambalin wings, her face flushed with excitement. Beside her, Master Roshi marveled at Tenshinhan's sudden outburst of strength. However, the seasoned master perceived the situation with greater clarity than Goku. It was strange. During their previous battle, both Tenshinhan and Goku had exerted their utmost efforts. How could he have recuperated so swiftly in such a brief span? Thankfully, Tenshinhan's unexpected resurgence of stamina meant that Goku would not inevitably face defeat. Master Roshi mused silently, momentarily suppressing his doubts. To his surprise, Tenshinhan discovered a newfound finesse in his abilities. Although he had formed a strategy in his mind, his initial attack was merely an experiment. Yet, this endeavor revealed that his combat prowess exceeded his expectations. Tenshinhan was astonished not only by the fluidity of his combat movements but also by the calmness with which he decisively tore off the meat wings. Severing a part of his opponent's body was an act he had only performed in the kitchen before his journey through time. Yet, when confronted with Dambalin, he felt no slightest tremor in his heart as he ripped off the meat wings. The entire process was executed with the same brisk efficiency as plucking feathers from a chicken prior to slaughter. Perhaps it was because, not long ago, his aspirations were not solely to become a pure martial artist, but rather to emulate a killer like Tao Bai Bai. Tenshinhan contemplated, retrieving the original intentions of its former self from the amalgamated memories, seamlessly articulating them as if second nature. Tenshinhan, the dumpling murmured softly, gazing at the figure of Tenshinhan suspended in the air, a mixture of astonishment and concern crossing its features. In the pit where Dambalin resided, stones cascaded down with a clatter. With a powerful grip of its verdant arms, Dambalin leaped from the depths of the pit. Its originally teal visage now darkened to a steely hue, fueled by rage. "How dare you inflict such indignities upon my body? I shall not forgive you." Dambalin, enduring excruciating pain, fixed a menacing glare upon Tenshinhan in the sky, issuing a fierce proclamation. "Forgive you? You too are now grounded. Perhaps you should first contemplate evading Goku's onslaught." Tenshinhan regards Dambalin's harsh words with indifference. Compared to King Piccolo, he is merely a small fish, lacking the advantage of flight. Even a weakened Goku would be sufficient to handle him effortlessly. Certainly, Shinhan did not intend to kindly alert Dambalin to evade Goku's onslaught. At the moment he uttered those words, an enraged Goku had already arrived at Dambalin's side. What? Dambalin barely had time to turn around, having just emerged from the pit. He was struck violently by Goku's furious punch, sending him flying. Witnessing Dambalin soar several meters before skidding to a halt on his face, Tenshinhan did not hesitate for a moment. DDB. The instantaneous nature of this technique, combined with its minimal energy expenditure, rendered it an exceptionally cost-effective skill. Although its lethality was somewhat lacking, targeting the enemy's vital points was paramount, as Dambalin was still scraping his face along the ground. Tenshinhan had already raised his middle finger, aiming for his head. A swift wave of light sliced through the air. The spectators beheld a gaping hole, slightly wider than a finger, materializing on Dambelin's head. Green blood gushed forth, and in mere moments, Dambelin breathed his last. The surviving martial artists, witnessing this lightning-fast conclusion to the battle, were momentarily stunned. The very Dambelin who had previously tormented them with ease had been effortlessly dispatched by Tenshinhan with a mere finger? After staring at the utterly motionless Dambelin for several seconds, they jubilantly embraced this surreal reality. Krillin, this one was for you. After the battle, Tenshinhan pondered his fortunate yet heavy-hearted reflection on Krillin, choosing not to partake in their celebrations. Despite the successful outcome, Tenshinhan remained acutely aware of the looming threat. Dambelin was merely a minor foe. The formidable King Piccolo could emerge at any moment. Until he vanquished King Piccolo, he could not find peace. Ascending towards Dambelin's lifeless body, Tenshinhan deftly retrieved the stolen Dragon Ball. With the Dragon Ball in hand, he swiftly returned to Goku and the others, presenting it to Master Roshi, who had gathered alongside them. Upon receiving the Dragon Ball, Master Roshi's expression turned grave as memories of the terrifying King Piccolo resurfaced. Once, the seemingly invincible King Piccolo had been sealed away in a rice cooker by Master Mateto at the cost of his own life. To think that after 3 centuries, King Piccolo would once again manifest in this world. Master Roshi's face paled at the mere recollection of events from 300 years prior, his body trembling involuntarily. Tianjin rice, dumplings, and Ryukong, along with blonde-haired Lan Chi and Yamcha, who was pushed in a wheelchair by Bulma, all wore similarly grim expressions after hearing the tale of King Piccolo. The martial arts master, known as Wu Tai Do, is revered as a paragon among all martial artists. Despite his formidable strength, he found himself utterly overpowered by King Piccolo, ultimately forced to fight for his life. This realization has instilled a profound sense of dread within everyone regarding the current crisis. Judging by Dambelin's recent actions, it appears that King Piccolo's objective this time revolves around the Dragon Balls. Therefore, let us take the initiative to collect all the Dragon Balls first, and then utilize them to wish for his annihilation. Yamcha, in his wheelchair, suddenly displayed a glimmer of excitement, passionately raising his fist in suggestion, nearly toppling from his seat. As Tenshinhan beheld Yamcha's severed leg, a wave of embarrassment washed over him, for he was reminded of the handiwork of his previous incarnation. When Yamcha proposed his plan, Tenshinhan discreetly stepped behind Lan Chi, deliberately avoiding any eye contact with Yamcha. The reason for not retreating behind Master Roshi or Goku was simply their height, which offered no cover whatsoever. From Master Roshi's earlier narration, everyone had come to comprehend the terrifying nature of Demon King Piccolo. Thus, when Yamcha suggested a strategy that could potentially secure victory without engaging in combat, the group readily acquiesced. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to gather the Dragon Balls. However, if given a choice, he would prefer to defeat Demon King Piccolo through their own strength. In that case, the wish granted by the Dragon Balls could be utilized to directly resurrect Krillin. The death of Krillin at the hands of Tambourine had alleviated some of Goku's fury. At least the immediate perpetrator responsible for Krillin's demise had been vanquished on the spot. Now, Goku's primary objective, aside from defeating the mastermind behind Krillin's death, Demon King Piccolo, was to bring Krillin back to life. Contemplating the hope that the Dragon Balls represented, he could hardly contain his impatience. No sooner had he spoken than he seized the radar and summoned the flying Nimbus to take flight. Although the Nimbus was not particularly convenient for agile combat, it proved to be an excellent tool for traversing distances. Watching Goku set off with such fervor, the others could not help but feel a twinge of concern. As Tenshinhan watched Goku soar into the sky, he too uttered a few words before pursuing him. I will chase after Goku, Dumpling. You stay here and form a team with Master Roshi. We shall split our forces and search for the Dragon Balls together. We must gather them before the Demon King Piccolo does. No sooner had his voice faded than the onlookers beheld Tenshinhan's figure, like Goku's, diminishing into a mere speck on the horizon. Master Roshi, what shall we do now? Do you think Goku will be all right? The group turned anxiously towards the direction from which the two had departed, seeking reassurance from Master Roshi. With Tenshinhan accompanying him, there should be no cause for concern. Yamcha, your leg is still injured, so Bulma, please assist in watching over him. Additionally, we must ensure Krillin's safety, Roshi instructed. Dumpling and Lan Chi, just as Tenshinhan suggested, come with me to seek the Dragon Balls. By the way, Bulma, do you still have the Dragon Ball radar? Master Roshi's gaze returned from the horizon as he began to organize everyone. We have just one left. The components to create the Dragon Ball radar are exceedingly rare. Thus far, I have managed to produce only 2. Bulma stated, presenting the remaining radar to Master Roshi, who extended his hand to receive it. However, after obtaining the radar, he did not immediately retract his hand. The group, observing his serious demeanor, held their breath in anticipation, expecting him to convey something of great importance. Yet, in the next moment, his previously solemn expression transformed as he blushed, taking the opportunity to caress Bulma's smooth, delicate hand. "Ah, you old pervert. This is too much." Master Roshi. Both Bulma and Yamcha's faces turned sour. Unperturbed, Master Roshi tucked the radar away and raised his hand, savoring the moment. Hee. It's not that I wish to do this. It's this hand that has a mind of its own. Yes, it's all this hand's fault. Tenshinhan was acutely aware that wishing upon the Dragon Balls would not vanquish the Demon King Piccolo. He refrained from voicing this earlier, as it was evident that Piccolo's objective was indeed the Dragon Balls. Even though the Dragon Balls could not eliminate Piccolo, they must gather them swiftly. Tenshinhan faintly recalls that the reemergence of the elderly Piccolo daimyo signifies a formidable presence. Even in his aged state, his prowess remains superior to both himself and Goku. Should he acquire the Dragon Balls and wish for the restoration of his youth, the disparity in strength between the two sides would inevitably widen. This is a scenario that Tenshinhan is keen to avoid. An immediate and decisive strike against the aged Piccolo daimyo seems to be the more prudent course of action. Employing the technique of flight, Tenshinhan struggles to keep pace with Goku's nimbus cloud, noting the irregular cadence of Goku's breath. He realizes that his companion has yet to fully recuperate. As the primary fighter, Tenshinhan is reluctant to see Goku enter battle in such a fatigued state. Otherwise, their already slim chances of victory would diminish even further. He recalls that Goku's method of regaining strength is rather straightforward. Prior to acquiring the Senzu Beans, a hearty meal or a brief respite would typically suffice to restore his vitality substantially. Tenshinhan, reflecting on this, could not help but marvel at Goku's formidable physique. Having just endured such an intense battle, while it may not have brought him to the brink of death, one would surmise that after replenishing his strength, Goku's power would undoubtedly rise once more. Tenshinhan contemplated with a sense of envy and anticipation. Unfortunately, apart from Goku and Vegeta, the other Saiyans in Dragon Ball appear rather unimpressive. Moreover, attaining Super Saiyan status is evidently not a transformation that can be wished for directly through the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, he might have been tempted to wish for a change in his own physique. The Dragon Balls are right before him. As Tenshinhan was lost in thought, Wukong suddenly shouted. In his hand, the Dragon Ball radar was beeping insistently. Looking at the Tianjin dish, one can see a small glimmering light dancing on the radar screen. Have we truly located a Dragon Ball so swiftly? It appears we are off to a promising start. Tenshinhan was somewhat taken aback as he plummeted to the ground alongside Wukong. Who are you? At the very moment they touched down, a chubby little fellow, clad in wooden clogs and with a sword at his waist, warily pressed his hand against his katana. Tenshinhan cast a swift glance and spotted a golden Dragon Ball, punctured and dangling from the neck of a portly lad. I am son Wukong, and he is Tenshinhan. We have come in search of the Dragon Balls. What is your name? Would you be willing to part with the Dragon Ball? At the moment of landing, Wukong, much like Tenshinhan, clearly noticed the Dragon Ball. The chubby boy, sensing the urgency in their approach, remained vigilant. However, in response to Wukong's polite inquiry, he did not brusquely rebuff them. I am a Kairobe, a wandering warrior in pursuit of self-cultivation. Is this the Dragon Ball you speak of? Following the gazes of the two, a Kairobe realized that their interest lay in the golden glass orb adorning his chest. He had found it a year prior. Though at the time he had no inkling of its significance, its gleaming exterior suggested it might be a treasure, prompting him to carry it with him. It now appeared that his intuition had indeed been correct. This golden glass orb was, in fact, the Dragon Ball. As a Kairobe inquired warily, his eyes darted about, seeking an opportunity to extract the orb's purpose from Wukong and Tenshinhan. Yes, that is the Dragon Ball. Might you relinquish it to us? Wukong, thrilled to engage with the Kairobe, felt his excitement swiftly extinguished by the boy's response. Absolutely not. I discovered this treasure first. You say this treasure is called the Dragon Ball? What is its purpose? Unless you enlighten me, I shall not part with it. A cunning smile graced the Kairobe's face as he removed the Dragon Ball from around his neck, raising it aloft and pressing Wukong for answers. The naive Wukong feared a Kairobe's reluctance to relinquish the Dragon Ball and was prepared to divulge its significance. Wukong, he is unlikely to surrender the Dragon Ball. Even if you share its purpose, he will only clutch it tighter. Let us take matters into our own hands and retrieve it ourselves. Tien confronted Goku, preventing him from falling into the trap set by a Kyrolobe. How despicable! Do you intend to seize it by force? I never imagined you would resort to such tactics. Well, I shall not be intimidated. With that, he hung the Dragon Ball back around his neck and firmly grasped his katana once more. Tien, it is unjust to forcibly take it. We must persuade him to willingly part with the Dragon Ball, Goku remarked, finding the suggestion somewhat inappropriate. Yet, his thoughts lingered on resurrecting Krillin with the Dragon Ball. Reluctant to relinquish this coveted prize that was so tantalizingly close. To seize or not to seize? This dilemma weighed heavily on Goku's mind. However, Tien remained unperturbed by such concerns. His third eye, with its extraordinary vision, afforded him a unique advantage. Even as they had just arrived before a Kyrolobe, he had already spotted a green-skinned creature soaring towards them from the horizon. Observing a Kyrolobe, who remained blissfully unaware of the impending threat, Tien formulated a plan. It would certainly be wrong to snatch from this little fellow, but what if we were to seize from an enemy, like that green-skinned creature resembling Dambaran? Tien smiled as he spoke. When Yukong looked at him in confusion, he had already dashed out. At that moment, a green-skinned creature suddenly swooped down behind a Kyrobai. As soon as this green-skinned monster appeared, it swiftly tore the cord from a Kyrobai's neck, seizing the Dragon Ball that hung from it. Aha! With the Dragon Ball in hand, I, Simbalu, shall surely earn the great king's praise. He exclaimed, How dare you snatch my possession? You seek death. Prepare to face my blade. A Kyrobai's fury ignited upon witnessing the sudden theft of the Dragon Ball by Simbalu. He swiftly drew his katana with a lightning-quick motion, unleashing a perfect arc of the blade through the air. With a resounding clang, the katana returned to its sheath, producing a crisp metallic ring. A Kyrobai crossed his arms and arrogantly turned his gaze to the sky. He anticipated that Simbalu would now be in pieces, his dismembered body fragments falling from the point where his gaze was fixed. However, to his astonishment, the place he had targeted was utterly vacant. Thud! Nearby, a deep pit appeared on the ground with a dull thud, revealing Tien having driven Simbalu's head into the earth with a punch. The Dragon Ball, which had just sparked a fierce contention, was now firmly in Tien possession. This self-proclaimed Simbalu was far more formidable than the previous Dambalan. Tien, observing the increasingly deflated Shinbaru on the ground, decisively delivered a swift strike to his head. Return the Dragon Ball to me. Yakalope, recovering from the missed attack and his astonishment, extended his hand towards Tien, demanding the Dragon Ball. Upon hearing Tien words, a wry smile escaped his lips. Your possession? This item was seized from the monstrous Shinbaru. Goku, having listened intently to Tien, pondered for a moment before breaking into a beaming smile and nodding in affirmation. Indeed, Tien, I witnessed it all. The Dragon Ball was taken from the creature's grasp. Behold, Goku is a sincere and honest child. Even he attests to this. So what further notions do you harbor regarding my Dragon Ball? Upon hearing Yukong's response, Tien confidently declared his resolve. A Kyrobai, enraged by Tien words, puffed up his cheeks in anger, causing his already round face to swell even more, resembling a pufferfish stimulated under a kitchen knife. At that moment, a Kyrobai's stomach emitted a rumble akin to thunderclouds rolling ominously. Enough. I am famished. I shall settle accounts with you once I have satisfied my hunger. With that, his gaze swept across the scene, swiftly landing on Simbalu. Almost simultaneously, Tien eyes also fixed upon Simbalu. The thunderous growl emanating from a Kyrobai's stomach served as a reminder to Tien, gazing at the succulent flesh of Simbalu. An idea struck Tien. He envisioned a method to swiftly restore Wukong's vitality. Do not compete with me? A Kyrobai's whirlwind slash. A Kyrobai, acutely aware of his hunger, instantly detected Tien intentions. DNGDing wave. As Tien beheld the approaching Kyrobe, wielding a blade with fierce intent, he swiftly extended his index finger to unleash a piercing wave of energy. The rapid assault of luminous waves collided with the arc of the blade, resulting in a spectacular display as they simultaneously neutralized each other in midair. Tien was somewhat taken aback by the prowess of a Kyrobe. He never anticipated that this portly warrior would possess strength comparable to his own and that of Goku. In Tien recollection, a Kyrobe was merely a burdensome figure who squandered a vast quantity of senzu beans. Yet, it now appears that he is indeed one of the foremost warriors on Earth. Are you Tien? A Kyrobe inquired. Your strength is commendable, but I have no desire to continue this battle. This creature is my chosen feast. Consider the Dragon Balls a gift to you, but the flesh of this monster must be mine. Upon witnessing Tien ability to counter his strike, Akairobe's eyes betrayed a hint of astonishment. He patted his round belly and, sheathing his katana, addressed Tien. He has indeed offered us the Dragon Balls. Splendid. Let us hasten to search for the remaining ones. Upon hearing Akairobe's words, Goku's spirits soared with delight. However, I must ensure you are well fed to regain your strength. In your current state, you cannot possibly engage in a proper fight. Tien is not as naive as Wukong. He cannot be easily deceived by Akairobe's words. Haha. Little chubby one, what do you mean by saying you will give us the Dragon Ball? It has been made abundantly clear that I seized this Dragon Ball from the clutches of a monster. Moreover, it was I who just vanquished that very creature, and naturally, the responsibility of disposing of its remains falls upon me. If there is anyone to blame, it should be yourself for your sluggishness. This matter is of no concern to me. Tien shook his head, lifting his foot to step upon the lifeless body of Zimbaloo, embodying a domineering essence that demanded both the Dragon Balls and the sustenance. Are you not afraid that I shall continue to battle you? Though your prowess is formidable. My katana is no mere toy. He proposed, how about we split it evenly? Upon witnessing Tien unwavering demeanor, a suppressed fury surged anew within Yakalope, who instinctively grasped his katana once more. Yet, as his gaze swept over Tien and Goku, he ultimately chose to relent. So, Tien, you wish to treat me to a meal? Yet, in this desolate wilderness, where might one find a restaurant? Do you intend for me to feast upon this creature? I refuse to consume such a thing. Perhaps we should adhere to his suggestion. Let us split it, and you may have our half. Goku glanced at Zimbaloo's corpse. Despite having previously dined on a dinosaur's tail, the thought of consuming a creature that served the nefarious King Piccolo left him feeling queasy. Indeed, Goku affirmed. I am on the verge of starvation. Let us divide it equally. Yakalobe's face lit up with surprise at Goku's words, eagerly expressing his agreement. However, upon hearing this, Tien glanced at Goku beside him and swiftly intervened, preventing Yakalobe from lunging to carve into Zimbaloo. No, half is insufficient. It would not satiate our hunger. I shall take the entirety. Seek another source of nourishment. Otherwise, we are 2 against 1. Are you truly prepared to seize our sustenance? Tien offered no room for negotiation with Akairobe, outright rejecting his proposal. Seeing this refusal, Akairobe prepared to take decisive action. The prowess of Tien is not to be underestimated. His capabilities are indeed formidable. Yet, upon hearing the latter part of Tien statement, his previously soaring confidence dwindled in an instant. He contemplated that although Goku appeared to be a robust figure with his pronounced features, when the moment for confrontation arrived, he would most likely side with Tien. It was only against Tien that he felt confident enough to engage. However, the notion of facing a 2-on-1 situation was something he, being cunning, was reluctant to entertain, let alone dare to confront. What is so remarkable about that? Without a weapon, I wonder how you shall fare. Akairobe, intimidated by Tien numerical advantage, retreated with grumbling complaints, casting glances at how Tien would deal with Zimbaloo. Should Tien encounter difficulties due to his lack of a weapon, he would seize the opportunity to swoop in and claim a share for himself. Tien, it seems your appetite is quite insatiable, capable of consuming an entire monster by yourself. Goku, witnessing Tien single-handedly subdue Zimbaloo, could not help but feel astonished. I told you, I intend to treat you to a sumptuous feast. Tien, with a smile adorning his face, effortlessly lifted Zimbaloo with one hand and tossed him into the shallow waters by the riverbank for a thorough cleansing. You wish to treat me? Did I not express my reluctance to consume this creature? Wukong inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Let us not hastily decide on the matter of consumption. First, allow me to present the menu, Tien replied, raising 2 fingers. The tips of his fingers, poised to unleash the formidable D&D wave, instead delicately sliced through Zimbaloo's form. Wow, Tien, your prowess is remarkable. To wield the D&D wave in such a manner, Wukong exclaimed. His curiosity piqued as he observed Tien handling of Zimbaloo. Witnessing Tien mastery of this peculiar technique, he could hardly contain his excitement and leaped into the air. This is merely a trifle. I have yet to employ the surgical laser, though I have dabbled with a flamethrower for singeing pig hair. Tien, with a triumphant smile, skillfully disassembled the abundant selection of premium pork belly before him. It must be acknowledged that while Zimbaloo's culinary skills may have been lacking, the quality of the meat was undeniably exquisite. How infuriating it was that this thought crossed his mind. Upon witnessing Tenshinhan's unique technique, Yakulobi was momentarily taken aback, his astonishment evident. The once eager katana, which had been impatiently awaiting its turn, now found itself rendered utterly useless. How infuriating! Yakulobi exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration as he tugged at the hem of his garment, biting down in despair. Tears streaming down his face as if he wished to tear Tenshinhan apart. Tenshinhan disregarded Yakulobi and first proceeded to fell a tree, swiftly carving out a multitude of wooden skewers. After igniting a fire, he meticulously threaded strips of meticulously prepared pork belly onto the skewers, methodically placing them in batches over the flames to grill. Throughout the grilling process, Tenshinhan, with a grave expression, utilized the remaining wood to fashion a rudimentary covered cup, which he then secured to his waist. Before long, the skewers, initially lacking in visual appeal, had transformed into golden, plump morsels, crisp on the outside and tender within. The savory juices sizzling from the skewers dripped onto the charcoal, emitting an enticing hiss, as the rich aroma wafted through the air, stirring Yakulobi's heart. Uncontrollable tears began to cascade from the corners of his mouth. You grill so deliciously, Tenshinhan. I never imagined your culinary skills were so remarkable. Sungon Fanrin Wukong, seated beside Tenshinhan, had long forgotten his earlier words. Awakened to the spirit of feasting by Tenshinhan, he now wore a look of exuberance, devouring skewer after skewer with delight. Hurry and eat. If you don't finish soon, the little chubby one beside us will be in tears from envy. Eating quickly will also be a relief for him, Tenshinhan remarked, unable to resist indulging in 2 skewers. The meat slices, meticulously carved with the edge of a knife, acquire a unique flavor once grilled. Oh, I cannot bear it any longer. Woe is me. Look at my tears. I implore you to allow me just 1 skewer. With a thud, a Kairobe knelt before Tenshinhan, clutching his thigh in desperation. Tenshinhan, behold his pitiable state. Grant him a skewer, 1 tu? Wukong's heart softened, unable to bear the sight of a Kairobe, awash in tears and snot. Upon encountering a Kairobe, Tenshinhan found himself unable to resist the urge to wipe his nose on his trousers. Very well, then. I shall select a skewer for him. With that, Tenshinhan's 3 eyes began to scan the array of grilled meat skewers before him. Thank you. I am immensely grateful. You have truly whetted my appetite. Shortly thereafter, a Kairobe clumsily accepted the meticulously chosen skewer from Tenshinhan's hands. It glided across the table with the smoothness of a plucked, damp old duck, reflecting a Kairobe's exceptional barbecuing skills. However, unbeknownst to him, a wooden splinter lay concealed upon the seemingly sleek skewer. Ah, my mouth. Ah. Amidst a Kairobe's cries as he navigated through the dense foliage, Wukong successfully regained his strength. Meanwhile, Tenshinhan, who had already expended little energy, found himself fully revitalized once more. Let us continue our quest for the Dragon Balls. The Demon King Piccolo could appear at any moment, and we must hasten our efforts. Tenshinhan brushed off the dust from his pants and, with a satisfied caress of his belly, spoke to Wukong. Ah, must we not wait for a Kairobe? Wukong expressed some surprise, for despite their initial unpleasant encounter, he had instinctively begun to regard a Kairobe as a friend. To ensure Wukong had sufficient sustenance, Tenshinhan had only allowed a Kairobe 1 skewer during the entire barbecue feast. For a Kairobe, having been pricked by a thorn, could no longer endure his hunger and despondently leapt into the nearby river to catch fish. Let us not wait for him. Our time is limited, and who knows when he shall emerge. If fate allows, we shall surely meet again. Our current objective is the Dragon Balls. We must collect them before the Demon King Piccolo to have any hope of resurrecting Krillin. Upon hearing Tenshinhan mention Krillin, Wukong's hesitations vanished in an instant. Let us go swiftly. We shall set off immediately. The reluctance Wukong had just displayed vanished as he leapt onto the nimbus cloud, urging Tenshinhan to follow. Indeed, Krillin was true love. The two paid no heed to a Kairobe, who was still fishing in the river, and quickly soared away. In an instant, the riverside, once filled with enticing aromas and lively chatter, was left in serene stillness, with only a gentle breeze causing ripples across the tranquil water's surface. Splash! Shortly thereafter, the surface of the lake was abruptly disturbed by a plump head. A Kairobe emerged from the water, cradling a large fish, and bounded back onto the riverbank. Aha! Look! I've caught a big fish. With the nearly 2-meter-long fish in his arms, a Kairobe beamed with pride, laughing heartily as he celebrated his catch. Humph! Regret it now, do you? You can only envy me. This is my prized catch. Once I grill this fish, I shall share none of it with you. However, as he spoke, The smile on Akairobe's face gradually faded. By the fire pit on the riverbank, there was not a soul in sight, embracing the succulent fish. Akairobe felt a pang of self-mockery. I am but a ridiculous clown. Without Tenshinhan and Wukong here to admire him, Akairobe felt utterly disheartened. Even after exerting considerable effort to grill the large fish, it lost its appeal upon reaching his lips. Cursed Tenshinhan. Next time, I shall make you experience the torment of watching without tasting. Akairobe muttered fiercely, taking a hearty bite of the grilled fish, though it lacked exquisite flavor. Filling his stomach remained his utmost priority. Why has the sky suddenly darkened? Is it about to rain? As Yakalobe gazed up at the heavens, he beheld a colossal spaceship looming above him, casting a shadow that obscured much of the sunlight. At the very moment Yakalobe noticed the ship, a green figure leapt from nearly 100 meters in the air. What was happening today? First, he encountered a creature with 3 eyes, and now another with green skin had appeared. The hue of this creature's skin bore a striking resemblance to that of the earlier monster, Simbaloo. Yakalobe chewed on some fish meat and swallowed, his eyes suddenly sparkling as he focused on the green-skinned being who had descended before him. Surely, he must be affiliated with Simbaloo. Perhaps this was an act of vengeance for Simbaloo's demise at our hands. If I were to slay him, I could pursue Tien and Goku, and then stage a barbecue in their presence. Would that not be the ultimate revenge? Tien. The wandering warrior Yakalobe is indeed quite petty. Not only did you pilfer my food, but you also tricked me into believing I was injured by a wooden spike. Just wait until I confront you with my barbecue. A sense of pride swelled within Yakalobe, his plump cheeks contorting into a series of little dimples as he wore a crafty grin. Where are the Dragon Balls? Hand them over. The Demon King Piccolo had commandeered the spaceship of the Mixed Rice Gang midway, utilizing the ship's Dragon Ball radar to trace this location. Dragon Balls? It seems you are indeed connected to Simbaloo's faction, but why do you bear so many wrinkles? If I were to roast you, would Tien mock me instead? Yakalobe reconsidered his earlier plan, realizing with surprise that this green-skinned being appeared as aged as withered bark, seeking death. After Tenshinhan and Wukong departed from the riverside, they utilized the Dragon Ball radar to locate another Dragon Ball as they flew over a vast expanse of wilderness. Having just left the village where they discovered the Dragon Ball, Master Roshi and his companions spotted them. Beneath a few barren trees resembling chicken leg mushrooms, the group reconvened. Upon their reunion, the golden-haired launch snatched the Dragon Ball they had collected from Master Roshi and handed it to Tenshinhan. After gathering a total of 5 Dragon Balls, they have now acquired them all. The remaining 2 Dragon Balls are congregated in a single location, seemingly collected by others. Regrettably, it is highly likely that these others refer to the formidable Demon King Piccolo or his minions. Master Roshi observed the Dragon Ball radar, noting that the 7 bright points had now divided into 2 clusters. One cluster, comprising 5 bright points, was evidently their own, while the other cluster contained 2 points, presumably in the possession of Demon King Piccolo. This is bad. Those 2 bright points are heading in our direction, exclaimed Chaozi, startled by the sudden movement of the 2 points. Have they arrived so soon? Tenshinhan, startled by the floating dumpling beside him, became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Despite having restored Goku's strength and gathered as many Dragon Balls as possible, he remained uncertain of his confidence until he encountered the true prowess of the Demon King Piccolo. Nevertheless, given his circumstances, he had prepared to the utmost extent. The remaining factor was merely the disparity in strength between the 2 sides. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Could rain be imminent? Master Roshi, already adorned with sunglasses, felt his vision hindered by the unexpected dimness. As everyone looked up, a green figure descended from the sky, not far from Tenshinhan and the others. The battered Yachirobe observed this familiar scene with a smug grin. However, the delight was somewhat marred by the bruises and swollen patches on his face, leaving one to question whether he was truly laughing or weeping. Could it be that the Demon King Piccolo has arrived so swiftly? Master Roshi trembled slightly as he gazed at the descending green figure. In that moment, he was transported back over 3 centuries, recalling the terror he felt as a young man confronting the Demon King Piccolo. That despair remained an indelible shadow, impervious to the passage of time. What? This old man claims that the green creature is the Demon King Piccolo? Yachirobe, initially intending to hide in the woods and observe, now regretted his decision. Under the brutal assault of the Demon King Piccolo, he divulged the details about Tenshinhan and Goku, hoping to secretly enjoy the sight of Tenshinhan receiving a deserved thrashing from the Green Fiend. Little did he know that this seemingly frail, yet immensely powerful elder was indeed the legendary Demon King Piccolo. This is dire, Lives are at stake. Yachirobe's legs trembled uncontrollably, his mind racing to flee, yet his body felt as if it were filled with a bottle of potent liquor, unresponsive to his commands. So, you are the ones who killed Dambalin and Shinbaro, a group of the frail and feeble, seemingly lacking any remarkable strength, hardly worth my serious effort. Hand over the Dragon Balls, or you shall all perish. Bang. Unlike the previous smooth landing before Yachirobe, this time, the formidable King Piccolo descended, activating his Gaia mode. The ground around him erupted in a flurry of sand and stones upon his arrival. As he touched down, his gaze swept over the gathered crowd, noting that among them were only elderly figures like Master Roshi and children like Goku, even including one seated in a wheelchair. This incongruous assembly swiftly dissipated the fury he had initially harbored. Even the brutal methods he had prepared before arriving seemed unworthy of his effort. Instead, he brazenly urged them to take their own lives. It was only when he beheld Tien's well-proportioned physique that his eyes narrowed slightly, stirring a flicker of interest in combat. DD wave. Yet, despite his apparent disdain, Tien was not inclined to hesitate. Seizing the moment of King Piccolo's underestimation, he unleashed a DD wave aimed directly at a lethal strike to the head. The swift beam sliced through the air, catching King Piccolo by surprise. However, though this attack was sudden, the prospect of easily ambushing him was a far-fetched notion. The astonishment on King Piccolo's face vanished almost instantaneously, replaced by a curl of disdain at the corners of his mouth. So, you are the ones who sought vengeance for Cymbalue and Dambalin? How amusing. I graciously offer you the chance to end your own lives, yet you squander it. Prepare to experience the terror of King Piccolo. With a mere tilt of his neck, Tien's DD wave sailed harmlessly past him. Foolish. He had dared to attack, and this was King Piccolo, the legendary tyrant who nearly annihilated the world over 3 centuries ago, whose strength left no martial artist of that era unscathed. Even the renowned Master Mateto had been utterly crushed beneath his might. Did Tien truly believe he surpassed Master Mateto? What a reckless fool. Yachirobe, hidden within the underbrush at the forest's edge, controlled his breathing with utmost caution, terrified that even the slightest sound might draw King Piccolo's attention. Victory was impossible. Everyone would perish. In despair, Yachirobe watched as Goku, following Tien's lead, also sprang into action. So, you are King Piccolo? You are the one who sent others to kill Krillin. I shall avenge him. Finally confronting the orchestrator behind Krillin's demise, the embers of Goku's previously extinguished fury ignited once more, fueled by Tien's confrontation with King Piccolo. Nioi bamboo staff. Drawing the staff from his back, Goku charged forward, swinging it fiercely at King Piccolo. A child's fighting style. Do you truly believe that a mere stick can contend with King Piccolo? With a nimble sidestep, he effortlessly evaded Goku's furious onslaught. His agile footwork and dexterous movements belied his aged appearance. Lengthen, Wukong, undeterred by his missed attack, swiftly manipulated the Rui Bang to extend its length. In an instant, the originally modestly sized staff, measuring merely over 1 meter, elongated to approximately 10 meters, directly aiming to pierce the already evading Demon King Piccolo. However, Piccolo exhibited remarkable agility. As the staff barely grazed him, he sidestepped with a swift motion, allowing the Rui Bang, which should have struck him forcefully, to merely brush against him. It seems your attacks possess some merit, he remarked. The slight contact from the Rui Bang only heightened Piccolo's excitement, his eyes gleaming with a fierce and predatory light. Laser eyes. This radiance was not merely an abstract representation of menace, but rather a palpable and visceral ferocity. As the beams of light shot towards Tenshinhan and Wukong, they instinctively prepared to evade. At that moment, the smile on the face of King Piccolo abruptly froze, and his body appeared to be ensnared, becoming somewhat rigid. Tenshinhan, I shall assist you, came the voice of Dumpling. Tenshinhan glanced over and saw him extending his arms, directly opposing King Piccolo, evidently channeling his unique supernatural abilities. What a splendid opportunity! Upon witnessing the situation, Tenshinhan swiftly countered with an offensive maneuver instead of retreating. Initially intending to evade, he suddenly focused his gaze. A similar beam of laser emanated from his third eye. Indeed, he too possessed the ability to unleash such radiant power. The power of Tenshinhan's eye beam is slightly inferior to that of Piccolo's laser beam. However, the latter was neutralized, allowing Tenshinhan to effortlessly block it with a mere wave of his hand as he approached. Goku, volleyball punch. In the next instant, Tenshinhan executed a swift sliding tackle, sending the rigid Piccolo soaring into a state of weightlessness. Following this, he delivered a powerful horse stance toss, propelling him further into the air and creating a significant floating effect. Observing Piccolo curled into a ball mid-air, Tenshinhan suddenly leapt, preparing for a fierce downwards smash to inflict additional damage. With a resounding crash, Piccolo's body shot towards Goku like a giant volleyball. Having heard Tenshinhan's warning, Goku was ready to receive the ball, aiming to capitalize on the knockdown effect created by Tenshinhan to extend the state of levitation. The trio's combined efforts caught the overconfident Piccolo off guard. This spectacle caused Yachirobe, hidden in the bushes, to widen his eyes in astonishment, fixating on the chaotic skirmish among the four. Unfortunately, mid-air, Piccolo unleashed a powerful burst of energy, breaking free from the confines of the dumpling's supernatural abilities and rendering himself immune to all negative states. Tenshinhan initially intended to execute a series of continuous strikes against Wukong, but the formidable presence of King Piccolo abruptly interrupted his assault. As the bindings were shattered, Jiaozi immediately experienced a backlash from his own powers, sending him hurtling away. "Ah, you have provoked my ire. You dare treat me like a mere ball. I underestimated you. Now I shall unleash my full strength to reveal the true essence of terror." With a roar reminiscent of severe constipation, King Piccolo hovered in the air, maintaining his dominant state while unleashing a surge of power. The overwhelming aura frightened Bulma, who was already several dozen meters away, prompting her to hastily push her wheelchair alongside Yamcha as they retreated further. Tenshinhan and Wukong, alongside the watchful Turtle Sage, found themselves much closer to the formidable King Piccolo, who, at that moment, was propelled by an overwhelming aura that forced them to stumble back several paces. Bang! Bang! Following the proclamation of his conclusion, King Piccolo's power surged dramatically, with both his speed and strength escalating simultaneously. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was daunted by his presence, his figure flickered swiftly. In a mere 5 seconds, both Tenshinhan and Wukong were brought crashing to the ground. Goodness, how astonishing. Could it be that we are destined to be countered? Tenshinhan was taken aback as he witnessed the overwhelming power of the formidable Majin Buu. He had not anticipated such a stark contrast in their strengths once the latter became earnest. Truly, he was a boss worthy of recognition. Even with Goku fully restored and at his peak, they found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught. "I must avenge Krillin." Just as Tenshinhan sensed that the situation was spiraling out of control, Goku suddenly erupted in fury, rising to his feet. "Ah! Perish in the might of the earth-shattering fist. Tianjin Rice is simply remarkable." I witnessed Goku unleash a Kamehameha against the ground, propelling himself into a remarkable acceleration. He then clenched his fists and soared skyward towards the formidable Demon King Piccolo, truly deserving of his protagonist status, even after enduring a significant blow from Piccolo. He managed to unleash a fierce resurgence despite being gravely wounded. In contrast, he himself still clutched his chest, struggling to recover from the pain. Surely, that punch should have left a substantial hole in Piccolo's chest, wouldn't it? Tenshinhan eagerly anticipated the moment. This iconic scene, regardless of the passage of time, remained vividly etched in his memory. Although the circumstances had shifted slightly, he felt assured that employing this technique would secure his victory. Yet, in the next breath, the unfolding events deviated dramatically from the classic image that resided in Tenshinhan's mind. The celestial connection fist has indeed manifested, and the formidable King Piccolo is undeniably a daunting adversary. However, after King Piccolo unfurled his arms to create a barrier and withstood the full force of the assault for 5 seconds, Goku's explosive and powerful strike was astonishingly repelled. How could this be? Has my presence expedited this battle, leading to the conclusion that Goku's current strength has yet to reach the level required to vanquish King Piccolo? Tenshin furrowed her brow, quickly comprehending the crux of the issue. Alas, it seems I have been overly eager. Tenshinhan realized that his desire to conclude the battle swiftly in order to indulge in leisure activities had precipitated this decisive confrontation. The seamless progression of the combat, however, did not afford Goku the opportunity for substantial growth in his prowess. How exhilarating! It has been over 3 centuries since I experienced such a gratifying skirmish. No, the surprises you have bestowed upon me surpass even those from the legendary Wu Tai Do. Young one, your name is Sun Wukong, is it not? That recent assault posed a threat of death, even to me in my full power. You possess remarkable potential. Thus, I have decided that you shall be the first to perish. The breath of King Piccolo became somewhat erratic, as he gasped for air while addressing Goku with a sardonic smile. And you, how audacious to employ those volleyball punches to mock me. Once I have extinguished the life of this young one named Wukong, you shall be next. With that declaration, the figure of King Piccolo vanished from sight. Be cautious, Goku. King Piccolo's speed is astonishing. The spectators could scarcely perceive his trajectory, relying on the extraordinary vision of his third eye. Tenshinhan barely discerned that he had arrived before Goku. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed, as the ground where Goku had just stood was instantaneously transformed into a massive crater several meters in radius, struck by a powerful fist. In a moment of peril, Goku employed the Kamehameha technique, propelling himself backward in a desperate escape. He managed to evade it. Observing Goku narrowly eluding his attack, King Piccolo's gaze hardened, and he swiftly closed the distance, intent on denying Goku any opportunity to regroup. Thud, thud. With each blow that landed, another deep pit manifested in the earth. In a short span, the once smooth terrain had become pockmarked, resembling the surface of the moon, riddled with craters. Yet, contrary to King Piccolo's expectations, Goku, the very opponent he had anticipated to crush, was still agile and lively before him. Damn it, it must be that three-eyed warning. The relentless barrage of missed strikes led King Piccolo to sense a troubling shift in the tide of battle. His increasingly labored breaths signaled his growing uncertainty in continuing this game of cat and mouse with Goku. Tenshinhan was wholly absorbed in observing the fierce battle between Piccolo and Goku, attentively listening to the fluctuations in Piccolo's breathing. Although the situation diverged somewhat from his expectations, there was still a chance to engage. During the recent interval, Tenshinhan, although refraining from direct engagement, remained entirely focused on the battle. His earlier encounter with the formidable King Piccolo had exposed him to the latter's immense power. Engaging him directly was not a prudent choice. Through careful observation and with extraordinary vision, Tenshinhan discerned King Piccolo's vulnerability. Having been sealed for over 3 centuries, King Piccolo, despite his longevity surpassing that of humans, was inevitably in a state of decline. While his explosive power remained formidable, his stamina and endurance could not rival that of himself and Goku. Capitalizing on King Piccolo's fervent desire to eliminate Goku, Tenshinhan utilized the insights from his third eye to consistently alert Goku to evade attacks. Although Goku, after unleashing his power, could not directly vanquish King Piccolo, his speed had subtly begun to surpass that of his opponent. With Tenshinhan's timely warnings, King Piccolo found himself repeatedly missing his strikes. If they could hold on a little longer, as King Piccolo continued to expend his energy, an opportunity to reverse the tide of battle would surely arise. Tenshinhan clenched his fist, feeling the tension and excitement of the battle. Despite not actively participating in the fray between the two fierce combatants. Haha, you can't catch me. Keep chasing me, King Piccolo. Goku, oblivious to Tenshinhan's battle strategy, found amusement in King Piccolo's growing frustration with each missed attempt. He couldn't help but laugh heartily while playfully sticking out his tongue at King Piccolo. You're asking for trouble. My next strike will end you. The words ignited a fury within King Piccolo, leaving him seething with rage. Yet, as he forcefully uttered that phrase and bent his body in preparation for another assault on Goku, a glimmer of cunning flitted across his lips. In an instant, King Piccolo executed a complete 180-degree turn. Demon Light Cannon. This time, astonishingly, his attack was not directed at Goku, but aimed squarely at Tenshinhan. It's over. From his concealed position in the distant bushes, Yajirobe trembled, covering his eyes with his hands, unable to witness the impending clash. While the combatants were engulfed in confusion, the bystander discerned the depletion of King Piccolo's energy and harbored hopes for a turn of fate. What he did not anticipate was King Piccolo's swift realization of his own vulnerabilities amidst the chaos of battle. This sudden counterattack caught Yajirobe completely off guard. In his estimation, Tenshinhan could hardly have foreseen such a development. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded before him. At the very moment when the Demon King Piccolo unleashed his magical beam, Tenshinhan's body deftly shifted to the side. Piccolo's assault was directed towards the position he had previously noted for Tien, under the assumption, much like that of Yajirobe, that Tien would never anticipate a sudden change in the target of the attack. Consequently, his magical beam naturally missed its mark. Alas, it seems he has indeed been discovered. What a pity. Tenshinhan gracefully evaded the magical beam, shaking his head in mild regret. His speed could not rival that of King Piccolo or the explosive Goku. However, he had already anticipated this predicament the moment King Piccolo hesitated before Goku. Yet, he felt no sense of triumph, for he was acutely aware that the next assault from King Piccolo, although discernible, was utterly unavoidable. This disparity in speed was evident, despite King Piccolo's diminished stamina. He was still beyond Tenshinhan's capacity to confront directly. Indeed, I should have eliminated you first for daring to mock me repeatedly. Boom. Upon hearing King Piccolo's words, Tenshinhan showed no inclination to evade, knowing full well that it was futile. He could only stand his ground, bracing himself defensively. In the next moment, King Piccolo's form materialized before Tenshinhan, delivering a powerful iron fist that sent him tumbling back over 10 meters. So formidable! Tenshinhan raised his hand to wipe away the blood that had trickled from the corner of his mouth, his expression grave. Piccolo, your opponent is me. Upon witnessing Tenshinhan's injuries, Goku immediately launched himself at Piccolo, hoping to divert his attention towards himself. However, Piccolo had anticipated Goku's assault for quite some time. Like a fisherman casting bait to lure in unsuspecting prey, Piccolo swiftly turned and seized Goku by the throat. Indeed, you, the three-eyed fellow, are the crux of this battle. Alas, while you can perceive my attacks, you cannot match my speed. Piccolo gloated, casting a taunting glance towards Tenshinhan. And you, the boy named Goku. You may keep up with my speed, yet you fail to see my strikes. You are commendable, but this battle is mine to win. He then turned back to Goku, who was struggling in his grasp, a cruel smile stretching across his wrinkled face. You are too proud too soon, Piccolo. Do you remember that battle over 300 years ago? Do you recall how you were sealed away? Just then, cutting through Piccolo's brazen laughter, Master Roshi, clad in flip-flops and oversized sunglasses, made his presence known with his shining bald head coming into view. Beside him stood a rice cooker, half covered with seals, defiantly staring at Piccolo. The rice cooker, the seals? You wouldn't dare use that technique. In an instant, the once self-assured Piccolo was drenched in cold sweat, his green face turning an ashen hue. Indeed, it is the very technique you dread, the one that Master Mateto sacrificed his life to unleash. Mafuba? Master Roshi straightened his back, enunciating the words with gravitas. Mafuba. Impossible. That old fool could seal me, but he could never survive. How could you possibly use that technique? No. You must be deceiving me. Yes, you are certainly deceiving me. And even if you could use Mafuba, it requires a life to wield. Do you not value your own existence? You ancient wretch? Piccolo's voice trembled slightly. The terrifying name of the Mafuba conjured memories of the 3 centuries he had spent under the dominion of the rice cooker. If he were to be sealed once more, even with his long lifespan, he would surely perish within that cooker. How absurd and terrifying it would be for the mighty Piccolo to meet his end in a rice cooker. Unconsciously, Piccolo took a half-step back. To him, that rice cooker, which was merely a household appliance meant for cooking rice and porridge, now appeared as a gaping abyss ready to swallow him whole. Out of sheer pride and the conviction of Master Wutai's demise, the great demon King Piccolo hesitated, choosing not to flee immediately. Even when Goku seized the opportunity to break free from his grasp, Piccolo remained unperturbed. He was wagering that this hunchbacked old man was merely posturing. How could I possibly perform the Mafuba? Have you forgotten the 2 young disciples who stood beside Master Wutai? I am one of them, a principal disciple of Master Wutai. As for my life, you are correct. I am indeed an ancient relic. However, to take you down with me before my demise is a considerable victory. The reason I refrained from combat earlier was to gather sufficient energy for this reversal technique, the Mafuba. Today, I shall seal you, the great demon king. Once more in honor of the late Master Wutai. Master Roshi's face reflected a nostalgic expression, soon replaced by a serene smile as he raised his hands towards Piccolo. Master Wutai. Goku and Yamcha were taken aback upon witnessing Master Roshi risking his life to execute the Mafuba. Even Bulma and Launch felt that the frail old man now appeared remarkably more formidable. What? You are one of those 2 brats? No, I cannot be sealed again. I refuse to be confined within that rice cooker. Piccolo's voice was hoarse as the realization of Master Roshi's identity washed over him. And he no longer harbored doubts. He turned to flee, but a strange force had already begun to constrict around him. In the next instant, everyone watched as Piccolo's body contorted and morphed, akin to a piece of dough being stretched, forcibly drawn towards the rice cooker. Simultaneously, steam billowed from Master Roshi, akin to a kettle boiling, symbolizing the rapid depletion of his life force. The Mafuba contained such terrifying power. It seemed that this time, Piccolo would be sealed away for good. Yajirobe's face was illuminated by the blinding light emitted by the Mafuba, resembling a pig caught in the glare of a spotlight. He was astounded, never having imagined that such a formidable technique existed, one capable of compressing the great Demon King into an ordinary rice cooker. Even though Piccolo's strength surpassed that of Master Roshi, his struggles against the Mafuba were in vain. as Piccolo was on the brink of being sealed away once more. Master Roshi's vitality waned with the execution of the technique. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the rice cooker exploded. Perhaps the rice cooker was too ordinary. Or maybe Master Roshi's mastery of the Mafubo was not yet refined enough. Just as victory seemed imminent, the rice cooker sacrificed itself before either Piccolo or Master Roshi could meet their fates. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the great demon King Piccolo, am not so easily vanquished. Emerging from the clutches of despair, the demon King Piccolo gasped for breath, lifting his head in uproarious laughter, gazing at the shattered remnants of the rice cooker. His eyes sparkled with ecstasy, dread, and a frenzied thirst for vengeance. The first victim of his wrath was the already obliterated rice cooker. Even though only half of its shell remained, the demon King Piccolo dashed forward, further reducing the fractured shell to mere fragments. How dare you attempt to seal me? The great demon King Piccolo? The unfortunate rice cooker, having met its demise, was subjected to further indignities until naught remained of it. And you, detestable old fool, how dare you startle me so? To oblivion with you! With a thunderous roar, Piccolo's form flickered with speed. In an instant, the already fatigued Master Roshi was sent hurtling through the air. Fortunately, Piccolo himself was also significantly drained, and his diminished power spared Master Roshi from instant annihilation. As Master Roshi was propelled away, 5 resplendent Dragon Balls tumbled from his grasp, tokens entrusted to him by Tien just prior to the battle. Initially intent on pursuing Master Roshi, Piccolo's attention was instantly ensnared by the gleaming orbs. Excellent. With these 5 Dragon Balls, alongside the 2 I possess, I shall gather all 7. It appears that today, the ambition of the great demon King Piccolo to dominate the world shall be realized. Allow me to witness the legendary Shinran's wonders, and then, let you all experience my darkest fears. With that proclamation, Piccolo arranged the 7 Dragon Balls together. Arise, Shinran, he bellowed. In an instant, the 7 Dragon Balls radiated brilliance, and the heavens darkened, crackling with electricity. Amidst the tumultuous transformation of the world, the colossal Shinran spiraled into existence. Speak your wish, any wish I can fulfill. But only one. In the sky, a colossal dragon gazed upon the crowd, its thunderous voice resonating across the vast expanse. The golden orb possessed such wondrous powers. How infuriating that Tien had seized this remarkable treasure from me. It is over. The dragon is about to fulfill the wish of Demon King Piccolo, and the world is on the brink of destruction. Yachirobe trembled, tightly shutting his eyes, unable to bear the sight before him. Is this truly how the world shall perish? Bulma looked up at the dragon, her face etched with despair. Alas, I never anticipated resorting to this tactic. Piccolo, do you recall the other boy who stood beside Master Roshi all those years ago? Just then, Tien sighed, unfastening the covered water cup from his waist, and retrieved a tattered piece of cloth adorned with peculiar patterns, pressing it upon the cup. What are you implying? Do not tell me you are that other boy from back then. Given your age, do you take me for a fool? Upon seeing the covered cup in the patterned cloth in Tien's hands, a chill ran down Piccolo's spine. Those terrifying 3 words resurfaced in his mind. However, Tien's age was markedly different from that of Master Roshi. It was impossible for him to be a participant in that battle over 3 centuries ago. He was gambling, wagering that Tien was merely deceiving him. Yet the next moment, Tien's revelation dashed his hopes. No, but my former master, Crane Hermit, was indeed that other boy from that time. Should I say you are out of luck, or should I consider myself fortunate? That technique, I too possess. As Tenshinhan spoke, he had already positioned a covered water cup and a rag on the ground before him, raising his hands in a gesture of concentration. With a powerful shout, the spirit of King Piccolo surged forth. In that moment, he felt as though the 3 centuries spent sealed within the rice cooker had been a mere accumulation of misfortune. All the ill fate that had gathered over 300 years erupted at once today, to prevent the existence of martial artists capable of utilizing the demon seal wave. He had previously instructed Damblin and Simbaro to eliminate any prominent martial artists while seizing the Dragon Balls. Little did he expect that in this battle, he would encounter 2 foes who could employ the demon seal wave. Could it be that King Piccolo was truly destined to be sealed away here? The self-assured explanation of Tenshinhan, his unflustered demeanor, and the smirk upon his face had completely convinced him that this young man indeed possessed the technique of the mystic seal wave. Thus, when Tien called out that name, especially after just reminiscing about its formidable power with Master Roshi, King Piccolo dared not gamble anymore. He yearned to flee instantly. Yet his body froze as if struck by an allergic reaction. No. King Piccolo emitted a piercing scream. He He truly wished to avoid being sealed once more. How strange. When had Master Crane learned the mystic seal wave? Master Roshi clutched his chest, pondering in confusion. That cup was crafted by Tien during a barbecue, was it not? And that rag was evidently torn from Tien's pant leg. Could such items truly enable the use of the mystic seal wave? At that moment, Goku gazed at the familiar cup and cloth before Tien, equally perplexed. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted. A white radiance emanated from Tien's forehead, blinding everyone in an instant. Caught off guard, the solar flare proved exceptionally effective. King Piccolo quickly realized he had fallen into a trap. And the stiffness that had seized him was not due to the mystic seal wave, but rather a psychic ability. I will not allow you to hinder Tien. With a forceful impact, King Piccolo was repelled by the dumpling that Tien had communicated with telepathically. However, temporarily blinded, he was utterly incapable of obstructing Tien's actions. Only Master Roshi's beady eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, clearly observed Tien, having executed the solar flare, leveraging his synergy with the dumpling to soar before Shinhan. Grant my wish, Shinhan. Please bestow upon me the power of my third eye. Is that your wish? It shall be done with ease. Upon hearing Tien's wish, Shinran's crimson eyes flickered several times. A wondrous golden light emanated from him, coalescing into a beam that illuminated Tien's third eye. As the golden light enveloped Tien, he felt his third eye, which had remained open until now, inexplicably close. Only after the golden radiance dissipated did Tien sense his third eye reopening. Moreover, what had once been a struggle to close was now under his complete control. Whether to open or shut it was entirely at his whim. Yet, was that all there was to it? If it were merely this, defeating King Piccolo would be impossible. Tenshinhan acknowledged that there was a gambling element involved when he made his wish. He understood that wishing upon the Shenlong would not eliminate the formidable Bic the Demon King. Thus, he placed his hopes for a turnaround on the slender thread of luck that had previously lingered in his heart. After all, as a unique trait of the three-eyed beings, there must surely be some extraordinary ability inherent within him. Tenshinhan contemplated this, yet if success eluded him, it would still be preferable to how the great demon King Piccolo squandered his opportunity to wish upon the eternal dragon. Even if he were left to devise a strategy for a war of attrition, it would be far more advantageous than Piccolo's wish to regain his youth. Very well. Your wish has been granted. Now I must take my leave. If you desire to fulfill your wishes, gather the 7 Dragon Balls. The voice of the eternal dragon resonated like thunder once more. A brilliant white light emanated from its verdant form, and in the next moment, it transformed into 7 stone orbs, soaring towards the far reaches of Earth. At this moment, Tenshinhan had no time to attend to the divine dragon. He was diligently exploring the newfound abilities of his third eye. In addition to the capacity to freely control its opening and closing, thereby enhancing his appearance, Tenshinhan discovered that his third eye possessed a remarkable new ability to rapidly concentrate his internal energy for offensive attacks. While this newfound capability may not seem overwhelmingly significant, it has nevertheless provided him with a crucial opportunity to turn the tide of the current situation, given a little more time. His third eye could harness a force far surpassing that of his Kikaho. If the Kikaho could channel 50% of his energy for a singular, powerful assault, albeit at the cost of his vitality, then this new ability of his third eye could concentrate over 80% of his energy without the risk of life force depletion. The only concern was that after unleashing such an attack, he might completely exhaust his strength for further combat. However, if this strike could land on the head of the formidable Piccolo, it would undoubtedly inflict severe damage, perhaps even deliver a fatal blow. With these thoughts in mind, Tenshinhan wasted no time and began to focus on gathering his energy through his third eye. Cursed three-eyed creature. You have robbed me of my chance to regain my youth. I shall see you perish. While he concentrated, Piccolo regained his sight. With his acute hearing, he clearly discerned Tenshinhan's wish-making process. It was this three-eyed individual who had squandered the opportunity to summon the eternal dragon for the sake of that eye. Moreover, recalling how Tenshinhan had deceived him with a fake Mafuba had him enraged. Piccolo's fury surged, realizing that Tenshinhan had the audacity to use the solar flare to trick him. In such dire circumstances, the ingenuity of his tactics was astonishing. Clearly, Tenshinhan had surpassed both him and Master Roshi by a significant margin. Thankfully, he had found his way back from the darkness within and embraced the right path. In time, he would undoubtedly become a formidable martial artist. Master Roshi, observing through his sunglasses, could not help but admire Tenshinhan's remarkable mental fortitude. What has happened? My eyes hurt immensely. At this moment, Goku and the others had just regained their sight and were still bewildered by the events that had transpired. They could only see that the eternal dragon had vanished. Meanwhile, Piccolo's expression darkened ominously as he prepared to launch an attack against Tenshinhan. Solar Flare. Tenshinhan, aware of Piccolo's restored sight, hesitated not a moment and once more raised his hands to his forehead, shouting loudly. The initiation of the solar flare required minimal movement and did not impede Tenshinhan's energy concentration process. Damn it, here it comes again. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant flash of white light erupted once more. The moment the Demon King Piccolo opened his eyes, he was once again blinded, gritting his teeth in frustration. A sinister smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. During the fleeting moment of regaining his sight, he had already discerned the position of Tenshinhan. Thus, even when blinded again, he conjured a powerful energy beam, targeting the location where he remembered Tien to be. Ha ha ha, you didn't see this coming, did you? I've already memorized your position. The Demon King Piccolo unleashed his attack, then laughed heartily with his eyes tightly shut, eagerly awaiting the sight of Tien being severely injured. However, 2 seconds later, as his vision gradually returned, he was met with the sight of Tenshinhan, who remained completely unscathed. The reason he was deemed unscathed rather than merely intact was that Tien's bald head shone with an almost blinding brilliance. Just as Piccolo had managed to crack his eyes open, Tien's head once again erupted in a dazzling light. Solar Flare. This time, Tien didn't even utter a word. Like a merciless, high-powered spotlight, the blinding white light surged towards Piccolo's still recovering eyes. Enough already. Piccolo was so frustrated he felt like he might vomit blood. His eyes stung fiercely from the relentless barrage of light, leaving them red and swollen, uncontrollable tears streaming down his cheeks. In the midst of his tears, Piccolo realized that his earlier energy blast had undoubtedly missed its mark. The thought of Tien having evaded his sneak attacks twice in succession made him understand that relying on memorized positions to strike was futile. That three-eyed boy had anticipated his ambush and always managed to vacate his spot just in time. To think that I, the Demon King Piccolo, have suffered losses thrice from the same trick is an utter disgrace. No, I must devise a means to counter this technique. Ah, that old fellow wears sunglasses. If I don that accessory, it will surely work. With the realization of how to counter the solar flare, a nefarious smile suddenly appeared on Piccolo's tear-streaked face. Fortunately, everyone else was blinded, or else his expression would have seemed rather ludicrous. Boom. The Demon King Piccolo soared towards his destination, guided by the memories etched in his mind. Indeed, not everyone possessed the foresight of Tenshinhan, who had come prepared with his flash. The venerable Master Rashi, lost in contemplation, found himself unprepared and was abruptly struck. As he was sent flying by a powerful punch, his sunglasses were snatched away by the Demon King. This spectacle did not escape Tien's keen gaze. After his development, the vision of his third eye had significantly improved, enhancing his resistance to blinding light. While he could not claim to possess the ability to stare directly at the sun, he could still observe during the solar flare technique. With the sunglasses perched confidently on his face, the Demon King turned with a swagger. Upon witnessing Tien raise his hands once more in preparation for another solar flare, Piccolo scoffed, hands on his hips. Ah, so it is the solar flare again, how utterly uninspired. Allow me to bring your life to an end. He thought disdainfully, widening his eyes to confront the impending onslaught of Tien's fourth solar flare. After being toyed with by Tien's solar flare time and again, he finally perceived an opportunity for retaliation. He planned to dash towards Tien, closing the distance to unleash a devastating blow that would obliterate him. Such a ferocious method of execution was the only means to avenge the humiliations he had endured at Tien's hands. However, mid-charge towards Tien, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Though the movements executed by Tenshinhan resemble those of the solar fist, this time, it is not his shining bald head that radiates light, but rather the third eye upon his forehead, the eye of concentration. Confronted by the potent energy waves emanating from that third eye, the formidable Piccolo seems to be presenting himself as an easy target for an opponent's ultimate attack. Ah, fool me thrice? Do you truly believe I would continue to recklessly employ the solar fist? Tenshinhan gazed at the triumphant Piccolo daimyo with a smirk. Simultaneously, Goku and the others regained their sight after being temporarily blinded by Tenshinhan's previous solar flare. As they opened their eyes, they were met with a jaw-dropping spectacle. The formidable Piccolo daimyo was desperately twisting his body, narrowly avoiding a powerful wave of energy that threatened to strike his head. However, his lower half, along with a portion of his torso, was instantaneously obliterated. Was his head spared? Nevertheless, the potency of the energy wave was anticipated, with such severe injuries. The battle ought to reach its conclusion. Tenshinhan, Relieved to see the formidable Piccolo barely evade a fatal blow, exhaled deeply. The radiance emanating from his third eye surpassed all his expectations. Young man, you lack the principles of martial ethics. Deceiving and ambushing me when I should have continued employing the solar flare, Piccolo spat blood, teetering on the brink of death. In the next moment, the onlookers beheld him tilt his head back and expel an egg-sized, peculiar orb from his mouth. The moment the bizarre egg appeared, it shot away at an astonishing speed, leaving the spectators unable to pursue it due to the immense energy it consumed. This time, I have been defeated. However, my offspring shall undoubtedly avenge me. With those final words, Piccolo succumbed to his fate. Tenshinhan reminisced about the quail egg he had just seen, recognizing it as one of the future Dragon Ball warriors. The offspring of the Sun family, Piccolo Jr., however, the size of that egg cast a shadow of concern over him. Could it be that this Piccolo was underdeveloped? Having finally triumphed, he couldn't believe they had indeed vanquished the Demon King Piccolo. Confirming the demise of the Demon King, Yachirobe, who had been hiding in the bushes, emerged cautiously. Ah, Yachirobe, so you were lurking nearby all along. Why didn't you come out to assist? Goku exclaimed, startled by Yachirobe's sudden appearance. Yachirobe had been on the verge of celebration. Though he had not actively participated in the battle, merely watching had been a nerve-wracking experience. Especially at the moment when the Demon King summoned the Eternal Dragon, leaving him with a sense of impending doom. Now, witnessing Tenshinhan's miraculous comeback, he felt as though he had personally dealt the fatal blow to the Demon King, swelling with excitement and pride. Yet, this exhilarating feeling swiftly dissipated at Goku's poignant question, causing Yachirobe's typically thick skin to falter, leaving him embarrassed to join in the festivities. Truly, he is the man I have chosen, in critical moments. You can always rely on him. Launch tossed her fiery golden hair. Ever since witnessing Tenshinhan's prowess in the martial arts tournament, she had been captivated by his masculinity. Such a remarkable man, it would be a pity not to seize the opportunity to rob alongside him. This charming figure would surely be hers. What a thrilling and nerve-wracking experience. We thought we were done for. Olmo wiped the sweat from her brow. At this moment, Yamcha, seated in his wheelchair, relaxed his tense hands. Both felt that the battle they had just witnessed was far more exhilarating than any roller coaster ride. The victory that had seemed within reach of the Demon King Piccolo was snatched away by Tenshinhan, like a cooked duck flying away thanks to a miracle. Tenshinhan, you are truly impressive. I cannot match you now, but I will train diligently to surpass you upon my return. Goku, whose right eye was swollen like a bun from a punch delivered by the Demon King, approached Tenshinhan with a look of excitement. Wait. Goku, don't misunderstand. Aside from that last burst of energy, it's clear that the post-battle you is far stronger. And what does it matter now? With your scion physiology and protagonist aura, you'll surpass me in no time. I'm merely a fish destined for marginalization, so don't misinterpret the situation. Tenshinhan, feeling a profound sense of relief, contemplated the prospect of embracing the long-anticipated life of a carefree existence. Yet, the current demeanor of those around him unmistakably suggested that they regarded him as the principal hero of this battle. Indeed, in light of the final outcome, it was he who had vanquished the formidable King Piccolo. However, his motivation for participating in this conflict was far from seeking glory. Rather, it was to ensure a tranquil and prosperous retreat into seclusion. He had even intended to withdraw into obscurity immediately following this decisive encounter. Faced with their exuberant enthusiasm, Tenshinhan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It was not solely my merit. I owe much to Goku, whose explosive power depleted much of King Piccolo's strength. Additionally, Master Roshi's use of the Mafuba had effectively restrained King Piccolo, allowing my subsequent plans to unfold so seamlessly. Otherwise, I might have met my demise at the hands of King Piccolo the moment he unleashed his full fury. If we are to speak of prowess, it is your earth-shattering fist that truly stands out. In the future, safeguarding the Earth and saving the world will depend on you, along with Yamcha, Krillin, and the others. Tenshinhan sincerely elucidates the matter. As for the final attack, the Kii, he perceives it as a mere disposable offensive technique. Although its power indeed surpasses his expectations, it does not represent his true capabilities. Moreover, this technique is constrained by limitations, for the Kii rapidly concentrates the vital energy within his own body, while it allows him to utilize his inner vitality to its fullest potential in a remarkably brief span. The extent of this power is inherently limited by the quantity of his own vital energy. The reason this technique appears so formidable at present is that his strength has yet to wane. In the future, as Goku and others continue to evolve, their vital energy will increase exponentially, rendering their adversaries ever more formidable. Thus, even if he could instantaneously concentrate his vital energy entirely into a single Kii attack, it would yield little effect. This is a point he finds difficult to articulate to Goku and the others, so he resorts to mentioning Krillin instead. Regrettably, the Dragon Balls have already been utilized, leaving no immediate means to resurrect Krillin. A year from now, will Krillin's body have decayed beyond recognition? Indeed, upon hearing Krillin's name, Goku's attention shifts accordingly. My apologies, Goku. For the sake of my own mundane existence, I must deliberately prod at your sore spot. Tenshinhan contemplated quietly, pondering how to express his decision to retreat into seclusion. Little did he realize that even in this moment of inactivity, a steady flow of vital energy was converging around him, centered around his third eye. Like a gentle stream, this energy silently entered his body through the third eye, gradually augmenting his own reservoir of vitality. Rest assured, I have crafted an ice coffin to preserve Krillin's body. It will ensure that there are no changes over the course of this year. Bulma's voice dispelled Goku's concerns. That is reassuring. In that case, we can gather the Dragon Balls in a year and resurrect Krillin. Goku exclaimed, his excitement rekindled upon hearing Bulma's assurance about preserving Krillin's remains. The battle has concluded. Tenshinhan, I intend to continue my training at Korin Tower. What about you? Goku extended an invitation to Tenshinhan. Upon witnessing his eager expression, Tenshinhan understood that his excitement had not yet fully dissipated. He still regarded himself as a formidable rival. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of helplessness, lamenting how challenging it was to simply wish to be a laid-back individual. Tenshinhan let out a quiet sigh, and his gaze unexpectedly fell upon Yamcha, who was still seated in his wheelchair. Although Yamcha's legs had been broken by the original Tenshinhan before his arrival, now that he had assumed the identity of Tenshinhan, it was time to tidy up the mess. Very well, I shall go with you as well. Tenshinhan replied helplessly to Wukong. All right, just wait, Tenshinhan. I will undoubtedly grow stronger, and at that time, we shall engage in a contest once more. Upon hearing Tenshinhan's response, Wukong was filled with excitement, dancing with exuberance. Tenshinhan rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat weary. It is not just me and Wukong, but also Yamcha, Jiaozi, Master Roshi, Bulma, and Launch. All of you must join as well. Tenshinhan called out the names of everyone present, sparing neither the elderly nor the women, insisting that they all accompany him to Kolinta. It seemed inevitable that this journey to Kolinta would take place. Tenshinhan contemplated that since he had to go anyway, it would be more prudent to gather all the Dragon Ball warriors to enhance their strengths together. Only with their formidable powers would his life on Earth become more secure and comfortable. Alas, everything he did was ultimately aimed at achieving a more leisurely existence. Tenshinhan shook his head with a wry smile. Well, I too wish to join. At that moment, Yakulob timidly raised his chubby arm amidst the bustling crowd. You? Very well. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, let alone a plump individual. Although Yakulob was timid, he might still prove to be of some assistance in the future. To secure the stability of his laid-back existence, Tenshinhan was unwilling to overlook any potential support. The only caution was to guard against this little chubby fellow wasting the senza beans. Otherwise, the little contribution he might make would pale in comparison to the beans' value. The group was somewhat surprised by Tenshinhan's suggestion for everyone to head to Korin Tower, but it didn't take long for them to agree. What Master Roshi did not anticipate was that, apart from Goku, the most enthusiastic about the journey to Korin Tower for training were Bulma and Launch. Bulma wasn't particularly interested in training. She merely wanted to witness the immortal Goku had spoken of. She was curious to see if the immortal would be more adorable than the ordinary folk of Earth. Launch, too, was not driven solely by the allure of training. Seeing Tenshinhan's eagerness to go, she was equally enthusiastic about ascending Korin Tower, as she had her own little plans in mind. Then let us set off now. Goku, seeing the group's reaction, was naturally delighted that more participants would make the journey livelier. Once everyone had agreed, he eagerly urged them to hasten their departure. Wait. There are still a few matters to wrap up. Tenshinhan pointed to the large spaceship hovering above them, following the direction of his finger. The group recalled that the formidable King Piccolo had previously leaped from this very vessel. This indicated that the ship and its occupants were likely allies of King Piccolo. Oh, it's the mixed rice trio. Goku observed intently as he noticed a blue-skinned dwarf wearing a hat peering down from the ship. Beside this dwarf was a dog-headed ninja and a woman with long black hair. This distinctive ensemble immediately triggered Goku's recognition, as he had encountered them multiple times before. Oh no, it seems they have spotted us. We must hastily maneuver the ship away. The moment Mixed Rice locked eyes with Goku, he realized their cover had been blown. He quickly withdrew his head and scurried towards the control room of the ship. What a so-called invincible King Piccolo, defeated so easily by Goku and his companions. He had been so arrogant. I thought he truly possessed great power, yet here we are, forced to flee. It appears that the dream of world domination must be achieved solely by my own hands. Upon reaching the control room, Mixed Rice lamented the tyrannical command of King Piccolo while hastily attempting to pilot the ship away. However, he had barely maneuvered the ship a short distance when Tenshinhan appeared before him. Having exhausted himself with the use of the Ki technique, Tenshinhan was surprised to find that he had already regained some of his strength. Consequently, rather than asking Goku for assistance in halting the ship, he decided to take direct action himself. Ah, how bothersome. Amidst the cries of the Mixed Rice trio, Tenshinhan effortlessly hurled them into the distant woods, disregarding their fate. All right, let us embark on this ship to Krillin Tower together. Tenshinhan casually dealt with the trio of Mixed Rice, addressing Goku and the others below. Shortly thereafter, everyone boarded the colossal spaceship. With the vessel hurtling forward at full speed, they arrived at Krillin Tower in just an hour. During the journey, Master Roshi and Goku, having regained some of their stamina, grasped the edge of the ship, preparing to be the first to leap down. What are you planning to do? At this moment, Tenshinhan obstructed their path. The two individuals, having previously ascended the Krillin Tower, turned in astonishment to regard him. Naturally, they intended to scale the tower. The tone of Wukong and Master Roshi was one of undeniable certainty. There was no need for such complications. If they were to ascend the tower, it would be rather inconvenient for Bulma, Launch, and Yamcha to accompany them. However, with our spaceship, we could simply soar directly to the summit. Tenshinhan suggested that Bulma continue to pilot the spaceship closer to Krillin Tower. Should we ascend directly? Master Roshi gasped, his eyes widening to the extent that his sunglasses nearly slipped from his face. Goku shared the same astonishment at Tenshinhan's unexpected suggestion. However, he found himself somewhat tempted by the proposal, for the truth, as Tenshinhan articulated, was that if they could not ascend directly, Bulma and the others would be unable to reach the tower. Tenshinhan observed the astonishment on the faces of Master Roshi and Goku, yet remained unfazed. In the later arcs of Dragon Ball, Bulma confidently piloted an aircraft to the sacred world of the Kais. Presently, as they ascend in their spaceship towards the realm of the gods, there should be no significant obstacles. Even if there were originally measures in place around Krillin Tower to prevent aircraft from straying, given their recent heroic act of saving the world, they would surely receive special privileges. Tenshinhan initially conceived of it this way, which is why he confidently brought everyone along. He had no intention of ascending the tower. The spacecraft continued its journey towards Krillin, but soon encountered an invisible barrier. This barrier did not forcefully impede the vessel's progress. Rather, it subtly guided the spacecraft to alter its original flight path. Although Krillin appeared to be in close proximity, the group found themselves drifting further away, nearly losing their way amidst the clouds. Upon encountering this situation, Tenshinhan realized that this might be the means employed by the Krillin Tower to prevent human technology from straying into forbidden realms. He furrowed his brow and opened the third eye upon his forehead. With formidable vision, he pierced through the barrier surrounding the Krillin Tower and discerned the correct path. Bulma, ascend at a 35-degree angle to the right, he instructed. However, that direction was evidently leading away from the Krillin Tower. Bulma hesitated momentarily. Fear not. Simply continue to fly as I direct, he reassured her. Tenshinhan offered no specific explanation, merely instructing Bulma to alter their course. What is this? If we veer off course, I shall not be accountable. Bulma, feeling somewhat perturbed by the lack of clarity, nonetheless followed Tenshinhan's guidance to adjust the ship as trajectory. Bang! Bang! Shortly after proceeding in this direction, the vessel seemed to collide with an invisible barrier amidst a cloud layer that appeared indistinguishable from any other. Could it truly be possible? Bulma pondered in astonishment, glancing towards Tenshinhan. What should we do next? This was her first encounter with a scenario where the ship was to be steered into an unseen obstruction. Continue the collision, even if the ship were to sustain damage. She would persist. After all, it was not her own vessel, and Tenshinhan felt no remorse, permitting Bulma to continue on their current path. Above the Krillin Tower, in a temple, the god, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Demon King Piccolo, sighted the spectacle. Beside him, Bobo regarded the sighing deity with wise eyes, saying nothing. Alas, Tenshinhan is indeed a commendable martial artist. Yet, Why does he not exhibit greater respect for the divine authority? To recklessly breach Korin Tower with human technology is truly absurd. The celestial beings incessantly lamented. Nevertheless, Bobo, you may proceed to dismantle the barrier outside Corinta. Despite their complaints, he ultimately could not bear to witness Tenshinhan and the others meeting with a disastrous fate beyond the confines of the barrier. They are the heroes who rescued the world from the clutches of the formidable demon King Piccolo. Perhaps they deserve to indulge themselves for once. The celestial being consoled himself in this manner, merely watching as Tenshinhan and others infringed upon the dignity he held as a divine entity. Tenshinhan, if this continues, we shall be in dire straits. Are you truly certain we can ascend this tower, where celestial beings reside, using the spaceship? Following the instructions, Bulma diligently maneuvered the spacecraft, forcefully ramming it against the barrier of Korin Tower time and again. After the last impact, she observed a change in the spacecraft's data on the dashboard. If they persisted in their assaults, they would likely face the peril of plummeting. Do not worry, just hold on a little longer. We are almost there. Tenshinhan responded with unwavering confidence. His certainty stemmed from the knowledge that the malevolent King Piccolo, a scourge upon the world, was merely the dark aspect detached from the divine being upon assuming the mantle of godhood. In fact, the deity had discerned the emergence of King Piccolo from his seal long before Tenshinhan and his companions had engaged in battle with him. Now that they had aided in resolving such a significant dilemma, Tenshinhan believed that the divine entity would not allow their downfall to go unaddressed. Very well. I shall place my trust in you once more. Bulma, observing Tenshinhan's steadfast confidence, maneuvered the spacecraft once again towards the barrier of Korin Tower. However, this time, the anticipated sound of impact did not resound. We made it in, Bulma exclaimed with excitement, astonished that it could truly be this simple. The turtle hermit gazed in disbelief as the spacecraft advanced without any hindrance. In his youth, he had ascended Korin Tower and still vividly recalled the hardships he endured to reach its summit. And now, he found himself here again, not climbing, but comfortably seated within the spacecraft, arriving with ease and leisure. Times have changed. The thoughts of the youth elude me, he mused with a tinge of nostalgia. As his gaze swept around, he unexpectedly spotted a large, pristine magazine nestled against the back of a nearby chair. Casting a glance around, he noted that everyone's attention was fixated on the approaching Korin Tower. The turtle hermit discreetly extended his mischievous hand. Inside the tower, the sage was savoring a long-preserved dried fish, relishing its flavor. What a delightful taste, yet regrettably, only one piece remained. If he consumed it, there would be no opportunity to even gaze upon dried fish in the future. What a pity, meow, wiping the drool that had trickled to the corner of his mouth. The sage resisted the impulse to devour the fish. Just then, a sound of footsteps echoed. Who goes there? The sudden noise flustered the sage, but he managed to swiftly hide the dried fish. Once it was concealed, he regained his composure, picked up the wooden staff he had carelessly tossed aside, and turned around at a leisurely pace. Congratulations on successfully ascending Korin Tower. I am the sage. I am Tenshinhan. It is a pleasure to meet you, sage. As the spacecraft hovered near Korin Tower, Tenshinhan was the first to step inside. So, Tenshinhan, what is it that you seek within Korin Tower? The sage scrutinized Tenshinhan carefully, nodding in approval. This individual possesses a solid foundation as a martial artist. Having heard that King Piccolo had escaped his seal, perhaps he aimed to train here to become stronger in order to defeat him. The sage quietly speculated that Tenshinhan's purpose for coming here was likely not far from his own assumptions. Wait, I still have some companions. At that moment, Tenshinhan, who was meeting the sage for the first time, took a careful glance at him. He saw a large cat, similar in size to Garfield, but adorned with a coat of white fur. The sage, standing upright with a wooden staff, was of comparable height to the current young Goku. In response to the sage's inquiry, Tenshinhan did not provide an immediate answer, but requested a moment's pause. Oh, you have companions? It seems that there are quite a few exceptional martial artists appearing on the surface this time. Last time, a boy named Goku climbed up. And now we have Tenshinhan and his companions. It appears the crisis posed by King Piccolo could potentially be resolved by the martial artists of the surface themselves, provided they have undergone my training. The sage stroked his beard with satisfaction. The greater the prowess of the martial artists on the surface, the stronger their ability to confront crises, thus rendering the earth a safer place. Sage, I have returned. The second to emerge was Goku, who, upon jumping into the Korin Tower, enthusiastically greeted the sage. Seeing the little rascal, the sage joyfully stroked his fluffy chin, which resembled a round, bearded visage. So Goku is indeed your companion. Are you all here to train and grow stronger to defeat King Piccolo? In that case, I shall fetch you some senzu beans. Once you've regained your energy, we can commence training right away. The sage assumed that Tien companion was Goku and began to make arrangements. Wait a moment. There are others behind. Tien interjected. Moreover, we had already defeated King Piccolo before coming here, so there is no need to rush. Goku, realizing the sage's misunderstanding, quickly clarified. Oh, I see. You have more companions. No worries. The more, the merrier when it comes to defeating King Piccolo. Huh? What? You mean to say you had already vanquished King Piccolo before arriving here? A look of astonishment swept across the sage's previously calm face, and his eyes, which had been narrowed, widened momentarily before returning to their original state. Just then, another figure entered the Korin Tower. Are you that lecherous little rascal from centuries ago? After all these years, you've climbed the Korin Tower again? I've heard that you've earned the title of the god of martial arts on the surface. And many martial artists there hold you in high regard. It seems you've been doing quite well, though I wonder if you've managed to mend your old ways. The sage squinted his eyes, gazing meaningfully at Master Roshi for a moment. If Master Roshi were to ascend the Korin Tower once more, he could perhaps accept it. However, when Launch subsequently entered the tower, the sage felt a twinge of confusion. Although Launch exhibited some signs of martial training, she was clearly inferior compared to Tien and his companions. Judging by the sage's keen perception, Launch's demonstrated level of martial prowess rendered her incapable of climbing the Korin Tower. Just as the sage contemplated inquiring how Launch had managed to ascend, Bulma appeared before him. Upon seeing Bulma, the sage's expression darkened instantly. He sensed no trace of martial skill in her, concluding that she was merely an ordinary earthling devoid of martial arts ability. What was happening? Yet, just as the sage was still astonished by Bulma's presence, Yamcha rolled into the tower on a wheelchair, causing the sage to feel utterly flabbergasted. For a moment, he questioned whether he had been staring at dried fish for too long, leading to a bout of hallucinations. Who could possibly explain to him why someone in a wheelchair was able to climb the Korin Tower? What on earth was going on? The sage gazed at the curious assembly of individuals before him, struggling to accept the reality. As for the arrival of Kaiatsu and Yajirobe following Yamcha, he was too bewildered to even consider it further. Haha, sage, we came up here in a spaceship, Goku said, noticing the sage's perplexed expression and promptly offering an explanation. A spaceship? The sage found Goku's words even more incredulous. The Korin Tower had stood for countless years, and though he had witnessed many martial artists ascend its heights, he had never encountered anyone arriving via spaceship. Nonsense. Get down, all of you, the sage exclaimed, raising his staff in a bid to shoo them away. The Korin Tower is a sanctuary for martial artists. One must rely on their own perseverance to ascend and receive training from me. How dare you treat the Korin Tower as if it were merely a means of transportation? At that moment, Bulma unexpectedly approached and, to the astonishment of the onlookers, gently patted the sage's head. You can talk. Truly, you are a remarkable sage. Don't be angry, little kitty. I brought you a gift. As she spoke, Bulma took out a small dried fish and waved it in front of the sage. Upon seeing the fish in Bulma's hand, a solemn expression surfaced on the sage's face, and his actions to shoo away the crowd faltered, gulping down a swift accumulation of saliva. The sage resisted the allure of the fish and raised his wooden staff once more. Do you think a mere dried fish could compel me to overlook your transgressions against the rules of Korin Tower? Do not mistake me for someone easily swayed, he declared with righteous fervor, his squinted eyes glimmering with a hint of virtuous light. However, in the next moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Haha. Do not rush. Your appetite must surely surpass that of an ordinary feline. Am I right? Fear not. For I happen to have brought ample provisions for my pets at home, so this gift for you is quite abundant. As Bulma spoke, she opened a multifunctional capsule. Bang! With the capsule's release, its contents were instantly unveiled before the sage's eyes. Mountains of dried fish. Dear lady, do you happen to need another pet? How about considering me? The sage? Meow. The sage stood in silence for a brief moment before he lunged into the mountain of fish, reveling in the bounty before him. It was not that he disregarded the rules of Korin Tower. Rather, the sheer abundance of fish before him was simply too overwhelming. Tenshinhan observed that the sage had succumbed to corruption to a considerable extent and seized the opportunity to inquire. Sage, may my companions and I partake in training under your guidance? The sage, casting aside his staff, was blissfully swimming among the dried fish. Oh, just relax. Today, Do not regard me as a sage. As long as you enjoy your time here, feel free to stay, remain with me. However, upon uttering these words, the sage suddenly regained his composure, becoming aware of the attentive gazes surrounding him. Ahem, although your method of ascending the tower was somewhat unscrupulous, I shall permit you all to remain at Karen Tower out of respect for Miss Bulma's sincerity. Yet, Tenshinhan, I suspect not all of your companions have come solely for training, have they? Once the sage had regained his clarity, he swiftly emerged from the mound of dried fish, retrieved his staff, and resumed his composed demeanor befitting a sage. Indeed, Bulma has come for a visit. And what of you, Launch? Will you join us in the training? Tianjin nodded, finding no surprise in the immortal's permission for them to remain. Since you, Tianjin, are participating, I shall certainly join as well, responded Lanchi with an elegant toss of her golden locks, her words crisp and decisive. However, it seemed that lingering outside the Corinta had taken its toll, as a sudden shiver coursed through her body, culminating in a sneeze. After the sneeze, her fiery golden hair transformed into a cascade of silky blue tresses. Huh? How did I end up here? I apologize, have I troubled everyone again? The blue-haired Lanchi spoke timidly, her confusion evident as she offered her apologies to the group. It appeared that she would not be able to participate. Tenshinhan was taken aback upon witnessing Lanchi's transformation between golden and azure hair for the first time. However, one thing he could ascertain with certainty was that the azure-haired Lanchi would certainly refrain from participating in the training. Very well, then, aside from the two young ladies, all others present were expected to join, including the one seated in the wheelchair. The sage's gaze shifted away from the suddenly altered Lanchi, briefly glancing at the pile of dried fish before turning his attention to Yamcha. Indeed, Yamcha was also an exceptional martial artist. Speaking of his injuries, it was somewhat embarrassing, as they were the result of my earlier actions. If possible, I would hope that the sage could first attend to his wounds, allowing everyone to train together thereafter. Tenshinhan nodded and articulated the primary objective that brought him to Corinta. Thank you, Tenshinhan, Yamcha responded, feeling a surge of emotion. Deep within, he affirmed that Tenshinhan had truly reformed. No need for thanks, it was my actions that caused your injury, and this is merely a necessary restitution. Tenshinhan waved his hand, for he harbored a disdain for being beholden to others. After departing from Corinta, he intended to retreat into seclusion, and thus, the opportunity to make amends with Yamcha would be scarce. Therefore, he resolved to settle matters during this occasion. Indeed, you have found the right ally. The magical beans should prove beneficial in this regard. Although your conduct may be somewhat unconventional, I must admit, it is truly remarkable. I have observed that the great demon King Piccolo has indeed been vanquished. You are an extraordinary group of martial artists, and I shall dedicate myself to training you diligently. Shortly after the sage concluded his words, he produced a large jar of magical beans and handed one to Tenshinhan. After Tenshinhan fed the magical beans to Yamcha, everyone's gaze was fixed upon the two. All right, my leg is healed. Just 2 brief seconds later, Yamcha attempted to move his leg and discovered that the wounds had vanished entirely, as if he had never been injured at all. I am truly grateful to you, Tenshinhan, Yamcha exclaimed, leaping up in excitement and warmly clasping Tenshinhan's shoulder in heartfelt thanks. Upon witnessing Yamcha's swift recovery, despite already being aware of the miraculous properties of the Senzu beans, Tien couldn't help but feel a twinge of astonishment. At that moment, Yachiiro, with his portly frame, stealthily extended his arm towards the container of Senzu beans that the sage had placed nearby. He reached out with his chubby hand, eagerly grasping a generous handful of the beans, preparing to stuff them into his mouth. Stop! Tenshinhan had long anticipated this, and as he bellowed, he swiftly vacated the spot. With a powerful friendship punch, he struck Aki Luobe, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Following this, he delivered a fragrant kick that sent Aki Luobe flying. Observing the incapacitated Aki Luobe, Tenshinhan still felt unsatisfied and ultimately unleashed a series of vigorous blows before ceasing his assault. Initially, I had presumed your actions stemmed from ignorance regarding the preciousness of the magical beans. To my astonishment, having just demonstrated their remarkable effects before you, you would still resort to such folly? Truly, you deserve a good thrashing. Tenshinhan pondered with a simmering resentment. After unleashing a flurry of punches, he felt a surge of pent-up anger, which had lingered for over a decade, dissipate in an instant. Years ago, when he witnessed the rotund Achilo Bey squander the precious celestial beans, he yearned to smash the television in a fit of righteous indignation. Alas, at that time, his fists were too feeble, and there was but a single television in the household. Now, however, he felt a sense of vindication. Oh dear, I'm just hungry again. Achilobe lamented, rubbing his swollen head like a pig's. Does hunger give you the right to waste celestial beans? Can't you consume something else? If nothing else works, just drink water. Are celestial beans meant for you to gorge yourself on? Tien clenched his fists, barely restraining himself from delivering another blow upon hearing Akirobe's audacious rebuttal. The senza beans, a vital resource in the battles that followed Goku and his companions, were akin to granting the protagonist an extra life. With such a precious commodity present, how could he stand idly by and witness Akirobe squander it? The more abundant the protagonist's resources for combat, the greater their capacity to confront future crises, thus ensuring a more stable existence for himself in the days to come. As the heavens may seem to collapse, there are towering figures to uphold them. Yet, if these giants, such as Goku and his comrades, are swiftly defeated in battle, would they not merely serve as numbers? To avert such a scenario, Tien has placed considerable emphasis on the enhancement of Goku and the others' prowess from the very beginning. Only through their ascendance can he himself enjoy a more leisurely existence. The mere thought of Goku and his companions diligently fighting while he indulges in a life of ease fills Tien with a growing anticipation for such a lifestyle. It matters not, Tien mused. After centuries, I still possess several large jars of senza beans. Allowing them to consume a little poses no issue, for once depleted, they may simply be cultivated anew. The sage raised a hand, standing before the eager Tien who was ready to strike. However, the sage reminded him that after all these years, there are only a few jars of senza beans available. Should these supplies be exhausted, the time required to cultivate more would be considerable. What if a foe akin to King Piccolo, or even more formidable, were to emerge on Earth? In such dire circumstances, when everyone requires senza beans to heal their wounds and restore their strength, would it not be too late to grow them anew? As Tenshinhan observed the sage, seemingly indifferent to the celestial beans, he promptly bent down to grasp the sage's shoulder, emphasizing with utmost seriousness. Well, if you put it that way, it does make sense. All right, I shall heed your advice and henceforth regard these celestial beings with due importance, ensuring they are not squandered carelessly. Now, let the training commence. That little chubby one is thirsty, isn't he? Come, let us see if you can seize my water jug. The sage, upon noticing Tenshinhan's earnest demeanor, found himself persuaded. His earlier disregard for the celestial beings stemmed from the prolonged peace on Earth. Even the recent emergence of the demon King Piccolo from his seal had yet to threaten the safety of Krillin Tower and the planet. However, Tenshinhan's words prompted him to consider the potential dire scenarios. Suddenly, he produced a water jug, hanging it from his staff, discreetly freeing himself from Tenshinhan's grasp. Isn't this the super holy water I drank last time? Goku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he beheld the jug on the sage's staff. The super holy water was a miraculous potion said to enhance one's strength. After consuming it previously, he had indeed grown stronger and defeated Tao Pai Pai. With the sage presenting another jug of super holy water, Goku's curiosity intensified. Of course, you may participate as well, Goku. The last time you managed to seize the super holy water was because I did not evade with full effort. This time, however, I will employ all my strength to prevent you from acquiring the jug. Yet, considering your abilities in overcoming the demon King Piccolo, the super holy water may no longer hold much value for you. Therefore, what I possess in this jug is the ultra-divine water. Its effects are far more extraordinary than those of the super holy water. Should the drinker possess exceptional talent, the ultra-divine water can successfully awaken their immense potential. Conversely, if one lacks potential or does not possess sufficient talent, they risk succumbing to the toxicity of the ultra-divine water. So, what say you, Tenshinhan and Goku? Are you certain you wish to participate? Others too, if you wish to withdraw, now is the time. The sage's gaze swept over the crowd, awaiting their responses. What? Poisoned? In that case, I shall abstain. What if I were to be poisoned? Yajirobe immediately retreated a couple of steps, opting out of the contest for the ultra-divine water. The sage, observing Yajirobe's retreat, squinted his already narrow eyes further. He could discern that Yajirobe possessed considerable potential, yet his mindset had already taken a significant blow. Very well. You may step aside. Additionally, Master Roshi, you are far too old. Having surpassed the prime period of potential, you too shall step aside. The immortal consented to Akilobe's withdrawal and then turned to glance at the turtle hermit, suggesting that he too should step aside from the contest. After all, the super divine water was distinctly different from the super holy water. The latter, which Goku had previously consumed, was merely ordinary water, and his enhancement stemmed solely from the rigorous training he had undergone. In contrast, the super divine water he now presented possessed extraordinary properties, truly potent and authentic. For those who had exhausted their potential, consuming it would indeed lead to fatal consequences. Oh, splendid, splendid, he chuckled softly. Upon hearing the immortal's decision, the turtle hermit raised a hand to stroke his smooth scalp, a smile illuminating his face as he retreated to the sidelines, secretly relieved. He still held in his grasp the magazine he had just brought from the spacecraft, making it rather inconvenient for him to partake in the contest. Now, having the opportunity to peacefully peruse the magazine from a distance was, without a doubt, a source of great joy. Tenshinhan gazed at the individuals he had brought along, and his brow furrowed as he noted that 4 of them had been excluded from the training. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of contentment knowing that Yamcha had arrived early to train, thanks to him. With this thought, Tenshinhan redirected his focus from the others and concentrated entirely on the miraculous super divine water, a legendary potion said to unlock one's potential. He was curious to discover whether consuming it would yield any unexpected results. Although he was aware that he could never rival a Super Saiyan, he would gladly welcome any enhancement to his abilities that required minimal effort. After all, even among the most unremarkable, distinctions of strength remained. He did not wish to partake in battles alongside Goku and the others, yet this did not contradict his desire to become somewhat stronger based on his existing foundation. Once the candidates for the competition were determined, the celestial being utilized some magical beans to restore the stamina of a few individuals. Thus commenced an intense and chaotic brawl amidst the Korin Tower. Despite the celestial being's stately demeanor, he moved with the grace of a swallow the moment the contest began. Even when Tenshinhan and the others rushed at him, he adeptly evaded their advances, swiftly positioning himself outside their encirclement. This spectacle left Tenshinhan and the other novices utterly astonished. What he did not anticipate was that the celestial being, while evading them, was equally taken aback. Previously, when facing Goku in the struggle for the super divine water, he had effortlessly evaded every near miss. Yet now, each narrow escape was fraught with genuine peril. As he barely evaded being overwhelmed by Tenshinhan and his companions, he had not expected their strength to reach such heights, particularly Tenshinhan, despite being a first-time visitor. Had his third eye firmly locked onto the celestial being. Even without mastering the technique of sensing energy, he consistently tracked the celestial's movements. After all, he had toyed with Goku for days before the latter managed to seize the super divine water from him. If he were to lose the super divine water so early in the contest, it would be a significant blow to his reputation. Got it. However, the celestial being was momentarily distracted. The entire process of the contest lasted less than 10 minutes before Tenshinhan managed to secure a firm hold on him. Tenshinhan's eyes shimmered with determination. In the celestial temple, the divine beings and Bobo attentively observed the group led by Tenshinhan. The celestial being initially believed that the divine water trial set by the immortal would require Tien and his companions to expend at least half a day. The reason the immortal could evade them was not due to a speed that surpassed that of Tien and Goku, but rather because he possessed the ability of breath perception. This unique skill had yet to be mastered by the martial artists on the ground. Currently, only he, Bobo, and the immortal had this capability on Earth. While martial artists like Master Roshi and Master Shun could utilize their energy to launch attacks and emit energy waves, they still relied on their eyesight to track their opponents during combat. The limitations of ordinary vision are quite significant, often leading to blind spots. This method of fighting is inherently disadvantaged when compared to the technique of using breath perception to locate an enemy's movements. However, Tien's eyesight was now sufficiently sharp to counterbalance this natural disadvantage when facing the immortal. The immortal's speed could no longer evade Tien's gaze, let alone slip into his blind spots. The true importance of breath perception would only manifest when an adversary hides in such blind spots. Yet, the immortal found himself with no opportunity to enter Tien's field of vision. This explains why he was captured by Tien so swiftly. Could it be that Tien's third eye has awakened under the influence of the dragon? The celestial being was momentarily lost in thought, suddenly startled by his own conjecture. Since arriving on Earth, he had lost fragments of his former memories, forgetting the origins of his existence. Yet, the enchanting tales of cosmic races remained indelibly etched in his mind. Upon first laying eyes on Tenshinhan, he recognized that he was not of this world but rather a descendant of the ancient, now extinct Triad race, which had once roamed the cosmos. He understood that the third eye of the Triad possessed extraordinary vision. However, to his knowledge, A typical tri-eyed individual could only boast vision that was at best twice as keen as that of a human. Achieving the remarkable effect he had just witnessed was, therefore, clearly impossible under ordinary circumstances. This indicated that Tenshinhan's vision had evidently surpassed the limits of a typical tri-eyed being. Moreover, possessing the ability to sense energy, he also detected subtle transformations occurring within Tenshinhan's body. These minute changes became apparent only after Tenshinhan made a wish to the dragon, centered around Tenshinhan's being. Streams of vital energy were irresistibly drawn from various corners of the earth, continuously flowing into him, his vision exceeding the normal limits of the tri-eyed. Combined with an innate ability to passively absorb vital energy, was indeed extraordinary. The celestial deity recalled an ancient legend from the tribe of the three-eyed people. According to this lore, each member of the tribe possesses a third eye, a defining trait of their lineage, which can be cultivated through rigorous training. When the potential of this third eye is fully realized, it awakens. Upon awakening, the legendary Super three-eyed strength manifests. Super signifies super in the language of the three-eyed people, while three-eyed eagle translates to three-eyed people. This tale, therefore, embodies the legend of the super three-eyed people. It is said that upon the birth of a super three-eyed individual, the tribe would be salvaged from peril and led towards a resplendent future. Regrettably, despite each member possessing a third eye, the probability of awakening it solely through training is exceedingly low. Ultimately, the ancient tribe of the three-eyed people failed to witness the emergence of the super three-eyed strength, which contributed to their quiet demise. The celestial deity had not anticipated that Tien, in a moment of inspiration, would merge his third eye with the extraordinary powers of the Dragon Balls he had created. Astonishingly, this could potentially rekindle the ancient cosmic legends. The mere thought that Tien might have ascended to the status of the fabled super three-eyed warrior filled the deity with uncontainable excitement. Although the threat posed by the evil manifestation of King Piccolo had been successfully vanquished, the celestial being contemplated a much grander future. As a divine entity, he could not easily depart from the celestial palace. Thus, it was imperative to select a martial artist from the earthly realm to serve as the guardian of the planet. Given that Tien had dealt the fatal blow to King Piccolo and was likely to become the super three-eyed warrior, he was clearly the most fitting candidate. Lost in these thoughts, a glimmer of exhilaration spread across his wrinkled, green visage. "Baba, please assist me in contacting the elder, and inform him that I shall personally train Tien." "Certainly, esteemed deity. I will reach out immediately." Beneath the divine temple, within the sacred tower of Corinta, the immortal's face was awash with embarrassment as he watched Tenshinhan seize the opportunity, swiftly snatching away the ultra-divine water that hung from his staff. Well, Tenshinhan managed to obtain the ultra-divine water so quickly. How impressive! Exclaimed Goku and Yamcha, their voices tinged with awe yet underscored by a hint of regret. The abrupt conclusion caught them all off guard, including the immortal, who had lived for over 8 centuries and found himself momentarily at a loss for how to confront Tenshinhan without compromising his dignity. After all, Tien's speed was so remarkable that it left even this celestial being feeling somewhat sheepish. At that moment, a voice resonated in the immortal's mind, bringing tidings of the divine will. Ah, how fortuitous! The immortal felt a surge of relief, having found a way to respond. While Goku and the others awaited his appraisal, they noticed him standing motionless for a brief period. What is wrong with the immortal? They pondered aloud. After a short while, they began to perceive something amiss. Engaging in hushed speculation. I wonder if something important has occurred? Upon hearing their murmurs, the immortal recognized that they had discerned his unusual demeanor and began to feign a reboot. Tenshinhan, I have just received the divine will. Above Corinta exists the divine temple, where the deity of earth resides. He now extends an invitation for you to ascend to the divine temple. There, you shall receive instruction in martial arts directly from the deity. The immortal recounted the message from Bubbles with utmost seriousness, deliberately omitting any mention of the earlier incident involving the ultra-divine water. Upon hearing the immortal's rebooted words, Goku and the others experienced a moment of clarity. It turned out that the immortal had been momentarily distracted by the divine message. No wonder the training session concluded so swiftly. Yamcha, wearing an understanding expression, ventured a guess towards the immortal's apparent hopes. Indeed, yet it is no small feat for Tenshinhan to have obtained the ultra-divine water before us. Who would have thought that the divine temple exists atop Corinta, and that the deity himself is present? It is truly enviable that Tenshinhan has been personally invited for training. At that moment, Goku also smacked his lips, his youthful face reflecting both astonishment and delight. In his heart, The realization that Tenshinhan's prowess far surpassed his own solidified. Yet, he felt no discouragement. Rather, the stronger Tien became, the more exhilarated he felt, fueling his own determination to grow stronger. Regrettably, at this moment, Tenshinhan remains completely oblivious to Goku's inner thoughts. As the immortal conveyed the information to him, Goku was enveloped by a mysterious force and propelled directly towards the heavenly temple. Had Tien been aware, he would undoubtedly have sought to dispel Goku's notion to prevent the deepening of this unwelcome misunderstanding. Setting aside previous matters, Goku enthusiastically clapped his fists together, brimming with determination. Immortal, let us commence the contest for the ultra-divine water anew. I shall train to seize it from you in a shorter span than Tenshinhan. The immortal, witnessing Tien being whisked away by divine power, initially breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have obscured the embarrassing scene from earlier. Yet, Goku's exuberant declaration instantly rekindled memories of that moment he preferred to forget. Observing Goku's eager demeanor, the immortal felt a slight irritation. He had no doubt that Goku would fulfill his promise. It was certain that if he allowed Goku to contend for the ultra-divine water again, the young warrior would indeed accelerate his training further. Having already suffered embarrassment from Tien's swift acquisition of the ultra-divine water, he was reluctant to endure a similar ordeal again. Fortunately, the remaining ultra-divine water in the Korin Tower had been reduced to but a single flask, already taken by Tien. To acquire more, they would need to seek it out themselves. The previous flask had been retrieved by an earlier martial artist, and Tien had taken the entirety of it. Should they desire the ultra-divine water, they must delve into the large vat that served as the entrance to a unique space. Their forthcoming adversaries would not be him, but the monsters lurking within. The success of reclaiming the ultra-divine water now rested upon their abilities. As the immortal spoke, he guided Goku and the others into the storeroom of the Korin Tower. Is this the vat you mentioned? It appears ominously dark, as if it truly connects to another realm. Without further contemplation, Goku inspected it briefly before leaping into the abyss of the vat. Yamcha, witnessing Goku vanish into the inky void, soon followed suit. Meanwhile, Kaiatsu floated in place, momentarily dazed. Without Tien by his side, he found himself uncertain of what to do. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided to jump in as well. It seems the martial artists on the ground have become quite formidable, he mused. However, locating the ultra-divine water will undoubtedly require considerable time. I shall rest for a while. The immortal, observing that all had temporarily departed, finally exhaled in relief. Yet, with this moment of relaxation, his thoughts immediately turned to the considerable stash of dried fish he had. Saliva unconsciously dribbled from the corner of my mouth. Meow, before these little creatures return, I shall indulge in the delectable dried fish. The immortal did not wait idly. Seizing this opportunity, he finally savored the fish as he had long desired. At that moment, Tenshinhan had already arrived at the Divine Hall, connecting to the earlier moment when the immortal suddenly fell into a daze. He was now directly invited by the deity to ascend. Tenshinhan, much like Goku and his companions, mistakenly believes that the celestial beings are distracted, which allowed him to seize the super-divine water so swiftly. He does not consider himself particularly remarkable. Moreover, he has a general understanding of the purpose behind the goddess' invitation to him to accept divine guidance and become a guardian of Earth. Originally, this honor was meant for Goku. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, Tenshinhan felt compelled to strike unexpectedly, ultimately becoming the one who vanquished the Demon King Piccolo. Thus, the individual chosen by the god has unexpectedly become him. In Tenshinhan's perspective, the one who defeats Piccolo would naturally receive the divine invitation, independent of any other motives. In ordinary circumstances, the goddess method of selecting guardians would not be flawed. Yet, upon being chosen, Tenshinhan realizes that the god has erred. This time, the selection has indeed gone awry. Instead of opting for the future formidable Super Saiyan, the god has selected him, a mere character who solely yearns for a life of leisure. He lacks the strength to bear such a responsibility and harbors no desire to shoulder a burden he cannot manage. Currently, Goku and the others have successfully reached Korin Tower for training, and Yamcha's injured leg has been healed. Even the super divine water, a treasure once beyond his aspirations, has now been acquired. Tenshinhan felt that his journey to Kalinta had reached a satisfying conclusion. He merely needed to finish the divine elixir and observe its effects, after which he would find an opportune moment to announce his decision to retreat from the world. Then he could commence his leisurely life of anonymity. The celestial deity now escorts him to the Divine Hall, temporarily leaving behind Wukong and the others. upon his return from the Divine Hall to the Korin Tower. It presents an opportune moment to convey decisions to Wukong and his companions. Thus, although Tenshinhan was drawn to the Divine Hall by the force of the celestial deity, beyond his desire to consume the super-divine water, what preoccupied his mind most was the urgent wish to depart. Consequently, the very first act upon entering the Divine Hall was to tilt his head back and gulp down the super-divine water. Just as Bubbles, who had been instructed by the celestial deity to welcome him, was about to step forward, he witnessed this scene unfold. Before he could utter a word, Tenshinhan, having ingested the super-divine water, rolled his eyes back and fainted. How could this fellow so readily consume the super-divine water right from the outset? Does he possess no fear of death whatsoever? Or has he calculated that, even should he encounter peril, I would make every effort to rescue him? Most significantly, is he not even the slightest bit curious about what I, as a celestial deity, truly appear to be? The unconventional actions of Tenshinhan prompted the deity, who had been lurking in a distant chamber, to emerge wielding his divine staff and muttering in irritation. According to the deity's original design, he had invited Tenshinhan to the Divine Hall, yet he intended to remain hidden initially. He planned for Bobo to greet Tenshinhan first, igniting a spark of curiosity about the enigmatic deity within him. To satiate this curiosity, Tenshinhan would need to undergo Bobo's test, only to be profoundly impressed by Bobo's inscrutable nature. At that moment, the deity would seize the opportunity to reveal himself, enhancing his own mystique by emphasizing the master-servant dynamic between himself and Bobo. Thus, the deity's formidable presence would be impeccably established before Tenshinhan. Although he had refrained from expressing anger towards Tenshinhan previously and allowed Bobo to dissolve the barrier of Korin Tower to permit Tenshinhan's vessel entry, he still recalled the utter lack of respect for his divine authority. In his view, this plan was impeccable, ingeniously exploiting human curiosity. Tenshinhan was far from being a match for his divine wisdom. Yet, this meticulously crafted scheme was now disrupted at the very first step, as Tenshinhan unexpectedly consumed an entire jug of divine water. Truly a chaotic act. Although the deity was greatly frustrated by Tenshinhan's erratic behavior, he could not help but express concern for his well-being, which prompted him to emerge so swiftly. However, at that moment, the recently unconscious Tenshinhan let out a muffled groan, clearly on the verge of awakening. Witnessing this scene, the deity, who had been halfway out, immediately retreated back into the room, signaling to Bobo to proceed with the plan as intended. Indeed, mere moments later, Tenshinhan, who had been unconscious for less than 10 seconds, regained consciousness. Tenshinhan, touching his head, could only recall that after consuming the super-divine water, he had immediately lost consciousness, unaware of how much time had elapsed. However, he vaguely remembered that after Goku had ingested the super-divine water, he had begun to experience abdominal pain, which had lasted for more than half a day, if not a day or two, before he fully recovered. Thus, Tenshinhan surmised that he too must have been unconscious for at least half a day. With this period of calm reflection, returning to the Korin Tower to bid farewell to Goku and the others seemed the perfect opportunity. Yet, he found it peculiar that despite his half-day slumber, neither the Supreme Kai nor Bubbles had made an appearance. Just then, Bubbles' voice resonated in Tenshinhan's ears. "Ah, you are awake, Tenshinhan. I am Bubbles, the servant of the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai has established a rule. If you wish to meet him, you must first undergo my test." It turned out that Bubbles had already been present. Tenshinhan shook his still dazed head, and his inner confusion dissipated with the arrival of Bobo. However, upon seeing Bobo's simple and honest face up close, he couldn't help but mutter, "So dark." From a distance, the deity felt a sense of relief as he observed Bobo acting according to plan. Although there had been a minor setback, he was confident that his meticulously crafted scheme would soon resume its flawless course. Moreover, after consuming the super-divine water, Tenshinhan revealed an even greater surprise to the deity. The effects of the super-divine water had unlocked latent potential, and the deity distinctly sensed a significant transformation within Tenshinhan. The range in which his third eye absorbed vital energy had expanded beyond the confines of the earth. As for the precise boundaries, his formidable strength could not discern them. This revelation further solidified his belief that Tenshinhan's third eye had indeed awakened. Such a legendary entity was destined to be nurtured by him into a guardian of Earth, according to his grand design. The mere thought of this ignited a wave of excitement within the deity. "I refuse." However, the next moment, Tenshinhan's response to Bobo took the deity by surprise. Beads of astonishment formed on Bobo's dark forehead. This was not in alignment with the developments the deity had conveyed. How troublesome. I refuse to undergo the test. If not accepting the test means I cannot meet the deity, then so be it. Ever since the martial arts tournament concluded, I had already resolved to live in seclusion. Tenshinhan gazed intently at Bobo, both of them locked in a fierce stare. Although the room where the celestial deity resided was quite distant from the two individuals, his acute hearing allowed him to discern every word spoken by Tenshinhan with remarkable clarity. This young man, does he possess no curiosity whatsoever? How is it that my esteemed reputation as a celestial being holds no sway over him? Moreover, he harbors thoughts of seclusion? Does he intend to withdraw from battle henceforth? Or is he contemplating forsaking the martial path? Such a notion is unacceptable. A talent as rare and promising as his cannot be allowed to abandon the pursuit of martial arts. The celestial being was inwardly lamenting, utterly unprepared for the abrupt rejection from Tenshinhan. It seemed that his true form held no allure in Tenshinhan's heart, and a wave of frustration surged within him. Did the celestial being not care for his dignity? Yet, while dignity was one matter, upon hearing that Tenshinhan intended to depart, he could not help but promptly emerge to seek a means of persuasion. Years of self-cultivation had greatly elevated his state of mind. Although compelled by Tenshinhan's refusal to take the initiative, he nonetheless made the necessary adjustments before presenting himself. Tenshinhan, do you know why I invited you to the Celestial Hall? He stood before Tenshinhan, composed and unruffled, even though he feared that Tenshinhan might walk away. Still, the celestial being inquired in a calm tone. From his demeanor, there was no trace of urgency or preferential treatment. At the very least, Tenshinhan detected no special intentions harbored by the celestial being. Is it because I defeated the Demon King Piccolo? Although there are speculations regarding Tenshinhan, he would not miss the opportunity to confirm it face-to-face with the celestial deity. Indeed, because you have triumphed over the formidable Piccolo daimyo, I shall personally provide you with martial arts guidance as a reward. The celestial being nodded, refraining from mentioning the legend of the three-eyed people to Tenshinhan. The tribe of the three-eyed was exceedingly ancient and had long since perished. The celestial being did not believe that Tenshinhan was familiar with the ancient cosmic legend. Thus, he saw no reason to squander words on the matter. In his view, as a martial artist, Tenshinhan's foremost desire should be for superior guidance in his martial pursuits. This was something that he, as a celestial being, could undoubtedly provide. Therefore, he seamlessly aligned with Tenshinhan's conjecture, presenting the reward of martial guidance under the pretext of having defeated the Demon King Piccolo. Surely, the martial artists of Earth would find it difficult to decline the celestial being's offer of instruction. The deity pondered confidently. Yet, in the next moment, a flicker of concern crossed his mind. He feared that Tenshinhan might not fully grasp the rarity of receiving martial guidance from a celestial being. Thus, he elaborated further. What I shall impart to you is a novel combat technique that remains unmastered by the martial artists on the ground. You will learn a special ability known as aura perception. Are you familiar with the concept of aura perception? He then instructed Bobo to provide a demonstration. Once I cover my eyes, you may commence your assault from any direction. During this elaboration, the deity suddenly realized that Tenshinhan might not appreciate the true potency of aura perception. Should Tenshinhan dismiss its significance and attempt to walk away, it would not be the outcome he desired. Consequently, he directly called upon Bobo to illustrate the ability for Tenshinhan. The deity retrieved a piece of white cloth and handed it to Tenshinhan for inspection, confirming its excellent light-blocking properties. Subsequently, he covered his eyes with the cloth and stood still with his hands behind his back. All right, begin your attack. With a command from the celestial deity, Bobo swiftly maneuvered to the side of the divine being and launched a direct assault. With a silent yet forceful punch, he aimed to strike the deity. Just as the blow was about to land, the deity's body gracefully shifted aside, effortlessly evading the attack. Following this, Bobo continued to assault the deity several more times. Each time, the deity managed to evade the attacks at the very last moment. Throughout the entire demonstration, he appeared remarkably composed and adept. Even after several minutes had passed, when the deity finally removed the blindfold, Bobo had yet to land a single successful hit. Such a scene, if witnessed by any martial artist from Earth, would undoubtedly evoke profound astonishment. The divine being is confident that even Tenshinhan will not be an exception. Regardless of whether he had previously chosen to seclude himself or how much respect he held for the deity, after witnessing this demonstration, he is bound to feel a stirring within. In the divine's perspective, even if Tenshinhan harbors no curiosity towards him, he should now be utterly receptive to his martial arts guidance. While brimming with confidence, the deity also feels a twinge of fatigue. Had he not glimpsed the potential of the super three-eyed person within Tenshinhan, he would never have chosen to personally demonstrate his techniques for anyone else. Truly, the deity is a benevolent soul. Listening intently to the deity's thorough explanations and observing his meticulous demonstrations, Tenshinhan is filled with reflection. Yet, from the indifference displayed by the deity and the responses given, a sense of disappointment lingers within him. He realizes that the deity's patience towards him stems not from any exceptional qualities he possesses, but rather from the deity's impartial nature. Indeed, as I suspected, irrespective of who delivered the final blow to the demon King Piccolo, the deity would extend an invitation. It becomes evident that I am not particularly special. Thus, the divine being has indeed chosen the wrong individual. I merely stumbled upon the opportunity that was originally meant for Goku, which is why I find myself here. The deity's martial arts instruction is quite remarkable. However, to have it bestowed upon me first feels like a misallocation of resources. Oh, but I can persuade the deity to allow Goku and the others to train in the Divine Palace. By commencing their training earlier in the Divine Realm, Goku and Yamcha should emerge even stronger than before, shouldn't they? Their newfound strength would undoubtedly lead to a more stable life for me in the future. The celestial deity remains unaware that his martial arts guidance has indeed piqued Tenshinhan's interest. Nevertheless, concurrently, Tien increasingly believes that he possesses no extraordinary talent. This realization has extinguished the flicker of hope he felt after using the Dragon Balls. He had initially thought that, upon unleashing the potential of his third eye, he might manifest some extraordinary ability. Yet, whether after making wishes with the Dragon Balls or utilizing the super divine water, the only discernible change he experienced, aside from the unique capability of the Ki Eye, a concentrated energy attack, was a gradual enhancement of his vision. This monotonous transformation leaves Tien feeling as if he were wielding a neutered version of the Sharingan while traversing the world of Dragon Ball. And to make matters worse, he possesses only one. Such a disparity in combat power borders on the absurd, though he initially clung to hope, believing he might have overlooked some latent ability of his third eye. The celestial deity's indifferent response has solidified his realization. He is indeed better suited to the life of a slacker. After securing an opportunity for Goku and the others to train in the celestial realm, I shall take my leave from this place. Tenshinhan gently nodded, having made a decision within his heart. Tenshinhan, what are your thoughts? After experiencing the essence of perception, are you now inclined to accept my guidance in martial arts? The deity's eyes glimmered slightly upon seeing Tenshinhan, and he silently concluded that everything was falling into place. This was merely a matter of logic. Which martial artist on Earth could possibly remain unmoved after witnessing his recent dazzling demonstration? Speak your desires, and I shall share my knowledge without reservation. The legendary super three-eyed man. I wonder to what heights he will ascend. The deity, filled with delight, envisioned with great anticipation the potential growth of the fine seedling known as Tianjin rice under his nurturing care. Alas, dear deity, I must still decline your guidance in martial arts. The celestial being, upon hearing the response, smiled and nodded gently. Ah, splendid. You have acquiesced. So, what shall we commence? You assert that you are unwilling to embrace my martial guidance? At that moment, the divine figure could no longer maintain his previously nonchalant demeanor. His mouth agape. He gazed incredulously at Tenshinhan, while even Bobo, standing beside him, widened his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. Upon encountering the god of heaven and Bobo, Tenshinhan was astonished yet found nothing peculiar about the situation. When presented with the rewards by the deity, it would be impossible for him to claim he was unmoved, for such offers are irresistible to any ordinary earth martial artist. However, at this moment, Tenshinhan was anything but ordinary. Having received confirmation from the god of heaven, he saw through the illusions and had completely relinquished hope. While he did not intend to abandon martial arts altogether, he had definitively severed any thoughts of shouldering the responsibilities of Earth's protector. He had come to the realization that he could never attain that level of power. He had exhausted the Dragon Balls and the super divine water, yet still found himself unable to turn the tide. Thus, he resolved to live a tranquil life, free from the pains of battle. Clever as he was, he would not wait until he faced repeated failures to recognize his fate. With a clear mind, he had already accepted the disparity between himself and Goku. With this mindset, Tenshinhan contemplated how to lead a more stable existence in his passive role. Beyond enhancing the strengths of Goku, Yamcha, and others to bridge the gap left by his absence, he aimed to avoid unnecessary entanglements. The best way to steer clear of such distractions was to remain blissfully unaware. Fan recalls that whenever formidable adversaries emerge, the Dragon Ball warriors unite not through mobile phones or telephonic communication, but through their remarkable ability to sense energy that spans nearly the entire globe. The moment a significant energy presence manifests on Earth, beings such as Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha are instantly aware and swiftly make their way to the scene to confront the threat. Tien was uncertain whether, upon mastering the ability of breath perception, he could still find solace in his secluded existence. If, by chance, he were to sense a formidable aura, he might find himself irresistibly drawn to the scene, inadvertently becoming an unwitting participant, a mere pawn in the unfolding drama. Would not such a fate render his retreat utterly meaningless? Even if he managed to resist the temptation to immerse himself in the excitement, the mere emergence of an overwhelming presence on Earth would surely leave him in a state of perpetual astonishment. Fan, indeed, recalls that when characters from Dragon Ball sense a presence far greater than their own, it can be quite terrifying, causing them to break into a cold sweat. Should he acquire the ability to sense energy, even without engaging in battle, he would find himself trembling in fear while Goku and his companions, with their overwhelming strength, clash. Would he not shudder at the arrival of Vegeta? Or quiver at the presence of Cell? When Majin Buu awakens, would he not shake in dread? Thus, perhaps it is more fitting to refer to his idle existence as a trembling fish life. He resolutely refuses to learn the skill. While the ability to sense energy is indeed advantageous for those who seek constant combat, like Goku and his comrades, it serves as a poison for Tien Fan, who has chosen a life of seclusion. It is a disruptive alarm clock that disturbs his peaceful slumber. Embracing a degree of ignorance is a realm of existence in itself. In pursuit of a tranquil retreat, Tien Fan has made a conscious choice to forego the ability to sense energy. Yes, celestial being, I do not wish to accept martial guidance. I am grateful for your patient demonstration of energy sensing. However, my decision to live in seclusion is unwavering and cannot be altered. Tien Fan firmly addressed the astonished deity. Are you truly not willing to reconsider? Should you find it agreeable? The celestial being felt a tinge of regret, even contemplating retaining Tien Fan with a promise of succession as the next divine heir. However, before he could fully articulate his thoughts, he was interrupted by Tien Fan. There is no need for further persuasion, celestial being. I have truly made my decision. I am aware that your current objective is to seek exceptional martial artists to safeguard the Earth, to prevent a recurrence of the calamity brought forth by the demon King Piccolo. Although I do not possess the capacity to shoulder such a responsibility, I can recommend martial artists of far greater merit than myself. Presently, Goku and his companions at the Hermit-S abode are indeed more accomplished. I hope you will consider inviting them to receive your martial arts guidance. Their innate talents are remarkable, and I assure you, they will not disappoint. In particular, among them is Sun Wukong, whose potential knows no bounds. With your astute mentorship, he is certain to yield astonishing results. Tien shook his head, but seized the opportunity to recommend Wukong and the others to the celestial being. However, after expressing his thoughts, he continued to gaze intently at the celestial, a sense of anxiety stirring within him. Although the celestial appeared quite amiable, he had just declined a request. Thus, he felt uncertain about the efficacy of his recommendation. Should he fail to facilitate Wukong and his companions' early training at the Celestial Palace, the security of his own tranquil existence would undoubtedly be compromised. Alas, what a pity. Very well, once they have successfully passed the test of Karen the Immortal, I shall invite them to the Celestial Palace for martial arts guidance. The celestial being sighed, displaying a countenance of profound regret, yet still acquiesced to Tien Fan's request. Upon hearing the deity's consent, Tien Fan couldn't help but exhale in relief, thinking to himself that the deity was indeed quite agreeable. I can certainly allow them to receive guidance. However, if you assert that Sun Wukong's talent surpasses yours, I beg to differ. Although hope for Tien Fan's success seemed exceedingly slim, when he heard that he considered his own talent inferior to that of Sun Wukong, he couldn't resist offering a pragmatic rebuttal. What a jest! You are, after all, the legendary three-eyed being from ancient tales. How could your talent be lacking? The awakening of your third eye bestows upon you an extraordinary passive ability, continuously drawing in vital energy to gradually enhance the chi within you. Given enough time, one could autonomously grow stronger. Furthermore, after the subsequent potential development through the super divine water, the range from which your third eye absorbs vital energy has expanded beyond the confines of Earth. Can it truly be said to be inferior to Sun Wukong? The celestial being scoffed, deeming Tien Fan's belief that Sun Wukong's talent surpasses his own to be nothing short of a jest. Upon hearing the rebuttal from the deity, Tien Fan could not help but stifle a chuckle. Little did you know, venerable god, the formidable power of the Super Saiyan. Otherwise, you would truly comprehend the astuteness behind my choice of a lazy existence. Both individuals secretly scoffed at one another, each convinced that their perspective was the only truth. Thus, it is time for me to take my leave. Tien Fan spoke. It seems that I cannot keep you here any longer. However, you have ultimately triumphed over the formidable Piccolo Daimyo. Such an accomplishment undoubtedly merits recognition, since you were reluctant to accept my martial arts guidance. Allow me to offer you another form of reward. Once you have received this reward, you may depart at your leisure. The celestial being's demeanor returned to a state of indifference, seemingly having relinquished the intention of persuading Tien Fan to stay. Very well. Tien Fan is somewhat curious about what rewards the celestial beings might bestow upon him in return. Therefore, allow me to guide you. The celestial being stood with his back turned to Tien Fan, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Since previous attempts to dissuade Tien Fan from his hermetic ideals had proven futile, he resolved to employ his ultimate strategy. He intended to transport Tien Fan back to the era when the ancient three-eyed clan still thrived, allowing him to witness firsthand the extent of his remarkable talents. Might you be suggesting that he used the time machine? Bobo inquired quietly, astonished as he followed the celestial figure. Indeed, I have discerned that Tien Fan appears oblivious to his own gifts, mistakenly believing that his companions possess greater abilities. His demeanor suggests that this notion is deeply entrenched within him. If I were to directly inform him that his talents surpass those of others, he would likely dismiss it, just as he did moments ago. Thus, I plan to send him back to the era of the three-eyed clan, allowing him to realize his formidable prowess in combat through his own experiences. The celestial being cast a glance at the seemingly unimpressed Tien Fan trailing behind, softly elucidating the matter to Bobo. But did you not assert that ordinary three-eyed individuals possess little combat prowess? Bobo inquired, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, it is true that the combat capabilities of ordinary three-eyed beings are quite limited, as their third eye typically remains in an unawakened state. However, in truth, even an ordinary three-eyed individual's third eye possesses the ability to gradually absorb vital energy, albeit to an almost negligible extent, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from a complete lack of such ability. Yet, when ordinary three-eyed beings congregate, the cumulative effect of this dormant ability can yield significant results over time, although it pales in comparison to the awakened third eye. The surrounding vital energy in their habitation becomes increasingly abundant as time passes. Moreover, ordinary three-eyed beings have mastered a method of utilizing their third eye collaboratively in combat when dwelling in groups. Once Tien Fan witnesses such a battle among the three-eyed individuals, he will come to realize his unique racial talents and recognize how supremely suited he is for cultivation and combat. In that moment, his visage will regain the composure and confidence befitting a celestial being. He is convinced that even if Tien Fan's previous misconceptions were deeply rooted, they will be successfully transformed under his guidance. Once he acknowledges his superior talents, he will undoubtedly abandon any intentions of seclusion. The celestial being smiled confidently. From a distance, Tien Fan could not hear the words exchanged between him and Bobo, yet he observed their subtle gestures of whispered conversation. However, in his mind, he believed that the celestial being was merely clinging to a flicker of hope, attempting to devise another means to remain and shoulder the responsibility. It was a futile endeavor. Unless he could convince me that he could surpass a Super Saiyan, I would not be swayed to stay, regardless of the persuasion offered. And to aspire to exceed a Super Saiyan? In Tien Fan's view, that was utterly impossible given his own standing. Tien Fan followed the deity through the main hall of the Divine Temple for approximately 3 minutes, until the deity and Bobo finally came to a halt. This is the place, the deity announced. Upon entering this chamber, you shall receive the reward I have prepared for you. The deity paused before a chamber at the end of a corridor within the main hall, turning to point at the room behind him, directing Tien Fan's attention. Oh, what lies within? Tien Fan felt a twinge of confusion. He could not recall any particular rewards within the Temple of the Gods. Could it be that this chamber served as a time dilation space, where a single day spent inside equated to a year of cultivation? If that were the case, Tien Fan found himself somewhat intrigued. Observing the renewed spark of interest on Tien Fan's face, the deity remained composed, though his tone carried a hint of excitement. Step inside. Once you do, everything will become clear. The celestial being turned aside, granting Tenshinhan the space to stand before the door. So enigmatic? Tenshinhan, upon encountering the deity, was reluctant to divulge the circumstances within the room, which only intensified his curiosity regarding the space before him. However, he surmised that this room was most likely the temporal sanctuary. A sudden sound echoed through the air. Tenshinhan did not linger any longer. Presuming that the celestial being harbored no ill intentions towards him, he stepped directly into the enigmatic chamber. Almost the instant he crossed the threshold, Tenshinhan realized that this room was not the time chamber. In a dizzying whirl of disorientation, his vision momentarily darkened. Upon reopening his eyes, he was astonished to find himself no longer within the celestial hall, but rather on a completely unfamiliar planet, having been inexplicably transported to this alien world. Tenshinhan took a casual step forward and found himself soaring over 2 meters into the air. It was evident that the gravitational force of this planet was significantly less than that of Earth. However, as a distinguished martial artist, ranked among the elite on Earth and adept in the art of flight, this sensation of weightlessness did not linger long for Tenshinhan. Within a mere 5 seconds, he had calibrated the strength required for his movement, swiftly acclimatizing to the gravity of this unfamiliar realm. Was this the reward bestowed upon me by the celestial deity in lieu of martial guidance, to be transported to an alien world? Tenshinhan was somewhat perplexed by the intentions of the celestial being that had brought him to this place. However, having already experienced time travel, he did not dwell too much on the significance of arriving on this unfamiliar planet. As the third eye of Tenshinhan opened, his field of vision expanded to approximately 5 kilometers. Scanning the surroundings, he soon noticed a sizable village situated about 4 kilometers away. Shadows flitted to and fro within the village, creating an atmosphere of considerable busyness. The peculiar architecture, the colossal plants, and the distinctive garments worn by the inhabitants painted a vivid picture of this alien world. However, these unfamiliar sights did not particularly capture Tenshinhan's attention. It was only upon closer inspection, as he observed that each figure bore a third eye, that Tenshinhan was taken aback. Could this be a planet inhabited by three-eyed beings? Tenshinhan is aware of his lineage, possessing the blood of the three-eyed people. Simultaneously, he understands that he is the last descendant of this lineage, a testament to the extinction of his race. This signifies that in his current era, the three-eyed people have perished. According to his recollections of the narrative, no other three-eyed individuals have ever appeared. Yet, the presence of the three-eyed beings before him is an undeniable reality. Am I not only on a foreign planet, but also traversing back in time? The divine reward bestowed upon me is indeed a time machine, beyond the time machine created by Bulma in the future. The Temple of the Gods also possesses a time apparatus. However, this device has not been mentioned in the later stages of the Dragon Ball saga, which explains Tenshinhan's initial oversight. It suddenly dawns on him that Goku had once utilized the time machine of the Temple of the Gods to return to the era of Master Roshi for training. Now, this extraordinary reward has serendipitously come to him. Yet, despite the marvel of the time machine, the deity's insistence on my departure suggests an underlying intention to persuade me to stay. What purpose would it serve to send me to a time when the three-eyed people have not yet vanished, if not to convince me to remain? Tenshinhan found himself momentarily perplexed by the significance of the reward bestowed upon him by the deity. However, upon encountering the three-eyed inhabitants of this unfamiliar planet, his concerns began to dissipate. Tenshinhan altered the intentions of the beings who had no plans to engage with this planet, now hastening towards the recently discovered village of the three-eyed people. Naturally, in light of the uncertainty surrounding the customs of the three-eyed inhabitants, Tenshinhan refrained from flamboyantly employing his flight technique, opting instead for a discreet run towards the village. A distance of 4,000 meters, even on Earth, posed little challenge for him, let alone on the three-eyed planet with its diminished gravity. In a mere 5 minutes, he arrived at the outskirts of the village. By the heavens, what enormous radishes! Even from 4,000 meters away, Tenshinhan could already discern that the vegetation within the village dwarfed that of Earth. Now at the village's edge, he observed up close the 2 towering radishes standing at 2 meters tall at the entrance, prompting an exclamation from him. Just moments ago, in the vicinity where he had appeared, there were radishes measuring only 40 to 50 centimeters. I now comprehend the intent behind this divine reward. It is to allow me to witness firsthand the remarkable talents of the three-eyed beings. As Tenshinhan pondered, the doubts that had lingered in his mind vanished in an instant. Without further ado, the sight of the radishes, plump and robust, made it abundantly clear. It appears that the three-eyed beings are inherently suited for agriculture, embodying a peaceful race, with such extraordinary aptitude for cultivation. Even if I were to retreat into obscurity with nothing to my name, I would assuredly sustain myself through farming alone. This race stands in stark contrast to the warlike scions, clearly ill-suited for battle. It is no wonder that, despite Tenshinhan's relentless efforts and noble martial spirit within the Dragon Ball narrative, he ultimately succumbed to the role of a mere bystander. In this light, my decision to embrace a more leisurely existence indeed proves to be a remarkably astute choice. Tenshinhan suddenly comprehended, his smile reaffirming his resolute decision to gracefully retreat from the fray. He realized he had misjudged the deity. Initially, he believed the divine being harbored intentions to persuade him to stay through this reward. However, it became evident that the deity genuinely wished for his departure. Even the concerns regarding his future life in seclusion were alleviated by the deity's assistance through the time machine, dispelling his uncertainties. But where did the problem lie? It shouldn't have been this way. Upon returning to the divine hall, the deity ultimately failed to convince him to remain. When Tenshinhan expressed his gratitude and insisted that he was indeed suited for a life of seclusion and farming, the deity's mind was left in utter bewilderment. He could not discern the source of the dilemma. Yet, when his final gambit proved ineffective, he could only sigh in resignation and acquiesce to Tenshinhan's departure. As per their prior agreement, he consented to allow Goku, Yamcha, and the others to train. In truth, Tenshinhan did witness, as the deity had anticipated, the ordinary three-eyed beings uniting to vanquish formidable foes on the planet of the three-eyed race. He was even summoned to partake in the battle. However, the preconceived notions in his mind prevented him from uncovering the hidden secrets within the fighting style of the three-eyed beings. Conversely, he became increasingly convinced that the three-eyed race was among the weaker species in the universe, incapable of standing alone against adversaries. Only through the combined efforts of several could they defeat a single foe. Yet, Tenshinhan was the sole surviving descendant of the three-eyed race on Earth. Therefore, he did not pay much heed to the unique combat style that required multiple three-eyed beings to collaborate. When the 3-day allowance for his stay on the three-eyed planet granted by the time machine elapsed, he promptly returned to the divine hall, expressing his intention to leave under the expectant gaze of the deity. Upon returning to Karen Tower, Tenshinhan seized the moment to inform Goku and the others of his decision to retreat into seclusion. You all focus on your training in the divine hall. I've already spoken with the deity. The safety of Earth will still rely on you. I have grown weary of battle and simply wish to find a secluded place to live peacefully, dedicating myself to the study of martial arts. Tenshinhan's demeanor was resolute, his gaze imbued with a sense of nonchalance that suggested he had transcended the turmoil. Well, it is indeed a great pity, but since you have made your decision, we can only acquiesce, he stated. Goku and the others were taken aback by Tenshinhan's determination. Yet it was evident that his mind was firmly made up and beyond alteration. With a heavy heart, they could only reluctantly consent to his choice. At last, I can commence my leisurely existence, he exclaimed. It has not been an easy journey. Tenshinhan reflects on the arduous journey that led him to this point. A journey that necessitated his participation in the prior battle against the formidable Majin Buu. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself becoming the pivotal figure in this conflict, nearly ensnared by the divine being. Fortunately, the celestial entity proved to be quite accommodating, not only sparing him from trouble but also elucidating the nuances of his innate racial abilities. Tenshinhan bid farewell to Goku and the others, watching as they were escorted by the celestial beings to the heavenly palace. He had initially intended to depart directly with his companion, Dumpling, who had been closely following him. However, in that fleeting moment before leaving, he suddenly caught sight of Yachirobe, who remained at Karen Tower. During the previous trials, Goku and Yamcha had already consumed the super divine water, while Yachirobe, fearful of potential poisoning, had delayed his testing until now. Upon seeing Yachirobe, Tenshinhan was reminded of the senzu beans. Perhaps I could attempt to cultivate senzu beans on Earth. If successful, future battles for Goku and the others would be more assured, allowing me to live with greater peace of mind. This notion swiftly took root in Tenshinhan's mind, convincing him that the idea was indeed worthy of exploration. Furthermore, with Yachirobe remaining here, he harbored concerns about the senzu beans. Although he had previously given Yachirobe a sound thrashing and emphasized the bean's significance to the celestial beings, one can never be too cautious. One should not place all their eggs in one basket. As the senzu beans were a vital resource for the protagonists in Dragon Ball, Tenshinhan felt it prudent to personally safeguard a portion of them. Thus, before his departure, he accompanied Dumpling to the celestial being's abode to procure a substantial jar of senzu beans, approximately 1/3 of the total stock. Tenshinhan intended to use half of this jar to test his agricultural skills, exploring whether he could successfully cultivate senza beans beyond the heavenly palace. The other half would be set aside for unforeseen needs that Goku and the others might encounter. With these thoughts in mind, Tenshinhan found solace in his decision to retreat. He was not entirely neglecting Earth. He was merely seeking to utilize his talents in a more suitable environment. After all, he had witnessed firsthand that fighting and killing were not pursuits befitting a descendant of the three-eyed people. Tenshinhan, where shall we retreat to? Dumpling inquired, trailing behind him as they floated leisurely. The two had been searching for an appropriate hiding place for several days since leaving Krillin Tower. This shall do. Tenshinhan held a map of the Dragon Ball world in his hand. Over the past few days, he had meticulously surveyed several locations he had previously marked on the map as suitable for seclusion. Upon spotting a penguin-shaped peak not far below, he finally reached a decision. Ah, Tenshinhan, you have finally made it. I was nearly exhausted. Jiaozi had participated in the test alongside Goku and others in the Krillin Tower. Having also consumed the super divine water, his latent potential had been awakened, resulting in a significant enhancement of his strength. Otherwise, with the frequent use of the instant transmission technique over the past few days, he might have been unable to cope. Even so, he had begun to express his fatigue. Upon hearing Tenshinhan's decision, he breathed a sigh of relief. Wow, the scenery here is truly splendid. Jiaozi exclaimed joyfully as he descended alongside Tenshinhan before the penguin-shaped peak. Lush trees surrounded them, and the gentle sound of flowing water filled the air, with a refreshing breeze invigorating the weary Jiaozi, prompting him to cheer with delight. Tenshinhan gazed intently at the majestic peak before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, silently acknowledging that the diligence of his recent observations had not been in vain. Dumpling, henceforth we shall refer to this as Penguin Mountain, from now on. We shall seek refuge in its serene embrace. The cascading waterfall deep within the mountain and the ethereal mist that lingered in the air instantly revitalized Tenshinhan's spirit. The recent battle with the formidable Majin Buu and the myriad of formidable adversaries that Earth would soon confront seemed, at this moment, to be entirely banished by the tranquility of this enchanting environment. Tenshinhan is certain that Penguin Mountain is the ideal sanctuary for him. With hearts full of anticipation, the two of them made their way towards Penguin Mountain. As they turned a corner, a quaint little village nestled at the foot of the mountain came into view before them. Tien glanced at the radishes and vegetables growing in the mountain village, crouched down, and picked up a bit of the soil beneath his feet for inspection. The soil was quite good, making it quite suitable for cultivating farmland. Tenshinhan nodded, already envisioning the establishment of arable land in the mountains for self-sufficiency. With leisure time to practice martial arts, watch television, and engage with the computer, life would be utterly relaxed and comfortable, surely far more intriguing than a constant cycle of violence and conflict. Alas, the All spacecraft is about to embark on its journey. Just as Tenshinhan was contemplating this idyllic existence of leisure, a sudden, youthful cry pierced the air. As Tenshinhan lifted his gaze, he beheld a young girl sprinting forth from a quaint village. The girl appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, clad in denim overalls, with a whimsical hat adorned with feathered wings perched atop her head. The round spectacles resting upon her nose seemed to possess an anti-gravity quality, despite her swift, outstretched arms. The glasses remained perfectly steady, unperturbed by her rapid movements. "Oh, who are you?" she inquired with wide, curious eyes, tilting her head as she came to a sudden halt 2 meters away from Tenshinhan. "I've never seen you before. What brings you to Penguin Village?" "I am Tenshinhan, and this is my junior, Dumpling," he replied. Tenshinhan has discovered a suitable refuge, and her spirits are already high. Now, upon witnessing the warmth of the little neighbors in this quaint mountain village, her joy has only intensified. It turns out that this village is named Penguin Village. Thus, my whimsical nomenclature of this mountain as Penguin Mountain seems to be serendipitously accurate. Tenshinhan was surprised to find that the name he casually bestowed upon Penguin Mountain was unexpectedly apartment. The little girl, upon hearing his response, displayed a peculiar expression on her face. "Tenshinhan, Dumpling? How strange that your names resemble food so closely," she exclaimed. "By the way, my name is Aral. I was just playing a game called Aral's Space Adventure." After a brief moment of astonishment at the names Tenshinhan and Dumpling, she immediately excitedly introduced herself. As soon as she finished, her eyes darted around the roadside, and she suddenly broke into a knowing smile. "Haha, I know what you are here for. You came to relieve yourselves since there was no one around." With that, Aral abruptly picked up a small twig from the ground and dashed toward a small pile of excrement hidden in the grass by the roadside. Hey, Aral, don't go near that. It's dirty. Upon hearing Alal's speculation, Tianjin rice and dumplings were momentarily rendered speechless. However, upon witnessing the little girl's intention to engage in playful antics with excrement, they could no longer afford to be concerned with trivial matters and promptly intervened to halt her actions. Tenshinhan suddenly propelled himself forward, swiftly leaping in front of Alale. Initially, Alale was charging fiercely towards that pile of excrement, but upon seeing Tenshinhan abruptly appear before her, she immediately halted her eager little steps. Are you preparing to play with the excrement again, Alale? It's truly exasperating. Upon witnessing Alale's halt, Tenshinhan had intended to impart a lesson on the things that ought not to be trifled with. At that very moment, a middle-aged man emerged from Penguin Village in a state of great urgency, evidently making his way directly towards Alale, even from several dozen meters away. His resounding voice could already be heard. Upon witnessing such a scene, Tenshinhan immediately deduced that the visitors must be relatives of Alale. Consequently, he relinquished his intention to educate her, believing it more prudent for her own elders to undertake that responsibility regarding matters of common sense. Thank you, he heard. As Dr. Zhijuan, clad in a somewhat stained white lab coat, bowed in gratitude while wiping the sweat from his brow with the edge of his coat. From his words, Tenshinhan gathered that this little girl named Alale was quite the mischievous child. It seemed that her antics with sticks and dried feces were not a rare occurrence. This did not particularly surprise Tenshinhan, for while the girl was indeed adorable, her earlier entrance had been quite hasty and tumultuous. By the way, you are not villagers from Penguin Village, are you? I am Dr. Zhijuan, residing here. Is there anything I can assist you with as a token of my gratitude for your intervention with Alale? Your timely action has indeed been a great help to me. As he expressed his thanks, Dr. Zhijuan scrutinized Tenshinhan and Dumpling with keen interest before inquiring warmly if Tenshinhan required any assistance as a newcomer. Tenshinhan did not anticipate that this seemingly disheveled middle-aged gentleman would possess the same warmth and hospitality. A region's culture nurtures its people. Witnessing the enthusiasm of Dr. Zhijuan and Alale, Tenshinhan felt increasingly pleased with Penguin Mountain. However, he had merely stopped Alale as a sensible adult, aiming to gently remind the Navi child, and did not perceive it as a significant matter. Dr. Zhijuan, my earlier gesture was but a trifling act. You need not take it to heart. My companion Dumpling and I were once martial artists, but having grown weary of conflict, we seek a place to retreat. The environment of Penguin Mountain aligns perfectly with my ideals, hence my intention to seclude myself here. From now on, we shall be neighbors, and I kindly ask for your continued support. Tenshinhan waved his hand, signaling Dr. Zhijuan that no recompense was necessary, and conveyed his decision to take refuge here. Is that so? You intend to retreat to this place? Indeed, Penguin Mountain is a splendid choice. He continued, why not reside directly in Penguin Village? After all, there are only a few households in the village, and there is plenty of vacant land. Upon hearing that Tenshinhan wished to seclude himself, Dr. Zhijuan became even more enthusiastic. After a brief moment of contemplation, he extended an invitation for both Tenshinhan and Jiaozi to reside in Penguin Village as well. Tianjin glanced at Penguin Village, then at the waterfall nestled deeper within the mountains, momentarily hesitating. Grateful for Dr. Xie's kindness, he remarked that this was still the foothills. Expressing his desire to retreat further into the depths of Penguin Mountain, Tenshinhan ultimately chose a location closer to the waterfall, where the surroundings were undoubtedly more pleasant than those of Penguin Village. Is that so? What a pity. I had hoped that Penguin Village would welcome a new resident. Upon hearing Tenshinhan's decision, Dr. Zhijuan felt a twinge of regret. By the way, you are a martial artist, aren't you? Surely, that entails regular practice. Suddenly, Dr. Zhijuan recalled Tenshinhan's identity, and his eyes sparkled with newfound realization. Isn't that right? Upon hearing Dr. Zhijuan's inquiry, Tenshinhan felt somewhat lacking in confidence. He had contemplated continuing his martial arts practice during his secluded life, whenever time permitted. However, that was contingent upon having free time. The technology in the Dragon Ball world is not inferior to that of the world from which Tenshinhan originated. In fact, it is significantly more advanced. He had already arranged for a leisurely existence. Although martial arts remained crucial for ensuring a certain level of safety in this world, it would no longer constitute the entirety of his life. He wished to indulge in watching television, playing video games, and engaging with the opposite sex. The leisurely lifestyle in the Dragon Ball universe could be immensely fulfilling, and Tenshinhan was uncertain if he could adhere to Dr. Zequan's notion of regular practice. With the bonuses from martial arts competitions as a foundation, coupled with his innate talent for self-sufficient cultivation, Tenshinhan felt entirely capable of living a carefree life without the need for employment. Besides his reluctance to engage in endless battles with Goku and others, the myriad temptations of modern technology remained a part of him that he could not easily forsake, even after his journey across dimensions. After all, in this world, he remained true to himself. The martial spirit he once possessed had not vanished. He could still feel its presence. Yet, as a modern individual, he could not assure himself that he could instantly transform into a martial arts fanatic, especially when he was acutely aware of the bleak prospects for his martial arts future. Sometimes, foreknowledge of unfavorable outcomes can be a terrifying burden. Without the grueling 996-work schedule, devoid of the pressures of 007, and endowed with superhuman stamina and the hereditary talent for farming, he could easily thrive in this world. Tenshinhan had already begun to lead a life exceeding that of the majority of Earth's inhabitants. Ironically, even if he devoted himself entirely to martial arts, he could never become the strongest in the world. The time invested and the returns were disproportionately aligned. Choosing a leisurely existence was indeed a wise decision. What do notions of being the strongest in the universe or the number one in the world mean to me? Do such ephemeral titles compare to the joy brought by a soda for couch potatoes? Do they rival the happiness bestowed by a PS5? Free from threats and the incessant challenges posed by Goku and others, Tenshinhan's genuine desires surged forth uncontrollably, like a flood. Tenshinhan dared not contemplate further, nor did he voice his thoughts. For such a life was undeniably decadent and excessively pleasurable. Haha, I knew it. Wait a moment. I had previously devised a gadget that I had yet to utilize, and now it is perfectly suited for your training. With that, Dr. Zequan, without waiting for Tenshinhan to respond, grabbed a roll and dashed towards Penguin Village. Before long, they returned. This is my invention, a constant ratio counterweight block, and I present it to you. Dr. Zequan exclaimed with a broad smile, as he handed a bracelet-like device to Tenshinhan. By wearing this continuously, you will experience remarkable benefits in your training. Is it truly that wondrous? Tenshinhan gazed at this unremarkable gadget, pondering that although Dr. Wan appeared amiable, his words seemed rather dubious. Perhaps this was one of his previously unsellable inventions. Tenshinhan contemplated this, yet refrained from voicing his doubts, instead opting to don the wristband with resolve. In his estimation, Dr. Zequan had presented him with this wristband as a gesture of gratitude. Should he refuse to accept it, the doctor would undoubtedly seek alternative means to express his thanks, which seemed entirely unnecessary. Thank you for the wristband. Now, Dr. Zequan, all alay, and I shall proceed with Jiaozi to search for a suitable place to settle in the mountains. With that, Tenshinhan, accompanied by Jiaozi, ventured deeper into Penguin Mountain. Before the sunset today, he needed to find an appropriate location to construct a wooden cabin. Doctor, is that weight block truly effective? Alalay inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Tenshinhan and Jiaozi's figures vanish around the bend. Indeed, it is. Dr. Zequan replied with pride. The constant ratio weight block ensures that the user will always endure a weight proportional to their gravitational limit. It automatically adjusts based on the maximum gravity the user can withstand, distributing the load evenly across their body. The doctor beamed, as this weight block was one of his proudest inventions, second only to the Earth restoration gun. Could you simplify that, doctor? I don't quite understand. Alalay interjected, rubbing her head and pouting as she interrupted Dr. Zequan's elaborate explanation. Very well. Seeing Alalei's playful demeanor, Dr. Zequan resigned himself to reorganizing his thoughts and using Tenshinhan as an example. If Tenshinhan's current limit is 5 times gravity, though it seems he has yet to reach that, then wearing the weight block would unknowingly subject him to 4 times gravity. This would train his strength, gradually increasing his limit, potentially to 10 times gravity. Well, what happens when it reaches 10 times gravity? Alalei's eyes widened in astonishment as she asked. At that point, the weight block would automatically adjust, maintaining a ratio of 80% of the maximum limit. Tenshinhan would unknowingly endure 8 times gravity, preserving the same training effect without the need to switch to another weight block. Each time his strength increases, my weight block will automatically adjust to maintain the training effect. Dr. Zequan replied with a cheerful smile. In theory, his weight block could adjust itself infinitely. As long as the user's body had not reached its absolute limit, the training effect would consistently remain the same. Although no one had utilized this invention since its inception, He was eagerly anticipating witnessing its practical effects on Tenshinhan. Tianjin Rice is utterly oblivious to the dialogue between Dr. Zaquan and Alale. Adorned with a weight block resembling a bracelet, he felt no discernible change. Indeed, merely a small bracelet. How could it possibly exert a significant burden? Perhaps Dr. Zaquan has rarely encountered martial artists, hence his tendency to gauge me by the standards of an ordinary person. Tenshinhan contemplated this and decided to dismiss the constant proportional weight block, resembling a bracelet, from his mind. Although the bracelet appeared to serve no practical purpose, it could indeed serve as a charming ornament. I must also transform my appearance. This current attire is neither aesthetically pleasing nor comfortable. As Tenshinhan continued his ascent towards Penguin Mountain, his mind wandered. He was still clad in his original attire, green shirt and green trousers, and fortunately, he had not donned the hat from the versatile capsule. It baffled him. With so many colors to choose from, why did he, as the foremost disciple of the Crane Immortal School, hold such a peculiar affection for green? Tenshinhan turned to glance at the dumpling floating in the air, now adorned in a vibrant shade of green. A change was imperative. After running his fingers over his smooth, bald head, he found himself equally dissatisfied with his appearance. The notion of growing hair began to take root in his mind. Soon after, Tenshinhan, accompanied by the dumpling, arrived at the foothills of Penguin Mountain. Approximately 2,000 meters from the majestic waterfall nestled deeper within. This distance allowed him to relish the breathtaking view of the waterfall while remaining undisturbed by the thunderous roar of the cascading water. The surroundings were undoubtedly far superior to those at the base of the mountain. Let us begin. Tenshinhan gazed at the expansive level clearing nestled on the mountainside and remarked to Jiaozi. Constructing a wooden cabin was a task that posed no challenge at all for the two of them. Tenshinhan swiftly approached the edge of the forest, his fingertips shimmering with a captivating energy. With a delicate yet decisive stroke, he effortlessly sliced through the robust tree trunk, creating a surface as smooth as glass. His nimble fingers danced with a brilliant grace, transforming the felled trees into an array of shapes suitable for constructing a wooden dwelling: columns, planks, and stumps, all meticulously fashioned. "Hey!" exclaimed Jiaozi, raising his hands in admiration at the expertly prepared timber. In an instant, these materials were enveloped by a surge of supernatural power, swiftly aligning themselves to form the framework of the wooden house. What might take an ordinary person several days, or even weeks, to erect was accomplished in mere moments. Tenshinhan and Dumpling collaborated, and within just a few hours, they accomplished their task with remarkable efficiency. Seizing the opportunity of a free day, Tenshinhan promptly led Dumpling down the mountain to transform their appearance, while also utilizing the prize money from the martial arts competition to acquire various electrical appliances and furniture. As for the electricity and internet usage of these appliances, Tenshinhan simply took advantage of the resources from Penguin Village. By the time they completed everything, the two no longer resembled the unsightly green-haired martial arts uniforms. Instead, they donned stylish, comfortable, and minimalist leisure suits. Gazing at their reflection in the mirror, Tenshinhan nodded in satisfaction. With piercing, bright eyes, a prominent nose, and a chiseled jawline, he undeniably embodied the essence of a strikingly handsome man, coupled with a well-proportioned physique that appeared slim in attire yet robust without. Every movement of Tenshinhan radiated an irresistible masculine charm following his transformation. Once his hair had grown out, complemented by an appropriate stylish haircut, he became the epitome of allure, captivating countless admirers. Tenshinhan proudly caressed his cheek, gazing at the quaint little cabin, fully equipped with all its necessities. As he embarked on the long-anticipated life of leisure, television, computer, video games, and refreshing beverages intertwined in a ceaseless cycle of joy. This blissful period continued for nearly half a month. As he observed that he had already spent a significant portion of the prize money earned from the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Tianjin cuisine has just emerged from such splendid moments. Clatter, clatter. Tianjin took out the farming tools prepared half a month ago and retrieved the various seeds of crops purchased at that time. After stretching his body, a series of popping sounds erupted. What a decadent existence this is. Yet if it were possible, one would earnestly wish for such a life to endure a little longer. Tenshinhan, listening to the harsh sounds emanating from his body, realized that he had somewhat neglected his training over the past fortnight. Yet, as he had only just taken a single step, the specially reinforced floor he had once installed gave way beneath him, creating a substantial hole. Alas, had he been inactive for so long that he could no longer control his own strength? Tenshinhan cast a glance at the large pit on the floor. attributing it to his recent lack of training, which had rendered him somewhat unaccustomed to controlling his own strength. However, he failed to notice that beneath the fractured floor, a solid rock had instantaneously crumbled into dust, becoming scarcely distinguishable from the ordinary soil beside it. This was an achievement he had previously accomplished only through deliberate effort. Yet now it occurred effortlessly due to a mere oversight. This is unacceptable. One's body will become rusty. Tenshinhan, having adapted to his current strength, cautiously stepped forward, ensuring not to exert excessive force that could cause damage. According to his original plan, he intended to engage in daily foundational training. Otherwise, a prolonged absence from practice could render him vulnerable, much like the aging Krillin, who could be injured by mere bullets. After all, in the world of Dragon Ball, encounters with robbers are exceedingly commonplace. It would be absurd to evade battles with the main characters only to succumb to a bullet due to negligence in martial arts. Furthermore, with the prize money from the martial arts tournament dwindling to half, this presented a pressing reality: he must remain vigilant in times of peace. If he failed to initiate his self-sufficiency plan, he would inevitably face the dire consequences of hunger. It was time to commence the execution of his original intentions. With this thought in mind, Tenshinhan adeptly cleared several acres of land behind his small cabin and sowed a variety of seeds. The next steps would involve regular fertilization, irrigation, and care. These vegetables would take approximately a month to mature, and he estimated that his prize money would last another 3 months. Even if he encountered a setback in his planting endeavor, there would still be time to recover. Tenshinhan glanced at his farmland and stretched his back, pondering that cultivating the earth was indeed an endeavor requiring discipline. With this thought in mind, he produced a blank sheet of paper and swiftly inscribed his schedule, filled with activities such as watching television, playing computer games, and indulging in video games. This schedule reflected his routine over the past fortnight. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Tenshinhan turned his pencil around and utilized the red eraser to eliminate the narrowest line of time allocation. He noticed that half an hour originally designated for watching television was now reassigned to farming. Gazing at the words farming nestled within his schedule, he furrowed his brow, feeling a pang of regret. Yet, in a bid to ensure his most fundamental safety, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly lifted his hand to erase the second narrowest line of time allocation. With a tinge of reluctance, he inscribed the word training in its place. This newly allocated hour for training was, in fact, double the time he had set aside for farming. Originally, this hour was intended for gaming. Having adopted a languid lifestyle, Tenshinhan had nearly lost interest in training, to the extent that he had not engaged in it at all during the previous fortnight. If not for the fear of becoming unable to dodge even a bullet in the future, he would have continued to neglect his training. How disciplined I am, he mused. Even in seclusion, I can compel myself to allocate an hour for training. Tenshinhan meticulously organized his newly revised schedule, reluctantly solidifying the foundation of his crane school martial arts. Unbeknownst to him, for the past half-month, Goku and Yamcha had been tirelessly training at the Heavenly Temple, dedicating over 12 hours each day to their practice, yet still yearning for more. Tenshinhan, at this moment, I trust you are also exerting every effort in your training. In the next World Martial Arts Tournament, I shall undoubtedly surpass you. On the Celestial Temple, Wukong gritted his teeth, resolutely persisting in his training, driven solely by the desire to diminish the gap in strength between himself and Tenshinhan. Seasons changed, winter melted into summer, and under the disciplined regimen akin to that of Tenshinhan, 2 years had swiftly elapsed. For the past 2 years, Tenshinhan has unwaveringly dedicated an hour each day to the practice of martial arts, followed by an additional half-hour tending to his fields. Not a minute less, nor a minute more, although the total time spent daily pales in comparison to that of Goku and others. The precision with which he allocates his time for both training and agriculture truly reflects a commendable discipline. Thanks to this fixed regimen of 1.5 hours each day, the chaotic state that characterized the initial 2 weeks of his seclusion has never resurfaced. Though the duration of his training is modest, limited to merely 1 hour, the intensity of Tenshinhan's focus during this time is remarkably high. After all, this hour of practice is not meant to merely pass the time for the sake of appearances, but rather to genuinely achieve substantial training results that ensure his personal security. For Body Fist, with a low exclamation, Tenshinhan instantaneously multiplied into 4 distinct entities. Each manifestation possessed its own corporeal form and autonomous combat consciousness, far beyond the realm of mere illusions. The quartet of Tenshinhan appeared simultaneously in the clearing before the wooden cabin, unhesitatingly launching themselves into combat against one another. The resounding impacts echoed, each punch delivered by the duplicates bore strength rivaling that of the original. The visceral thrill of their strikes, devoid of peril, exhilarated Tenshinhan. Concurrently, this was also a source of astonishment for him. According to the anticipated progression, although he had innovatively created the four-way fist, the prowess of each duplicate should have paled in comparison to that of the original. It was only after Cell executed the perfect four-way fist that the deficiencies of the duplicates were rectified, and that occurred many years later. Yet now, merely 2 years had passed, and he had already conceived and perfected the four-way fist. How could this be? Despite my discipline, the time I dedicated to training could never rival that of the originally zealous Tenshinhan. So why was I able to advance the four-way fist ahead of schedule? Tenshinhan found himself perplexed. He had indeed contemplated the influence of the super divine water and the Dragon Balls. However, the enhancements he experienced during the 2 occasions of potential development were solely concentrated in his eyes. Yet, to this day, he had not recognized that his third eye, aside from possessing exceptional vision and the unique technique of the Chi, harbored additional capabilities. Moreover, over the past 2 years, he had not only comprehended the Kamehameha, but also the new variant of the Kamehameha, mastering their application with remarkable proficiency. It is noteworthy that while the four-way fist could be perfected in advance, the adept utilization of the Kamehameha and its new form imposes stringent requirements on the user's internal energy. Should one lack sufficient internal energy, they would be compelled to deplete a portion of their life force to forcibly activate the Kamehameha and its new variant. This was indisputable. Yet, when Tenshinhan employed the Kamehameha and its new form, he experienced no such necessity to sacrifice his life force. This phenomenon could not merely be attributed to the effects of the super divine water and the Dragon Balls. It appeared that the hour he dedicated to daily practice over the past 2 years yielded results surpassing those of his previous relentless training. Swallowing hard, he found this notion incredulous. Beyond this, he struggled to conceive any other rationale for his premature mastery of techniques that were ostensibly meant to be acquired later in his journey. The time spent on training was lesser, yet the outcome of his cultivation was decidedly more favorable. Tenshinhan, in comparison to his current state and the prowess he is meant to possess within the narrative, is convinced that he has indeed surpassed the original Tenshinhan of the same era, albeit by a slight margin. As for the reason behind this conviction, when all clues converge towards a singular conclusion, the truth becomes unmistakable. I am a genius. In fact, prior to his transcendence, it is quite plausible that he was a concealed prodigy of cultivation. Tenshinhan nodded thoughtfully, increasingly convinced that this notion held considerable merit. In the narrative of Dragon Ball, despite his relentless training, he found that his results paled in comparison to the effectiveness of merely dedicating an hour to practice each day. What else could he be if not a prodigy? This burgeoning hypothesis filled Tenshinhan with a sense of exhilaration. However, mere moments later, this fervor swiftly subsided. What significance does genius hold? Can talent truly rival the extraordinary? Tenshinhan shook his head. Had he been in a realm other than that of Dragon Ball, he might have felt a twinge of pride at this moment. However, in this world, he swiftly buried the joy of this trivial matter deep within his heart. After all, in the realm of Dragon Ball, the brilliance of a genius pales in comparison to the extraordinary might of a super scion. With merely one brush with death, their power could exponentially surge, rendering any amount of diligent training by a talent insignificant in contrast. Despite believing himself to be quite disciplined, he was acutely aware that his efforts in cultivation were not particularly strenuous. The time he devoted to martial arts training was evident, limited to a mere hour each day. Tenshinhan possesses a commendable mindset, embracing a perspective that is remarkably open. A salted fish must bear the awareness befitting its nature, particularly as he has come to recognize his role in this world. He is not suited for battle. Fortunately, he is endowed with the innate talent of the Sanmu people, who excel in cultivation and nurturing. As the hour drew to a close, Tenshinhan punctually ceased his training and made his way towards the farmland he had cultivated. The flourishing and colossal vegetables and fruits within the field serve as testament to the fact that his abilities have indeed been directed towards the right path. The ordinary seeds of vegetables and fruits, through his diligent cultivation over the past 2 years, have undergone generations of mutation and growth. They now rival the magnificent plants he once beheld on the planet of the Sanmu people. Extracting a radish over 2 meters in height, Tenshinhan deftly shaped it with his fingers, swiftly processing it. Chunks of radish descended gracefully from the air, filling a large basket he had prepared nearby. Following this, he harvested a cabbage towering over 3 meters, as well as tomatoes and potatoes the size of basketballs. observing the bounty of vegetables and fruits collected in his baskets. Tien nodded in satisfaction. The diverse array of plants assembled here would undoubtedly suffice as his sustenance for an entire week. 2 years ago, Tien was concerned about his appetite being larger than usual. However, it is evident now that he has achieved complete self-sufficiency. In fact, he often shares the surplus with the residents of Penguin Village. In addition to cultivating plants, to alleviate the cost of meat, Tien ventured deep into Penguin Mountain and the surrounding wilderness to capture wild boars and chickens after successfully harvesting his first batch of vegetables and fruits. After 2 years of nurturing, these livestock, which were once comparable in size to other animals on Earth, have grown to be quite substantial. There is still some meat left in the refrigerator, so there will be no slaughtering today. After tending to the fields, Tien passed by his pig pen, feeling no inclination to harm the adorable creatures within. However, what truly captured his attention in the fields behind the quaint wooden cabin was a cluster of diminutive seedlings situated at the very center. These seedlings, numbering around 10, had been meticulously cultivated by Tien, clearly receiving far superior care than the ordinary fruits and vegetables surrounding them. After all, these tender shoots were no ordinary plants. They were the precious seedlings that had miraculously survived following Tien's arduous attempts to cultivate the elusive celestial beings. This endeavor had been fraught with nearly 100 failures over the course of nearly 20 months, each attempt ending in disheartening defeat. Tien gazed at the last few fairy beans designated for experimentation, having nearly resigned himself to failure. However, 3 months ago, when he planted one of these beans, a miracle transpired. Unlike the previous attempts where the beans wilted shortly after being sown, this time, it remarkably thrived. The ordinary soil on Earth proved inadequate, far inferior to that of Corinta, leading Tien to believe that no amount of innate talent could suffice for the successful cultivation of the fairy beans. Yet, following this singular success, he proceeded to plant the remaining beans, and astonishingly, each one sprouted into a seedling. This was not merely a miracle but also a compelling testament to his racial endowment. Even in less than ideal soil, he had managed to cultivate the fairy beans outside of Corinta. Perhaps this was the golden opportunity he had gained upon his arrival in this world? While it may lack potency in combat, it was undeniably well-suited for his desire for a tranquil existence. Tien thought to himself, yearning for this tranquil and stable life to endure. However, at that moment, he was startled by the sound of gunfire. In the next instant, a sweaty youth appeared in a disheveled state around the corner, not far from him. Cursed fate. Was he destined to perish here today? He had yet to avenge his master. Yet, how foolish were these bandits, chasing him so far without a second thought. The girl at the foot of the mountain should have seized the opportunity to escape by now, shouldn't she? Damn it, if it weren't for their firearms. How could a mere 5 or 6 of them chase him so desperately with his formidable martial skills? The youth sported a head of frizzy black hair reminiscent of popcorn. 3 years prior, while traveling and training with his master, they unexpectedly encountered the world's foremost assassin, Tao Bai Bai. His master was brutally slain by Tao Bai Bai, while he miraculously survived due to the absence of a bounty on his head. Over the past 3 years, driven by the desire to avenge his master, he had traversed the land, engaging with various martial artists to hone his skills, feeling a significant enhancement in his martial prowess. He believed that with another decade of arduous training, he would possess the confidence to defeat Tao Bai Bai and avenge his revered master. After all, he had been an orphan since childhood, relying solely on his master for companionship. The murder of his master by Tao Bai Bai equated to the loss of his only family in this world. This vendetta was one he could not ignore. During his travels over the past 3 years, he had encountered villains committing heinous acts and had always stood up for justice, instilled in him by his master. Just moments ago, he witnessed a group of bandits surrounding a frail girl near the distinctly shaped mountain, prompting him to act heroically. What he had not anticipated was the overwhelming firepower of these bandits. Had they wielded ordinary handguns, he might have had the confidence to evade them. However, faced with the miniature submachine guns spitting forth flames, his only recourse was to flee with all his might. Utilizing the rugged terrain of the mountains, he had managed to stay a step ahead of the bullets until now. But ultimately, he found himself without even the opportunity to escape, as the bandits had closed in to within 10 meters of him. Ahead, there lay an expanse of open ground on the mountainside, offering no refuge. As he beheld the cold muzzles of the submachine guns aimed at him, beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Run, why don't you run? You were so brazen just a moment ago, declaring your intent to take us down. Now where are those words? The bandit leader aimed his weapon at the youth, bursting into laughter. His face bore not only mockery and malice, but also the unmistakable imprints of large shoehorns, marks left from the youth's sudden appearance. Ha, ha, ha. Not escaping now, are you? I knew you were aware of our firepower. The youth smiled wryly, yet could not help but silently pray for the absence of firearms in the hands of those marauders. How absurd, he thought, to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Without weapons, what makes us thieves? Alas, I cannot be bothered to continue this conversation with someone so self-righteous. It would be unfortunate if that lovely girl were to escape. Go meet your fate, and remember, this is the price you pay for your meddling. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the leader of the brigands commanded his men to unleash a hail of bullets upon the youth. Meanwhile, Tenshinhan had just emerged from his botanical garden, preparing to return to his quaint cabin for a day of leisure, when the sound of gunfire startled him, revealing a troubling scene. From the dialogue he had overheard, he grasped the essence of the unfolding situation. This uniquely coiffed boy had bravely intervened to save a girl, incurring the wrath of the bandits. Instances of valiant acts leading to harm were not uncommon in Tenshinhan's original world, and now, in the Dragon Ball realm, they seemed all the more prevalent. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would have preferred to remain uninvolved, for he was no superhero. Yet, with such events transpiring before his very eyes, he found himself compelled to take action. Sigh, though I am not driven by an overwhelming sense of justice, I cannot allow the courageous to be disheartened. With a sigh, Tien vanished from the spot in an instant. The sound of rapid gunfire echoed as the robbers unleashed a torrent of bullets from their compact submachine guns, each shot bursting forth in a blaze of yellow flame, mercilessly directed at the young boy. Despite being engulfed by a whirlwind of fear, helplessness, regret, and remorse, he had steeled himself for the grim reality of being riddled with bullets. The only lingering disappointment was that he had yet to avenge his master. However, seconds turned into 5, and as the cacophony of gunfire subsided, he was astonished to find himself completely unscathed, devoid of pain or discomfort. What was happening? Could it be that these robbers were masters of human outline, failing to hit him at such close range? The boy found this utterly bewildering and cautiously reopened his tightly shut eyes. Then, he beheld the first ray of light piercing through the darkness after his narrow escape. It was not the sun's radiance, but rather the brilliant sheen reflecting off a bald head, more dazzling than sunlight itself. This reflected light seemed to be a source of rebirth, indelibly etched into the boy's heart. Bald head, he exclaimed, gazing at the figure that stood before him. A sentinel in the face of death's peril. Tenshinhan paused upon hearing the youth's words, for he had noticed the boy's remarkably thick hair. Nevertheless, he had saved the lad's life in a moment of peril, while he harbored no expectation of gratitude. It seemed rather ungracious for the boy to treat his savior in such a manner. Over the past 2 years, the leisurely life enjoyed by Tenshinhan had been nearly idyllic. The sole source of his vexation was his hair, for reasons unknown. Upon deciding to grow it out 2 years prior, his hair had indeed flourished at an astonishing rate. Every couple of days, Tenshinhan would boast a luxuriant mane of black hair. Yet, each morning or the day after, it seemed as though some unseen force had shaken it loose, for not a single strand remained upon his head. Now, in the early morning, the hair he had grown just yesterday had fully shed as he rose from his slumber, and it would be at least until afternoon before it would regrow. Curse it, who dares meddle here? Brothers, keep shooting. I refuse to believe he fears the gunfire. Cold sweat streamed down the forehead of the bandit leader, though he could not discern the exact circumstances. The fact that Tenshinhan stood unscathed amidst their barrage was enough to instill a profound sense of threat within him. This is bad. Take cover. It's dangerous. Hearing the bandit leader's frantic cry, the youth snapped back to reality, realizing they were still encircled by a throng of submachine guns. Although he was clueless as to how the individual before him had withstood the previous onslaught, he was convinced that they would not escape unscathed this time. Thus, the youth shouted while exerting all his strength to push Tenshinhan, attempting to propel him out of the encirclement. Yet, his desperate surge seemed to collide with an immovable mountain. Tenshinhan remained utterly motionless, while the young boy collapsed to the ground in astonishment. This time, with wide eyes fixed upon Tenshinhan, the boy bore witness to the extraordinary manner in which he dealt with the onslaught of bullets from the assailants. With his hands outstretched, he revealed a palmful of spent bullet casings, clearly acquired during the previous barrage from the robbers. The mere act of catching bullets with bare hands was enough to leave the boy in utter awe. Yet, in the face of the robbers' relentless fire, Tenshinhan merely waved his hands, sending the bullet casings hurtling back towards the attackers. Astonishingly, each casing struck true, colliding with the very bullets fired by the robbers. The projectiles from the submachine guns and the casings flung by Tenshinhan collided mid-air, deflecting one another with a resounding impact. Not only did the casings repel the bullets from the submachine guns, but the force behind Tenshinhan's thrown casings propelled them further, striking the robbers with tremendous power. The cacophony of gunfire abruptly ceased. The boy gazed in disbelief as the robbers were reduced to mere targets, riddled with the casings sent flying by Tenshinhan. Although he could not discern the intricacies of the bullet collisions, the outcome, coupled with the spent casings in Tenshinhan's hands, left no doubt in anyone's mind regarding the incredible sequence of events that had transpired. Thud. Tenshinhan harbored no inclination to show mercy towards these ruffians. Upon witnessing the resolution of the situation, he raised his hand to glance at his watch, preparing to return to his video games. However, just as he turned around, a dull thud resonated from the ground. "Master, please take me as your disciple." The young boy gazed at Tenshinhan with eyes brimming with admiration. His face a chaotic mixture of tears and mucus, threatening to smear it all over Tenshinhan's pant leg. "No way, get lost." Tenshinhan swiftly delivered a powerful kick, sending the young boy flying through the air. "My name is Tenshinhan. I am 18 years old, residing in a quaint wooden cabin nestled on the hillside of Penguin Mountain, and I am unmarried. I dedicate my time to my own botanical and zoological garden, working for merely half an hour each day, including my martial arts training. My daily toil amounts to a total of 1.5 hours before I can indulge in leisure. I do not smoke, and I typically refrain from drinking alcohol. By 11 o'clock at night, I retire to bed, ensuring I attain a full 8 hours of slumber, waking at dawn, resolutely refusing to carry fatigue and stress into the following day. The villagers of Penguin Village often remark on my normalcy, and I find great contentment in my current way of life. Even dumplings frequently frolic and reside in Penguin Village, drawn by a similar whimsical charm to All, further enhancing my tranquility. However, a colossal dilemma has now arisen. The very boy I had just rescued, with his explosive hairstyle, has the audacity to request me as his mentor. How could my serene existence be so easily disrupted by his presence? Tenshinhan observed the young boy, who had tumbled down the hill like a rolling gourd, racing back up the slope with remarkable determination. Satisfied, he turned and made his way towards his quaint wooden cabin. Despite the minor interruption, tranquility was about to return to his life. "Master, you must take me as your disciple. I have wandered and trained alone for 3 years, and today I have finally discovered a martial artist as formidable as you. If I were to learn under your tutelage, I would surely avenge myself." To Tenshinhan's astonishment, just as he reached the threshold of his cabin, the very boy who had just fallen was charging back up once more. Though his body bore the marks of his earlier descent, his voice rang out with the clarity of a bell. Although I had tempered my strength, this boy should have at least succumbed to unconsciousness. It seems his resilience is commendable. However, I have no intention of taking on a disciple." Tenshinhan watched in astonishment as the young boy swiftly reappeared, yet he shook his head in response. Living alone for an extended period can become an addiction. A tranquil life is simply too delightful. At present, he had not even entertained the thought of marrying, let alone considering the prospect of taking on an apprentice. He certainly did not wish for this young lad to disrupt his leisurely existence. Tenshinhan is a person of great responsibility. Once he takes on an apprentice, he is committed to imparting knowledge diligently. To teach an apprentice, he must allocate additional time within his daily schedule, a prospect that Tenshinhan finds quite unappealing. In his view, an hour and a half of work each day is already nearing saturation. Thus, confronted with the current situation, the most prudent course of action is to refrain from accepting any apprentices. "Do you seek revenge?" Tenshinhan gazed at the youth before him, whose eyes were filled with adoration. The young man knelt upon the ground, eagerly nodding in affirmation. "Are you aware that in the village of penguins at the foot of the mountain, there resides an elderly woman who tends to pigs?" Tenshinhan suddenly pointed to the mountain below. The youth, perplexed, shook his head. Although he did not comprehend the reason behind Tenshinhan's inquiry, he promptly provided an honest response. "Are you aware that her family's pig has been raised for 2 years without producing any piglets?" I'm not sure." The youth continued to shake his head in confusion. "Yet, just last night, her old sow gave birth to 3 piglets." It was Timmy. The youth found himself momentarily bewildered by Tenshinhan's initial questions, pondering the significance behind them. Consequently, upon hearing the news of the piglet's arrival, he instinctively blurted out, What I meant was that I am also unaware of this matter. However, Master, how does this relate to my apprenticeship? Only after uttering those words did he realize his misstep and hurriedly sought to clarify, simultaneously voicing the confusion that lingered in his mind. Tenshinhan was momentarily taken aback by the boy's spontaneous response. However, upon hearing the boy's retort, he realized his objective had been accomplished. Stop it. Do not indiscriminately call me master. Rest assured, I believe you. The newborn piglet at your grandmother's home is certainly unrelated to you. What I intend to convey is that just as the birth of the piglet bears no connection to you, your desire for vengeance and the need to seek a mentor have no bearing on me either. Could it be that your adversary is someone I am acquainted with? That is hardly plausible, is it? Therefore, you should take your leave. With that, Tenshinhan waved his hand dismissively. No matter how persistent the boy might be, he was resolute in his decision to disregard him. My enemy is Tao Bai. He killed my master who raised me. As Tenshinhan prepared to depart, the boy, in a desperate bid for attention, revealed the identity of his foe. In that moment, the boy fervently hoped that Tao Bai had some connection to the esteemed figure before him. Should that be the case, he would willingly accept any relation, even if it meant acknowledging a link to the newborn piglet at his grandmother's home. Tao Bai. The footsteps of Tianjin paused momentarily. The adversary before him turned out to be Tao Bai? How could this be possible? What an astonishing coincidence! Could it be that the newborn piglet at his grandmother's house is indeed connected to this young man? Tenshinhan shook his head and let out a resigned sigh. He had not anticipated that events would unfold in such a fortuitous manner. Although he could not devote himself to relentless training like Wuqi, it did not detract from his character as a responsible and conscientious youth of the new century, unwilling to owe anything to others. 2 years prior, Yumucha had sustained a leg injury long before his arrival. He had accompanied them to Karen Tower, where he aided in healing the fractured limb. Now, that rascal Tao Bai was, in name, his master's uncle. The mischief he had caused was indeed somewhat distantly related to him. How infuriating. Once again it was Tao Bai. Tenshinhan seethed with resentment, reflecting on how, in the past, he had brutally broken Yumucha's leg under the influence of Tao Bai. This time, however, the situation had escalated dramatically. Tao Bai's enemies had audaciously come knocking at his door. No, he thought. It was imperative to eliminate Tao Bai to prevent further complications. With this resolve, Tenshinhan turned his gaze to the young man kneeling before him, scrutinizing him for the first time. To vanquish Tao Bai, this lad appeared to be a promising candidate. Rise, he beckoned. Tao Bai was once my master. Yet he has committed numerous misdeeds, and I have long severed ties with my former sect. Since he is your adversary, I shall offer my assistance. However, remember that our master-disciple relationship will last only until you avenge yourself against Tao Bai. Upon hearing Tenshinhan's words, the youth sprang to his feet, brimming with excitement, and immediately produced 10 roof tiles, stacking them together. Aha! Thank you, master. I shall diligently study martial arts and ensure I do not bring shame upon you. Pray, how does my current foundation appear? He exclaimed, eagerness radiating from him. Without hesitation, the young disciple assumed a horse stance, one fist resting at his waist while the other hand, fingers extended, swung down with all his might. Crack! The 10 tiles shattered into 2, demonstrating not only his impressive resilience but also commendable strength among ordinary martial artists. However, witnessing this display, along with the youth's triumphant laughter after successfully breaking the tiles, caused Tenshinhan to raise an eyebrow. An ominous premonition began to stir within him. Suddenly, the rapid-fire sound of a submachine gun echoed through the air. In the next moment, a barrage of bullets sent the young man leaping about in sheer chaos and disarray. Who was this insignificant martial artist, daring to flaunt his skills before Tenshinhan? As Tenshinhan was about to inquire about the name of his apprentice to validate his conjecture, he was suddenly greeted by the melodious voice of the golden-haired Lan Qi. Indeed, the alluring Lan Qi was now gazing at him with evident delight. It's a misunderstanding. A mere misunderstanding. I am the apprentice recently accepted by Master, Satan. The young Satan hastily explained to Lan Qi, while internally he marveled at the revelation that his savior, who had rescued him, was none other than Tenshinhan. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of confusion, for this enchanting lady bore a striking resemblance to the girl he had saved from the clutches of bandits. Alas, it seemed that his tranquil existence was drawing to a close. Tenshinhan harbored a tinge of regret regarding the principles he had steadfastly upheld. Had he known that this youth was Satan himself, he would have willingly disregarded any connection with Tao Bai, preferring to avoid the complications of such a troublesome disciple. Moreover, how did this Lanchi manage to locate him? Tenshinhan, I have searched for you for 2 full years since Corinta's departure, and today I have finally found you. Come, let us embark on a robbery together. In that very moment, the golden-haired Lanchi seemingly dismissed Satan, extending a cheerful invitation to Tenshinhan to form a team. My name is Tenshinhan, 18 years of age, previously residing in a self-constructed cabin on the slopes of Penguin Mountain, and I am currently still in a state of bachelorhood. I work in my own botanical and zoological garden, where I used to labor for merely an hour and a half each day. However, the arrival of a man and a woman has stolen away my precious time. The presence of Satan and Lanchi has directly resulted in my once cozy cabin becoming insufficient for habitation. Tenshinhan demolished the quaint wooden cabin he had resided in for 2 years, transforming it into a 2-story wooden villa comprising 6 rooms, 2 living areas, 1 kitchen, and 3 bathrooms, which turned out quite well. This endeavor was aimed at swiftly enhancing Satan's strength, allowing him to depart from this place sooner in pursuit of vengeance against Tao Bai. Tenshinhan subjects him to a grueling 3 hours of training each day. Additionally, he spends half an hour dissuading Lanchi from the notion of inviting him to join in a robbery. Consequently, his daily working hours have increased from an initial 1.5 hours to a substantial 3.5 hours. The reason it has not escalated to 5 hours is due to the integration of his previous working time into the current schedule. During the 3 hours of intense training with Satan, he allocates 1 hour for demonstrating techniques, during which he instructs Satan to remain silent and observe his practice. The remaining 2 hours are dedicated to providing Satan with comprehensive martial arts instruction. Beyond these 3 hours, he ensures that Satan engages in ample independent training, guaranteeing that he exhausts himself to the point of being unable to stand upright. After all, Satan harbors a desire for vengeance. Tenshinhan is hardly a devil. His actions are not driven by a desire for revenge. As a mentor, he comprehends the urgent desire for retribution that Satan possesses, which is why he has imposed considerable pressure upon him. For the youth, without a bit of pressure, their potential cannot be fully realized. The tangible consequence of this approach is that after nearly a year of training, Satan's hair has become increasingly sparse. Although his original curly hairstyle remains intact, the hair in the center is gradually thinning, and it won't be long before he transforms into a balding figure. Although Tenshinhan has repeatedly assured the distressed Satan that he is utterly oblivious to the circumstances at hand, the arrival of Satan has left him somewhat unsettled, as it has severed the cyclical pattern of hair growth and loss he had endured over the past 2 years. Fortunately, Satan remains unaware of the fact that his hair had but a 1-day lifespan during that period. Otherwise, Tenshinhan would have had to resort to the dubious notion of the law of conservation of hair, which posits that hair neither materializes from nothing nor vanishes into thin air, but rather transfers from one individual to another, with hairstyles being interchangeable. This peculiar transformation in Tenshinhan's life has been the sole source of solace amidst the disruption brought by Satan's presence, endowing him with a strikingly handsome hairstyle. During the half-hour he spends persuading Lanchi, Tenshinhan tends to the flora and fauna within the botanical and zoological gardens. Beneath the apple trees, beside the cornfields, atop the radish patches, and outside the pig and sheep pens, the entire garden presents itself as a fitting backdrop for his discussions with Lanchi. After all, while engaged in his work at the garden, he need not exert an extreme degree of concentration, allowing him to multitask effortlessly. As he tends to his duties, his words flow freely. In addition to the garden, there are also various settings within the villa where Tenshinhan can engage Lanchi, such as on the sofa, where he might invite her to partake in video games. Through their shared gaming experience, he hopes to dissuade her from the idea of robbery. After all, the thrill of the game far outweighs the dullness of criminal endeavors. Alternatively, in the kitchen, as he personally prepares meals, he continues to persuade her. Even when Lanchi transforms into her blue-haired state, they can be found cooking together. For Tenshinhan, meal preparation is not regarded as a chore. Rather, it is an essential part of daily life and a skill he has mastered long before his identity as Tenshinhan. With such a reasonable allocation of time, the year swiftly passes. At the dining table, Tenshinhan, Lanchi, and Satan are seated around a long, oval table that Tenshinhan has crafted himself. Delicious. No matter how many times I ate, Master's cooking is always exquisite. No wonder you've always hesitated to let me prepare meals. It seems you feared my culinary skills would not suffice. The devil devoured the vegetable salad prepared by Tianjin rice with great enthusiasm, lavishing praise upon his culinary skills. In matters of cooking, the devil possessed a remarkable confidence, particularly when it came to desserts. He effortlessly crafted a variety of cakes and puddings. However, after indulging in the meals prepared by Tien Rice over the past year, he found himself utterly disinclined to cook. Beyond desserts, he felt his culinary prowess paled in comparison to that of Tien Rice. Even in his most adept area of expertise, he doubted he could surpass Tien Rice's capabilities. Were it not for Tien Rice's formidable prowess as a martial artist, the devil would almost question whether he was indeed a five-star chef. I am well aware of my own skills. They are not as extraordinary as you claim. Hurry and finish your meal. We must adhere to our training regimen. Tien cast a glance at Satan. Although he found the flattery quite gratifying, it consumed too much time, and he was reluctant to disrupt his schedule for a return to stability. Tien, your culinary creations are truly exquisite. I have dined on meals prepared by five-star chefs, yet none compare. Lan Qi elegantly conveyed a small bite of salad to her lips, gently tucking a strand of blue hair behind her ear. Throughout the year, the appearances of the blue-haired Lan Qi had been infrequent, particularly during mealtimes. However, each occasion she graced the table, she never failed to commend the flavors of Tien dishes. After receiving numerous accolades from the blue-haired Lan Qi, Tien found himself engulfed in a wave of doubt. Has my culinary skill truly reached such remarkable heights? Ahem, dear master, you mustn't question your culinary prowess. Even if you don't believe in me or in the golden-haired Lan Qi, can you not place your faith in the blue-haired Lan Qi? Throughout my life, I have never yielded to anyone, yet I am wholeheartedly devoted to you, my master. Your strength is unparalleled, and your culinary artistry is beyond reproach. Moreover, I sense that your dishes possess an extraordinary quality. Upon consuming them, I feel a significant enhancement in my physical vigor. It's as if your meals bestow special powers, granting strength to those who partake. The speaker may be oblivious, but the listener is keenly aware. Upon hearing Satan's final words, Tien was suddenly plunged into contemplation. Could it be that the ingredients he had meticulously nurtured were the source of strength? Their impressive size was not merely for show. Perhaps they truly possessed the extraordinary power to enhance one's abilities. Tien pondered this as he took another bite of the salad. Yet, after a moment of careful reflection, he failed to discern any significant change. Could it be that my strength surpasses that of Satan, rendering me impervious to the transformations he perceives? Tien pondered with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, glancing once more at Lan Qi. I am uncertain whether consuming this will truly enhance my strength, he mused. Yet, I can distinctly sense a warm sensation coursing through my body after partaking. It's peculiar yet delightful, compelling one to savor another bite until the dish is entirely consumed. Moreover, I am certain that my physical condition has improved significantly over the past year. In the past, I would suffer from pollen allergies, sneezing uncontrollably at the mere approach of flowers, but now my sensitivity has markedly diminished. Lan Qi, observing Tien, grasped the spoon with both hands and lifted her gaze towards the ceiling, earnestly articulating her feelings. Warmth, enveloping my entire being. Upon hearing this description, Tien felt reassured that the ingredients indeed possessed extraordinary properties. Perhaps their effects were not overtly pronounced, yet they genuinely contributed to remarkable improvements in one's health. Even he had experienced that euphoric sensation. Although Tien could not discern any direct impact these ingredients had on his strength, he could certainly perceive the enhancement in the quality of his skin. Each morning, as he gazed into the mirror, he felt increasingly handsome. Thus, aside from the magical beans, I could also share some of these ingredients with Goku and the others in the future. Tien conceived a method for Goku and his companions to further enhance their strength. Only by augmenting their power could they secure a more stable existence in this realm. As he calculated the days, he realized that 3 years had elapsed since the battle against Demon King Piccolo. He wondered what form the once-excised Piccolo had taken on now. Ah, Master, I am preparing to participate in this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. Perhaps Tao Bai Bai will make an appearance as well. At that moment, the engrossed Satan suddenly shared a significant decision with Tien. Satan felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Tien might disapprove. Over the past year, Tien had not only imparted martial arts skills, but had also frequently advised him to act according to his abilities, to remain humble, and to avoid seeking the limelight. Winning a championship in an event like the World Martial Arts Tournament would undoubtedly draw attention, leaving him uncertain about Tien response. Go ahead, Tien replied, in a manner that took Satan by surprise. Was he truly in agreement? The ease with which Tenshinhan consented astonished him greatly. Nevertheless, upon hearing Tenshinhan's affirmation, Satan felt an overwhelming joy and seized the moment to express another desire. "Master, I wish to invite you to watch the competition alongside me." A wave of apprehension washed over him as he pondered whether he was being overly ambitious. His master, so modest, would surely have no desire to attend the tournament with him. Sure. Tenshinhan pondered the miraculous effects of the ingredients and realized it had been quite some time since he last encountered Wukong and the others. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to assess the advancement of their skills while also bringing along some ingredients and divine beings to facilitate their training. However, Tenshinhan's straightforward response once again took Satan by surprise. His master often reminded him to remain humble. Thus, hearing such an unequivocal agreement to his participation in the world's foremost martial arts tournament was perplexing. Satan furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend the situation. Oh, it must be Tao Bai Bai. Satan felt he had unraveled the truth. His master surely understood his fervent desire for vengeance, which prompted him to readily consent to Satan's attendance at the martial arts assembly. After all, remaining at Penguin Mountain would not afford him the opportunity to confront Tao Bai Bai. Moreover, his master likely feared that he might struggle against Tao Bai Bai, which was why he so willingly agreed to accompany him, his intention being to protect him. Indeed, his master had even prepared himself for the grave duty of slaying Tao Bai Bai if necessary. With this thought, Satan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Oh, master, I never imagined I held such significance in your heart." Wiping away the redness around his eyes, Satan resolved to make another decision. "Rest assured, master, I shall triumph in this martial arts tournament and earn the prize money to establish a grand dojo in your honor. It is truly a pity that a martial artist as magnificent as you lacks a dojo of your own." As he contemplated this, a foolish smile spread across his face, and he nodded in agreement with his own scheme, convinced of its merit. Furthermore, his intentions were not solely to repay Tenshinhan. He harbored a personal ambition as well. Should Tenshinhan possess a splendid dojo, he could ascend to the esteemed position of the dojo's elder brother. Imagine the thrill of being addressed as elder brother by the disciples once the dojo flourished. Tenshinhan advises against seeking attention outside. Thus, perhaps it is permissible for him to display his prowess within the confines of the martial arts dojo. As Satan stands with arms crossed, nodding with closed eyes, he emits two robust jets of steam-like breath from his nostrils, reminiscent of a steam locomotive. At this moment, Tenshinhan also noticed the peculiar behavior of Satan. He could not comprehend why, after merely acquiescing to Satan's two requests, the fellow suddenly appeared so foolish. Focus on enjoying the meal, and after dining, adhere to the training schedule. Once today's training concludes, you should then arrange the itinerary for the martial arts tournament. Tenshinhan picked up his chopsticks and tapped them gently on the table, thereby rousing Satan from his reverie. "Very well, master." Upon hearing Tenshinhan's words, Satan immediately began to eat with great enthusiasm. "Indeed, the master holds an immense trust in me. He has now entrusted me with even the most significant of schedules." As Tenshinhan observed Satan diligently recommencing his meal, he refrained from uttering any further remarks, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the day's work to indulge in a film on television. However, a tinge of concern lingered in his mind. It appeared that Satan's aptitude for martial arts training exhibited a peculiar imbalance. Over the course of the past year, Satan had only managed to master his close combat techniques. He swiftly grasped skills such as high-speed movement, phantom fist, volleyball punch, and blazing fast fist, techniques that required minimal control over his vital energy. Conversely, he struggled with long-range techniques like the penetrating wave, aerial maneuver, and energy cannon, skills that necessitated a more intricate cultivation of internal vital energy. The solitary technique that straddled the realm of close combat and energy manipulation was the solar fist, which Satan had only recently managed to learn after several months of effort. Yet he still lacked proficiency. Regardless, it must be acknowledged that Satan was now his disciple. Although Tenshinhan had no expectations of claiming victory from Goku and his companions, he certainly did not wish to see him eliminated prematurely. In the days leading up to the martial arts tournament, Tenshinhan imposed an additional training regimen on Satan, leaving him utterly exhausted each day. It was not until the day before the competition commenced that Tenshinhan graciously granted him a day of rest. "Many people are here. This is the venue for the world's foremost martial arts tournament," he assured his master. "Rest assured, I shall secure the championship and uphold your honor." After a day of respite, Satan was brimming with enthusiasm. Upon arriving at the tournament venue, he exuberantly shouted in delight at the bustling atmosphere, especially when, hands on his hips and pointing skyward, he proclaimed his resolute determination to seize the championship title. Tenshinhan felt a tinge of regret for being overly lenient yesterday, failing to rigorously push that insufferable brat to his limits. Indeed, at the sound of Satan's thunderous shout and his self-important pose, a multitude of martial artists in the arena turned their gazes toward him. Fortunately, Tenshinhan had anticipated this reaction. He had already distanced himself from that young man, accompanied by Lanqi and Jiaozi. Otherwise, he might have found himself in an utterly embarrassing predicament. Who is this Mediterranean figure? How audacious! He seems to regard me, Neodali, with utter disdain. A burly man with the head of an ox glared with fierce intensity, wishing he could pierce the arrogant Satan with his gaze. Truly, this was an outrageous display. Who is this explosive-haired fellow on the brink of baldness? I certainly have not heard of him before. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Stay away. Stay away, stay away. Tenshinhan, upon hearing the words of the crowd, felt a flush of embarrassment for Satan, silently praying that this fellow would refrain from disclosing their acquaintance. Master, look at those martial artists, each one fixated on me. They must surely be intimidated by my formidable presence. This is all thanks to your teachings over the past year. At that moment, Satan also became aware of the gazes directed towards him, yet from the intensity of their stares, he perceived only reverence, awed by his imposing stature. As he spoke, he struck a pose, reveling in his own inflated sense of self-importance. No, I truly did not teach you that. Tenshinhan waved his hand, hurriedly attempting to distance himself from Satan once more. Oh right, Master, you instructed me to be a bit more discreet. I nearly forgot, he chuckled. Satan offered an awkward smile, relinquishing his hands from his hips, shrugging his shoulders as he awkwardly followed Tenshinhan with small, clumsy steps, striving to maintain a semblance of subtlety. Tenshinhan attempted to distance himself from the situation, choosing to limit his interactions to avoid revealing his master-apprentice relationship with the rather simple-minded individual. Yet, after only a few steps, a wave of astonished exclamations erupted from the crowd. Wow, is that not Tenshinhan, the champion of the last martial arts tournament? Indeed. He is the one who swiftly vanquished the monster and saved us. What a remarkable man. Who would have thought that after 3 years, he has grown his hair and transformed into such a handsome figure? Among the crowd, 2 men and a woman, all martial artists, pointed at Tenshinhan in astonishment. It was evident that they had recognized him. Tenshinhan paused his steps upon hearing a voice, turning towards its source. After a moment of careful recollection, he recognized the 3 individuals before him. They were the martial artists who had miraculously survived 3 years ago, rescued by him and Wukong from the hands of Dambalin. What? It turned out that the nearly balding young man he had just seen was actually the disciple of the previous martial arts tournament champion. No wonder he exuded such confidence. Those who initially perceived Satan as arrogant shifted their opinions once Tenshinhan's identity was acknowledged by the 3 martial artists. In that instant, their gazes towards Satan were filled with genuine reverence. They no longer regarded his declaration of triumph as hubris, but instead naturally considered him as one of the leading contenders for the championship. Master, you were the champion of the last World Martial Arts Tournament. How remarkable! Satan exclaimed with delight, gazing at Tenshinhan, a revelation he had never been privy to before. I always believed my master to be a remarkable martial artist, but I never imagined he was also the tournament champion. More importantly, despite his immense reputation, I had been completely oblivious to it before my arrival. My master has concealed his prowess so well. Is this the essence of humility? Reflecting on this, Satan recalled how he had eagerly proclaimed his ambitions upon arriving. Realizing that he was still far from Tenshinhan's level of composure, faced with the genuine awe emanating from the surrounding martial artists, Satan found himself feeling rather uninspired. In comparison to his master, he felt profoundly inadequate, realizing how childish it was to revel in the slightest recognition from others. As these thoughts crossed his mind, his expression became inscrutable, transforming into a stoic mask devoid of emotion. The martial artists around him, unaware of Satan's inner musings, found his demeanor even more enigmatic. Hey, Tenshinhan, we're over here. You've indeed come this time. It's been a while. At that moment, from the other end of the crowd, Wukong waved his arms enthusiastically, calling out to Tenshinhan. 3 years had passed, and Wukong had blossomed from a small child into a remarkably handsome young man, radiating vitality and charm. As Tenshinhan glanced around, he noticed Bulma was utterly enamored by the current Goku. However, upon his approach, Bulma found herself uncertain where to focus her admiration. Goku had transformed into a strikingly handsome man, and to her surprise, Tien had also become quite dashing. A sigh escaped her lips as she pondered her dilemma. Whom should she choose? She had always appreciated handsome men, but the sudden appearance of two left her somewhat overwhelmed. In a moment of reflection, she glanced at Krillin beside her, relieved that he still appeared as the same diminutive and unremarkable figure. Hey, Bulma. What kind of look is that? I was frozen for a year and just revived, so technically, I'm now a year younger than Goku. Just wait a year, and I'll surely shoot up in height. Unlike Goku, who was somewhat oblivious in this regard, Krillin instantly registered Bulma's lingering gaze upon him and, in a fit of indignation, began to explain himself. All right, you can grow taller. I believe in you, Bulma responded, her tone slightly dismissive upon seeing Krillin's agitation. At that moment, Goku turned his attention towards Krillin's head. Krillin, even if you grow taller, you'll still be bald. It won't enhance your looks. Tien has grown a full head of hair. At that, Krillin clutched his chest, feeling a pang of hurt despite knowing Goku meant no harm. He gazed enviously at Tien Fan's impressive hairstyle. Should I grow my hair out when I return? I've heard that a middle part can reflect a man's mature charm. Perhaps I'll secretly cultivate a stunning middle part to astonish them. A sly smile crept across Krillin's face as he entertained the thought. Goku, I've told you repeatedly, I am not bald. I shave my head myself. However, as Krillin attempted to clarify, Goku's attention had already shifted back to Tien Fan. Sensing the immense energy emanating from Tien Fan, Goku realized that he was likely no match for him at this moment. He was bewildered by how Tien Fan had trained over the past 3 years, elevating his energy to a level beyond Goku's complete perception. This was evidently beyond the range of his energy sensing. You've grown stronger, Tien Fan. Even though Goku was acutely aware that his own energy was nowhere near Tien Fan's, a surge of excitement coursed through him. For Goku, the mightier the adversary, the more it ignited his fighting spirit. Even in the face of certain defeat, he would bravely challenge with all his might, striving to transcend his limits. This was the essence of Son Goku, embodying the true spirit of all dedicated martial artists. Tenshinhan was momentarily taken aback, reflecting that although his training during his seclusion had been somewhat lackadaisical, he had indeed grown stronger to some extent. However, faced with Goku's praise, he could not allow himself to indulge in self-adulation by affirming his newfound strength. In the spirit of reciprocity, Tenshinhan appraised Goku. Despite lacking the ability to sense energy, he could discern that Goku's vigor had markedly improved since 3 years ago. You have also grown stronger, Goku. This exchange of mutual admiration, though not entirely familiar to Tenshinhan, was something he grasped well enough. Moreover, he believed that Goku's advancements in strength over the past 3 years must be extraordinary. It was quite possible that Goku's current power had far surpassed his own. Nevertheless, Tenshinhan was unconcerned. As long as he witnessed Goku and the others thriving in their strength, he felt reassured. After all, any adversary intent on wreaking havoc on Earth would first have to contend with Goku and his companions. I eagerly anticipate our encounter this time, Tenshinhan. Upon hearing Tenshinhan's response, Goku's fighting spirit surged, causing his entire body to tremble with excitement. Are you not aware? I shall not participate in this martial arts tournament. I have chosen to retire from active competition. What sense would it make for me to join the martial arts gathering after retreating into seclusion? My martial pursuits have become but a fragment of my life, as I have other significant responsibilities to attend to. Tien Fan was momentarily taken aback by Wukong's words, but soon realized that he had yet to inform Wukong and the others of his decision not to participate in the martial arts tournament. What? Upon hearing Tien Fan's response, Wukong, Krillin, and even Yamcha, who had only just arrived after being preoccupied with his romantic pursuits, were all taken aback. They had initially heard that Tien Fan intended to retreat from the world, but they had not anticipated such a complete withdrawal. Greetings to all of my master's friends. This time, the martial arts tournament will be represented by my master's foremost disciple, Mr. Satan. Although I have only mastered a small portion of my master's techniques, I believe that if everyone is eager to challenge my master, I can step in on his behalf and will not disappoint you. Upon witnessing the astonishment of the crowd, Tien Fan intended to elaborate further, only to find that Satan had preempted him, thumping his chest with an air of audacious confidence. Stand down, Satan. Your arrogance knows no bounds. After merely a year of training under my tutelage, you presume to engage with Goku and his companions? Such hubris is truly unbecoming. Tien Fan felt a flush of embarrassment creep across his face at Satan's brashness. This fellow was utterly mortifying. Even he, Tien Fan, was acutely aware that he was far from being Goku's match. The audacity of Satan, having grasped less than 30% of the training, to boast so shamelessly was beyond comprehension. Indeed, he should never have taken Satan as his disciple. This individual was blissfully unaware of his own limitations. Very well, Master. I shall withdraw, Satan responded, immediately subdued, retreating behind Tenshinhan, abandoning his earlier bravado in the presence of Goku and the others. I understand now, Master. You wish to convey that, rather than boast, I should instead demonstrate my capabilities to his friends through action. Is this what it means to embody understated luxury? Tenshinhan's insight into his character was remarkable. He truly considered his welfare. Rest assured, Master, I shall perform admirably in the arena and will not bring you shame. Satan stood behind Tenshinhan, secretly elated and enlightened. My apologies for acquiring such an unworthy disciple for reasons that are lengthy to explain. He lacks the ability to sense energy and is unfamiliar with you all, thus unaware of your true prowess. Please do not take offense. Tenshinhan, with a smile, elucidated the situation to Wukong and the others. However, after exchanging glances, they scrutinized Satan with renewed attention. They sensed a formidable aura emanating from Satan, one that was not significantly weaker than their own. To their surprise, this disciple named Satan possessed such remarkable strength. Had Tenshinhan truly ascended to a higher echelon of power? If that were the case, it seemed that they must first vanquish his disciple to become worthy opponents. Intriguing. Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha, all disciples of Master Roshi, exchanged knowing smiles, each discerning the unspoken thoughts of the others. In that moment, their collective focus on Tenshinhan shifted, giving rise to an unspoken rivalry among themselves. To seize the opportunity to battle Tenshinhan, they knew they must first determine a victor amongst themselves in the martial arts tournament. After all, Tenshinhan had merely stated his intention to refrain from participating in the tournament, but he had not declared an unwillingness to accept their challenges. Tenshinhan found the sudden shift in the trio's fighting spirit rather perplexing. However, as long as they did not entertain the notion of compelling themselves to participate in the competition, he remained indifferent. Tenshinhan chose not to maintain his focus on the spirited trio of Goku, instead shifting his gaze to survey the surroundings. Before long, he spotted the individual he sought amidst the crowd. A tall, slender man, clad in a manner that concealed most of his form yet still revealed a green visage, came into view. This must be Piccolo. At first glance, he appeared to bear little distinction. But the true measure of his combat prowess would only become evident once he took to the battlefield. Tenshinhan swiftly located the towering figure of Piccolo amidst the crowd. He recalled vividly that due to his intervention, this Piccolo was no longer the same as before. He had emerged from a magic egg no larger than a quail's egg. One could only hope for his proper development. Otherwise, the Dragon Ball warriors would suffer the loss of a formidable substitute. As Tenshinhan meticulously scrutinized Piccolo, the latter, sensing a presence, turned his head. Indeed, within Piccolo's gaze, Tenshinhan discerned a profound and intense battle intent directed not only towards himself but also towards Goku. It appeared that throughout the preceding skirmishes, the malevolent spirit of the Demon King Piccolo had concentrated his lingering resentment primarily on Tenshinhan and Goku. This new incarnation of Piccolo had evidently recognized that Tenshinhan and Goku were the adversaries he sought. Tenshinhan averted his gaze from Piccolo. At present, Piccolo remained within the ranks of the antagonists, rendering any prolonged interaction unnecessary. Just then, Goku, standing nearby, followed the direction of Tenshinhan's gaze and caught sight of Piccolo, who towered a head taller than the average person. However, due to the considerable distance, he could not discern Piccolo's face as clearly as Tenshinhan, only vaguely noting that the figure possessed a green head. Wow, he seems to have a frog's head, Goku exclaimed softly, his surprise evident upon seeing Piccolo from afar. He had encountered various anthropomorphic beings before, those with dog heads, cat heads, and bear heads, but this was indeed his first encounter with one sporting a frog's head. Tenshinhan was momentarily taken aback by Goku's soft exclamation and then cast a glance at Piccolo's reaction. Indeed, almost instantaneously upon Goku's quiet utterance, Piccolo's body staggered abruptly. Clearly, with his keen hearing as an Namekian, even the subdued sound had reached his ears distinctly. Once assured of Piccolo's presence, Tenshinhan intended to divert his gaze. However, just as he shifted his attention away from Piccolo, he noticed a bespectacled middle-aged man with a small mustache also registering for the martial arts tournament. The sight of this bespectacled gentleman, appearing somewhat inebriated, struck Tenshinhan as vaguely familiar. Yet, despite pondering for a while, He could not recall where he had seen him before. I hereby declare the commencement of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. The audience surrounding the arena erupted into a thunderous cheer upon hearing the familiar opening remarks from the blonde, sunglasses-wearing host, akin to a tidal wave of excitement. In an instant, the atmosphere of the World Martial Arts Tournament venue soared to unprecedented heights. First to take the stage is our frequent participant, King Choppa. The prowess demonstrated by King Choppa in previous tournaments has been well observed by all, having once claimed the championship title. Though he fell short of the top 8 in the last competition, he remains a formidable contender not to be underestimated. Let us consult the schedule to see which unfortunate opponent will face him so early on. As the esteemed host of the World Martial Arts Tournament, he possesses an intimate knowledge of the participants from previous contests. Upon spotting King Choppa's name, he immediately stirred the audience's emotions with his words, seeking to evoke their memories of King Choppa and further elevate the atmosphere in the venue. Indeed, the ambience surged to a new pinnacle under his influence. As even with the relatively mild temperature, the audience was visibly exhilarated and perspiring profusely. The attendees, energized by the host's enthusiasm, collectively turned their attention to the newly revealed match schedule. Ah, I see. It's contestant Satan. It appears this is his first time participating in our World Martial Arts Tournament, and he unexpectedly faces King Choppa right off the bat. I believe, like me, you all are beginning to feel a sense of apprehension for him. However, until contestant Satan showcases his abilities, anything can transpire upon the arena. Let us eagerly anticipate the performance of our newcomer, contestant Satan. The blonde host possesses exceptional hosting skills. When faced with well-known competitors, he expresses a certain level of optimism, rallying support for the contestants. Conversely, when introducing unfamiliar newcomers, he refrains from making definitive statements. Moreover, he adeptly capitalizes on the natural disadvantages that new participants face, skillfully invoking sympathy from the audience, thereby immersing them deeper into the intensity of the competition. This approach not only enhances the spectacle of the event and elevates the atmosphere of tension, but also mitigates the risk of failure. Over numerous iterations of the martial arts tournament, the blonde host has mastered this intricate art of live commentary. However, upon introducing a contestant named Satan, he was taken aback by the overwhelming support for Satan among the audience, surpassing that for the renowned King Choppa. What could be the reason for this? Could it be that this man named Satan holds significant standing among the spectators? Although the unexpected outcome did not align with his anticipations, it did not constitute a failure in his hosting duties. The blonde host realized that there must be information about this individual, Satan, that he was not privy to. Thus, he decided to withhold further comments until he could ascertain the situation and promptly announce the commencement of the match. Observing Satan, who had just taken the stage, the blonde host furrowed his brow. This contestant bore a resemblance to King Choppa, albeit with a notably fairer complexion and a younger appearance. Yet, what was peculiar about his hair? Why did the older King Choppa, with a similar explosive hairstyle, retain a thick mane while Satan's hair appeared sparse? As the host attentively listened to the murmurs of the audience, he began to speculate. You're the newcomer, so you should make the first move. After all, it would be a shame to attend a martial arts tournament without even a single opportunity to strike. King Choppa, noticing the young man who shared his affinity for the explosive hairstyle, kindly offered him the first chance to act. However, upon hearing Choppa's words, Satan remained motionless, presenting a stoic expression devoid of any emotion, neither joy nor sorrow. Look at that. Truly worthy of being the disciple of last year's champion, Tenshinhan. He shows no hint of fear in the face of a formidable opponent. He must possess great confidence in his abilities. Unyielding and inscrutable, he appeared to be a formidable martial artist. Even if he were to lose the match, he would still emerge victorious in spirit, for he had already surpassed King Choppa in terms of mindset. Indeed, the caliber of competitors at the World Martial Arts Championship seems to increase with each iteration. The audience buzzed with excitement, convinced that Satan's distinct demeanor set him apart as someone not to be underestimated. Tenshinhan had become notably more handsome due to his new hairstyle. Aside from a few familiar faces, not many recognized him. At that moment, he and Wukong were amidst the crowd, listening to the audience's discussions, feeling somewhat speechless. He inwardly lamented that this fellow indeed could not shed his penchant for showmanship. Even those around him, including Wukong and others, had come to believe that Satan possessed an undeniable advantage, which made Tenshinhan wish he could burrow into the ground in embarrassment. He merely hoped that Satan would not suffer an ignoble defeat due to overconfidence. and at the very least, he hoped to see a few techniques taught to him showcased in the match. However, the scene on the arena unfolded in a manner that Tenshinhan had hoped to avoid. Since you disdain to make a move, I shall take the initiative. Although King Japa harbored a sense of camaraderie regarding Satan's hairstyle, upon witnessing Satan's silence and his arms crossed with eyes closed, he felt a profound sense of humiliation and decided to hold nothing back. With a swift motion, he unleashed his signature move. He had changed his mind and was determined to teach this arrogant young man a lesson, to make him aware of who the true veteran with the explosive hairstyle was. The eight-handed fist. In an instant, the onlookers beheld King Japa's hands moving rapidly, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages, as if he had sprouted 8 arms. The barrage of punches struck Satan relentlessly, akin to a machine gun firing at him. Tenshinhan, unable to bear the sight, turned his head away. A scream echoed as a figure flew backward, crashing out of the arena. To Tenshinhan's astonishment, it was not the posing and absorbing the blows Satan, but rather the fiercely attacking King Japa, who was sent flying. Once the onslaught from King Japa ceased, Satan finally opened his eyes to glance at Tenshinhan. Master, I neither spoke nor made a move, nor did I engage in any conspicuous actions. Surely, this should suffice for being discreet? Satan silently praised himself, believing he had adhered perfectly to Tenshinhan's advice to remain low-key. Incredible! The spectators surrounding the martial arts arena, after witnessing Satan's recent performance, were filled with a singular thought. They had envisioned countless scenarios of how Satan might vanquish King Japa, yet they never anticipated that he could effortlessly send King Japa flying out of the arena while remaining motionless and with eyes closed. Moreover, when they turned to observe King Japa, they realized that it was not merely a simple act of being knocked away. At that moment, King Japa had actually succumbed to unconsciousness during the process of being propelled backward. The foam at his mouth clearly indicated he had been rendered dazed. What does it mean to be formidable? This is what it means to be formidable. What does it mean to exude dominance? This is what it means to exude dominance. In an instant, the name Satan was etched into the minds of all the spectators present. Although Tenshinhan will not participate in this year's Grand Martial Arts Tournament, the revelation of his role as Satan's master has swiftly become the talk of the arena. I hereby declare the victor of the first match of the 23rd Grand Martial Arts Tournament to be none other than Satan. From the confidence exhibited by the audience in Satan's performance, it is evident that they are well aware of his identity. Indeed, he is the esteemed disciple of last tournament's champion, Tenshinhan. Surely, the brilliance of the previous Grand Martial Arts Tournament remains vividly etched in everyone's memory. Although Tenshinhan is absent this time, he has brought forth his proud prodigy. Let us eagerly anticipate Satan's remarkable display in this year's tournament. The golden-haired host, having gleaned the audience's discussions regarding Satan's identity, glanced at the astonished and murmuring crowd and promptly took to the stage. With his proclamation, the atmosphere surrounding the arena surged to a fervent intensity. Satan! 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 The audience, swept up in enthusiasm, spontaneously erupted in a chorus of support for Satan, transforming his name into the dominant refrain echoing around the arena. Satan's popularity is indeed remarkable, Tenshinhan. I never anticipated that you would cultivate such an impressive disciple in such a short span. Goku and his companions, overwhelmed by the fervent cheers for Satan, were taken aback. Moreover, Satan's earlier performance had captured their attention, prompting them to regard him with newfound seriousness. With a grin, Goku nudged Tenshinhan with his elbow, teasingly remarking, Tenshinhan was just lamenting the troublesome habit of showing off his affection for Satan, unaware that the recent outcome had actually resulted in him sending King Japa flying. Who would have thought this young man possessed such prowess? As he pondered this, he was abruptly brought back to reality by Wukong's actions. It was merely that he was somewhat resilient, with a tougher exterior, which allowed him to withstand King Japa's onslaught. Tenshinhan casually explained, only to suddenly realize the truth of the matter. After all, within the narrative, Satan was indeed a remarkable man, a being who withstood a punch from Kid Buu without perishing. With this thought, Tenshinhan found it unsurprising that Satan had just withstood the full force of Kampa's ultimate move without flinching. After all, there was no basis for comparison between Kampa and Majin Buu, was there? Moreover, Satan had been consuming the ingredients provided by Tenshinhan daily throughout the year, and having trained in martial arts under him, it was only natural that he would have gained some strength. Reflecting on this, Tenshinhan was reminded of the versatile capsules he had brought. Once the World Martial Arts Tournament concluded, He must remember to share the ingredients within the capsules with Goku and the others. Although the effects of these ingredients on strength might be negligible, they would certainly be of some benefit. Furthermore, Tenshinhan had devised subsequent plans for the ingredients he had cultivated, which had the potential to enhance strength. After the tournament, he could periodically deliver batches of ingredients to Goku and his companions. After all, he could hardly consume all of them alone, and by sharing with Goku, he could assist them in safeguarding the Earth more effectively. Why not? He believed that, over time, these ingredients would indeed enable Goku and the others to become slightly stronger thanks to his assistance. The golden-haired host, capitalizing on Satan's performance in the first match, had elevated the atmosphere of the martial arts tournament to a fever pitch. Subsequently, matches progressed smoothly one after another. The surrounding audience maintained their fervor, mirroring the intense nature of the battles taking place on the tournament stage. Following Satan's match, it was time for Goku to compete. Goku had been the runner-up in the previous tournament. Although his rapid growth over the past 3 years had left many unable to recognize him at first, it sparked yet another peak in the atmosphere. Goku's opponent was a dinosaur man. Had this been the younger Goku, he might have required some effort. However, after training at Korin Tower and the Lookout, coupled with years of relentless practice, Goku merely delivered a kick that sent his opponent sprawling out of the ring. In no time, discussions among the audience ignited regarding who would emerge as the champion this year, Goku or Satan. How delightful, with the rivalry between competitors Satan and Goku. This tournament promised to be exceptionally thrilling. The golden-haired host gripped the microphone tightly, his excitement causing him to tremble slightly. The final match between Tenshinhan and Goku in the previous tournament had been the most intense he had ever witnessed. He hoped to witness a battle in this tournament that would rival that splendid finale. After all, the battles fought by Wukong and his companions had elevated his perspective to an extraordinary level, rendering the duels of ordinary martial artists somewhat uninspiring. At this moment, upon returning to the side of Tenshinhan after stepping down from the arena, Satan remained respectfully stationed behind him, striking a pose that he believed to be modest. Could it be that such humility could elicit such fervent cheers from the crowd? Indeed, Master is truly a master. This is the merit of modesty. Fear not, Master, for I shall undoubtedly maintain this demeanor. As Satan absorbed the enthusiastic support from the audience, his gaze towards Tenshinhan brimmed with admiration. The benefits of humility, which his master had repeatedly emphasized over the past year, seemed to finally dawn upon him. Was it possible that humility could evoke such a euphoric sensation? Satan contemplated that he might have developed a certain fondness for this humility. Master, in this humble state, am I not inching closer to your realm? Yet, with a sense of reverence, he shook his head. No, no, no. The moment such thoughts arise, I have already succumbed to arrogance. The realm of my master is one that cannot be approached by merely achieving a single instance of successful humility. I must first set a modest goal to successfully embody humility 10,000 times. With this resolution, Satan closed his eyes and nodded in satisfaction, secretly applauding his brilliant idea. Thus, as the competition progressed, drawing nearer to the Elite Eight, let us now introduce the contestants for the next match. First, let us welcome the tournament's promising new star, Satan. As the golden-haired host called Satan's name once more, the arena erupted with a thunderous wave of cheers. Could it be that this young man possesses some golden touch for gaining popularity? How could he have garnered such immense support so swiftly? Tenshinhan immersed himself in the surrounding atmosphere, a fervor that rivaled even the moment he claimed victory in the previous martial arts tournament. The audience's support for the contestant known as Satan was indeed fervent. Now, let us ascertain who his opponent is for this match. Oh, here he comes. The opponent of Satan is none other than the infamous android, Tao Bai Bai, once heralded as the world's foremost assassin. No, he should now be referred to as the android Tao Bai Bai. The golden-haired host turned to face Satan, introducing him to the crowd. Mind your words, blonde boy. It is not once was. Irrespective of the past, present, or future, there can only be one true number one assassin, and that is I, Tao Bai Bai. Clad in a long robe, the android Tao Bai Bai stood with one hand resting behind him, his expression a mask of cold severity as he reprimanded the host. Had his eyes not been transformed into a pair of optical barrels, the host would have surely perceived the chilling intent of murder in his gaze. Tao Bai Bai, you have indeed made your appearance. Meanwhile, Satan clenched his fists, enveloped in a fervent fighting spirit. You alone can never be forgiven. Casting aside the need to maintain his earlier composure, Satan bellowed and charged directly at the android Tao Bai Bai as the match commenced. Oh, It seems you harbor a grudge against me? Noticing the seething rage emanating from Satan, Tao Bai Bai quickly deduced that this somewhat thinning-haired, explosive youth must have a vendetta against him. Perhaps it was due to a past encounter where he had eliminated someone significant to the boy. Nevertheless, Tao Bai Bai remained indifferent. As the world's foremost assassin, countless lives had succumbed to his blade. Aside from those targets who had been exceptionally well compensated by their employers, he could scarcely recall the identities of the others he had dispatched. Of course, there was also that insufferable little imp, Sun Wukong, who had forced him into this peculiar android form. Yet, he was quite pleased with his current physique, which housed various assassination mechanisms, making it arguably more suited to his identity than his original body. He was confident that when he next encountered Sun Wukong, he would be able to exact his revenge personally. His participation in this martial arts tournament was primarily aimed at confronting Sun Wukong. Thus, let us first deal with this impudent brat who has inexplicably crossed paths with me. Remaining poised with one hand behind his back, Tao Bai Bai observed the charging Satan with his fingers poised like a sword. Strike! With an expression of icy determination, Tao Bai Bai watched as his pointed finger met the oncoming Satan. The boy's speed was unexpectedly swift, yet blinded by fury, he opted for a reckless frontal assault. To the android Tao Bai Bai, this was akin to courting death, in the presence of the world's foremost assassin. Even the slightest flaw could serve as the decisive blow that tolls the bell of demise. His finger jabbed into the side of Satan's neck. Rest easy now. At the moment when Tao Bai Bai struck Satan, he was ready to turn and depart, leaving the spectators with an enigmatic silhouette. As for the tournament's rule against killing, he dismissed such a foolish regulation without a second thought. However, in the next instant, instead of collapsing to the ground as one would expect after being struck, Satan remained utterly unfazed by Tao Bai Bai's attack. He charged forward with the relentless vigor of a bull enraged by a red cloth. With a resounding thud, Tao Bai Bai was sent hurtling backward for over 10 meters, executing 4 or 5 somersaults in midair before he managed to stagger and regain his footing at the edge of the martial arts arena. How could this be? Was this young man's body forged of iron? It did not matter that I had used a finger strike. Even a mere flick could be lethal. Why was he so completely unaffected? Oh, it must be the chi. Damn it, I never imagined that I would encounter a mere child who had already cultivated such energy. Has it truly been so long since my last visit? The caliber of competitors in the world's greatest martial arts tournament has escalated to this level. The android, Tao Bai Bai, clutched his chest tightly. The impact from Satan's bull-like charge was not merely a forceful blow. It had instantly inflicted internal injuries. He had no doubt that if he were to release his grip, a torrent of blood would surge forth uncontrollably. The world's foremost assassin unexpectedly found himself bloodied by an obscure bald youth. What remains of his dignity? With a grave expression, he gazed at the still furious Satan, feeling both astonished and perplexed. As far as he knew, among the martial arts schools on Earth, only a handful could cultivate energy. The most renowned were the Turtle School, led by that odious old man, and his own Crane School. So, to which school did this young Satan belong? At this moment, Tao Bai Bai regretted not having observed the competition from the outset to maintain his air of mystery. Consequently, he remained entirely ignorant of this Satan's background. Well done, Satan. Truly deserving of being the disciple of last year's champion, Tenshinhan. Go forth and vanquish this unearthly foe. However, at that moment, the crowd erupted into cheers for Satan's recent performance. From their fervent voices, Tao Bai Bai gleaned Satan's lineage. Ah, so you are the disciple of that traitor Tenshinhan. How fortuitous. My objective this time, aside from dealing with that little brat Sun Wukong, is to assist my elder brother of the Crane School in disciplining his wayward apprentice. A sinister grin crept across Tao Bai Bai's face as he continued to taunt Satan. From their brief encounter, if one could even call it that, given it was merely him being sent flying, he had already sensed that Satan's strength was on par with his own. In a direct confrontation, he likely would not be Satan's match. Yet, as an assassin, his expertise lay in identifying his opponent's vulnerabilities and striking decisively. He noted that Satan exhibited a degree of recklessness, easily provoked. Indeed, upon hearing Tao Bai Bai's derision, Satan, already clouded by rage, lost all capacity for rational thought. He glared intently at Tao Bai Bai, preparing to charge once more. Now's my chance. A devious smile graced Tao Bai Bai's lips. Look out. Wukong and the others below recognized Tao Bai Bai's intent to ambush. In the next moment, several concealed darts swiftly shot forth from his sleeves. Not content with merely that, he propelled his mechanical arm alongside the darts towards Satan, ensuring a lethal strike. Die! Tao Bai shouted, his face a mask of savagery and insanity. Yet, in the very next instant, his frenzy came to an abrupt halt. For in Satan's hands, those darts, along with his mechanical arm, were caught with remarkable steadiness. How can this be? Tao Bai stared at Satan in disbelief. What do you mean, how can this be? When I learned you were once my master's disciples, Junior, I presumed you would pose a significant challenge. If merely catching these objects surprises you, it seems you are not as formidable as I had anticipated. This pales in comparison to the mastery of my master, who can catch bullets with bare hands. Satan dismissively cast aside the hidden darts and mechanical arm, regarding Tao Bai with a look of disdain. Upon hearing Satan's words, Tao Bai was rendered speechless. The speed at which his hidden darts and mechanical arm were launched far surpassed that of bullets. How dare this insufferable brat compare his attacks to bullets? Is that not an affront to Tao Bai himself? In stark contrast to Tao Bai's reaction, the onlookers gazed at Satan with admiration. To the majority of these ordinary individuals, bullets represented the pinnacle of speed. Upon hearing Satan mention the extraordinary skill of catching bullets barehanded, their astonishment surpassed even that of learning about someone whose combat power exceeded 10,000. The speed of a bullet was the most intuitively grasped limit of velocity within their understanding. Although they recognized that light travels faster, its omnipresence rendered it impractical for direct comparison, leaving them with little tangible experience. Thus, when they heard Satan claim that Tenshinhan could catch bullets with his bare hands, a wave of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. Tenshinhan, amidst the throng, was taken aback. Even the turtle hermit had long since attained the ability to obliterate the moon, and now, having surpassed the turtle hermit, he found himself lauded for such a seemingly trivial feat as catching bullets. You have mastered an array of skills, yet you choose to be a nefarious assassin. It is no wonder my master chose not to remain with your sect. When I first encountered you, I was consumed by rage, to the point of losing my reason. But now, having regained my composure, I recall my master's teachings. While he advised me to maintain a low profile, your audacity to insult him is intolerable. Even if I face punishment later, I must avenge him now. His realm is beyond your imagination. After enduring Tao Bai's sneak attack, Satan regained his composure. However, he could not remain passive in the face of Tao Bai's slander against Tenshinhan. Concentrating all his power into his fist, Satan unleashed the phantom fist technique he had learned from Tenshinhan. In an instant, a circle of Satan's afterimages surrounded Tao Bai, rendering it difficult for him to discern reality from illusion. Damn it, super whole wave. Realizing he could not distinguish between the real and the fake, Tao Bai shouted and began to spin, unleashing a barrage of his new ultimate technique. This new super whole wave was faster, more powerful, and had a shorter pause than the original. Like a laser beam, the streams of super whole wave struck each of Satan's afterimages almost simultaneously. Offense is the best defense. With such absolute defense, I shall see how you break through. Yet in the next moment, one of the super whole waves struck Satan's true form. Just as Tao Bai had anticipated, Satan's iron fist, charged with all his might, surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, causing the laser beam of the super whole wave to vanish in the whirlwind of his punch. Satan strikes. Amidst the resounding cries of Satan, Tao Bai was struck with a powerful punch. His entire form contorted into a shrimp-like shape, and his mouth instantaneously gaped open in an Ah shape. Even the tubes that served as his eyes were forcefully dislodged from their sockets. The victor of this bout was none other than the formidable Satan. As the golden-haired host proclaimed the result, the arena was once again engulfed in a fervent uproar. The names Satan and Tenshinhan echoed repeatedly, resonating through the air. Tenshinhan, enveloped by the fervent cheers surrounding him, felt that the number of times he heard accolades for himself at this moment surpassed even those he experienced while competing personally. That devilish fellow is truly toxic. Tenshinhan silently contemplated. Initially, he merely intended to observe discreetly, intending to strengthen his bonds with Goku and others after the martial arts tournament concluded, and to present them with the items he had brought. However, due to Satan's influence, he found himself inexplicably thrust into the limelight, becoming the center of attention despite having done nothing. This bewildering experience of receiving fervent admiration made Tenshinhan faintly grasp the sensation that Satan must have felt when inadvertently becoming a world hero in the narrative. Although this feeling instilled a degree of unease, it was undeniably exhilarating. It was akin to a salted fish hanging from the eaves, effortlessly turned over by a gentle breeze under the warm sunlight, allowing it to bask more evenly. Thus, enveloped by the cheers surrounding him, Tenshinhan became less concerned about Satan's penchant for seeking the spotlight. Moreover, he could discern that Satan had a clear opportunity to disregard the tournament's regulations and eliminate Tao Pai Pai. Yet, he refrained. Not only that, but after Tao Pai Pai mentioned Tenshinhan's name, Satan regained the rationality that had been clouded by hatred following the murder of his previous master. To continue being Tenshinhan's disciple, he let go of his vendetta against Tao Pai Pai for slaying his master, instead using Tao Pai Pai's slander against Tenshinhan as justification to deliver a powerful blow. This punch symbolized victory by the time Tao Pai Pai was carried away. He was already on the brink of death. Well, since you chose not to strike, it falls upon me, the master, to exert some effort. After all, I do not harbor the habit of allowing potential threats to linger. With that, Tenshinhan excused himself under the pretense of needing to use the restroom, temporarily stepping out of the crowd's sight. At the moment of his departure, the top 8 contenders for this martial arts tournament had already been determined. Aside from Goku, Krillin, and Satan, the other 4 were Piccolo, Shun, Chi-Chi, and Yajirobe. Approximately half an hour later, upon returning to the martial arts arena, Tenshinhan learned from the tournament organizers that the participant Tao Pai Pai, who had previously been transported by ambulance, had mysteriously vanished. Whether he was alive or dead remained unknown to them. Furthermore, they could not attribute the events that transpired after the match to the contestants. Even if they ultimately discovered that Tao Pai Pai had perished, it would bear no connection to his opponent. As Tenshinhan shifted his gaze back to the arena, he witnessed Krillin engaging in battle with Piccolo. Meanwhile, he also discovered that among his acquaintances, there was a young girl. The girl was clad in a cerulean martial arts robe, exuding an aura of youthful vibrancy. She was unmistakably Chi-Chi. At that moment, Chi-Chi stood bashfully behind Wukong, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It turned out that during the brief interval after Tenshinhan's departure, several contests had taken place. The battle between Wukong and Chi-Chi was rather predictable. However, the spectacle of a childhood engagement leading to a grand quest for a husband captivated the audience immensely. Satan encountered the formidable Neo Dali, whom he had met upon arriving at the martial arts venue. Both Neo Dali and Chi-Chi had enjoyed a stroke of good fortune, advancing to the top 8 seemingly without facing any formidable adversaries. Upon meeting Satan, Neo Dali was swiftly eliminated. The only regret for Tenshinhan was having missed the previous battle. It was only from Wukong's explanation that Tenshinhan recalled the familiar middle-aged man with a small mustache he had noticed around the venue before the event began. It was, in fact, the deity disguised as a celestial contestant. In the previous match, the celestial champion encountered his opponent, Yamcha, who had received divine guidance alongside Goku under the arrangement of Tenshinhan. It appears that this early instruction bore fruit, as Yamcha, through his meticulously honed mastery of the spirit bomb, managed to propel the celestial being out of the arena, although the victory was not easily attained. And despite the limitations imposed on the mortal by the divine possession, Yamcha's triumph over the celestial entity filled Tenshinhan with both astonishment and satisfaction. Indeed, my initial decision proved to be wise. Goku and the others, having received divine mentorship ahead of time, must have significantly surpassed their counterparts from the original narrative. The only character whose strength remained largely unchanged compared to the original storyline was Krillin, due to his sacrificial offering. He was resurrected a year later by Goku and the others using the Dragon Balls. By that time, both Goku and Yamcha had already completed their training at the Heavenly Temple and were engaged in their individual cultivation. Consequently, upon his revival, Krillin was unable to benefit from Tenshinhan's connections to receive divine instruction. Although he ascended the Korin Tower and underwent some training there, it did not significantly differ from his experiences in the original storyline. Tenshinhan, contemplating, turned his gaze towards the fiercely battling Bic on the arena. It appeared that Krillin's strength had not undergone significant changes, which was not entirely a misfortune. At the very least, he could assess, based on Krillin's current abilities, whether this Bic had indeed suffered from developmental shortcomings due to his earlier interventions. Turtle. School. Kamehameha. As Krillin, covered in dust and dirt, unleashed a wave of energy with great effort, managing to bring Bic down, Tenshinhan reached a conclusion. This Bic had certainly been adversely affected by his actions. I knew it. The Bic hatched from quail eggs and ostrich eggs was indeed distinct. Tenshinhan expresses some concerns. In the narrative, although Piccolo has been unable to keep pace with Goku, he has played an indispensable role in several fierce battles. Apart from Goku and his companions, The only Dragon Ball warrior capable of putting up a fight against the adversaries is Piccolo. Now, with Piccolo's underdevelopment, he has effectively rendered the strongest substitute among the Dragon Ball warriors ineffective. Can Goku and Yamcha, whose powers have been enhanced in the original storyline, compensate for the strength that Piccolo has lost? Tien hopes that Goku and his companions' overall combat strength at least reaches a level of equilibrium as depicted in the narrative. This way, the Earth can repeatedly navigate through crises without the need for his seemingly superfluous involvement. However, upon witnessing Piccolo's inadequate development, he finds himself in a moment of doubt. Perhaps it is of no consequence. After all, do I not possess ingredients that can enhance their strength? At the very least, I can provide Goku and the others with additional supplies to expedite their ascension in power, thereby compensating for the shortcomings. As Tenshinhan contemplated this, the arena was graced by the highly anticipated clash that captivated the audience, marking the ultimate showdown of this martial arts tournament. Due to the excessive exertion in their previous battles, both Krillin and Yamcha fell swiftly to Satan and Goku. The final battle, as predicted at the inception of this martial arts conference, would erupt between the two most favored seeds. What lies ahead is the grand finale of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, featuring Satan, the proud disciple of the previous tournament champion Tenshinhan, against the runner-up from last year, Sun Wukong. Although 3 years have elapsed, I believe the fierce confrontation between Tenshinhan and Sun Wukong from 3 years ago remains vividly etched in everyone's memory. Now, with Satan, a disciple of Tenshinhan, and the refined Sun Wukong, can they recreate the splendor of that exhilarating clash from 3 years past? Let us await the outcome. The finals commence. Tenshinhan was quite astonished by Satan's advancement to the finals. He never expected that this lad could truly accomplish such a feat. Although a touch of fortune played a role in avoiding overly formidable opponents, he has certainly put forth great effort. Tenshinhan gazed at Satan on the arena with a sense of solace. Despite harboring some resentment over how Satan had disrupted his peaceful existence, he could not deny the bond that had formed between them over the course of the year. Witnessing his disciple stand upon the grand stage of the world's foremost martial arts tournament stirred emotions within him. He understood that Satan's decision to spare Tao Bai was a reflection of the pact they had established together. Their mentor-student relationship, however, had reached its limit with Satan's act of killing Tao Bai. Thus, in order to preserve this cherished bond, Satan restrained his urge for vengeance, opting merely to defeat Tao Bai and refrain from further violence. Tenshinhan harbors no feelings for Tao Bai. In fact, they have never encountered one another since his arrival in this world. The sole connection that exists between them resides solely within the amalgamation of his memories. Thus, he departed without hesitation, aiding Satan in fulfilling his desire for vengeance. As for the conclusion of their master-disciple relationship, Tenshinhan has no intention of revisiting that matter. After all, habit is a formidable force. Over the course of this year, despite the necessity of devoting an additional 2 hours each day to impart his martial arts knowledge due to Satan's presence, he has grown accustomed to this newly stabilized existence, which includes the companionship of Lanchi throughout the year. Tenshinhan finds it somewhat difficult to disrupt this newly established equilibrium. While he feels a sense of gratification regarding Satan's performance, he does not genuinely believe that Satan possesses the capability to triumph over Wukong and claim the championship. After all, his master has only this level of skill, and Satan is by no means a prodigy. He merely has a greater resilience to blows. How could he possibly secure victory against Wukong? Let me witness the extent of your capabilities. Tenshinhan gazed at the two individuals on the arena with an expression filled with anticipation. Indeed, the martial artists of your generation are exceptionally talented. It appears that I need not worry about the affairs concerning Piccolo. At that moment, a tipsy figure, Tien, the human possessed by a divine entity, suddenly remarked beside Tenshinhan. The two shared an unspoken understanding of the divine identity. Who knows? Perhaps even more formidable adversaries will emerge in the future. However, with Goku and the others around, the situation should remain manageable. By the way, Krillin has yet to seek your guidance, has he? We cannot afford to leave him behind. The more individuals we have, the greater our strength. You desire a safer Earth as well, do you not? Tenshinhan, having not witnessed the celestial athlete embodying the divine, remained fixated on the arena, seemingly nonchalantly uttering his words. The celestial being nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, I shall give your suggestion due consideration. However, as I have previously stated, I harbor neither the interest nor the capability to partake in this matter. It would be prudent for you to place your hopes upon Wukong and his companions. Surely, through your prior encounters, you have come to appreciate their remarkable talents. 3 years have elapsed since Tien encountered the celestial deity, and now, unexpectedly, there arises an inclination to persuade him to become the guardian of Earth. He promptly preempted the deity's words. Although he had grown accustomed to the presence of Satan and Lanchi in his mundane existence, he still harbored a reluctance to involve himself in the extraordinary battles on Wukong's side. To him, such conflicts appeared to transcend the very limits of his capabilities. The deity observed Tianjin Rice, unwavering in his resolve, just as he had been 3 years prior, and chose not to offer further persuasion. Over the course of these 3 years, he had discerned an intriguing phenomenon. The Earth had undergone certain transformations, precisely as he had anticipated. Regardless of Tianjin Rice's involvement in combat, as long as he remained on Earth, the planet would inevitably become increasingly secure. Have you truly only studied martial arts with Tianjin Rice for a year? On the arena, Goku faced off against Satan. Sensing the immense energy within Satan once more, Goku could not help but seek confirmation. Indeed, last year, my master rescued me from bandits on Penguin Mountain. Throughout this past year, I have been learning various martial arts by his side. Although I had previously dabbled in martial arts, after studying under my master, I realized that my prior knowledge barely scratched the surface. You are my master's friend, but do not hold back against me. This battle is the final match, and I intend to demonstrate my full strength so my master can witness the fruits of my training. At the mere mention of Tianjin Rice, Satan's previously stoic expression transformed into one of admiration. Wow, you truly have only studied for a year. To possess such formidable energy in just 1 year. It seems Tianjin Rice's current prowess is indeed unfathomable. Goku marveled at Satan's words, simultaneously assessing Tianjin Rice's strength through Satan's capabilities. Of course, we have encountered some villains over the year, but I have never witnessed my master's full potential. Satan, witnessing Goku's astonishment, could not help but take pride in praising Tianjin Rice. Fortunately, Tianjin Rice's exceptional eyesight did not extend to having the acute hearing of Piccolo, thus, he remained unaware of Satan's flattering remarks. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly wish to silence him. For individuals of their caliber, boasting about defeating bandits while showcasing their utmost strength would merely invite ridicule. It was quite absurd that Satan would present such trivial matters as significant accomplishments. Yet, he happened to encounter the naive Goku. Although Satan's examples seemed somewhat trivial to Goku, he could still infer a substantial enhancement in Tianjin Rice's abilities. Alright. Although I may not yet be a match for Tianjin Rice, I am determined to accept this challenge. Your proposal aligns perfectly with my intentions, and I will not hold back simply because you are Tianjin Rice's disciple. Prepare yourself. With a mighty shout, Goku's figure vanished instantaneously. Moments later, 8 identical Gokus surrounded Satan. Shadow Clone Fist? I know that technique too. Satan grinned with confidence, having learned this move from Tianjin Rice, and had just employed it against Tao Pai Pai. In an instant, amidst the circle of 8 Gokus, 8 Satans appeared in unison. Shadow Clone Fist vs. Shadow Clone Fist. In an instant, the spectators beheld the arena filled with the phantoms conjured by Wukong and Satan. Haha, it appears you have mastered the art of creating illusions quite well, Wukong remarked, intrigued by Satan's attempt to counter him with the same technique. Of course, I possess more than just this move. Behold my solar fist, Satan exclaimed with a smug smile, as 8 figures simultaneously placed their hands on their foreheads and shouted in unison. In the next moment, the entire arena was bathed in a radiant light, causing the audience to shut their eyes in agony. A blinding white glow erupted from the foreheads of the 8 phantoms of Satan. Can he truly wield the solar fist? This technique may have been effective against my former self, but it holds little significance for me now, Wukong thought with excitement, promptly closing his eyes to sense the flow of energy around him. As he did so, a smirk crept across Satan's face, and the 8 phantoms surged towards Wukong's remembered position. In an instant, 7 of Wukong's illusions vanished, leaving only the true form. Observing this, Satan immediately lunged toward Wukong's corporeal being with a punch. Just as Satan's fist was about to connect with Wukong, the latter slightly shifted his body, effortlessly evading Satan's blow. It seemed that without the ability to sense energy and lacking my level of vision, the outcome of this battle would soon be decided. As Tianjin Fan observed Satan's attack falter, a tinge of regret washed over him. Indeed, after Goku adeptly evaded the strike, he swiftly retaliated with a spinning kick that sent Satan staggering back 2 steps. Such formidable power, truly worthy of being a friend of the master. Satan shook his hands and steadied himself not far away. Just as he prepared to counter, he realized Goku's onslaught was far from over. Having sensed the total energy within Satan's body, Goku understood that this kick would hardly inflict any real harm. Combat is not a turn-based game. That kick was merely the prelude. Before Satan could launch his counterattack, Goku's relentless barrage ensued, a ceaseless wave of strikes. The flurry of fists and feet forced Satan to retreat repeatedly. Not only was Goku superior in sensing energy, but in close-quarters combat. His extensive practical experience far surpassed that of Satan. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Under Goku's tempestuous assault, Satan could only barely defend himself, lacking any opportunity to strike back. After being pushed back dozens of steps, Satan's foot suddenly halted. It was not because he had found a flaw in Goku's technique to counterattack, but rather because he had reached the edge of the arena. To retreat any further would mean falling off the stage. He had nowhere left to go. How infuriating, truly. A formidable rival of the master. With no option to retreat, it seemed he had no choice but to act. One of Satan's feet had already stepped beyond the edge of the arena, while his sturdy front foot remained firmly curled through the resilient soles of his training shoes. He utilized the strength of his toes to drive his foot into the ground, anchoring himself at the edge of the arena. Boom. This time, Satan did not evade. Instead, he braced himself to take Goku's pursuing strike head-on. His body lurched back from the immense force, yet with the technique of gripping the ground with his toes. Satan endured Goku's blow. Now's my chance. At last, having withstood one of Goku's punches, Satan seized the opportunity to counterattack. He had to do something. He could not afford to lose so easily, for that would be a disgrace to his master. This thought was the sole conviction that flashed through his mind just before he decided to endure Goku's punch. Throughout his life, Satan had boasted countless times, often forgetting his own grand words. Yet he would never forget matters concerning his master. He distinctly recalled, at the outset, he and Goku had pounded their chests in assurance. Although his master was not participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament this time, as a disciple, he too could meet their eager challenge. If he were merely to be overwhelmed by Goku to the point of elimination, where would be the excitement in such a contest? With this promise etched in his heart, Satan, imbued with unwavering resolve, successfully initiated his counterattack. Blazing fire speed punch. Aura, in a stunning display of resilience. Satan's decision to endure a blow in exchange for one of his own left Goku utterly astonished. Moreover, Satan's counterattack struck precisely at the moment when Goku had exhausted the full force of his recent punch. Caught off guard, Goku had no time to adjust before being struck by Satan's fiery, impassioned rapid punches. The sound of flesh meeting flesh resonated through the arena, echoing not only in Goku's chest but also in the hearts of the countless spectators surrounding them. Having witnessed Satan cornered at the edge of the ring moments ago, they had anticipated a rather anticlimactic conclusion to this long-awaited final showdown. However, they were unprepared for Satan's fervent resurgence, igniting a brilliant counterattack amidst his dire predicament. The rapid punches, though lacking in flamboyance, were characterized by their straightforward and direct assaults. Their singular attributes were speed, precision, and ferocity, with an imposing presence. Satan began to press forward, relentlessly targeting the beleaguered Goku. One step, two steps, after a barrage of rapid punches. The two combatants found themselves nearly back at the center of the ring. Who would have thought that this clever lad would know how to capitalize on his strengths while avoiding his weaknesses? In terms of technique, he stood no chance against the battle-hardened Goku. When it came to deception and perception, Goku's mastery of sensing energy rendered him far superior. Yet, in terms of sheer endurance, Satan might just hold his ground against the current iteration of Goku. It was unexpectedly impressive that he could swiftly identify his only avenue for breakthrough. Even while being thoroughly overwhelmed, Tien observed Satan's counterattack, silently clenching his fists. Witnessing this individual's performance, it seemed as though a fervor akin to that of a martial artist stirred within him. While the concept of violence and conflict lacked substantial allure, the unwavering hope and conviction displayed in the face of insurmountable odds resonated deeply, even stirring the resolve of one who had resolved to lead a life of mediocrity. As Goku and Satan returned to the center of the arena, the audience collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. The recent tempest of attacks and counterattacks had left each spectator momentarily breathless, and only now were they able to erupt into enthusiastic cheers for the two combatants. Marvelous. Impressive. Goku. Stunning counter. Satan. Amidst the applause, Goku and Satan recalibrated their stances. True to Tien fans' reputation as a distinguished disciple, Although it appeared that Goku struggled to harness his internal energy, he was by no means an easy opponent to defeat. The sequence of counterattacks had been so unexpected that even Goku himself had not foreseen them. He gazed at Satan with excitement. The depth of Satan's internal energy was substantial, rivaling even his own. Although Satan seemed somewhat clumsy in his use of energy, even exhibiting a lack of finesse with the solar fist. The mere presence of such energy within him granted him remarkable defensive capabilities, allowing him to absorb Goku's previous punch without retreating. Had it been any other martial artist, Goku believed they would have been sent flying out of the arena with that strike, devoid of any opportunity for retaliation. Contemplating this, his curiosity regarding the immense internal energy within Satan grew even more intense. If someone like Satan, who had only trained under Tenshinhan for a year, possessed such vast energy, how astonishing must Tenshinhan's own energy reserves be? As this thought flickered through Goku's mind, his excitement surged, fueling his anticipation for a challenge against Tenshinhan. However, all of this would have to wait until he triumphed over Satan. With that thought, Goku swiftly dismissed distracting notions, momentarily retracting his offensive posture. What is going on? Aren't you going to fight? Satan inquired, perplexed by Goku's sudden change. Satan, your strength exceeds my expectations. Yet, I can hardly contain my eagerness to battle Tenshinhan. So, I apologize, but I must begin my warm-up for an all-out fight. With that, Goku raised his hands and removed his shirt. Thud. The seemingly lightweight garment landed on the ground with a heavy thud. Not only that, but his boots also bore an unexpected weight. Weighted training. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Goku had commenced his weighted training, just as one would expect from the narrative. Tenshinhan observed the scene on the arena with a faint smile. He then caressed the bracelet that had adorned his wrist since his retreat. Could it be that I, too, carry a burden? Yet, he quickly shook his head. Haha, this trinket is merely a decorative accessory, isn't it? Tenshinhan does not believe that the wristband is as extraordinary as Dr. Zequah claims. Before and after wearing the wristband, he perceives no discernible difference whatsoever. At that moment, in Penguin Village, Aral rushed to Dr. Zequah, who was seated in front of a supercomputer. Doctor, what are you doing? Dumplings and Tenshinhan have gone to some martial arts tournament, and I'm so bored. Aral lamented, resting her chin on Dr. Zequah's shoulder as she gazed at the chaotic data displayed on the supercomputer screen, which was incomprehensible to her. Oh, Aral, you arrived just in time. I'm currently analyzing the data for the constant proportional weight block gifted to Tenshinhan. Can you guess the gravitational multiplier that is now being exerted on him? Dr. Zequah adjusted his black-framed glasses and smiled mysteriously at Aral. Let me think. 3 years ago, it was 2. Now, 2 plus 2 equals 4. So it should be 4, right? Aral said, counting on her fingers with earnest concentration. Not quite. And it's no wonder you couldn't guess. In fact, I am somewhat astonished myself. In just 3 years, Tenshinhan's limit for gravitational tolerance has reached a staggering 100 times that of Earth's gravity. Thus, the current gravitational multiplier on the weight block has escalated to 80. However, logically, his physical limits should not have risen so rapidly. It seems that there must be some secret within Tenshinhan that enables such a swift enhancement of his physical capabilities, Dr. Zequah mused, stroking his slightly unshaven chin. Lost in thought. Meanwhile, Aral, sensing Dr. Zequah's distraction, grew increasingly bored and seized the opportunity to dash outside in search of sticks. At the martial arts arena, as Goku removed his weighted gear, the battle resumed. Satan, observing Goku bouncing with exuberance as he adjusted to the weightlessness, endeavored to maintain a calm facade. Though turmoil raged within him, he had not anticipated that the full force he had just faced was not even Goku's true strength. After completing his basic warm-up, Goku promptly began to sprint around the ring at remarkable speed. His every movement generated whirlwinds due to his incredible velocity, leaving Satan feeling uncertain. At Goku's current pace, his eyes struggled to clearly perceive Goku's actions. Consequently, he would find himself in an entirely passive position during the ensuing combat. Resolving to prepare for a strategy of exchanging injuries, he understood that he must seize the moment when Goku attacked to have any chance of countering his moves. Having nearly adapted, let us continue our battle. Wukong resembled a whirlwind, spinning on the spot before coming to a halt, a radiant smile gracing his face. The injuries inflicted by Satan's counterattack seemed to have healed significantly by this moment. Come on. Satan stood firm, adopting a grappling stance directed at Wukong. He was acutely aware that his own speed could not possibly match that of Wukong, who had shed his burdensome weight. Thus, he resolved not to evade. He had devised a plan. The instant Wukong attacked, he would tightly embrace him and then test the effectiveness of the head, but he had practiced tirelessly over the past year. The audience surrounding the arena erupted into cheers as they witnessed the two opponents once again locked in confrontation. Suddenly, with a swift movement, Wukong, now unencumbered, launched a kick that struck Satan squarely in the chest. What an opportunity! Satan felt as if a hammer had struck him, a sweet taste rising in his throat as he nearly expelled a mouthful of blood. Yet, unwilling to squander this rare chance, he suppressed the urge to cough up blood and lunged forward, wrapping his arms tightly around Wukong. His head, too, instinctively aimed for Wukong's, signaling his counterattack. The audience roared with excitement, mirroring Satan's exhilarated spirit. "I've got it." However, as his headbutt descended, it ultimately collided with nothingness. His embrace was nothing but air. To the astonishment of both Satan and the onlookers, the Wukong they had seen was merely an afterimage. As Satan stumbled forward, bewildered by his missed strike, the crowd gasped in disbelief. "Huh, the same trick won't work on me twice." Just ahead of where Satan had lunged, Wukong's form flickered once more. As Satan raised his head to regard the now indistinct Wukong, a fierce gust of wind swept from behind him. Instinctively ducking, he narrowly avoided Wukong's sweeping kick, only to see Wukong execute a mid-air turn, delivering a powerful downward strike with his other leg. The resounding impact of Wukong's kick struck Satan's shoulder, causing his legs to tremble and forcing him to kneel, creating a sizable crater in the ground as blood erupted uncontrollably from his mouth. However, the battle-hardened Wukong did not cease his onslaught. Noticing that Satan was now immobilized between his front and rear attacks, he swiftly unleashed another powerful kick. Before Satan could even react, he was sent tumbling off the arena, the outcome of the match decisively determined. Tenshinhan leaped gracefully, catching the already unconscious Satan before he could touch the ground, swiftly placing a magical bean into his mouth and transporting him to the lounge. By the time Goku and the others arrived at the lounge, the results of the tournament had already been announced, and the audience was gradually dispersing. "Haha, Tenshinhan. I was quite overwhelmed with excitement just now. I inadvertently exerted all my strength. Satan's injury shouldn't be severe, right?" Goku remarked, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish smile as he gazed at the still unconscious Satan. "No worries. I brought some magical beans and have already administered one to Satan. Once he awakens from his slumber, he will be fully restored." Tenshinhan smiled and gestured for Wukong not to take it to heart. Although Satan was swiftly defeated after Wukong removed his weighted clothing, Tenshinhan was quite pleased with the young man's performance in the arena. It is worth noting that the current Wukong is likely a formidable opponent, one whom even he might struggle to surpass, let alone Satan. Tenshinhan mused, his gaze drifting to the enchanting Chi-Chi behind Goku, a sly smile creeping across his face. "Hee, Goku, it seems that not long after this martial arts tournament concludes, you shall wed Miss Chi-Chi, am I correct? Do not forget to extend an invitation to me for the wedding." Upon hearing Tenshinhan's words, Goku recalled the previously overlooked Chi-Chi. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Chi-Chi, upon sensing the attention of those around her, grasped Goku's arm and lowered her head in bliss, appearing as if she wished to hide within his embrace. At that moment, Tenshinhan noticed beside him Lanchi, her golden hair shimmering as she gazed at him with an envious expression, her eyes ablaze with fervor. This realization struck Tenshinhan, making him aware that his light-hearted jest toward Goku had nearly ignited trouble for himself. Within this universal capsule lies an assortment of vegetables, fruits, and meats, such as pork and chicken, which I have cultivated myself. Goku, you may take them home and savor them as a gift from our reunion after several years. I believe they will aid you in your training." Just then, Tenshinhan remembered the primary purpose of his visit to the martial arts tournament. He swiftly produced a universal capsule and tossed it to Goku. Originally manufactured by Bulma's family, Tenshinhan had acquired a substantial stock from her before departing from Karen Tower. "And you, Yamcha and Krillin, shall also partake. I feel these provisions should prove beneficial to you." After finishing his words, Tenshinhan took out 2 universal capsules and tossed them to them. Once he had distributed the ingredients, he produced several magical beans and gave them to Goku and the others. He had now acquired the ability to cultivate these beans himself. Although the maturation period for the magical beans was still somewhat lengthy, with an annual harvest, he could yield a dozen beans from the several young plants he had nurtured. Such planting efficiency would surely raise eyebrows among the immortals, leading them to question whether the soil atop Korin Tower or that of Penguin Village could truly be deemed divine. Consequently, Tenshinhan no longer felt the need to be as frugal with the magical beans as he had previously planned. with a crisp crunch. Reminiscent of the flavor of the magical beans, Tenshinhan nodded in satisfaction as he observed Goku and the others swiftly regaining their strength after consuming the beans. The beans he had just provided were of his own cultivation, and witnessing their effects matched perfectly with those from Korin Tower, he felt a sense of relief. He then proceeded to divide several more beans into 3 portions for Goku, Yamcha, and Krillin, advising them to keep them on hand. As for the solitary bean that remained, he glanced at Piccolo, who was lingering just outside the lounge. "This one is for you. Consume it, and you shall recover swiftly." Initially, Piccolo had intended to covertly observe the prowess of Goku and Tenshinhan from a closer vantage point, comparing his abilities with theirs. He planned to find a secluded spot to hone his skills, returning to eliminate Tenshinhan and Goku once he felt sufficiently powerful. His heart was filled with malice towards them. However, before he could manifest this animosity, he had already been bested by the bald youth named Krillin. Now, in a moment where Tenshinhan should have sensed his ill intentions, he was unexpectedly bestowed with a magical bean. This left him utterly astonished. He had eavesdropped on the benefits of these magical beans, which could instantly restore vitality and heal wounds. Why would this Tenshinhan offer such a valuable gift to a potential adversary? Perplexed, Piccolo raised his hand and securely caught the bean tossed his way. "Why?" he inquired coolly, tilting his head. This question echoed not only his own uncertainty, but also the curiosity of Yamcha and the others. This individual bore a striking resemblance to the former Demon King Piccolo, and it was conceivable that he could be the very same egg. Who could say? Perhaps it was simply a matter of personal affinity. Tenshinhan shook his head and casually replied, "What do you think? Wukong? Should I give him a Senzu bean?" Wukong pondered for a moment before nodding. Though he could not articulate the reason, he shared the same sentiment as Tenshinhan, believing that a Senzu bean should indeed be granted. After all, his life now rightfully belonged to him. He should not be condemned to live under the shadow of Piccolo's resentment, should he? Wukong scratched his head, speaking with a hint of uncertainty. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Piccolo paused slightly, as if struck by a tender part of his heart. "Humph, rescuing an enemy? You 2 naive fools will eventually regret this decision." With that, Piccolo tossed the Senzu bean into the air, allowing it to fall freely into his mouth. Rejuvenated, Piccolo turned without looking back, leaving behind a swift declaration, "Tenshinhan. Son Goku, await your fate. I shall grow ever stronger and then vanquish you both to rule the world." Upon hearing this pronouncement, the expressions of Yamcha and the others turned grave. Tenshinhan reflected upon the fleeting moment of bewilderment displayed by Piccolo. Yet he understood that the caretaker of the Sun family, acquired through a single sacred bean, was ultimately destined to succumb. As for the words left behind by Piccolo, they were merely the stubborn defiance of a proud spirit. "Tenshinhan, let us engage in a contest. My strength has been fully restored." Before Piccolo's figure had completely vanished from the sight of the onlookers, Goku, brimming with excitement, could hardly contain himself as he eagerly addressed Tenshinhan. Tenshinhan was momentarily taken aback by Wukong's words. Prior to arriving here, he had never anticipated the necessity of engaging in combat. Observing the eager expression on Wukong's face, he surmised that this must be the latent warrior spirit inherent in the Saiyan nature at play. Nevertheless, he also recognized that Wukong, having grown up on Earth, was distinct from other Saiyans. His demeanor was far more tranquil. Tenshinhan can be certain that if he resolutely declines now, Wukong would not insist on engaging in a confrontation. After all, he is not Vegeta, who would go to any lengths to instigate a clash among their own. Throughout Wukong's numerous battles against formidable foes, the combative nature inherent in his Saiyan genes plays only a minor role. Far more significant is the fact that he is defending the Earth. Regardless of the vast disparity in strength, he confronts adversaries time and again, not out of a desire for battle or a belief in his own victory, but because he understands that he cannot afford to lose. Tenshinhan, reminiscing about the vivid scenes from his memories, could not help but feel a surge of sentiment, although he had not intended to engage. Witnessing the remarkable counterattack of Satan in the face of adversity and the glimmer of anticipation in Wukong's eyes stirred an unusual itch within him. Why not engage in battle? Compared to Wukong, who fought relentlessly without any retreat, this contest posed little more than the possibility of a single defeat. What do I have to lose? Furthermore, this also presents a splendid opportunity to assess my own strength. I wonder if I have fallen behind in my capabilities. Tenshinhan clenched his fists, contemplating his situation. He aspired to lead a tranquil existence, much like a languid fish, yet he had no desire to retreat like a timid turtle. His decision to retreat from Goku and the others was not born of fear of death. After all, in the realm of Dragon Ball, death held little terror. He simply felt that there was no necessity to perish. Goku and his companions invariably resolved matters, and he saw no reason to involve himself in their struggles, subjecting himself to the torment of physical pain that would serve little purpose. Thus, when faced with Goku's challenge, stirred by Satan's earlier performance and his own memories, Tenshinhan hesitated but briefly before acquiescing. Very well, let us engage in battle. Tenshinhan cast a glance at Wukong, a hint of excitement gracing his features. He believed that over the past 3 years, he had grown somewhat stronger. However, during this time, the only intruders of Penguin Mountain had been mere common bandits, all of whom were woefully weak. Wukong's challenge provided the perfect opportunity for him to gauge his progress through real combat. Haha, Tenshinhan, you've agreed, Wukong exclaimed joyfully, clapping his hands upon hearing Tenshinhan's response. Meanwhile, Yamcha and Krillin, witnessing Tenshinhan's acceptance, were expressions of envy. Indeed, just as they had anticipated, defeating Satan would lead to a challenge with Tenshinhan. Alas, this opportunity ultimately fell to Wukong. After exchanging glances, Yamcha and Krillin silently lamented their misfortune. Bulma, surprised to see Wukong challenging Tenshinhan, interjected, "What? You've only just finished fighting, and now you're eager to continue? It's been years since we've all gathered. We should partake in something more enjoyable." Bulma's mood soured. She was in the midst of a breakup with Yamcha and had intended to have a heartfelt conversation with Wukong, only to be preempted by the sudden arrival of Chi-Chi. It felt unjust that someone else had seized the moment that was rightfully hers. With thoughts of sharing a meal to lift her spirits and check on the now handsome Tenshinhan, she was disheartened by the impending battle. Chi-Chi, standing beside Wukong, tugged at his arm, reluctant to let go, her concern evident. Chi-Chi, if you keep holding my arm like that, I want to be able to properly compete with Tenshinhan. Please let go, Wukong remarked, oblivious to Chi-Chi's anxiety. Feeling her grip tighten further, he candidly expressed his distress. "Humph, Wukong, you big fool. Such a fool," Chi-Chi huffed, stomping her foot in frustration upon realizing that Wukong was troubled by her concern. Reluctantly, she released his arm. Tenshinhan observed the reactions of Bulma and Chi-Chi, then glanced back at the golden-haired Launch, who appeared not only unconcerned but rather exhilarated by the moment. In this regard, Launch, who usually caused him considerable trouble, seemed remarkably easy to manage. "Go forth and battle. Tenshinhan, how I long for that wild side of yours," she exclaimed. After 3 years, at last, an opportunity to witness it once more. Launch raised her hands high, fervently encouraging Tenshinhan to commence his fight. "Surely, the wildness you are enamored with does not reside within me, does it?" Tenshinhan pondered, feeling uncertain. In the past, he would have been able to ascertain his thoughts immediately. However, at this moment, he found himself questioning whether his impulsive agreement to compete against Goku was a manifestation of some latent wildness within him. Perhaps, compared to his arrival in this world, he had indeed undergone some transformation. Despite dedicating merely an hour each day to his training, his mindset had increasingly aligned with that of the martial artist in this realm, rather than remaining a mere inhabitant of a peaceful world. What? Tenshinhan and Goku are set to compete? This is truly exhilarating news. He could not contain his excitement and insisted on relaying this message to the organizers of the martial arts tournament immediately. Just then, the golden-haired host, who had just returned to the lounge, overheard the announcement regarding the impending duel between Goku and Tenshinhan. Thrilled, he swiftly pulled out his phone and dialed the number of the tournament's enigmatic mastermind. Moments later, after concluding the call, the host turned to Tenshinhan and Goku with palpable excitement. "Fantastic news. The organizer has instructed me to invite you to utilize the arena of the world's greatest martial arts tournament for your duel. Furthermore, they are willing to offer a bonus of 500,000 for this battle, urging you to give it your all." The crowd responded with collective astonishment, taken aback by the unexpected generosity of the tournament's elusive benefactor. It was noteworthy that the previous audience had already dispersed, and now, allowing Goku and Tenshinhan to use the arena seemed devoid of any personal gain for the organizer, who was even willing to contribute an additional 500,000 as a prize. Such a scenario would raise eyebrows for anyone. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Tenshinhan reflected on the possibility that the organizer might be a fervent martial arts enthusiast. Otherwise, with so many lucrative avenues available, such a grand event as the world's greatest martial arts tournament would not have crossed his mind. With this understanding, Tenshinhan found himself more sympathetic to the organizer's intentions. Very well, since the organizer has extended the invitation, let us proceed to the arena. After contemplating, Tenshinhan was the first to speak. Sun Wukong had been so focused on hastily challenging Tenshinhan that he had entirely overlooked the fact that battles outside of the martial arts tournament could not be conducted on the arena. Now, with the golden-haired host addressing this issue that Wukong had previously disregarded, he readily agreed. I have already warmed up at the tournament, so you should also prepare yourself. Tenshinhan. Before long, both Tenshinhan and Wukong found themselves at the center of the arena. Wukong delightedly swung his arms, signaling Tenshinhan to warm up. No need. I have already prepared myself. Tenshinhan shook his head. He was neither boasting nor speaking falsely about his lack of warm-up. The half-hour he spent away from the martial arts tournament to eliminate Tao Bai had, in his view, already sufficed as a warm-up. Oh, it seems Tenshinhan. You are quite eager for this battle. Goku had not witnessed Tenshinhan's warm-up firsthand, yet he held no doubts regarding his response. In Goku's mind, it was reasonable to believe that Tenshinhan had anticipated this challenge and thus prepared himself in advance. Tenshinhan, upon hearing Wukong's words, realized that he had misinterpreted his intentions. However, this was of little consequence, and thus he refrained from wasting his breath on an explanation. Moreover, he believed that this battle would soon reach its conclusion. Although he felt he had grown somewhat stronger, he did not consider himself capable of withstanding the might of Wukong in his current form for long. He merely wished to ascertain to what extent he could contend with Wukong, who was fighting at full strength without his burdens. Speaking of burdens, Tenshinhan was reminded of the constant proportional weight blocks on his wrists. Perhaps I should also remove my weights? Tenshinhan contemplated this notion, yet in the next moment, he found himself amused by his own thoughts. This wristband was hardly a burden. It was merely a decorative accessory, and removing it would bear no consequence. Shaking his head, he dismissed the absurd idea of taking off the wristband that had suddenly arisen within him. Let us begin. Bulma was right. It was a rare occasion for us to meet, and we ought to engage in some additional activities. For instance, we could share a meal together, as we had failed to do 3 years ago, hadn't we? However, this time, the champion is you, so Goku, you shall treat us later. Tenshinhan remarked with a smile, recalling that 3 years ago at this very moment, Krillin must have just performed the ritual. No problem, just in time, after the battle. One's stomach would surely crave sustenance. Let us commence, but do proceed with caution. Upon hearing this, Wukong nodded, swiftly entering a state of combat readiness. As Tenshinhan took notice, he too assumed a defensive stance, despite the absence of any spectators around the arena. Save for their own group and the unseen organizers of the martial arts event, the golden-haired host dutifully entered the role of MC. The pinnacle of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, featuring the formidable Tenshinhan and the legendary Sun Wukong, was now officially underway, with a resounding declaration. The figures of Tenshinhan and Wukong simultaneously vanished from the stage. Their speed was so extraordinary that the naked eye could scarcely comprehend it. Fortunately, Yamcha, Krillin, and the others were no ordinary individuals. Despite being awed by the explosive velocity of the two, they managed to catch glimpses of their trajectories. Tenshinhan's speed was no less than my own. Indeed, he had grown remarkably strong over these 3 years. He must still be carrying weights, as the immense aura emanating from him was difficult to fully discern. The fact that he could maintain such velocity without shedding his burdens was truly impressive. While I felt a twinge of reluctance, I resolved to defeat Tenshinhan, even in his weighted state. Next time, I would train hard enough to triumph over him in his unencumbered form. As Tenshinhan began to move, Wukong's ability to sense energy became acutely aware of the formidable power within Tenshinhan. With the current total of Wukong's own energy, he found himself unable to accurately gauge how many times stronger Tenshinhan's energy was. He only knew that Tenshinhan was not yet at full power. However, Wukong was also cognizant of the significant gap between them, opting not to push Tenshinhan to unleash his full potential in their battle. Feeling the current speed of Tenshinhan, he believed that their confrontation was appropriately matched under these circumstances. Otherwise, the sheer magnitude of Tenshinhan's energy alone would have been sufficient to compel Wukong to concede. Wukong could not fathom how Tenshinhan had trained over the past 3 years to elevate his energy to such astonishing levels. Meanwhile, as Wukong marveled at Tenshinhan's prowess, the latter was equally astonished by Wukong's strength. At this velocity, I had reached my limit, I had not anticipated that Wukong would so effortlessly keep pace. It seemed that while I had indeed grown stronger over the past 3 years, I was still not a match for Wukong. As Tien sprinted forward, he could not help but observe the seemingly distracted Goku, speculating that he had yet to unleash his full potential. He must be incredibly powerful, perhaps even stronger than I am. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Tien dared not let his guard down for an instant. Since he could not gain the upper hand in speed, he resolved to triumph through sheer numbers, transforming himself into 4. In the nearby tower of the martial arts tournament, the event's organizer, watching through the camera at a 20-fold slow motion, applauded in delight at the unfolding scene. He felt fortunate to have invited Goku and Tien to battle on a stage, for he would have otherwise missed such a wondrous confrontation. Once the 4 Tien fans appeared, they ceased their previous passive retreat. Moments later, while continuing their pursuit, the 4 Tien fans unknowingly encircled Goku, who had been running alongside them. Ding B. Tenshinhan no longer resorts to the solar fist, a mere illusionary tactic. For Goku, who has mastered the art of sensing energy, the effectiveness of this move, while not entirely obsolete, has certainly diminished significantly. Hence, Tenshinhan opted for the more sudden and unpredictable DD wave. Although it does not rival the superlative DD wave created by Tao Pai Pai, Tenshinhan's speed in unleashing this technique has vastly improved compared to 3 years ago. Sensing energy and executing physical movement are not synonymous. There are certain attacks that can be perceived yet evade the body's capacity to dodge. The method of attack chosen by Tenshinhan is precisely aimed at exploiting this disparity. In an instant, 4 DD waves were unleashed simultaneously, all directed towards the encircled Goku. Come now, let me witness how you shall respond. Will you confront my assault head-on with your own attack? Or will you unleash a velocity that surpasses the limits of my onslaught? Tenshinhan gazed at Goku with a sense of anticipation. Simultaneously, the third eye on Tenshinhan's forehead suddenly opened. The light beam. In addition to the 4 piercing energy beams, Tenshinhan immediately unleashed 4 vital energy rays from his third eye, completely sealing off the space above Goku. Surrounding the arena, Yamcha, Krillin, and others watched Tenshinhan's nearly impenetrable assault with a sense of trepidation. Was this attack not excessively stringent? The total amount of vital energy within him far surpassed theirs. Surely there was no need for such a fierce display of force? Was he not aiming to completely block Goku's escape route from the very outset? Sweat beaded on Krillin's forehead as he empathized with Goku's predicament, realizing that he would be utterly incapable of evading such an assault from Tenshinhan. Perhaps this exemplified Tenshinhan's earnest approach to martial arts. Even knowing he was stronger than them, he still pushed the limits of his strategy with each strike. Yamcha, too, fixed his gaze unwaveringly on the arena, unwilling to miss a single detail of this battle. Tenshinhan's attack was indeed difficult to evade. It appeared he was earnestly battling against himself while restricting his power with weights. Thus, I cannot afford to disappoint him. I must not be defeated in this initial attack. Gritting his teeth, Goku felt a tremendous pressure within the encirclement that Tenshinhan had formed. Yet, this pressure invigorated him further. As his entire body trembled with excitement, Goku suddenly stomped down. Boom. The arena floor was instantly cratered. Employing an urgent maneuver akin to burrowing underground, Goku narrowly evaded the onslaught of Tenshinhan's light beams. Although the beams missed their target, they were akin to spilled water that could not be reclaimed. Boom. A tremendous explosion resounded as the 4 piercing energy beams collided with the 4 light rays. Despite the attacks missing their mark, the shockwave generated by their collision radiated outward. The untrained Bulma and the blonde host were immediately thrown to the ground by the force of the wave. Lan Chi and Chi Chi fared slightly better, yet were still pushed back several steps by the gust. Such formidable power. It was astonishing that mere instantaneous techniques like the piercing wave and light beam could yield such intensity. Yamcha and Krillin raised their hands to shield themselves from the oncoming shockwave. The sheer strength of this wave allowed them to viscerally grasp the chasm that lay between them and Tenshinhan. Although they had sensed a prior oppressive aura from Tenshinhan through their ki, experiencing his combat prowess up close intensified that feeling. Truly, Goku was remarkable, capable of evading my attack in such a manner. Tien observed as Goku deftly evaded the onslaught, nodding in acknowledgement. Though he had initially believed his assault to be nearly flawless, Goku had, as anticipated, successfully sidestepped it. What a meticulously executed attack! I was almost caught off guard. Goku leapt out of the deep crater he had created, brushing off the dust from his attire. His expression bore a hint of trepidation, yet it was predominantly filled with exhilaration. He had not expected that their skirmish had barely begun. and he had almost been ensnared by Tenshinhan with no escape in sight. The harrowing experience had made him acutely aware that even at full throttle, he could not outpace Tenshinhan. Recognizing that he could not rely on speed, he resolved to devise an alternative strategy. Given the astonishing precision of Tenshinhan's previous maneuvers, akin to a meticulously orchestrated plan, Goku understood that he could not afford to maintain the status quo. He knew he must create a semblance of chaos to evade another round of Tenshinhan's barrage. "Let us try that technique," he mused, contemplating a clever response. Since Tenshinhan could clearly perceive his trajectory and had the advantage of speed in setting up an ambush, Goku concluded that the only course of action was to employ an illogical and erratic assault to disrupt Tenshinhan's formation. In the next instant, Tenshinhan witnessed Goku suddenly lapse into a state of stagnation. Not only that, but his expression and demeanor shifted dramatically in a brief moment. "What's wrong? Aren't you attacking? Then I shall continue my assault." The four Tenshinhan simultaneously observed the changes in Goku. After a moment of scrutiny, realizing he had yet to initiate a counterattack, they immediately charged towards him. Fiery lightning fist. The four Tenshinhan unleashed their ultimate move, seemingly poised to strike simultaneously, only to see Goku spring up just before the impact. Soaring into the air, Goku performed several agile flips, effortlessly evading the collective onslaught of the four Tenshinhan. Moreover, without a moment's hesitation, the evasive Goku swiftly descended, launching a flying kick from above. Tenshinhan swiftly scattered to evade, yet he was unprepared for Goku's true intention, which was not merely a kick aimed at him. During his descent, Goku, upon noticing Tenshinhan's evasion, executed an additional somersault, altering his trajectory midair. By the time Tenshinhan realized the situation, one of his four body clones had already been ensnared by the descending Goku. In that moment, Goku, resembling a wild monkey, did not resort to fists or kicks. Instead, he swiftly grasped the face and hair of the four body clone with his fingers. Each movement defied conventional logic, driven solely by the instinctual behavior of a monkey. Monkey fist? The turtle hermit was quite familiar with this technique. During the martial arts tournament years ago, he had engaged in a contest between the drunken fist and Goku's monkey style while masquerading as a dragon contestant. The clash of illogical techniques was indeed evenly matched. How swiftly time has passed. It was surprising to realize that Goku was soon to be wed. Standing by the ring, the turtle hermit contemplated his three disciples and glanced at Tenshinhan, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Although Tenshinhan did not recognize the monkey fist as swiftly as Master Roshi, he eventually recalled Goku's technique after enduring an onslaught. Did he intend to disrupt my combat rhythm with the instincts of a monkey? The advantage of the monkey fist lies not only in its lack of formal attack patterns, but also in its utilization of both hands and feet. In that regard, I am unafraid. With this thought, Tien's body trembled. For demon fists. In the next moment, two additional arms sprouted simultaneously from the backs of all four Tenshinhan clones. Goku, who was entangled with one of the clones, was abruptly thrust away as the new arms emerged. Moreover, as the four Tenshinhan executed the four demon fists, they surged forward. No matter how agile and varied the monkey fist may be, it ultimately could not withstand the assault of 16 arms. Goku barely had time to escape before being firmly pinned to the ground by the robust limbs. A piercing cry of distress escaped from within Tenshinhan's encirclement as the injured Goku broke free from the monkey fist's grasp. Kamehameha. In this dire moment, Goku, confronted by the weight of 16 arms pressing down upon him, unleashed a Kamehameha towards the ground. The force of the Kamehameha propelled him skyward, allowing him to narrowly evade Tenshinhan's clutches. Ascending into the air? Perfect. It seems this contest is nearing its conclusion. As Tenshinhan gazed at Goku, who was propelled skyward, a smile graced his lips. In the next moment, four Tenshinhan simultaneously directed their attention towards Goku, who was still ascending. New Kamehameha. Boom. Four immense beams of light erupted from the arena, converging upon Goku. Mid-air, Goku perceived the new Kamehameha unleashed by Tenshinhan, comprehending the gravity of the situation. And in that instant, he swiftly amassed his energy. As the onslaught of the Kamehameha approached, Goku finally unleashed his own Kamehameha, charged with the entirety of his energy. Not good. Retreat. Yamcha and Krillin, witnessing this unfolding drama, immediately cautioned Bulma and the others, just as they had managed to withdraw about 5 meters. The energy blast from Tenshinhan and Goku clashed. In that fleeting moment, a colossal explosion erupted in the air. The dazzling brilliance of the explosion rivaled the potency of the solar flare, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon. while the fierce shockwaves surged downward in an instant. The robust arena of the World Martial Arts Tournament bore the brunt of the blast, reduced to rubble in the blink of an eye. When the explosion subsided, the spectators beheld the remnants of the arena, reduced to a small circle beneath the feet of the 4 Tianjin fans. Meanwhile, Goku, who had been suspended in midair, shot upwards like a meteor in the explosion, vanishing from Yamcha and the other's line of sight. Goku, where's my Goku? Tears welled in Kiki's eyes, brimming with despair. As Tenshinhan observed the situation, he gently stepped to the side, releasing the four-man fist technique. Restoring his stance, he propelled himself forward with a powerful push of his legs, simultaneously employing the sky dance technique, swiftly catching up to Goku, who had soared into the clouds. Tenshinhan, you truly are remarkable, Goku thought, as he suddenly felt a warmth beside him, realizing that Tenshinhan had securely caught him in his embrace. Just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness, Tenshinhan remained silent, directly retrieving a magical bean from Goku's pocket and placing it into his mouth. Witnessing Goku's swift recovery and reflecting on the outcome of their recent battle, Tenshinhan mused to himself that he had indeed grown stronger over the past 3 years. In fact, leveraging the advantages of the four-way fist, he realized he was even stronger than Goku had been moments ago. This revelation astonished Tenshinhan, as he had initially believed he could not possibly surpass Goku. However, upon further contemplation, he recognized an oversight in his previous thoughts. He was not the original Tenshinhan, but rather someone who had traversed through time and space, and throughout his training, he had come to acknowledge a certain truth. Indeed, he was a genius. Thus, it was no wonder that he now possessed greater strength than the Tenshinhan of the narrative. His temporary superiority over Goku was therefore not surprising. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that this advantage was fleeting. Just as in the story, there had been moments when Piccolo had surpassed Goku. Such instances were merely fleeting. Now, having consumed the magical bean, Goku was undoubtedly on the path to a remarkable recovery, and Tenshinhan suspected that Goku's power might once again eclipse his own. This was the inexplicable, exponential power increase characteristic of Science, a phenomenon that he and other Dragon Ball warriors could only envy. In the face of this extraordinary method of power enhancement, even if he had not fallen behind and had briefly surpassed Goku, what significance did it hold? The only proof remained that he was indeed a genius. Tenshinhan had long been aware of his own charm and brilliance, yet compared to the almost supernatural Science, he felt it was of little consequence. Years down the line, when confronted with the formidable Frieza, who could only be defeated by a Super Saiyan, he knew he would ultimately be of little help. Look, they have returned. Shortly thereafter, the crowd erupted in excitement, calling out as they saw Tenshinhan carrying Goku back. Chi-Chi wiped away the tears that had pooled in her eyes, eager to rush into Goku's embrace. Yet, upon reaching him, she found herself momentarily at a loss. Goku, why are you still in Tenshinhan's arms? She asked, her cheeks flushed. Oh, yes, I've already eaten the magical bean and recovered. Haha, I forgot to get down. Goku exclaimed, and at Chi-Chi's reminder, he swiftly leaped from Tenshinhan's hold, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. Observing this, Chi-Chi shot Tenshinhan a fierce glare before hurriedly wrapping her arms around Goku's. The perceptive Tenshin fan could not overlook the fleeting glance that Kiki cast his way. Though it lasted but a moment, it was unmistakably noted by him. He found himself somewhat speechless, having selflessly intervened to catch her future spouse. The young lady not only failed to express gratitude, but also seemed to harbor an inexplicable animosity towards him, which was utterly bewildering. Amidst the chaos, as the arena was reduced to ruins, a cascade of debris tumbled about. In the next instant, a host with golden hair, now partially dusted gray, emerged from the rubble. What an extraordinary battle. It's astonishing that the very arena has been obliterated by the aftermath of your clash, he exclaimed, marveling at Tenshin Fan and Goku, neglecting to brush the dust from his attire. Excuse me, are you implying that this is of no concern? And that the prize money is indeed to be awarded to Mr. Tenshin Fan? He inquired, receiving confirmation. Just as the golden-haired host was about to articulate further, he abruptly received a call from the organizer of the martial arts tournament. The organizer assured him that the destruction of the arena was of little consequence and instructed the host to dispense the prize money to Tenshin Fan as previously agreed, along with heartfelt congratulations. Naturally, Tenshin Fan was more than willing to accept the organizer's generous offer. Shortly thereafter, he received his prize of 500,000. With this sum, he could finally replace the electrical appliances and furniture that had served him for 3 years. It was rumored that the latest model of the PS10 had been released, making it an opportune moment for an upgrade, allowing him to experience the newest technology firsthand. Tenshinhan was quietly contemplating the potential uses of the prize money as the group approached the luxurious restaurant near the martial arts conference venue. This time, it was Goku who was treating them, so Tenshinhan entered without a hint of hesitation, welcomed warmly by the charming ladies in Qipao. 3 years had passed, and those ladies had grown more voluptuous. The meal that had previously eluded him was finally enjoyed, and remarkably, Tenshinhan did not have to pay a single cent. Truly perfect. Master, I am deeply sorry for not securing the championship at the martial arts conference and failing to acquire the funds necessary to establish the dojo. However, I shall devise other means to gather the required money. Once I have amassed sufficient funds, I am determined to construct an extraordinarily magnificent dojo that befits your esteemed status. After bidding farewell to Goku and the others, Tenshinhan and his companions immediately set off on their journey back to Penguin Mountain. Meanwhile, Satan, who had been recuperating in the lounge, had awakened. Throughout the trip, he felt a persistent sense of guilt for not achieving the championship and winning the prize money as he had initially hoped. I have stated before that Goku is an exceptional martial artist, one whom even I cannot defeat. You need not feel remorse for your defeat before him. Even I would not necessarily emerge victorious in a bout against him. Tenshinhan waved his hand and once again explained to Satan. His master was indeed modest. After awakening, he had secretly overheard Dumpling mentioning that his master had effortlessly defeated Wukong, yet he still claimed uncertainty about being a match for him. It was evident that he was merely trying to comfort me, to alleviate my self-reproach, by speaking in such a humble manner. As Satan pondered this, he felt deeply moved by Tenshinhan's good intentions. The more he felt this way, the more guilty he became, and the stronger his desire grew to assist Tenshinhan in establishing a martial arts school. In his view, it was a tragedy that such a remarkable martial artist as his master did not possess a prominent dojo. Even if his master wished to remain inconspicuous, the dojo itself must exist, even if it did not engage in publicity. Stop right there. Hand over all your money. At that moment, a group of bandits suddenly appeared before Tenshinhan and his companions on their journey back to Penguin Mountain. Haha, master, he actually intends to rob us? Satan chuckled at the sight of the bandits wielding handguns. Not to mention handguns. Even a year ago, the bandit submachine guns would have posed a challenge. But after a year of training with Tenshinhan, Satan now felt confident in his ability to confront them. The audacity of these bandits jumping out to rob them was nothing short of foolishness. Then you should swiftly deal with them. We must continue our journey. Tenshinhan halted the vehicle, urging Satan to disembark and swiftly deal with the bandits. Halt! Do not move. As Satan prepared to spring into action, a commanding voice suddenly rang out. To Satan's astonishment, the voice belonged not to the bandits, but to the police who had arrived just in time. Unbeknownst to the bandits, the police had been monitoring their activities even before their illicit actions commenced. Now, as the bandits were in the midst of robbing Tenshinhan and his companions, they found themselves caught red-handed. Gunfire erupted in an instant, igniting a fierce exchange between the two parties. A chaotic competition unfolded, with both police and bandits exchanging fire, their vehicles quickly becoming riddled with bullet holes. Tenshinhan and his group, initially blocked by the bandits, were now relegated to mere spectators. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Satan glanced at Tenshinhan, who nodded in affirmation. Without hesitation, Satan proceeded to execute their original plan. Bang! Bang! With Satan's current prowess, bullets posed no threat. The bandits were unable to mount any fierce resistance before Satan dispatched them all with ease. Mr. Satan, this gang of bandits is a significant target for our bounty. We are immensely grateful for your assistance in apprehending these criminals. The chief among the police approached Satan respectfully, offering a salute before presenting him with an envelope. As the police vehicle sped away, Satan returned to the car and opened the envelope. Inside, he discovered crisp banknotes. Igniting a plan in his mind to help Tenshinhan secure funding for establishing a martial arts school. With my current abilities, dealing with these bandits who solely rely on weapons and lack any martial arts knowledge is a trivial matter. A single bounty could yield a reward of 100,000 or even more. If I can capture several such targets, wouldn't that enable me to provide sufficient funds for Master to establish the martial arts school? Satan tucked the bounty away, his expression brimming with excitement. At a glance, Tenshinhan had already discerned the amount within the envelope. Considering Satan's current excitement, Tenshinhan mistakenly believed that he was elated over a reward of 100,000 yuan. Reflecting on how youthful Satan still was, Despite sharing a penchant for boasting, in comparison to the narrative, the present Satan was still lacking in experience and wisdom. With this thought in mind, Tien Rice began to ponder. Now that Satan had avenged his grievances and his martial arts training seemed to have reached a temporary plateau, should he encourage him to leave Penguin Mountain and broaden his horizons? After all, Tien Rice himself had experienced much of what life had to offer. Remaining in seclusion on Penguin Mountain was of little consequence to him. However, Satan was still a young man, and if he continued to dwell in isolation on Penguin Mountain, he would miss out on ample opportunities to gain knowledge and insight. Tenshinhan hesitated. He was concerned that if he directly allowed Satan to descend the mountain for training, Satan might misconstrue it as an excuse to expel him. Unbeknownst to Tenshinhan, at that very moment, Satan was grappling with a similar dilemma. If he were to follow this plan, he would have to frequently venture out to complete bounty tasks. What rationale could he possibly present to his master to secure permission for undertaking these assignments? Satan felt a pang of distress. He believed that if he were to disclose the matter directly to Tenshinhan, he would undoubtedly be met with resistance. After all, bounty tasks inherently carried a degree of peril. Despite his own confidence, he knew that his master, deeply concerned for his well-being, would be reluctant to let him risk his life. Throughout their journey, the two remained silent. Upon their return to Penguin Mountain, however, they found themselves poised to persuade one another, only to unexpectedly reach a harmonious consensus. Thus, what initially seemed like a conversation that would demand considerable effort on their parts culminated effortlessly in agreement. Not far from Tenshinhan's wooden villa on Penguin Mountain, Satan constructed a small cabin for his own residence and embarked on a daily regimen of training and exploration. Every morning, Tenshinhan would witness Satan descending from the mountain, returning only at sunset, his movements remarkably regular, which brought a sense of reassurance. In this 6-room, 2-living-room, 1 kitchen, and 3-bathroom villa, aside from the occasional visits from Dumpling, only he and Lanchi remained, a pair of solitary souls. Amidst this tranquil existence, teetering on the brink of tension, time passed day by day. Upon returning from the martial arts tournament, Tenshinhan stumbled upon a remarkable revelation. The genesis of this event lay in the 4 bodies fist he utilized during his battle with Goku. While engaged in combat on the arena, he had sensed something amiss. However, engrossed in the struggle against Goku, he refrained from delving deeper into the matter at that moment. The 4 bodies fist is a technique that continuously expends one's energy, and in the original narrative of the battle, it is typically employed only for brief intervals. Otherwise, before the confrontation reaches its conclusion, the energy within him could be entirely depleted by the doppelgangers summoned by the 4 bodies fist. As Tenshinhan reflects on the characteristics exhibited by the 4 bodies fist in the narrative, he realizes that it is evidently a technique of explosive ambush. Much like the 4 demon fist, although it employs an additional pair of hands, it invariably accelerates the depletion of one's internal energy. Consequently, within the original storyline, no one utilized the 4 bodies fist as a sustained ability, it was merely deployed unexpectedly during certain phases of combat. However, Tenshinhan unexpectedly discovers that his 4 bodies fist has seemingly undergone further refinement, allowing him to utilize it with an almost imperceptible drain on his internal energy. To ascertain that this anomaly, perceived in the arena, is not merely a figment of his imagination. From the day after Tenshinhan returned to Penguin Mountain, he maintained the physical manifestations of his 4 bodies fist. Throughout this period, the 4 incarnations of Tenshinhan coexisted continuously, whether awake or asleep. He neither sensed any depletion of energy within his body nor did his manifestations dissipate during slumber. For a full fortnight, this remarkable state persisted uninterrupted. Tenshinhan was astonished to discover that his 4 bodies fist avatars, although sharing the same soul, seemed to embody 4 distinct individuals over the past fortnight. Indeed, the rate of energy depletion was nearly negligible. If that were the case, could it be that my 4 bodies fist avatars might persist indefinitely as long as I do not actively dissolve them? This significant revelation left Tenshinhan somewhat incredulous. Yet it stood before him as an undeniable truth. The coexistence of 4 bodies, while maintaining a connection of souls, also allowed for a certain degree of independent combat awareness. Could it be that I am destined for greatness? With this thought in mind, Tenshinhan simultaneously commanded all his avatars to undertake a deeper experiment. For bodies fist, the 4 Tenshinhan shouted in unison. In the next instant, nothing occurred. As anticipated, such a glitch-like maneuver would not succeed. What about fusion? If I could merge, might my strength then rival Goku's Super Saiyan form? Although the recent attempt to exploit a bug had failed, Tenshinhan's visage still radiated with intense excitement. Since his arrival in the Dragon Ball world, where Saiyan lineage reigns supreme, Tenshinhan, having long recognized his own unremarkable nature, saw for the first time a glimmer of hope for a dramatic turnaround. In a secluded corner of the botanical garden, he stationed 2 avatars nearby to keep watch. While the other 2 began experimenting with the fusion technique he recalled from memory. First, the 2 individuals wishing to merge needed to synchronize their energy levels. Then, they had to establish an accurate angle and finally, align their fingertips. Although Tianjin cuisine lacks the perception of breath, the mastery of breath control has been a fundamental aspect taught within the Crane Immortal style. Tenshinhan is unable to perceive the essence of its 2 doppelgangers from the external world. However, it can directly harmonize the energy of both entities through the soul, bringing them into a state of perfect alignment. Raising a finger, it steps forward with a comical crab-like gait. Both manifestations of Tenshinhan simultaneously bend at the waist, achieving a precise angle, and under the guidance of a singular soul, their fingertips meet in flawless unison. Fusion. Tenshinhan called out loudly, and the entire process unfolded flawlessly, awaiting the miraculous to occur. 1 second, 2 seconds. A full minute passed, as a clump of weeds was swept by the gentle breeze and struck his face. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, sensing an invisible mockery. What am I doing? Lost in a daydream? My fleeting anticipation of a turnaround felt utterly ridiculous and laughable. With a swift motion, he grasped the weeds that had struck his face, flinging them away as if casting aside not just a bunch of weeds, but the dream of a salted fish turning over. Tenshinhan promptly turned around, departing from his botanical garden without a backward glance, plunging once more into his languid existence. Moreover, his unsuccessful attempt to transcend his limitations rendered him even more lethargic than before. For upon his departure, he discovered, to his astonishment, that he could not even release the 4-body fist. Consequently, the 3 clones he had summoned were rendered utterly superfluous. Tianjin Rice directly assigned the task of cultivation to them, allowing them to remain in their botanical and zoological gardens, thus sparing themselves from the constant distress. With a stroke of the schedule, the working hours of Tianjin Rice were effortlessly reduced by half an hour. In the celestial hall, the divine being cast a profound gaze upon the ethereal clouds. Bobo, do you feel it? Feel what, my lord? Bobo's eyes shimmered with an insight that seemed to penetrate all mysteries, yet he questioned the deity with an air of perplexity. Bobo, we have known this for 3 years. The third eye of Tenshinhan possesses the remarkable ability to attract and converge vital energy from various corners of the earth and beyond. The celestial being cast a glance at Bobo's eyes, pausing for a moment before offering an explanation. Indeed, esteemed celestial, Bobo was present at that time. Thus he is aware of the matter. Bobo nodded in affirmation. However, during the period since returning from the martial arts tournament, I have sensed that Tenshinhan's ability to attract and accumulate energy has evolved from a singular stream to 4. This transformation from 1 to 4 signifies a potential acceleration in Tenshinhan's prowess, which should be a positive development. Why, then, does the celestial appear somewhat troubled? Bobo, upon hearing the celestial's words, found it difficult to grasp the source of his concern. Indeed, Tenshinhan's rapid enhancement has exceeded my expectations. I can no longer perceive his limits. Yet, as his strength has grown, it seems that the power of his third eye has undergone further development, showcasing an ability to gather energy that transcends earthly boundaries. It remains uncertain whether this is a boon or a bane for our planet. A year has swiftly elapsed, and Shinhan has been leading an exceptionally fruitful life. Aside from attending Goku and Chi-Chi's wedding and briefly engaging in preparations for gifts, he has enjoyed a largely leisurely existence. Of course, each month, he would drive to visit Goku and the others, delivering the cultivated ingredients to them. However, he only truly visited one of their residences each time, while simultaneously sending out 2 other clones to attend to the remaining 2. One aspect that leaves him somewhat regretful is the martial arts progress of Satan. When it comes to the more intricate control of energy required for ranged attacks, Satan has consistently struggled. His hair, which remains unchanged, has gradually become increasingly sparse. It has been an entire day since Satan last returned. He ought to be back soon. Over the course of this year, Tenshinhan has certainly noticed Satan's involvement with police rewards, yet what he does is of little consequence. The purpose of Tianjin cuisine is to broaden one's horizons regarding the infernal. Engaging in reward tasks is indeed a commendable approach. As Tenshinhan anticipated the imminent return of Satan, he made his way down the mountain, intending to further hone his martial arts skills. Meanwhile, Satan, having successfully completed a significant bounty task after a day and night of effort, was contentedly returning to the foot of Penguin Mountain with his reward. The fruits of his labor were indeed impressive, as he had received a bounty of 500,000, equivalent to the prize one might earn from winning a martial arts tournament. Satan stowed away the substantial sum, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Although the task had consumed considerable time, even preventing him from returning that day, it was still far easier than securing a championship title at a martial arts competition. He mused with anticipation about the prospect of more such lucrative bounty tasks, which would expedite his financial endeavors. Over the past year, he had amassed 50 million through bounty hunting, achieving nearly a third of the funds needed to establish a martial arts school for Tenshinhan. In reality, 30 million would be more than sufficient to set up an ordinary dojo. However, in Satan's vision, if he were to create a school for his master, it must be the finest and most magnificent. Keep it up, Satan. Just another 2 years should suffice. He encouraged himself as he continued his ascent up Penguin Mountain. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. "Hey, old man, have you seen a fearsome individual around here?" "Old man, I'm only 18, Satan retorted angrily, turning around to confront the rude individual, though his indignation held little weight against his increasingly radiant forehead. He then beheld a peculiar little creature. "What on earth? Are you an alien?" Satan gasped upon encountering the odd being with a peculiar head. "Alien? For me, you Earthlings are the true aliens. I have a name. And speaking it might frighten you. Indeed, I am the illustrious elite of the Galactic Patrol, Jack. I have come to Earth on a top-secret mission to apprehend a heinous intergalactic fugitive. Earthly uncle, have you seen the individual I just mentioned? I tracked him running in this direction. You must have seen him nearby," Jack proclaimed with an air of pride, striking what he believed to be a striking pose. What a strange fellow, casually divulging details of a secret mission. I have never encountered anyone as conceited as this, and today I have certainly met my match. No wonder my master advised me to maintain a low profile. It turns out that arrogant individuals are quite infuriating. Satan gazed at the awkwardly dancing alien named Gak. A deep frown etched across his brow. This extraterrestrial, Gak, was not only impolite but also insufferably arrogant. What was this so-called Galactic Patrol? He had never heard of it. "I apologize, sir, but Gak is simply like that. It is truly exasperating. However, the cosmic fugitive he mentioned is not a fabrication. Gak is indeed a Galactic Patrol officer. I am Ties, also a denizen of Earth, currently crafting my adventure novel inspired by the Galactic Patrol. Might I trouble you to tell us whether you indeed saw the fugitive Gak spoke of?" Just as Satan resolved to withhold any information from Gak, a striking blonde girl approached nearby, clad in a sleek adventurer's outfit. Though her style differed, she bore a resemblance to Bulma, whom he had encountered previously. Not only was she familiar in appearance, but her demeanor was also far more courteous compared to Gak's earlier brashness. "Ah, I see. This young lady possesses manners. If someone were as conceited as him, even if I knew something, I would never divulge a single word." Satan shot a fierce glare at Gak before turning back to Ties. "I am Satan, a martial artist residing on Penguin Mountain. I have not encountered the cosmic fugitive you mentioned. However, if that fugitive is indeed heading towards Penguin Mountain as you say, I believe you need not fret." Satan shook his head, having been entirely engrossed in his fundraising plans and oblivious to any fugitives that might have passed by. "Humph, Ties, see? Inquiring with this fellow is a sheer waste of time. We might as well have gone directly up the mountain as I suggested." Seizing the opportunity, Gak mocked Satan upon hearing his response. He considered himself an elite of the Galactic Patrol, and to converse with Satan was, in his eyes, a great honor. Yet, this earthling named Satan had the audacity to label his self-introduction as arrogance, which was utterly unforgivable. It seemed Gak believed Satan was utterly ignorant of the heinous nature of the cosmic fugitive, leading to his blind confidence. The average combat prowess of Earth's beings was dismally low. A single individual could perpetrate a global massacre. We must act swiftly to prevent him from committing further atrocities akin to those on the previous planet. Ties, let us depart. We cannot afford to squander more time with this foolish individual. Jayak felt a tinge of anxiety and turned to call for Tai, eager to ascend the mountain in search of answers. Upon hearing Jayak's words, a flicker of concern crossed Tai's face. She had witnessed the malevolence of this intergalactic fugitive firsthand. On the previous planet, when she and Jayak arrived, the creatures there had already been decimated by the very same wanted criminal. The majority of the planet's inhabitants seemed as if their life forces had been utterly drained, leaving behind a landscape strewn with bleached bones and desiccated corpses. Had it not been for their timely arrival, the fugitive might have annihilated every living being on that planet without hesitation. Satan, upon hearing Jayak's mockery, revealed a hint of disdain at the corners of his mouth. Tai, you need not worry. My master resides atop Penguin Mountain. Should that intergalactic fugitive dare to ascend, the outcome would be inevitable. My master would administer a thorough lesson, rendering him incapable of causing any further turmoil. My master is the most exceptional martial artist on earth. Naturally, as his disciple, I too am a formidable martial artist. Disregarding Jayak's anxiety, Satan presented a visage brimming with confidence to the still concerned Tai. Is that so? Your master is truly that formidable? Then I shall rest easy. Tai responded, her tension easing. Before embarking on their cosmic journey, she had heard whispers of martial artists existing on Earth. It was said that her sister Bulma had befriended several remarkable martial artists in recent years. Now, with Satan asserting that the finest martial artist resided upon that mountain, she felt a measure of comfort. Tai, the creatures on Earth possess relatively low average combat power. Even the most powerful martial artist pales in comparison to that individual hailing from a warrior race. We must apprehend him before he unleashes devastation upon Earth. Jayak dismissed the notion of Earth's martial artists with contempt. The Galactic Patrol had conducted investigations into life-bearing planets within the galaxy, and Earth was among those with the lowest average combat capabilities, situated in a remote corner of the Milky Way. Jayak held little belief that such a planet could give rise to any formidable martial artists. Satan, you have returned. Have you had breakfast yet? I happened to prepare a bit extra this morning, so if you're hungry, feel free to help yourself. And do remember to tidy up the dishes afterward. At that moment, as Tenshinhan was estimating that Satan should be returning soon, he happened to arrive not far away. Gak, upon hearing Tien's words, realized that the newcomer was indeed Satan's master. Initially, he held no particular interest in Satan's manner. However, now that the individual had arrived, he was compelled to observe closely. What, after all, made this person the most distinguished martial artist on Earth? The instant he turned around and casually cast a glance, he was instantly rooted to the spot. Gak, though not particularly powerful himself, possessed a unique ability to perceive the formidable strength of living beings. No, it was inconceivable. How could such a powerful being emerge from a mere planet like Earth? With a soft thud, Gak murmured to himself. As Tien took a couple of steps closer, he unexpectedly stumbled and fell to the ground. Well then, master, this bounty task consumed an entire day and night of my time. Along the way, I could only nibble on some instant biscuits to stave off hunger, and it nearly starved me. Yet here you are, thinking of me and knowing how much I long for the sumptuous meals you prepare. Upon hearing Tien's words, Satan immediately burst into laughter. What was wrong with this fellow? Tenshinhan felt a sense of satisfaction as he nodded in agreement, appreciating that he had deliberately left the bowl and chopsticks behind for the occasion. He turned his gaze towards Jack, who lay sprawled on the ground, and inquired of Satan with a hint of confusion. It's nothing, master, Satan replied. This fellow is likely tongue-tied by his own bravado. Now that he stands before you, he is understandably intimidated. Having grasped the situation, Satan had overheard Jack's mumblings moments ago and was fully aware of the unfolding events. Casting a glance at Jack, who remained dazed on the ground, Satan seized the opportunity to taunt him with a shadowy mockery. Upon hearing the peculiar tone of Satan, Tenshinhan immediately discerned that a minor dispute had likely transpired between the two, and it was nothing of great significance. He paid little heed to it, yet found himself intrigued by the familiar visage of Jack, which stirred a shadow of childhood memories within him. What a strikingly handsome man. Is this truly the most exceptional martial artist on Earth? Remarkably youthful as well, he seems to be of a similar age to mine. Beside Jack, the golden-haired Tais fell into a brief moment of astonishment upon Tenshinhan's arrival. However, unlike Jack, who was awed by Tenshinhan's formidable prowess, Tais' admiration stemmed from her very DNA. Much like her sister Bulma, the psychological response they experienced upon encountering an attractive man seemed ingrained in their very essence. Though she had previously shown courtesy towards Satan, the imposing figure of his explosive hairstyle loomed ahead. Tais had initially imagined that the master he spoke of would at least be a venerable elder with snow-white hair or a remarkably powerful ancient sage. Yet, upon witnessing Tenshinhan in the flesh, she found herself both captivated and aware of a reaction within her DNA. Oh, I recall now. You must be Jack, correct? Tenshinhan furrowed his brow in contemplation for quite some time, finally extracting this name from his increasingly nebulous memories of the Dragon Ball universe. After all, he had resided in the Dragon Ball world for over 4 years, and the narrative's details had gradually faded away. He had nearly forgotten many of the less significant characters. His ability to recognize Gak was partly due to the character's appearance in Dragon Ball Super, which was more recent, and partly because his appearance was strikingly reminiscent of Ultraman. With Gak's emergence, the identity of the blonde-haired girl became readily apparent. Tenshinhan pondered the striking resemblance between the young girl and Bulma. It dawned upon him that she was, in fact, Bulma's sister. However, these characters were not supposed to make their appearance at this juncture. Why then? Had they emerged so prematurely? This thought instilled a sense of unease within Tenshinhan. If the trajectory of this world diverged from the familiar narrative, would Goku and his companions still be able to avert catastrophe time and again? It is worth noting that even within the storyline, a tragic future loomed in the Trunks arc. Should this world be veering towards that grim fate? Would his tranquil existence soon come to an end? Jack, what brings you to Earth? Is there some significant event destined to unfold here? Tenshinhan, concerned that his butterfly effect may have caused a deviation in the timeline, promptly stepped forward and summoned Jakara. How is it that he knows my name? This formidable Earth martial artist seems to be familiar with me. What could this mean? As Tenshinhan lifted Jakara from the ground, the latter shook off his astonishment, only to be engulfed by confusion at Tenshinhan's words. Pray tell, Jakara, what is your mission on Earth? Shouldn't you still be patrolling the cosmos? Tenshinhan, upon encountering Jack, fell silent and became increasingly anxious, having failed to unlock his potential. He initially believed that as long as the narrative remained unchanged, Goku and his companions would repeatedly resolve any issues, allowing him to lead a tranquil life as a mere bystander. After all, aside from the battles, the Dragon Ball universe bore a striking resemblance to modern life, where one need not abandon their internet addiction. However, Jack and Taiza's premature arrival instilled a sense of foreboding within Tenshinhan. In the lexicon of a bystander, everything could be dismissed as inconsequential. Yet, should anyone dare to impede the tranquility of his sunbathing, even a harmless Magikarp would unleash a furious barrage of splashes. A mission? The universe? This Earth martial artist not only knew my name, but was also aware of my status as a galactic patrol officer? Could it be that the exploits of Jack, as an elite member of the Galactic Patrol, had reached this remote planet? Has even the finest martial artist on Earth become a devotee of Jack? Indeed, it must be so. If he is a fan of the esteemed Jack, it is hardly surprising that he has grown so formidable on this distant world. After all, he is a fan of the illustrious Jack. Ha! As Jack pondered this, a smirk of self-importance crossed his face, and he gradually regained his composure. Even though he could still sense Tenshinhan's unexpected prowess, he no longer felt intimidated. What kind of idol would fear their fans? Ahem, I completely understand your excitement, but could you kindly set me down? Having regained his poise, Jack flapped his legs in the air, realizing he could not touch the ground, and cleared his throat, deliberately adopting a more mature tone to address Tenshinhan. Upon hearing Jack's words, Tenshinhan also collected himself, recognizing that the situation was not yet conclusive. Moreover, even if the world had changed, it need not necessarily be for the worse. My apologies for my earlier lapse in composure. Please, go ahead. Tenshinhan set down the dish, reflecting on the impulsive utterance of Jack's name that had escaped his lips in a moment of excitement. He pondered how to articulate an explanation. To his astonishment, Jack spoke again, seemingly indifferent to the matter at hand, as if he had already comprehended the reason for their acquaintance. It's perfectly understandable that you would be so excited. After all, such feelings are quite natural. Rest assured, since we have this rare opportunity to meet, I shall provide you with what you desire shortly. However, as you might surmise, my visit to Earth is indeed accompanied by a mission from the Galactic Police Force. Jack straightened his not overly broad chest, discreetly rising onto his toes, striving to maintain an imposing presence before Tenshinhan, a dedicated professional in the art of idle self-cultivation. Jack was committed to preserving his admirable image in front of his fans. Despite the discomfort of prolonged standing on tiptoe, he cared little, as his sole focus was to present the best version of himself to his admirers on Earth. Tenshinhan glanced at Jack, who was standing on tiptoe yet barely reached his chin, feeling a peculiar sense of intrigue at his sudden display of confidence. However, what captured his attention even more were Jack's words. Indeed, something significant was about to unfold on Earth. Tenshinhan furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to immediately contact Ryukong and his companions for assistance. Your prowess is commendable, and you are indeed one of our own. Very well. I shall disclose the objective of this mission to you. In truth, my target this time is the notorious intergalactic fugitive, the Scion Dales. He has pilfered a dreadfully powerful artifact from the treasury of the Galactic Police Headquarters. Moreover, as a member of a warrior race, Dales is exceedingly brutal. On the previous planet, he single-handedly decimated a significant portion of its population. To prevent a similar tragedy from befalling Earth, I implore you to aid me in apprehending him. Rest assured, I am fully aware of your excitement and desires. Once the mission succeeds, I shall ensure that you are duly rewarded. Gak, observing Tenshinhan's furrowed brow, mistakenly presumed he was concerned about his own mission. Thus, a thought struck him, and he decided to leverage Tenshinhan's support. Initially uncertain of his ability to capture Dales, Gak's confidence surged with the prospect of having a fan like Tenshinhan assist him on Earth. To him, it seemed that all Tenshinhan desired were his autograph and a photograph. Upon the successful completion of the mission, as an elite of the Galactic Police, he would gladly indulge his fans' wishes. Do you know what I truly desire? What I yearn for is a life of enduring tranquility, a notion far beyond your comprehension. Observing Gak's fervent promises, Tenshinhan dismissed him with disdain. Nevertheless, from Gak's earlier response, Tenshinhan gleaned crucial information he was eager to uncover. Scions? How could they arrive on Earth so soon? Was it to confront Wukong? Yet, such events were supposed to occur only after Gohan's birth. Wukong and Chi-Chi had only been married for half a year, which seemed utterly implausible. Could it be? Tenshinhan shook his head, casting aside certain absurd thoughts that lingered in his mind. Moreover, he recalled that the first scion to arrive on Earth in search of Goku was his brother Raditz. However, the scion currently pursued by Gak is named Dales. Who then? Is this Dales? What dreadful artifact could he have stolen from the galactic headquarters? In Tenshinhan's mind, an array of questions suddenly emerged. Meanwhile, upon hearing Jack's words, Satan was struck by an intriguing thought. He had not noticed it before, but upon reflection, the Galactic Patrol was indeed a form of law enforcement. Moreover, the cosmic fugitives Jack persistently referred to were evidently far more serious than those on Earth. What was of utmost significance, however, was that as fugitives, they must surely come with bounties attached. He had longed for substantial rewards, and now they seemed to be presenting themselves. Not merely arriving on Earth, but transcending into the cosmos. Surely, the Galactic Police offered even greater sums for their targets than their earthly counterparts? As Satan pondered this, his heart swelled with joy. Just as he was about to doze off, an opportunity had presented itself. Initially planning to have breakfast, he now felt no hunger. For this being named Jack might very well be a golden opportunity. How could Satan allow such a rare chance to slip through his fingers? Furthermore, from Jack's exchange with Tenshinhan, it was evident that Tenshinhan was likely to join in the fray. Initially intimidated by the imposing title of a cosmic fugitive, Satan had harbored doubts about his own capability. Yet, with his master poised to take action, his confidence in successfully completing the task had soared. Hey, Officer Jack. Come here for a moment, Satan called, casting a glance at the contemplating Tenshinhan. Jack, noticing Tenshinhan's hesitation, assumed it stemmed from a lack of confidence and was about to offer encouragement when he was unexpectedly beckoned by Satan. Initially, Jack had no intention of responding to Satan, who had just been at odds with him. However, the term officer uttered by Satan struck a pleasant chord within him. The minor discord was something he, being the magnanimous officer Jack, could overlook. Yet, it was unrealistic to expect an immediate shift in his demeanor towards Satan. What is it? Speak, Jack inquired, striding a few steps towards Satan with a composed expression. Oh, Officer Jack, you mentioned earlier that you are an elite of the Galactic Patrol, correct? Satan leaned closer, a smile gracing his features as he whispered near Jack's ear. Indeed, my status as an elite is personally acknowledged by the Galactic King. Otherwise, how could I be entrusted with the pursuit of such a significant fugitive as Darius? Upon hearing Satan's words, Jack felt a surge of exhilaration and confidently recounted the esteem in which the Galactic King held him. Satan, equally delighted by Jack's response, felt a thrill, though he was unaware of the Galactic King's identity. Nevertheless, by analyzing the titles of the Galactic King and the Galactic Police Force, Satan surmised that the Galactic King might be akin to a police chief. While he remained skeptical of Jack's claims regarding his significance to the Galactic King, the fact that this interstellar fugitive was emphasized by such a high-ranking official undoubtedly indicated his importance. Contemplating this, Satan could not suppress his excitement and rubbed his hands together. Indeed, it is without question that Officer Jack is an elite, he chuckled, momentarily distracted by being referred to as Uncle, which led him to overlook Jack's remarkable aura. With a playful grin, Satan's gaze fixed on Jack, as he repeatedly apologized in agreement. Well, as long as you understand, it's not too late to realize it now. Speaking of which, I mistakenly judged your age solely based on your hair quantity and assumed you were in your 40s, which was clearly erroneous. Upon closer inspection, I believe you are no more than 30. Jack felt flattered by Satan's words and reflected on his previous actions. However, this self-reflection only led to a few expletives in Satan's mind, as he was genuinely only 18 years old. Yet, he pushed aside such trivialities. Although Jack's introspection was not entirely flattering, Satan recognized that the moment had arrived. Officer Jack is absolutely right. The Galactic King must indeed value you highly, which is why he has assigned you to pursue such a significant fugitive. Given the importance of this wanted individual, Darius, I can only assume that the reward offered by the Galactic Police Force must be substantial as well. Satan, having honed his skills in the art of inquiry over the past year, was adept at subtly extracting information regarding the bounty. Jack, buoyed by Satan's repeated accolades of officer and elite, found himself grinning broadly as he readily divulged, of course, while Darius's formidable combat prowess is noteworthy. What is even more critical is the treasure he stole from the Galactic Police's vault. The vault contains rare artifacts that the Galactic Police have meticulously gathered from the far reaches of the universe over countless years. If such treasures were carelessly exposed to the outside world, they could potentially lead to catastrophic planetary destruction. Therefore, the current bounty on Darius issued by the Galactic Police Headquarters stands at 10 galactic coins. Jack provided a comprehensive response to Satan's inquiry. After all, anyone who praises him is considered a good friend. Satan, having lavished numerous compliments upon Jack, had long since transformed their conflict into camaraderie, and now, Satan felt as though Jack was truly his confidant. 10 galactic coins? Satan murmured, somewhat perplexed. You may not fully grasp the significance of 10 galactic coins. Allow me to elucidate. On a planet the size of Earth, merely 50 galactic coins would suffice to purchase it outright. Once acquired, the planet could be freely managed without the indiscriminate slaughter of indigenous life forms, and it would be duly registered with the Galactic Patrol, thus enjoying their protection. Now, do you comprehend? How could one ignore the curiosity of a close friend? Therefore, Jack promptly elaborated to Satan. Goodness, 50 galactic coins can directly purchase a planet? What more could one possibly desire? Upon learning of the value of galactic coins, Satan suddenly felt that his previous aspirations were rather limited. It was truly unfilial of him to have only contemplated buying a house or land on Earth to build a dojo for his master, especially considering the care his master, Tenshinhan, had shown him. Inspired by his master's generosity, Satan devised a new plan to amass funds. He believed that in order to establish a dojo worthy of his master, he must transcend the confines of Earth and venture into the cosmos. Very well. I agree to assist you in capturing Darius. Now, where did the scion Darius escape to? Tien temporarily suppressed the questions swirling in his mind and resolved to first witness this Darius for himself. While Goku is indeed a scion and the protagonist of Dragon Ball, this does not imply that all scions possess the same formidable strength as he does. If Darius is merely an average scion, Tien felt confident in his ability to contend with him, especially considering that his current power surpasses that of his former self. Is that so? How splendid. I meant to say, your decision to assist me in apprehending the fugitive is undoubtedly a sagacious choice. According to my tracker, Darius has previously headed towards the mountain where you and Satan reside. Upon hearing Tien agreement, Jack became exceedingly exhilarated. Yet, in order to maintain his composure, he adjusted his demeanor and responded to Tien with a calm demeanor. He ran towards Penguin Mountain. I just descended from there. How did I not notice? Tien is somewhat perplexed. If Dales has only just ascended, then it stands to reason that they should have encountered each other. How long ago was the situation you observed on the tracker? Tien contemplated a possibility. If Dales had ascended the mountain while he was having breakfast, it was indeed plausible that he had not noticed. At this thought, a sudden pang of anxiety gripped him. Oh no, Launchie is still up there. In the next moment, without uttering another word to Jack, Tien turned and flew directly towards Penguin Mountain. Truly, he was my devoted admirer. Upon hearing that Dales was on this mountain, he could hardly wait to assist me in completing my mission. Observing Tien hastening towards Penguin Mountain, Jack felt a swell of pride. Initially, his knowledge of Earth was limited to it being the birthplace of Tais. However, he now found himself gradually developing an affection for this planet. Not only was there his loyal admirer, Tien, but also the eloquent old fellow, Satan, for a place he once deemed a remote and primitive planet. Jack now harbored a newfound fondness. Officer Jack, if my master captures the intergalactic fugitive, what do you think about the bounty we just discussed? Satan mused. watching Tien dash towards Penguin Mountain, yet remaining unperturbed. After all, he believed that his master was worth 10 of him, and there was no need for him to rush. It was far more important to negotiate conditions with Jack before his master took action, lest he inadvertently assist Jack in a bounty task without recompense. Of course, as long as you can help me successfully capture Dales, I will faithfully report to the Galactic Patrol headquarters upon my return. When I next visit Earth, I will bring the bounty with me. Satan, you wish to acquire a planet, do you not? Private transactions of planets violate the interstellar regulations of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. For instance, certain self-proclaimed cosmic emperors engage in planet trafficking, which is not sanctioned. However, through the interstellar trade fairs organized by the headquarters, one can legally purchase planets protected by our Galactic Patrol. Moreover, if you merely desire Earth currency as a reward, I can facilitate that as well. The exchange rate between galactic coins and Earth currency is 1 to 10 billion. Yet, I advise against converting galactic coins into Earth currency. For 50 galactic coins would only yield 5 trillion Earth dollars. However, 5 trillion Earth dollars cannot even secure the rights for unrestricted use of Earth. Jack nodded, showing no signs of obstructing Satan's request for the bounty. This bounty was to be paid directly by the headquarters. As long as he ensured the completion of his mission, he could claim the corresponding merits from the Galactic King. Once he accumulated sufficient merits, Jack would truly become an elite within the Galactic Patrol, despite always considering himself an elite. Yet, with an increase in his merits, he would silence those members of the Galactic Patrol who doubted him. Satan was taken aback by Jack's analysis, yet found it to be quite reasonable. He had not anticipated that galactic coins could be exchanged for Earth currency, and the exchange rate was astonishingly 1 to 10 billion. However, upon further reflection, 500 billion seemed trivial in comparison to the entirety of the planet. Satan, let us hasten to catch up with your master. By the way, what is your master's name? Taze, observing that Tenshinhan had already flown off some time ago while the two were still engrossed in trivial discussions about trading planets, could no longer contain her impatience. Such a handsome man, and yet she did not even know his name. She was eager to become acquainted with him. Urged on by Taze, Jack and Satan finally redirected their focus to the intergalactic fugitive, Darius. As for the concern that Darius might flee, that thought had never crossed their minds. Although Taze was somewhat insistent, her urgency did not stem from any fear regarding Darius's actions. Ironically, the one genuinely worried about Darius causing havoc was Tenshinhan. After his departure, it took him less than 30 seconds to return to his villa. Hey, Tenshinhan, are you in such a rush to return because you can't wait to see me? At the villa, the blonde Lan Shi waved and called out to the descending Tenshinhan. Tenshinhan was momentarily taken aback. From a certain perspective, he had indeed been eager to meet Lan Shi. Now, seeing her safe and sound, the anxiety that had just gripped him finally subsided. It appeared that the scion who had rushed up Penguin Mountain had not encountered Lan Shi. I am relieved to know you are unharmed. Tenshinhan stood before Lan Shi, exhaling a sigh of relief. Are you concerned about me? Lan Shi, upon hearing Tenshinhan's words, revealed a mischievous smile. Before Tenshinhan could respond, Lan Shi playfully tossed her flowing golden locks and leaned in closer, her exquisite features mere inches from his. The slight inclination of her body, combined with their intimate proximity and her alluring attire, rendered Tenshinhan momentarily overwhelmed, caught in a position of vulnerability. Although he initially intended to offer an explanation, he found himself at a loss, attributing his sudden mental blankness to the striking allure of his companion. Photographer, tonight, let us seek sustenance within the realm of indulgence. Tenshinhan could not help but express his admiration, momentarily stunned for 3 seconds before shaking his head with considerable difficulty. Lan Shi, now is not the time for such discussions. A formidable intergalactic fugitive has made his way to our Penguin Mountain. I must locate him in the shortest possible time, for he poses a significant threat to the entire planet. Although Goku and the others may have already sensed his presence, it would be prudent for you to return indoors immediately and inform them to prepare for battle. Tenshinhan firmly grasped Lan Shi's shoulder, earnestly instructing her on the task she needed to undertake. Shortly thereafter, he prepared to set off to search for the scion known as Darius in various locations on Penguin Mountain. Should his efforts prove fruitless, he might have to seek assistance from Jiaozi. This fellow had practically taken up residence in Penguin Village, neglecting his martial arts training. However, his latent superhuman abilities had been further awakened. Just a few days ago, he heard Jiaozi mention that he had developed a unique ability to locate others. Found him. Just then, Tien received a message from one of his 4 body clones. Darius was surprisingly located at the entrance of his botanical garden. The essence of Tien is intrinsically linked with the 3 corporeal manifestations of his 4-way split fist, sharing an ethereal connection. However, under ordinary circumstances, their communication remains limited to the most rudimentary forms of subconscious interaction. Unless Tien deliberately exerts control, there will be no visual sharing or frequent exchanges of consciousness. Otherwise, such a remarkably advantageous ability in combat could indeed pose significant disruptions to normal life. Consider a commonplace scenario, for instance. While Tien original self is partaking in a meal, his 3 manifestations might be engaged in the rather unglamorous task of fertilizing a botanical garden. The implications of such a scene need not be elaborated, as one can readily envision the chaos it could wreak on daily existence. Now, as Tien hastens to locate Dales, he instinctively initiates a visual connection with his 3 manifestations. In doing so, he uncovers a suspicious stranger lurking at the entrance of the botanical garden. At that moment, aside from Dales, who else could it possibly be? Boy, let me see what kind of cowardly visage you possess. Tien commanded his doppelganger to launch a surprise attack on Dales from behind, curious to glimpse his visage. However, upon beholding Dale's face, he immediately halted his assault. Goku? How could it be Goku? Wasn't Goku's scion named Kakarot? Tien was astonished. I've been discovered? There's no turning back now. I must eliminate you. A sinister smile crept upon Dale's lips, his eyes gleaming with a murderous intent. He indeed encountered Gak on the previous planet. But his retreat was not born of fear. It was simply inconvenient to be under the watchful eyes of the Galactic Patrol. And the prior planet lacked the vital energy necessary for the precious spirit tree seed he had painstakingly acquired to thrive. Once matured, the spirit tree seed would bear fruit. Rumored to be a delicacy reserved for deities alone. The conditions required for this fruit to flourish were exceptionally stringent, particularly concerning the demand for vital energy. The previous planet's deficiency in such energy had caused the seed to immediately absorb a significant portion of the life force from surrounding beings to compensate for the shortfall. Dale's sudden decision to land on Earth while evading Gak was driven by an inexplicable force that seemed to beckon the spirit tree seed. It was a rare phenomenon that elicited a unique reaction from the seed, something Dales had never witnessed during his years of escape. Thus, the act of planting the spirit tree seed on Earth felt not only essential, but inevitable. After all, finding a suitable planet for the seed's growth was an arduous task, and he was unwilling to let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away merely due to Gak's relentless pursuit. Should Gak continue to hound him, he would not hesitate to eliminate him as well. However, the immediate target for his wrath was the man before him, who foolishly sought his own demise. No, that malevolent gaze, this was not Goku. Tien, still in disbelief, recognized the evil glint in Dale's eyes, confirming that this individual was not Goku. Furthermore, Dale's attire was distinctly not of earthly martial arts garb. In addition, a faint recollection flickered in Tianjin's distant memory. Though the name eluded him, he remembered an evil scion who bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku, one who had unexpectedly obtained a spirit tree seed. It was now evident that Dales was indeed that malevolent scion from his memories, and the item he had pilfered from the Galactic Patrol's treasury was none other than the spirit tree seed. It was known that one who consumed the spirit tree fruit would gain formidable power, nearing the strength of the first form of Frisia. Tien was momentarily taken aback by the identity and background of Dales. However, upon further reflection, he regained his composure. At this juncture, it was highly likely that Dales had yet to consume the fruit of the spirit tree. Thus, the current Dales should merely be an ordinary lower-class scion warrior. With this thought, Tien felt a renewed sense of assurance. Not every scion is destined to become a protagonist. Nor is every individual with the countenance of a hero endowed with the same strength. You are Dales. Do not presume that resembling Goku will grant you the power to conquer me. Do you truly believe that mere appearance can secure victory in battle? In a moment, Tien true form arrived at the scene. Dales was somewhat astonished to see a second Tien suddenly appear, and he found the words spoken to him rather perplexing. What is this about Goku? What does it mean to fight based on looks? Dales furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before a realization struck him. Could it be that this fellow is complimenting my handsomeness? And that Goku is regarded as the most handsome individual on this planet? Humph. Even flattery at this moment is futile, for I have already resolved to eliminate this brat. Believing he understood Tien implication, a cruel smile crept across Dale's lips. Ah, does this foolish earthling seek mercy? Do not think that your own good looks will spare you from my wrath. With a sinister grin, Dales addressed Tien while casually activating his power level scanner. Although he did not expect to encounter a formidable martial artist on such a remote planet, he was accustomed to relying on the data provided by the scanner. Indeed, a mere 100 power level? Pathetically weak, akin to his former self, who had never tasted the fruit of the spirit tree. However, he had since consumed several of the fruits, albeit immature ones cultivated on a sparsely populated planet. Now, his power level had soared beyond 5,000. Casting a glance at the data on the scanner, Dales mused inwardly that this lad was indeed feeble. Mercy, what a jest. Do not assume that I fear any scion. Should you dare to disrupt my languorous existence, I shall ensure you witness the true meaning of wrathful power. Upon hearing Dales inexplicably proclaim his own handsomeness, Tien was instantly left bewildered. As for begging for mercy, such an act was utterly inconceivable prior to any confrontation. He cherished a tranquil existence, a habit retained from his life as a modern individual after traversing through time, yet this did not signify that he was spineless. On the contrary, should trouble indeed knock at his door, he would not hesitate to ensure that the adversary learned a lasting lesson. As the words of Tien fell, he was immediately flanked and attacked by two figures from both sides. A diversionary tactic? In the face of such an overwhelming disparity in strength, these flamboyant maneuvers would only serve to mock. No, not just two from the front and back, but four? Darius regarded the dual assault from Tien with disdain, poised to effortlessly counter it, only to discover that two additional Tien had emerged from his left and right. If sheer numbers were advantageous, why would one need to continually enhance their combat prowess? Although Darius was somewhat taken aback by Tien ability to control four clones simultaneously, he remained convinced that this would not alter the outcome in light of the 5,000 to 100 disparity. Bang! In the very next moment, a sudden explosion disrupted Darius' cold demeanor. The combat power tester before him erupted violently. Just before the explosion, he fleetingly glimpsed the readings on the device surge dramatically, surpassing the 5-digit threshold in a mere thousandth of a second. Damn this faulty machine, malfunctioning at such a critical moment? The maximum capacity of his combat power tester was only 30,000. Thus, when he spotted the fleeting 99,999, he instinctively concluded that the device had malfunctioned. Puff. In the next instant, before Darius could even gather his wits, the fists of the four Tien struck him simultaneously from all directions, landing squarely on his waist. Oh my kidneys! Darius gasped in agony, his mouth agape, yet the ferocity of the kidney strikes from Tien rendered him voiceless, leaving him to silently scream within. How did it suddenly explode? Was this indeed a shoddy product? I had intended to examine the combat powers of Satan and the others after the battle concluded. What a pity. Originally, Tien intended to launch a full-scale assault on Dales. However, the explosion of the combat testing device startled him, causing him to instinctively retract a significant portion of his power while dividing his focus. He had assumed that his attack would be insufficient to fell Dales and was prepared to deliver a finishing blow, only to discover Dales kneeling on the ground in agony. Is this all? Observing Dales, who lay incapacitated after a single onslaught, Tien smirked, privately concluding that Dales was indeed the most inferior of scions. To be so easily dispatched suggested that he possessed a combat power of scarcely 50, utterly pathetic. As he gazed at Dales, still collapsed on the ground, clutching his side and unable to rise, Tien shook his head, resolutely deciding to administer the final blow. Such a disgraceful being had no place in the world. He deemed it unnecessary for Dales to continue existing, thus resolving to grant him a swift end. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "Wait, do not kill him." Just then, Gak and Satan arrived on the scene. Seeing Tien poised to eliminate Dales, Gak hastily intervened. He needed to extract information regarding the location of the spirit tree seeds from Dales and could not allow Tien to execute him. The retrieval of the spirit tree seeds was far more critical to his mission than the fate of a single Dales. The Tien Rice originally did not intend to leave such a hidden danger. Although this individual is quite weak, the two have now become adversaries, and given Tien Rice's character, it is improbable that he would allow him to escape so easily. However, considering that this person is, in fact, a cosmic fugitive being pursued by Jack, even if he has not been killed now, he will eventually be apprehended by the Galactic Patrol. Thus, he ceased his pursuit. Indeed, my judgment was not in error. With your prowess, you could effortlessly subdue him. Jack observed Dales, who had been rendered utterly powerless by Tien Rice, unable to mount any further resistance. and marveled once more at the formidable strength of Tianjin Rice. Even though he had previously discerned Tianjin Rice's considerable might, to have subdued Dales in such a brief span was nothing short of instantaneous annihilation. Tianjin Rice, you are truly remarkable. Such a fierce fugitive has been effortlessly vanquished by you. It seems Satan was right. You are indeed the most exceptional martial artist on earth. Ties gazed at the disheveled Dales sprawled on the ground, equally awestruck by Tianjin Rice's prowess. Naturally, while I, Satan, may boast about various matters, when it comes to my master, I always speak the truth. Upon hearing Ties' commendation of Tianjin Rice, Satan could not help but reveal a broad grin, proudly patting his chest. Tianjin Fan shook his head in response. Compliments are universally appreciated, and he is no exception. However, when confronted with a looming crisis, self-awareness takes precedence. At this juncture, he is uncertain whether he is indeed the strongest martial artist on earth. Yet, one thing is clear to him. Despite the brevity of his battle with Dallas and his effortless victory, this does not serve as an indication of his own strength. Rather, it merely highlights the profound weakness of Dallas. Tianjin Fan estimated that his current combat power should be around 300. The fact that he was able to defeat Dales with a single strike indicates that Dales is merely a weakling among the Scion race. However, Dales' unexpected arrival instilled within him a sense of crisis. According to the original timeline, even the earliest Scion, Raditz, would not have arrived on Earth for at least another 4 to 5 years. Moreover, even if Raditz were to arrive, Goku and Piccolo would have been able to handle the situation. Yet now, due to his interference, Piccolo's development has been stunted, and the trajectory of the world seems to have altered. Tianjin Fan perceives that his plan to be a slacker is not as flawless as he had anticipated. I do not possess exceptional strength. It is merely that this individual is exceedingly weak. Tianjin Fan, bearing concerns about potential crises, candidly addressed Tai and Jeek. He also reminded Satan that while venturing out for training was permissible, it was imperative to maintain a daily regimen of practice. I will resume assigning you daily training tasks after our martial arts instruction concludes, just as I did a year ago. It is time to exert more effort, as you have yet to master techniques like the whole wave over the past year. Faced with an uncertain threat, Tianjin Fan's expectations for Satan grew more stringent. Although he did not anticipate substantial contributions from him, it was essential that he consistently strive for strength. Yes, master, Satan responded, immediately straightening his posture upon hearing Tianjin Fan's directives. However, this statement took on a different connotation in the ears of Jeek and Tai. Was Dales truly too weak? Indeed. Compared to Tianjin Fan's prowess, Dales could be deemed significantly inferior. Jeek contemplated this and found merit in Tianjin Fan's assertion. Nevertheless, he vehemently disagreed with Tianjin Fan's self-deprecating remarks. Achieving a battle power that reached 6 digits on a planet like Earth was certainly no trivial feat. Such humility seemed excessive. Jeek could not help but smirk. Despite his own lack of combat strength, he possessed a unique ability to perceive the strength of those far mightier than himself. Of course, this ability was not infallible. Given his current power level, he could only ascertain that Tianjin Fan's strength had surpassed 6 digits, though he could not discern the precise figure. Handsome and formidable, yet humble after victory, what a reliable man. At that moment, Tai was also contemplating this, subtly introducing herself to Tianjin Fan. While Tai and Tianjin Fan engaged in brief conversation, Satan rummaged through Dales's belongings. Officer Jeek, is this the spiritual tree seed you were seeking? Satan held aloft a silvery pouch. At first glance, it resembled a fabric bag, but a closer inspection revealed that its material was decidedly more refined. Indeed, that is it. That is the spiritual tree seed. Hand it over. Upon spotting the pouch in Satan's hand, Jeek eagerly reached out to seize it. Without flinching, Satan handed over the seed. As he did so, he leaned in closer to Jeek. Officer Jeek, the reward we discussed is firmly secured with me. After acquiring the spiritual tree seed, Jeek immediately examined it, his face alight with excitement as he reaffirmed his promise to Satan. With Jeek's confirmation, Satan's prior initiative to search for the spiritual tree seed had successfully reached its objective. Tianjin Fan remained apprehensive about the uncertain future, lamenting internally as he witnessed the spirit tree seed being taken by Jeek. If only he could obtain the spirit tree seed. Perhaps he could cultivate it on Earth, just like the sacred beans. Consuming the fruit of the spirit tree would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. In such a scenario, even if formidable adversaries emerged, he could rely on his own power to shape his destiny. Unbeknownst to him, a subtle shift had occurred in Tianjin Fan's mindset. Previously, he had believed that the future was predetermined, placing his hopes for stability in the hands of Goku and his companions. However, he now entertained the notion of asserting his own strength to influence the future. Confronted with potential crises, he realized that despite his inclination towards peace, he must become stronger. Even if he wished to avoid entangling himself in the battles of the protagonists, he needed to possess a greater capacity for self-defense. Merely being able to contend with bandit firearms was no longer sufficient for his protection. Thus, he resolved in his heart to reinvest the half-hour he had originally allocated to his doppelganger's botanical endeavors into daily martial arts training. Though uncertain of how much impact this additional time might yield, he felt it was imperative to place greater emphasis on his martial arts practice. As for the spirit tree seed, it was merely a fleeting thought. After all, Tenshinhan understood that the spirit tree seed was not as benign as the sacred bean seed. Even if the sacred bean seed failed to sprout on Earth, it would simply perish without causing any harm. In stark contrast, once the spirit tree seed was planted, it would undoubtedly begin voraciously absorbing the life force of humans and animals due to the Earth's depleted vitality. Therefore, anyone attempting to plant the spirit tree seed would become a grave threat to the planet. This was not a fate Tenshinhan wished to witness. Now that Jike had captured deities and retrieved the spirit tree seed, he needed to hurry back to report to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Tenshinhan, Satan. I truly thank you this time. I shall see you again on my next visit to Earth. After securing the spirit tree seed, Jike could hardly contain his eagerness to return to the Galactic King and claim his reward. He was impatient to witness the astonished expressions of his fellow Galactic Patrol members. Hadn't they all looked down upon him? Now, the elusive deities, whom they had failed to apprehend for years, had been captured by him. Humph. Who would dare to question Jike's status as an elite now? After bidding farewell, Jike promptly dragged deities back to the spaceship. Well then, I shall take my leave now. Tenshinhan, I will certainly come to visit you again next time. As Tai watched Jack depart, she reluctantly bid farewell to Tenshinhan. Yet, unbeknownst to the others, as Darius was dragged aboard the spaceship, despite his visage reflecting immense agony, a sinister smile crept upon his lips. Simultaneously, within Tenshinhan's botanical garden, several peculiar seeds rapidly sprouted. Moreover, in their quest to absorb as much vital energy as possible, the roots of these strange seeds swiftly extended in all directions. Before long, their robust roots spread underground from the mid-slope of Penguin Mountain to its base, and even further, reaching out to encompass the entire globe. It was evident that these seeds were the spirit tree seeds brought by Darius. At some point, he had stealthily scattered these seeds within Tenshinhan's botanical garden. Guided by the special sensitivity of the spirit tree seeds to areas rich in vital energy, Darius had sown them precisely in the center of the garden, within the fields where Tenshinhan had diligently cultivated the magical beans. Although Darius had been captured, once these spirit tree seeds nestled in the fields of the magical beans. They resembled weary travelers in a desert who had finally stumbled upon an oasis. The seeds took root in the magical bean fields, fervently expanding their roots in all directions. However, as their roots reached the base of the mountain and were about to continue their rampant growth, a sudden explosion erupted underground. Logically, they should have been able to endlessly extend across the planet and absorb vital energy, even extracting life force to replenish the energy required for their growth. Yet, at that moment, having barely spread their roots to the boundary of Penguin Mountain, they detonated due to the rapid absorption of vital energy. In an instant, the once boisterous and unrestrained roots faltered and came to a halt within the confines of Penguin Mountain. Nevertheless, despite the rupture of these roots, the spirit tree seeds did not simply wither away. Sustained by the relentless intake of vital energy, the roots began to mend rapidly. However, during the process of repairing the roots of the spirit tree seeds, deeper within the confines of Penguin Mountain, more robust plant roots, which had evidently been entrenched in the area for a considerable time, began to extend towards them. These sturdier roots were, of course, the established roots of the magical beans that had long inhabited the subterranean realm of Penguin Mountain, akin to territorial serpents. The third eye of Tenshinhan has concentrated its energy over several years, resulting in a fundamental distinction between the soil within the confines of Penguin Mountain and ordinary soil found on Earth. Initially, the energy was scarce, rendering the celestial bean seeds incapable of thriving here. However, after planting a dozen seeds, all of them flourished. It was not that Tenshinhan had mastered any extraordinary cultivation techniques. Rather, the soil had accumulated a sufficient amount of energy. Now, after more than 2 years since the celestial beans first managed to survive, the soil in this region has undergone remarkable transformation. The soil of Penguin Mountain is now unparalleled compared to that of any other place on Earth. Although the seeds of the spiritual tree are formidable, they are akin to a dragon crossing a river, unfamiliar with the soil of Penguin Mountain, leading to a chaotic growth that resulted in root backlash. Seizing this opportunity, the roots of the celestial beings, having become intimately acquainted with the soil environment, infiltrated with ease. Even the mightiest dragon cannot overpower the local serpent. Moreover, compared to the spiritual tree, the celestial beings are not necessarily inferior. Before long, the roots of the spiritual tree, which had initially erupted with vigor, began to lose their fervor. Like subordinates, the still tender roots of the spiritual tree seeds wrapped around the robust roots of the celestial beings like climbing vines on a bamboo frame. A lesson learned: it is wise to recognize one's territory, as the roots of the celestial beings subdued those of the spiritual tree beneath the surface. The plants above ground also underwent a transformation. The once powerful spiritual tree seedlings, which had relied on their strong roots to absorb energy for rapid growth, became frail and weak, mirroring their subdued roots. The towering spiritual tree plants, which should have stood tall like giants, ultimately lost their spine. Although the growth of the spiritual tree seedlings continued at a swift pace, they could only spiral around the stems of the celestial beings, dependent on them for sustenance. Tenshinhan had just returned home after Gak and the others departed, utterly unaware of the botanical battle that had transpired beneath Penguin Mountain. The sound of the spiritual tree's roots exploding at the foot of the mountain was muffled by the dense rock layers, failing to reach the surface. There is no need to contact Wukong and the others. The adversaries this time are feeble and have already been vanquished by me, declared Tenshinhan. Upon entering the house, he noticed Lan Qi was dialing a number, and he recalled having urged her to hastily reach out for Wukong's assistance. Hiki, just as well. I haven't made the call yet. Hearing Tenshinhan's words, Lan Qi casually set the receiver down. In truth, she had not made a call at all. She was merely feigning the act of seeking help upon his arrival. For she believed that regardless of the foe, Tenshinhan would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Since their reunion 2 years after leaving Karen Tower, she had lived under the same roof with him for so long, and her confidence in him was unwavering. Upon hearing Lan Qi's response, Tenshinhan comprehended the situation. Lan Qi, you place too much trust in my capabilities. I am not as formidable as you imagine. Tenshinhan's fingers brushed against his nose. Despite his pragmatic responses, he found solace in the trust bestowed upon him by the enchanting lady. The necessity of making a phone call seemed trivial, for Goku and the others possessed the ability to sense energy. Should they encounter an exceptionally formidable foe, they would undoubtedly converge upon the source of the energy without his need to make such a superfluous call. Unbeknownst to Tianjin, at the very moment he clashed with Dales, Goku and his companions experienced a simultaneous surge of cold sweat. Whether at Baozi Mountain, Kame House, a bar bustling with attractive women, or in a desolate wilderness, they were all startled by an aura of power that surpassed their wildest imaginations, which flared briefly before vanishing. This left them questioning their own senses as they wiped away the beads of perspiration. Only within the divine hall did the deity gaze contemplatively at Bobo, at a loss for words to convey his emotions. Meanwhile, in the villa, Lan Qi responded to Tianjin's words with an expression of inherent understanding. If I cannot trust you, then whom can I trust? She mused, a hint of regret in her tone for having missed the chance to witness his battle firsthand. Tianjin, why not teach me a bit of martial arts? That way, even if I cannot defeat the enemy, I can still cheer you on from the sidelines. And do you want to need to rush back out of concern for me as you did earlier, will you? As she spoke, a mischievous smile graced her face, reminiscent of her earlier demeanor. Tenshinhan was taken aback, unaware that so many events had transpired in the interim, and was unexpectedly drawn back into the previous topic by Lan Qi. Observing the discomfort etched on Tenshinhan's face, Lan Qi became increasingly pleased, reveling in his misfortune. Oh, what is this? She exclaimed, suddenly stepping closer and extending her delicate, slender fingers to gently pinch Tenshinhan's left shoulder. In the next moment, a golden strand of hair was captured in her grasp. Upon encountering the straight, golden strand of hair, Tenshinhan was taken aback. It was evident that although Lan Qi's hair was also golden, it cascaded in fiery, voluptuous waves. Tenshinhan, could you elucidate to me whose hair this is? The smile on Lan Qi's face remained intact, yet as she twirled the strand between her fingers, a palpable chill crept into her tone. What happened to the trust that was promised? Tenshinhan, upon noticing the golden strand of hair, instantly recognized its owner. Just moments ago, he had been basking in the warmth of Lan Qi's trust, But now he found himself cornered in a trust crisis familiar to many of his male counterparts. What a surprise. It turned out to be Bulma's sister. After Tenshinhan explained the situation, Lan Chi gently waved away the golden hair. Who would have thought that entities such as intergalactic fugitives and the Galactic Patrol existed? Upon learning about the recent events from Tenshinhan, Lan Chi felt astonished. What could it possibly be like to commit robbery in the cosmos? Lan Chi envisioned herself piloting a spaceship, transcending the confines of Earth, and embarking on cosmic heists alongside Tenshinhan. Meanwhile, Gak and Ties had genuinely departed Earth aboard their spaceship. Once I retrieve Dales and the Spirit Tree Seed and return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Ties, you might soon have to address me as Officer Gak, just like Satan. The return journey had been meticulously charted. Provided that no anomalies occurred, the spaceship would automatically navigate back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, without the need for constant control from Gak or Ties. Thus, Gak found himself at leisure, animatedly imagining the accolades and honors that awaited him. However, Ties, upon hearing Gak's boasting, did not indulge him as she usually would. At this moment, her thoughts remained tethered to Earth, contemplating the remarkable man she hoped to see again soon, wishing they could share more words upon her return. In her heart, Ties prayed, her hands clasped tightly in anticipation. Unlike her usual enthusiasm for exploring distant planets, this time she eagerly awaited the journey back to Earth. Fortunately, Gak was completely engrossed in his daydreams. Even without Ties' participation in his theatrical display, he remained blissfully entertained. Suddenly, the spaceship's control panel began to flicker erratically, accompanied by urgent beeping sounds. What is happening, Gak? Sensing the anomaly aboard the ship, Ties and Gak simultaneously snapped back to reality. Wait, let me check. Gak rushed to the control panel, his heart racing with the hope that nothing would go awry. After a brief moment, he exhaled in relief. Following an array of rapid commands on the control panel, he silenced the earlier beeping. The once flickering control panel now returned to a state of calm. Thankfully, there was no significant issue. The spaceship had merely alerted them that its energy reserves were running low and required replenishment. In a short while, they would find an uninhabited planet nearby for the spacecraft to land, allowing them to replace the auxiliary energy block in the energy chamber, thus resolving the issue. The anxiety on Gak's face dissipated as he turned to explain to the equally concerned Ties. It was merely a matter of replenishing energy, which was a relief. Once Ties confirmed that the spacecraft was not significantly compromised, she too felt reassured. Shortly thereafter, guided by the electronic star chart displayed on the spacecraft's panel, Gak located a small, deserted planet for landing. Be honest with me. Before stepping off the spacecraft with Ties to replenish the energy, Gak cast a glance at the tightly bound Dales and delivered a firm kick as a warning. Although Dales was secured with the special metallic chains issued by the Galactic Patrol headquarters, rendering any attempt at escape futile, Gak felt it necessary to issue this caution for his own peace of mind. Humph. Dales, having received Gak's kick, let out a symbolic grunt and then turned to face the interior wall of the spacecraft, adopting a demeanor of resignation, as if he had given up on struggling. Observing Dales in this state, Gak nodded in satisfaction, feeling more at ease. After glancing once more at the intricate network of special metallic chains binding Dales, he found solace in their reliability, for they were manufactured by the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Even though Dales had regained a combat power of 5,000, he would still be unable to break free from those chains. Let us proceed together. We must expedite the energy replenishment to return to headquarters swiftly, Gak instructed Ties. And together they disembarked from the spacecraft. Despite having confirmed multiple times that Dales posed no real threat, Gak resolved to minimize their stay. While refueling was a routine task for the spacecraft, it was a considerable undertaking for its operators. The energy blocks to be replaced were not singular, but rather a substantial set that had been pre-prepared. Should Gak attempt this alone, it would take approximately 10 minutes, however. With Ties' assistance, this time could be reduced by nearly half. Equipped with the energy blocks and ready to land on the planet, Gak and Ties descended from the spacecraft. At that moment, Dales, who had seemingly abandoned his struggle, cautiously turned around. As he confirmed that both Gak and Ties had exited the spacecraft, a glimmer of malice surfaced on his previously expressionless face. He chuckled derisively. How could the proud Scion race be so easily captured? With disdain, Dales managed to roll over, straining to bend his bound hands behind his back, specifically his palms. Despite the constraints of the chains, his arms could hardly execute any significant movements. Yet, There remained a modicum of movement within his palm. Shortly thereafter, a pearlescent orb gradually formed within his cupped hand, which had contorted into a fist-like shape. Once this opalescent sphere solidified, Dales, with great difficulty, propelled it upward. A synthetic moon. In the next instant, the orb hung suspended from the ceiling of the spacecraft's cabin, resembling a diminutive moon. Little did one expect that this was a quintessential technique that we Scion warriors must master when embarking on battles across other planets. Bathed in the beams of light emitted by the artificial moon, Dales began to undergo a transformation into a colossal ape, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Roar! Accompanied by a thunderous bellow, a massive black gorilla burst forth, shattering the spacecraft's roof before the astonished eyes of Gak and Ties. How infuriating! Dales had resorted to such a method to escape. The tumultuous emergence of the giant ape caused Gak and Ties to be violently dislodged from the outer wall of the spacecraft's energy chamber. Observing the chains that still clung to the giant ape, yet were clearly on the verge of breaking, Gak felt a sense of frustration, overwhelmed by his recent triumph. He only now recalled that the bellicose Scion race possessed this formidable transformation ability. Alas, it seemed there was no hope of capturing Dales this time. While the chain still held him in slight restraint, we must hasten our escape. Gritting his teeth, Gak watched as the enraged giant ape strained against the chains binding him. Despite the bitterness of losing what seemed like a sure victory, he immediately retreated a distance with Ties. Boom! Once out of the giant ape's destructive range, Gak swiftly deployed a universal capsule, revealing an aging spacecraft before him. Half an hour later, the artificial moon dissipated, and he reverted from the mindless state of the giant ape back to his original form. Surveying the devastation on the planet in the absence of Gak and Ties, Dales wore an expression of disdain. Humph, you managed to escape quickly. With that thought, Dales coiled his tail and retrieved a ring from it, from which dangled a small universal capsule. Huh, did you truly believe I would place all the seeds of the spirit tree in one bag? Just wait. Whether it's the absurd cosmic Emperor Frisia or that detestable Earth martial artist, I shall make you all experience the terror of Dales in due time. With a cold smirk, Dales boarded his reserve spacecraft and swiftly departed from the planet. As for the seeds of the spirit tree planted on Earth, Dales anticipated that his next journey to Earth would coincide with the time of reaping the fruits. How unfortunate it would be if that detestable Earth martial artist had perished by then, consumed by the vitality of the spirit tree. It is truly regrettable. Had the energy of the spacecraft not run out midway, Dales would never have managed to escape. In the aging spare spacecraft, Jack clenched his fists and pounded the floor, filled with regret and disappointment. Had he recalled the Scion race's transformation technique sooner, he would not have allowed Darius the chance to escape. Despite Tien's efforts to subdue the fiend, Jack had let him slip away. No, it was not merely a retreat. Now, we were the ones fleeing. Had we remained on that planet, with Darius's combat power multiplying tenfold after his transformation, we would have been utterly outmatched. Jack lamented to Ties. Even if his strength hadn't increased tenfold, could you truly defeat him? Jack turned to Ties, expecting her to offer some words of comfort. However, rather than soothing him, Ties sharply pierced the heart of the matter with her words. Jack was taken aback. Although the truth stung, her inquiry was indeed incisive. Even if Darius's power did not escalate due to his transformation, he was still beyond Jack's capabilities. In truth, regardless of Darius's transformation, once he broke free from the chains of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Jack had no choice but to make a hasty retreat. This was precisely why, despite his profound reluctance, he had swiftly resolved to escape. Reflecting on this, though he felt a great deal of frustration, Jack's sense of injustice began to wane. Capturing Darius and reclaiming the spirit tree seed was, after all, an unexpected boon during his pursuit. Now, although Darius had fled, the spirit tree seed, which was far more significant than the fugitive himself, remained securely in his possession. I see. So you have successfully retrieved the stolen spirit tree seed? At the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Jack and Ties had indeed returned with the spirit tree seed. After ensuring Ties was settled, Jack proceeded to report the situation to the Galactic King, who had been stationed at the headquarters. If Tien were present, he would be astonished to find that the Galactic King bore a remarkable resemblance to an octopus from Earth, albeit on a much grander scale. Throughout Jack's report, the Galactic King's smooth, shiny octopus visage retained a benevolent smile. Indeed, Your Majesty, regrettably, my strength remains insufficient. Allowing the wanted criminal Darius to escape utilizing the Scion race's transformation technique, Jack spoke to the Galaxy King with a hint of guilt. As he expressed his remorse, His eyes discreetly darted towards the Galaxy King's reaction. Upon hearing the news, the Galaxy King shook his head, his face still adorned with a benevolent smile. Yet, amidst this kindness, Gak sensed an added layer of commendation emanating from the Galaxy King. No, you mustn't blame yourself. You performed admirably in this mission. Dale's escape was due to his cunning nature, while the retrieval of the Spirit Tree Seed is undeniably your achievement. You should take some time to rest, Gak. You have made significant contributions, and the headquarters will not forget them. The Galaxy King did not attribute Dale's escape to Gak's failures. Rather, he explicitly acknowledged Gak's success in reclaiming the seed. This recognition instantly alleviated Gak's earlier apprehensions. By the way, Galaxy King, my success in retrieving the Spirit Tree Seed was also greatly aided by the martial artist from Earth. Having received the Galaxy King's praise, Gak recalled his commitment to Satan. Previously uncertain whether his actions constituted success or failure, he had hesitated to mention it. Now, seeing the Galaxy King's satisfaction, he decided to bring it up before taking his leave. Oh, Earth, I recall that it is a rather remote planet. It is indeed remarkable that martial artists from there could assist you in your mission. Very well, I shall note this. Their reward will be issued in full upon task completion. The Galaxy King, who had maintained a calm demeanor with a warm smile since Gak's entrance, showed a rare flicker of surprise at the mention of the martial artist from Earth. However, this surprise was fleeting, quickly vanishing from his countenance. Once Gak exited the reporting hall, a boy with silvery short hair and pale blue skin stepped forth from the lounge on one side of the hall. Mels, you heard Gak's report just now, did you not? What are your thoughts? The Galaxy King inquired, his tone imbued with a notable seriousness as he regarded the boy. Mels, the boy in question, ranked first within the ranks of the Galactic Patrol. Unlike Gak, who, despite his inferior standing, fancied himself an elite. Mels was a true paragon of excellence within the Galactic Patrol. Gak's mission completion appears rather peculiar. Regarding Dale's task, I recall you mentioned that the intention behind its public announcement was not to genuinely expect success from all, but rather to convey your significance to the entire Galactic Patrol team. After all, even within the Galactic Patrol, only a select few possess true elite combat capabilities. Mels furrowed his brow slightly, objectively conveying to the Galactic King his perspective on Jack's completion of the task. The Galactic King nodded in agreement, acknowledging Mel's viewpoint. Indeed, even within the Galactic Patrol, only a small fraction can truly be deemed elite. In the vast expanse of the galaxy, the patrol requires a substantial number of personnel. Consequently, the majority of team members, while not elite, form the backbone of the force. To maintain their enthusiasm for various tasks, it is imperative that each individual feels valued. Only then will they be diligent in their duties as Galactic Patrol officers. After all, despite the fact that most team members are not elite, their active engagement may still allow them to showcase their unique strengths. Take Jack, for instance. Although his combat prowess is at the bottom tier of the team, he accomplished what initially seemed an impossible task. Do you understand why? The Galactic King gazed at Mels with a hint of profundity, aware of Mel's concealed identity to some extent. Thus, beyond routine assignments, he would encourage Mels to explore his own insights in various contexts. Could it be related to the martial artist from Earth that Jack mentioned? However, isn't Earth merely an unremarkable, remote planet? Although Dallas' combat ability is not formidable, it is still far beyond what those Earth martial artists could possibly attain. What secrets lie within this? Mels was somewhat perplexed. Jack's own strength was inadequate to defeat Dallas and reclaim the Spirit Tree Seed. Yet, he found it difficult to believe the Earth martial artists could be the answer. Unable to fathom it? Just observe closely, perhaps within Jack, on that obscure planet called Earth. You may uncover what you lack. After speaking, the Galactic King's eyes slowly closed, his mind conjuring the distribution of planets throughout the galaxy, as if the entire cosmos were etched in his consciousness. Although he did not become Officer Jack this time, I sense that the Galactic King is quite pleased with my performance. With one more accomplishment, I am certain he will appoint me as a squad leader. At that moment, I would be able to lead a few team members on missions. Upon departing the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Jack, with a face full of aspirations, painted a picture of his envisioned bright future to Tice. Surely, this was largely thanks to Tien, Fan, and the others. Without them, this mission would have been impossible. After all, during our extensive travels and adventures together, I had never witnessed you successfully complete such a significant task. Nevertheless, you truly achieved a remarkable feat this time. I wish you all the best in your endeavors, and may you successfully ascend to the position of squad leader next time. Tice, with an air of smugness, unreservedly exposed Jack's pretense. However, as an old friend, she graciously offered him a blessing following her revelation. Jack, upon receiving Tai's well wishes, found himself in a quandary, uncertain whether to feel joy or dismay. After a moment of contemplation, clarity dawned upon him. His keen perception allowed him to discern not only the strengths of others but also his own limitations. Although he was reluctant to acknowledge his lack of power, he ultimately conceded to the truth. Thus, even when Tai bluntly attributed his successful mission to the influence of Tien, he remained indifferent. On the contrary, after a brief silence, he candidly admitted to Tai, "You are correct. My ability to accomplish this task was indeed aided by Tian's prowess." Her words sparked a bold notion within him. If successful, perhaps he could soon achieve another feat, and potentially continue to do so repeatedly in the future. Excitedly, Jack rose to his feet, seemingly struck by a thrilling idea. "What do you intend to do? We had already decided, did we not? We must first return to Earth and inform Tien of Dale's escape to prevent any potential retaliation from him." Tai, observing the excitement on Jack's face, felt a sense of foreboding. Although they had grown to be old friends, she was acutely aware of Jack's unreliability. Whenever Jack's enthusiasm surged, it often led to impulsive decisions. The location of Earth is indeed quite remote within the Milky Way. Our galactic patrol's ship requires half a year for a round trip. Returning directly to Earth would be an utter waste of time. Your earlier remarks have inspired me, Jack countered. We are fortunate to have found such a powerful ally in Tien. The cosmic fugitives I struggled to confront before may now be within my reach. Moreover, it seems that Satan has a keen interest in the bounty set by the Galactic Patrol. Since we are bound for Earth anyway, why not seize the opportunity to capture another cosmic fugitive along the way? This would surely delight Satan, and I could achieve another accomplishment in a shorter time frame. What a splendid twofold opportunity. Do you not agree that my idea is rather brilliant? Jack eagerly articulated his thoughts, confident that his proposal was indeed the mark of an elite strategist. However, we are meant to return promptly to caution Tien about Dale's potential retribution. Tai reminded him, "If you provoke other cosmic fugitives en route, what if we encounter delays?" Tai hesitated momentarily. Indeed, from the perspective of efficiency concerning Jack's accomplishments, his assertions were quite commendable. However, what weighed more heavily on Tai's mind was the safety of Earth, along with her fervent desire to deepen her understanding of Tenshinhan. After all, good men do not wait. If she delayed her return, it could be too late. The last time Tai communicated with Bulma, she had heard her lament about a childhood companion who had blossomed into a striking gentleman, only to be snatched away by another woman. Reflecting on this, Tai glanced at Jack. This fellow had also shared in her adventures for quite some time, but regrettably, he had always maintained a rather unremarkable appearance and proved to be unreliable. It was only after her last encounter with Tenshinhan that she truly sensed the exhilarating rush of emotions that accompanied being near an exceptional man. Unfortunately, her time for close interaction with Tenshinhan had been far too brief, leaving her uncertain of her sentiments. Her urgency to return stemmed from a desire to ascertain whether the rapid heartbeat she experienced in his presence was indeed indicative of something profound. Revenge? Do you not believe in Tenshinhan's prowess? Jack scoffed at Tai's concerns. He had clearly observed the disparity in strength between Darius and Tenshinhan. They were simply not in the same league. Tai nodded in agreement regarding Tenshinhan's capabilities. Although she lacked Jack's unique ability to see through such matters, she held a deep trust in his strength. Rest assured, with Tenshinhan's assistance, it would be like adding wings to a tiger for me, Jack. My formidable reconnaissance skills shall finally find a worthy application. Jack laughed heartily, placing his hands on his hips before recalibrating the spaceship's destination. In truth, Jack's self-proclaimed elite status, despite being aware of his limitations, was not entirely unfounded. While his combat prowess was rather lackluster, he possessed an exceptional talent for reconnaissance. His keen eyes allowed him to discern the strength of those far more powerful than himself, and he was privy to numerous leads concerning intergalactic fugitives. In terms of tracking down wanted criminals, he was indeed a standout within the Galactic Patrol. This was the reason he had relentlessly pursued Darius while other team members had failed to locate him. Yet, prior to this, despite possessing a wealth of information regarding various fugitives, he had refrained from confronting them due to his inability to apprehend them. As for calling upon his teammates to act on the leads he held, with the unreliable persona and modest capabilities of Jack within the Galactic Police Force, none of his comrades were inclined to heed his commands. However, the circumstances had shifted. Jack envisioned a fruitful dialogue with Satan upon his return to Earth. aiming to formalize the serendipitous assistance from Tien and Fin into a legitimate bounty collaboration. This particular planet, harboring a notorious intergalactic fugitive, was one of the surviving scions he had been observing for quite some time. This time, he would ensure the end of the game for him. Days later, Jack's spacecraft landed on a planet along their journey back to Earth. Remain on the ship and ensure it is ready for immediate departure. The moment I return, press the buttons to activate the shield and initiate takeoff, Jack instructed Tien with utmost seriousness. Although he envisioned his plan unfolding seamlessly, Jack was acutely aware of the substantial power disparity, knowing that executing his strategy as imagined would be fraught with challenges and peril. Thus, even in his typically unreliable demeanor, he meticulously confirmed the escape preparations with Tien before proceeding with the plan. Shortly thereafter, Jack located his target on this relatively modest planet. Scion Raditz, today Jack, shall represent the Galactic Police Force and arrest you on charges of illegal planetary trafficking. Taking a deep breath behind a small hill to steady himself, Jack leaped forth with fervor. Confronting Raditz, who was busy adjusting after having recently conquered the planet, Jack boldly pointed at him with a defiant stance. Raditz, taken aback by Jack's sudden outburst, quickly recognized him and erupted into laughter. Ah, isn't this the galactic policeman who previously fled in terror? Last time you were merely fortunate to escape my grasp. This time you dare to come seeking your demise? Remaining seated, Raditz couldn't be bothered to rise. To him, eliminating Jack would be as effortless as swatting a fly. However, considering Jack's affiliation with the Galactic Police, he was reluctant to dirty his hands. The surviving scions, operating under Frisia's command, engaged in the clandestine trafficking of planets. The Galactic Police headquarters had long been unable to eradicate such violations of interstellar regulations, often turning a blind eye. Yet, should Raditz kill a galactic policeman here, he would inevitably face repercussions. While it wouldn't cost him his life, it would certainly lead to a series of troublesome consequences. Thus, Raditz merely scoffed at Jack's audacity and dismissed him with little regard. Hey, what's the matter, Raditz? Sounds like someone is after you? Meanwhile, another scion's voice emerged from Raditz's power level detector. It's nothing, Nappa. Merely an oblivious galactic patrol officer. I've already conquered this planet. How fares your endeavor with Vegeta? Raditz communicated through the device to Nappa, who was engaged in combat on another planet. Well, Vegeta and I are nearly done here as well. This planet is several times larger than yours. We should fetch a handsome price. Nappa chuckled on the other end before resuming his fight. Now, let me see what audacity this fool possesses to seek his own demise, Raditz thought, redirecting his attention to Gak. Despite his disdainful tone, Gak's presence felt oddly out of place to Raditz. With a cautious mindset, he activated the power level detector directed at Gak. 250? Is this truly the extent of your combat prowess? Such a feeble power level, yet you dare to threaten me? Begone, while my mood remains favorable. Upon discerning Gak's power level, Raditz's last vestige of wariness evaporated. Gak appeared nothing more than a mere jester in his eyes. Gak was acutely aware of how his actions were perceived by Raditz, but it mattered little. His intention was to provoke Raditz and entice him into a chase. Indeed, Gak had come today to poke the tiger. Thus, in the face of Raditz's incredulous gaze, Gak remained unfazed by his words and boldly drew his ray gun. With a rapid succession of shots, bang, 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 the scorching rays struck Raditz squarely in the face. How dare you? Very well. It is rare that I show mercy and consider your arrogance. I aim to grant you a chance at life, yet you have chosen your own demise. I have resolved that even if I am momentarily harassed by the pests of the Galactic Patrol, it matters not. If I cannot personally slay you this time, I shall write my name, Raditz, backward. Raditz was taken aback by Gak's audacity. Although the ray gun inflicted minimal damage, Gak's brazen and reckless behavior thoroughly enraged him. However, Gak had planned ahead. Immediately after firing, he turned and fled. By the time Raditz began his pursuit, Gak had already sprinted nearly 100 meters. He was only a few hundred meters away from his spaceship. Run, run, I must run swiftly. Yet, as he faced the distance before him, Gak felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He knew that if he hesitated for even a moment, he would be devoured by the very tiger he had unwittingly provoked. Fortunately, although Raditz was furious, he regarded the foe with a power level of merely 250 with disdain, granting him ample time to flee. Stop. Soon after, as Raditz witnessed Gak leap into the spacecraft, he bellowed in anger, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Ties, swiftly head to Earth. However, at the very moment Gak shouted and entered the ship, Ties, ever prepared, pressed the button as previously agreed upon. Boom. In the explosive shockwave of the energy blasts, Gak's spacecraft was overturned. Thankfully, the newly activated protective shield of the ship proved effective amidst the turbulence. Not only did the vessel remain unscathed, but it also sped away from the planet with the assistance of the shockwave's thrust. Damn it, the wretched insect managed to escape in a ship. Consider yourself fortunate. Next time, he seemed to mention heading to Earth. Earth? Isn't that the remote planet to which Kakarot was sent? How intriguing. It might be time to pay a visit to Kakarot. I wonder how much power my foolish brother possesses now. As Raditz gazed at the departing Gak, he initially hesitated, contemplating whether to abandon the pursuit. Although irritated by this nuisance, chasing him to another planet seemed excessive. Yet, recalling Gak's exclamation about heading to Earth, Raditz altered his decision. Planet Vegeta had been destroyed for quite some time, leaving only a handful of Scions alive. Had Earth not been mentioned, Raditz might have taken years to remember his brother Kakarot. However, now that it had crossed his mind, he felt compelled to investigate. Regarding Gak's deliberate mention of Earth as a destination, Raditz could certainly sense the underlying trap. Nevertheless, a ploy set by a mere insect with a power level of 250 was hardly worthy of concern for his Scion pride. Raditz, we have also completed our task. When you return, make sure to stop by here. Vegeta wants the three of us to return to the base together. Just then, the communication function of the power level tester was reactivated and Naba's voice came through. No, Naba, you all should head back first. I've suddenly changed my mind. I want to visit Earth and see Kakarot. Raditz, wearing a sinister grin, rejected Naba's suggestion. Kakarot, is that your brother who was sent away due to his low power level? Fine, although there is little hope, if he proves worthy of our strength, bring him back. Vegeta's voice joined the power level tester, ultimately making a decision. Wait for me, Kakarot. Raditz whispered with a cold smirk as he boarded his spherical spacecraft. Phew. I finally caught up. I thought my baiting plan had failed. Shortly thereafter, Gak, upon detecting the signal of the pursuing spacecraft, let out a sigh of relief. Is this Earth? Months later, the spherical spacecraft of Raditz descended upon Earth, following a predetermined course. Due to its antiquated design as a mass-produced model, it could not achieve a precise landing and instead touched down randomly on the designated planet. With a resounding crash, Raditz forcefully flung open the door of the spacecraft, which had created a sizable crater upon impact, and gazed upon the wilderness with a sinister grin. The thunderous noise generated by the hard landing attracted the attention of a nearby hunter, who mistook it for the rare occurrence of a meteorite falling. Before long, he found himself at the edge of the crater. Who are you? Observing Raditz's peculiar attire and his presence next to the fallen meteorite, the hunter instinctively tightened his grip on his shotgun, feeling a sense of wariness. Is this what humanity on Earth looks like? Raditz, upon hearing the hunter's inquiry, exhibited no intention of responding. Instead, his grin widened as he casually activated his power level scanner. Beep, 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 beep. The power index is being measured. After a brief moment, Raditz beheld the Hunter-S power index on the device. A mere combat prowess of 5. No wonder. What formidable beings could possibly inhabit such a remote planet? A look of disdain crossed Raditz's face, confirming his expectation of the human's inferior capabilities. Hey, human of Earth. Do you know where Kakarot is? He inquired with a menacing smile. What Kakarot? Don't come any closer, or I'll shoot. Although the hunter was unfamiliar with Raditz and the name Kakarot, he felt an instinctive pressure and threat emanating from Raditz's terrifying grin. Consequently, as Raditz approached him while casually inquiring, the hunter succumbed to the overwhelming aura and fired his weapon. Bang! The bullets from the double-barreled shotgun struck Raditz's chest. Yet it felt as though they had collided with stone, shattering upon impact. Is this your attack? Never mind, it would be more effective to seek answers myself. I recall that Kakarot was sent here with the intent of conquering Earth. Yet, after all these years, it remains unclaimed. What on earth has that fool been doing all this time? Nevertheless, given our Scion lineage, his power index must surely be the highest on this planet by now. Raditz casually unleashed a beam from his fingertips, instantly reducing the trembling hunter to ashes. He found it somewhat amusing that he had been foolish enough to inquire about such a weak earthling. After pondering for a moment, he devised a method to locate Kakarot. As was his custom when conquering various planets, his first action upon landing was to activate the power level scanner to detect the strongest fighters on this planet. He would then systematically obliterate the highest powers present. Although he was unaware of Kakarot's whereabouts on Earth, he was certain that, due to their noble warrior lineage, Kakarot must be the most formidable being on this planet. Thus, stepping over the ashes left by the hunter, he activated the power level scanner once more. Unlike the previous precise measurements of individual combat strength, Raditz opted to slightly lower the accuracy requirements and broaden the detection range to encompass the entire Earth. However, unbeknownst to Raditz, his failure to conceal his energy signature the moment he landed on Earth attracted considerable attention, particularly from Piccolo, who had been hiding in the wilderness since the last martial arts tournament. Piccolo had witnessed the entire process of Raditz dispatching the hunter. Moreover, with his exceptional hearing as a Namekian, he had discerned the function of the power level scanner. Therefore, as Raditz began his global scan, Piccolo wisely suppressed all of his energy. This formidable being has arrived on Earth. What could his intentions be? Given the magnitude of his energy, I might not stand a chance. I must quickly find a way to inform Tien and Goku. Piccolo observed Raditz, who stood with arms crossed, eagerly awaiting the scanning results, and clenched his teeth in frustration. The ability to sense energy left him sweating in the presence of Raditz's might. Oddly, why did I instinctively think of notifying those two insufferable individuals? Having unconsciously resolved to inform Tien and Goku at once, Piccolo suddenly realized how peculiar this decision was. Indeed, I am the great demon King Piccolo. How could I possibly run to inform those two wretched beings? Damn this alien, regardless of his motives for coming to Earth. He shall not impede my dominion. The discomfort in his heart caused Piccolo to abandon the plan to alert others, instead deciding to stealthily follow Raditz and await the opportune moment. 5, 2, 5, 3, 5. Pathetic, utterly pathetic. Truly a planet of weaklings. Most individuals possess combat powers below 5. Raditz gazed at the absurdly low numbers flashing on the green display of the power level scanner, his disdain for Earth intensifying. 300, 380, 480. Huh? It is rather intriguing that there exists a being on this planet with a combat power of 480. This level of power must surely pertain to Kakarot. Does it not? Amidst a plethora of nearly negligible power levels, Raditz unexpectedly encountered several that surpassed 100. Moreover, among the entities possessing these elevated power indices, the two with the lowest values were currently in rapid motion. Observing their trajectory, it appeared that they were all heading towards the source of the 480 power level. Could it be that Kakarot has already detected my presence? How amusing. Approaching a power level of 500, one would expect Kakarot to have conquered this planet by now. Why does it appear otherwise? No matter, I shall seek clarification once I locate Kakarot. Believing he had discerned Kakarot's whereabouts, Raditz prepared to fly in that direction. At that moment, a familiar power index sprang forth. Indeed, that detestable galactic patrolman is also on Earth. 251, 252, 253. Why is this fellow's power index steadily increasing? Raditz, taken aback by the fluctuating numbers, halted in astonishment. 10,000. Just as Raditz pondered the peculiar changes in Gak's power level, a number suddenly emerged beside it, causing him to break into a cold sweat. How is this possible? 110,000 points. Raditz staggered in shock, his mouth agape as he instinctively turned to flee. Fortunately, this alarming figure vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, allowing him to wipe the cold sweat from his brow and cease his retreat. Curse that machine. Has it malfunctioned again? It startled me immensely. In a fit of frustration, Raditz grasped the power scanner, aiming to hurl it to the ground to mask his discomposure. However, recalling that he needed this device to pinpoint Kakarot's location, he momentarily subdued his ire. Useless contraption, I shall repair you later. For now, finding Kakarot is of utmost importance. As Raditz lamented the frequent malfunctions of the power scanner, on Penguin Mountain and Tien Shinhan's villa, Gak and Tai were visiting. The Galactic Patrol spacecraft was considerably more advanced than Raditz's vessel. To ensure Raditz's ship could keep pace, Gak had deliberately slowed his own ship. Yet it still managed to land half a day earlier than Raditz. So, you mean to say that the notorious intergalactic fugitive Tien Shinhan, painstakingly apprehended, has been set free by you midway? At the dining table, Launch questioned Gak with an unfriendly expression. I apologize, it was my oversight. As I forgot that the Scion race possesses the ability to enhance their power through their great ape transformation. It is I who have let down Mr. Tien Rice with my actions, thus I have come specifically to offer my sincerest apologies. Jace lowered his head, feeling a twinge of guilt as he extended his respects to Lan Chi. However, while offering his apologies, he discreetly raised 2 fingers beneath the table, signaling Satan beside him to hasten and speak a few kind words on his behalf. Not long after Jace's arrival, Satan had already received the bounty he had long yearned for over the past 6 months, a sum of 10 galactic coins, which could purchase a planet comparable in size to Earth for merely 50 galactic coins. Whether Darius fled or not was of little concern to Satan. As long as the bounty was delivered in full, he felt utterly satisfied. In his view, even if that Darius were to return seeking revenge, he would pose no threat to his master and would hardly stir any significant turmoil. Moreover, just as he anticipated continuing to earn galactic coins from Jace, it was shortly after Jace's arrival that he proposed a collaborative bounty plan. The two were in perfect accord and finalized their scheme without Mr. Tien Rice being any the wiser. Satan's intention was to secretly amass galactic coins to purchase a planet as a gift for Mr. Tien Rice, aiming to surprise his master. Jace, on the other hand, believed that his actions, while not likely to cause significant trouble for Mr. Tien Rice's formidable prowess, held a slight implication of utilizing him to achieve his own merits, an endeavor not easily articulated. With their respective thoughts in mind, the two had already made arrangements to covertly execute their collaboration before meeting Mr. Tien Rice. As for Lan Shi, Jace did not act with malice. Furthermore, his abilities were vastly inferior to his master's, and given Darius's treacherous nature, an unforeseen escape was something no one wished to witness. Considering his special trip to offer apologies, it would be gracious for you and your master to forgive him, despite Lan Shi's seemingly agitated demeanor. As if she were ready to unleash a barrage of gunfire upon Jack, her thoughts mirrored those of Satan. She harbored a profound trust in the prowess of Tenshinhan. Thus, when Jack conveyed the news of Darius's escape and warned Tenshinhan to be wary of retaliation, Lan Shi remained utterly dismissive. Like Satan, she believed that Darius could not possibly stir any significant turmoil in the presence of Tenshinhan. Her apparent disdain masked a deeper intention, as she felt compelled to chastise Jack vehemently, driven by ulterior motives. After all, Jack was not alone. He was accompanied by Tai Si, who, like Lan Shi, possessed a cascade of golden hair. Upon their meeting, the two blondes outwardly presented a facade of cordiality, yet they were surreptitiously engaged in a silent competition. Although Lan Shi's ire was directed at Jack, it served to assert her standing in that moment. With Tenshinhan yet to voice any reproach, Lan Shi had already positioned herself to jointly interrogate Jack on behalf of both of them. Upon realizing that her assertion of dominance had borne fruit, and as Satan interceded on Jack's behalf, Lan Shi exhaled a sigh of resignation, subsequently turning her gaze toward Tenshinhan. Well, it appears that a disparity in strength is unavoidable. Tenshinhan, do you think we could find it within ourselves to forgive Jack? A faint scent of gunpowder lingered at the dining table, and Tenshinhan wished for it not to intensify. In his eyes, Dallas was indeed a mere fool, and now that he had lost the spirit tree seed, he was of little consequence. Thus, he followed the lead of Lan Shi and Satan, refraining from further probing into Dallas's situation. All right, let us dine. Today, in my hometown, is a day for family reunions. Let us not dwell on those chaotic matters. Come, Jack, Tai Si, this is your first time tasting the ingredients I have personally prepared. Do give it a try? With that, Tenshinhan picked up the serving chopsticks and dished out a portion of vegetables for both Jack and Tai Si. Upon receiving the vegetables from Tenshinhan, Jack realized he bore no ill will towards him, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, Tai Si, noticing the extra vegetables in her bowl, was jolted back to reality from the earlier intimidation imposed by Lan Shi, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Thank you. Usually adventurous and exuberant, Tai Si's response at that moment resembled that of a shy, introverted woman, her voice barely above a whisper. This unusual demeanor astonished Jack, who was accustomed to her playful self-deprecation. Meanwhile, the golden-haired Lan Shi, who had just asserted her dominance, felt a surge of joy. However, witnessing Tai Si's bashful display, the previously fading tension in the air intensified once more. It's just speaking softly. I can do that too, Lan Shi thought indignantly, then turned her head to playfully flick a strand of hair at her nose. Achoo. With that sneeze, her golden locks transformed into a soft blue, and she appeared gentler and more delicate. Tenshinhan, I too wish to sample the ingredients you have prepared. If Lan Shi's voice, in her golden form, resonated like the passionate waves of the sea, her blue-haired counterpart's voice was akin to the serene and gentle murmurs of a mountain spring. Upon hearing Lan Shi's words, Tenshinhan instinctively intended to let her serve herself, for she had already become akin to a half-master of the place. However, sensing the lingering tension in the air, he restrained his straightforward impulses and instead used his chopsticks to serve some dishes into Lan Shi's bowl. As Jack consumed the meal crafted from Tianjin ingredients, he felt a warm current surging within him as his strength gradually ascended, jumping from an initial 250 points to 255 before finally stabilizing. Such an extraordinary meal. Could it be that the secret behind Tianjin's remarkable prowess lies within these ingredients? Yet, how could such wondrous ingredients flourish on such a remote planet as Earth? Jack felt ensnared in a conundrum. Did these ingredients forge Tianjin's strength, or was it his unique talent that brought forth these miraculous ingredients? It was akin to the age-old question of which came first, the chicken or the egg, leaving Jack scratching his head in bewilderment. At that moment, Satan, observing that not only Lan Shi and Tai Si had received dishes served personally by Tianjin, but even Jack had partaken of such delicacies, felt a pang of envy. Master, I too wish for you to serve me. The three onlookers could scarcely contain their reactions, nearly regurgitating their recently consumed reunion meal as they beheld Satan's bald, stubbly visage contorting into a forced pout with watery eyes. Even Tianjin, despite his formidable adaptability, could not suppress a flicker of irritation. Gradually placing his chopsticks down and pointing towards the door as he bellowed at Satan, "Get out." In that instant, the latent power within him surged forth with his roar, startling Satan into a defensive crouch beneath the table. Having satisfied his hunger, Tianjin recalled that it was time to deliver ingredients to Goku and the others. After making the necessary preparations, he set out in his vehicle. While using the instant transmission technique would have been swifter, Tianjin regarded the journey as an adventure. The essence of travel, after all, lies not solely in the destination, but in the experiences along the way. With the somewhat tractor-like hum of the hovering car's engine accompanying him, Tianjin delighted in the scenery that unfolded around him. This time, he chose to personally visit the location where Goku and Chi-Chi resided, at the Buns Mountain, leaving the tasks for Krillin and Yamcha to other clones. Meanwhile, Raditz, having recovered from the shock he recently endured, regained his composure. After repeatedly scanning with the power level detector and failing to see the previously flashed 10,000 point reading, he finally felt at ease. Clearly, it was a machine malfunction. Humph, a mere galactic patrolman has bought himself a little more time. Let me first pay a visit to Kakarot. Upon concluding his words, Raditz soared towards the location marked by the 480 points on the combat power tester. Positioned several hundred meters behind Raditz, Piccolo followed suit, his mind still replaying the earlier disarray and exclamations of Raditz. 10,000 combat points. Could it be that detestable individual? Although Piccolo was unaware of his current power level, he surmised it was likely inferior to that of the extraterrestrial before him. The alien had exhibited remarkable distress upon mentioning the 10,000 points, suggesting his own strength was evidently less than that threshold. Contemplating this, Piccolo instinctively clenched his fists in frustration. Since departing from the martial arts tournament over a year ago, he had dedicated himself to training in this wilderness. His approach to cultivation diverged from that of typical Earth martial artists. In addition to fundamental physical training, he engaged in unique meditation practices. The physical exercises honed his combat skills, while meditation enabled him to harness energy from the atmosphere to amplify his internal ki. In the span of a mere 3 years, from emerging from the demon egg to the previous tournament, Piccolo's rapid ascent in strength was attributable to the Namekian method of balanced inner and outer refinement. However, the diminutive size of the egg at birth had constrained his initial potential compared to ordinary Earthlings, which had led to his defeat by Krillin in the last tournament. Yet, during the past year of rigorous training, he noticed a significant enhancement in the effects of meditation, particularly in the last 6 months. The energy in Earth's atmosphere seemed to have surged dramatically, a change imperceptible to the average person, yet it had propelled his training to new heights. Piccolo had anticipated that. Due to the shift, his abilities would have surpassed those of Tien, Shinhan, and Goku. However, if that 10,000 points indeed belonged to Tien, he could not dismiss the notion that, at present, he would still be unable to defeat Tien. Nonetheless, Piccolo's ire soon transformed into exhilaration. How intriguing. Truly. A worthy adversary. Let us all grow stronger. The more formidable you become, the more thrilling it will be when I ultimately vanquish you. For now, I must eliminate this extraterrestrial monkey who has so foolishly dared to invade Earth. The world I, Piccolo the Demon King, aim to dominate shall not be tainted by the presence of others. Gazing at Raditz's tail from a distance, a fervent expression of ambition illuminated Piccolo's green visage. Meanwhile, near Mount Pozu, Yamcha and Krillin had just arrived. Goku, it's been a long time. The two individuals waved in greeting to Goku, who had been waiting for them below. Indeed, it has been nearly a year since I last saw you at my wedding with Chi-Chi, Goku remarked, scratching the back of his head with a smile as he spoke to Krillin and Yamcha. You, my friend, are truly fortunate to have married so swiftly. It is quite enviable. Krillin, with his gleaming bald head, playfully nudged Goku with his elbow, a sly grin adorning his face. Oh, Krillin, you've reverted to being bald again? And you haven't grown taller. You remain just as you were before. Goku, feeling a tad embarrassed by Krillin's teasing, rubbed his finger beneath his nose. Goku. You still speak without regard for the situation, just like in your youth. I had hoped that marriage would bring about some change in you. But it appears we must await your fatherhood for any hope of transformation. Upon hearing Goku's words, Krillin nearly stumbled, clutching his chest. As Goku's remarks still pierced his heart as they once did. It is indeed a tale of sorrow after parting ways at the martial arts tournament. Krillin had decided on a new hairstyle, assuming he would emerge as a dashing figure like Tien and Goku. Instead, at Goku's wedding, he was jested about being an aging uncle, prompting him to return home and promptly shave his head once more. What pained him further was that, over a year later, his height had seen little change. This led him to question whether the effects of his near-death experience at such a young age had left him with lasting consequences, or if Bulma's preservation technology had imposed a height limitation on his physique. However, now is not the time for such musings. The sudden surge of malevolent energy that has appeared on Earth, you have sensed it as well, have you not? Goku's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he swiftly directed their focus to the matter at hand. Indeed, that formidable aura of malice surpasses us, among our acquaintances. Only Tien might stand a chance against it. Yamcha nodded, his face betraying a hint of concern. Goku, do you think we should inform Tien of this? With him involved, our odds may improve. Krillin's countenance grew even more somber, feeling the weight of the previous year's inadequacies pressing down upon him. No need. Tien has chosen seclusion, and we should not disturb him unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, I sense a familiarity within this sinister energy. It is likely directed at me. In truth, had I not felt that I lacked the strength to face it alone, I would not have summoned you, Yamcha and Krillin. After all, this is likely to be a fierce battle. If you wish to leave now. Wukong shook his head, sensing a familiar yet ominous presence that resonated within his bloodline. However, this familiarity was merely a fleeting notion, as the malevolence emanating from it was unmistakable. Thus, Wukong understood that the approaching figure might be connected to him, yet the possibility of them being an adversary rather than an ally loomed large. What are you saying, Wukong? Don't say we are all brothers of the turtle school. Even if we weren't, we are still the best of friends. How could we possibly retreat at this moment? Before Wukong could finish his words, Yamcha interrupted him, visibly irritated. Indeed, Wukong, we shall not flee. Given the wickedness of that presence, it is quite possible that it is akin to the demon king Piccolo from before, intent on conquering the world. If that is the case, escaping would be futile. We would be better off joining forces to defeat him now. At this juncture, Krillin clenched his fists. Despite being acutely aware of the immense pressure the malevolent aura exerted upon him, he summoned his courage to confront the threat together. During the previous battle against the demon king Piccolo, he hadn't even laid eyes on the fiend before meeting his demise. This time, he was determined to fight alongside Wukong till the end. Krillin, be careful. Wukong, moved by Yamcha and Krillin's support, suddenly noticed a shadow darting swiftly towards Krillin. In an instant, bang! Before Wukong could intervene, Krillin was struck and sent flying, succumbing to severe injuries and unconsciousness. How dare you, with your mere 300 power level, boast about defeating me, Lord Raditz? With a voice dripping with disdain, Raditz appeared before Wukong and Yamcha, arms crossed, exuding an overwhelming aura that rendered their breathing labored. Upon seeing Krillin in such a precarious state, Wukong's fury ignited. Without a moment's hesitation, he shed his weighted clothing and launched a ferocious assault on Raditz. His fists became a blur, creating a relentless gray tempest that sought to engulf Raditz in its storm of attacks. Raditz, initially poised to deliver more taunts, was momentarily deterred by Wukong's onslaught. He wished to ascertain just how formidable his long-exiled brother had become. Observing Wukong's rapid advance, Yamcha quickly produced a Senzu Bean, intending to administer it to the incapacitated Krillin. However, to their astonishment, Raditz effortlessly parried Wukong's close-range strikes, maintaining his posture with arms crossed, a mocking smile adorning his face as he evaded Wukong's assaults with ease. Realizing Yamcha's intent to aid Krillin, Raditz extended a hand, unleashing an energy blast towards the already weakened Krillin. Fortunately, Yamcha reacted swiftly, countering the energy blast with a wave of his own. Damn it. It seems that in order to save Krillin, we must first vanquish this fiend. Yamcha gritted his teeth, astonished that even with Goku's full force assault, he could not fully divert Raditz' attention. This foe is undoubtedly formidable. Yamcha pondered. Since rescuing Krillin was not an immediate option, he resolved to defeat Raditz as swiftly as possible. Behold my technique, the Wolf Fang Fist. Without hesitation, Yamcha plunged into the fray, executing one of his signature moves the very moment he joined the battle. With the unique technique of the Wolf Fang Fist, his punch speed surpassed even that of Goku at this moment. Two impenetrable shadows of fists enveloped Raditz from both sides. Futile effort, one with a power level of 380. The other at 480. Know that my combat strength approaches 1,000. Together, the two of you stand no chance against me. Kakarot, you truly disappoint me. I now find myself in a quandary. Should I take you back or simply eliminate you? Raditz, facing the dual assault of the two fighters, finally took the situation seriously, extending his hands to counter Goku and Yamcha's simultaneous attacks, initially intending to leverage their numerical advantage to subdue Raditz. Goku and Yamcha still felt the weight of his overwhelming strength and speed as they faced his single-handed counterattacks, though Raditz's techniques were not as refined as theirs. The sheer velocity and power he wielded far surpassed that of both Goku and Yamcha. What do you mean, Kakarot? I don't understand. However, if you intend to kill Krillin, I shall never acquiesce to your demands. Goku struggled to respond amid Raditz's retaliation, his tone brimming with anger. A mere 300 power level waste. Killing you would be no loss. But you, Kakarot, with the blood of the mightiest warrior race coursing through your veins, have you forgotten the pride of our scion lineage? To be enraged by such a weakling demonstrates that both your body and spirit have decayed on this distant planet named Earth. Had I known, I should have allowed you to perish alongside the destruction of planet Vegeta. It would have spared us this humiliation. Surrender now. And I shall spare your two feeble Earth martial artists, taking you instead to conquer the stars. Otherwise, you will meet your demise on this desolate planet alongside them. Raditz was incensed by Goku's retort. He had not anticipated that this seemingly weak brother would defy his will, striking at his pride and igniting his wrath. I have told you, I am not Kakarot, nor will I engage in any of your schemes. If you wish to kill us, we shall fight with all our might to defeat you. Yamcha, despite being suppressed by Raditz to the point of seeing no opportunity for counterattack, Goku remained resolute. His foremost desire was to vanquish Raditz swiftly and rush to feed Krillin a senzu bean for recovery. Observing Krillin's labored breaths, Goku was genuinely concerned that he might perish. It is worth noting that while the Dragon Balls possess the power to resurrect individuals, each person can only be revived once. Krillin had already faced death once and could not afford to die again. Nearby, Yamcha, upon hearing Goku's loud call, understood immediately, due to Tien's circumstances. Their training sessions at the lookout had coincided, allowing them to practice together. Goku's shout signaled Yamcha that he wished to attempt the combined technique they had practiced at the lookout. Goku! Yamcha shouted in response, readying himself. With that cry, the two sprang back simultaneously, retreating several meters. Raditz, unable to extend his arms to pursue them, was momentarily at a loss. Kamehameha. The two retreated and unleashed their Kamehameha waves from different directions. However, lacking adequate energy buildup, these waves were released hastily and lacked sufficient power, easily thwarted by Raditz's hands. Futile, do you not comprehend? This is the absolute disparity in power levels. No matter how fiercely you attack, you cannot defeat me. The weak must accept their fate. Raditz crushed the two Kamehameha waves effortlessly, disdain evident on his face. Yet, as his gaze shifted back to Goku and Yamcha, he was taken aback to see a glimmer of determination on their faces. Double Kamehameha. In that instant, the two practitioners of the Turtle School simultaneously gathered energy to unleash the signature technique of their mastery. The energy from their Kamehameha waves converged and was released in unison, amplifying their attack's potency dramatically. 1,200. Raditz stared incredulously at the soaring numbers on the power level detector, faced with the formidable energy wave advancing toward him. His earlier composure faltered. He narrowly evaded it, brushing against the edge of the energy wave, witnessing the immense Kamehameha obliterate a distant range of mountains, reducing them to rubble. Goku and Yamcha exchanged glances, lamenting the missed opportunity. Raditz surveyed the now vanished mountains behind him, glanced down at his torn battle suit, and noted the wound he had sustained from merely grazing the energy wave's edge. A sense of dread filled him. Had the energy wave struck him directly, he might have been annihilated in an instant. Impossible. How could your destructive power suddenly escalate to such an extent? With combat power barely exceeding 500. How could one possibly unleash attacks with destructive force surpassing 1,000? Raditz exclaimed in confusion. This is the price you pay for underestimating the martial artists of Earth. Goku and Yamcha gasped for breath. The Turtle School's Kamehameha had indeed been formidable, yet it had drained most of their energy. Damn it. I can no longer toy with you. I shall kill you both at once. In that fleeting moment, Raditz genuinely sensed the specter of death looming over him. This ominous feeling stripped him of the nonchalance he had previously displayed. His earlier underestimation had nearly led to his demise. And now he was solely focused on eliminating Yamcha and Goku swiftly. However, just as he was about to strike, an unsettling chill coursed through him. 900. A power reading that he could not afford to dismiss suddenly appeared on the scouter, prompting Raditz to pivot and evade instinctively. Special beam cannon. As he turned to dodge, a spiraling yellow laser beam shot through the very spot he had occupied moments before. That Namekian? 410? How could one with a power level of 410 unleash an attack with a destructive force of 900? Damn it! What manner of beings inhabit this planet? Raditz clasped the fresh wound on his shoulder, trembling in fear. Unfortunately, it had merely grazed his shoulder. Simultaneously, the opportunistic King Piccolo, who had just launched a surprise attack, shook his head in disappointment. If only his special beam cannon had been more refined and didn't require so much time to charge. Raditz would have had no chance to evade a fatal blow. Piccolo, you came to help us, Goku exclaimed, his face alight with excitement upon witnessing Piccolo's intervention from behind Raditz. Humph, son Goku, do not mistake my intentions. I did not act to save you. This extraterrestrial monkey dared to encroach upon the world I, King Piccolo, intend to dominate. I merely sought to teach him a lesson. And as for you, one of my chosen adversaries, I shall not permit you to perish at anyone's hands but my own. Piccolo retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Very well. It seems you fellows completely disregard my presence. Do you truly believe that just because you can unleash these explosive attacks, I am powerless against you? Raditz listened to the exchange between Goku and Piccolo, particularly the latter's response, which made him feel like a mere insect, easily crushable at will. As a proud scion, Raditz could not tolerate such contempt. I have made up my mind. You shall all die today, including you, Kakarot. Your ignorance has worn down my patience. Raditz declared angrily, his body flickering in place. When he reappeared, the others witnessed him standing beside Piccolo, delivering a swift and decisive chop. Thud. Accompanied by a soft sound reminiscent of flesh tearing, one of Piccolo's arms was severed with precision. Was it this very hand that just ambushed me? What a feeble limb. Incapable of enduring even the slightest strain, Raditz scoffed quietly. With a slight exertion of his palm, Piccolo's severed arm was crushed to oblivion. Piccolo had already sensed Raditz's impending assault, yet the latter's speed was astonishingly swift, even with his forewarning. He was caught off guard and lost his right hand in the blink of an eye. Cease this. Your adversary is us. As Piccolo suffered instantaneously, Goku bellowed, rushing alongside Yamcha to confront Raditz once more. Although both were considerably drained, their combined efforts allowed them to temporarily restrain the injured Raditz. Piccolo observed Goku and Yamcha holding off Raditz and hurriedly pressed his palm against the wound on his arm, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead from the excruciating pain. Damn it, I never anticipated this extraterrestrial monkey to be so formidable. My combat power merely registers at 410, while Goku has surged to 480, and Tien. Piccolo brushed aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. The immediate concern, despite his reluctance to admit it, was to ally with Goku and Yamcha in battle. Otherwise, it was quite possible they would all meet their demise here today. Contemplating this, Piccolo glanced at Goku and Yamcha, who were gradually faltering, and promptly joined their fray against Raditz. 3 against 1 indeed posed considerable trouble for Raditz. And for a fleeting moment, it seemed they were managing to suppress him. However, the disparity in combat power between Raditz and the trio was insurmountable. And with Piccolo limited to one arm, their temporary advantage was fleeting. Beyond his speed and strength, Raditz's true advantage lay in his superior endurance in battle. His energy reserves were far more abundant than that of Goku and his companions. As the struggle wore on, it became evident that it was only a matter of time before Goku and his allies would exhaust their energy. As anticipated, with each passing moment, the already depleted energy of Goku and his companions dwindled further. Their earlier advantage against Raditz gradually transformed into an absolute disadvantage. Is this all they can muster? Such a pity. I was concerned they might unleash some peculiar attack. Yet, it seems they are rather ordinary. If I methodically deplete their energy, they will falter. Raditz, witnessing his advantage solidifying, was convinced that defeating Goku and the others was merely a matter of time. Damn it, this cannot continue. Feeling the rapid depletion of his energy, Piccolo foresaw the inevitable defeat of himself and his companions. Without hesitation, he resolved to take action. He refused to stand idly by as he succumbed to failure. In an instant, he withdrew from the fray involving the four combatants. Haha, have you decided to abandon your resistance? But even if you plead for mercy now, it is far too late. Raditz observed Piccolo's retreat with indifference, mistakenly believing that he had accepted the fate of defeat and relinquished any hope of struggle. Moreover, the moment Piccolo extricated himself, the pressure he faced diminished significantly, allowing him to regain his strength and identify the vulnerabilities of Goku and Yamcha. With a powerful kick, Raditz sent both Goku and Yamcha flying, striking Yamcha so hard that he collapsed motionless into a large crater. Goku, though propelled approximately 10 meters by the force of the blow, managed to brace himself on his knee and stagger back to his feet, albeit unsteadily. Now, who shall I eliminate first? Raditz sneered as he regarded the barely standing Goku. I have had a change of heart, Kakarot. My previous earnestness in battling you was utterly ludicrous. It turns out you are so easily vanquished. Be grateful, Kakarot, for I shall grant you one final opportunity. Kill them and join me, or perish here at my hands. Goku glanced at the fallen Yamcha in the distant, uncertain fate of Krillin, yet his resolve remained unwavering. To demand that he slay his comrades was out of the question. Even in the face of despair, he clung to an unyielding reason to fight. Now, Goku, use the Kamehameha wave to strike him. At that moment, as Goku resolved to engage Raditz in a desperate final battle despite the odds, Piccolo, who had just extricated himself, suddenly shouted. Simultaneously, Goku witnessed Piccolo's severed arm miraculously regenerate, both arms elongating and transforming. Before Raditz could react, he found himself ensnared by Piccolo's extended limbs. How infuriating! Even in such dire straits, you dare to struggle? Then I shall be the one to end you first. Raditz, shocked, attempted to wrench Piccolo's arms free, only to discover that he could not do so in that moment of chaos. In a frenzy of anger and desperation, he resorted to unleashing several energy blasts upon himself. Boom, boom, boom. The force of the energy blast obliterated the portion of Piccolo's arm that had ensnared Raditz. Kamehameha, seizing the fleeting opportunity created by Raditz's distraction, Goku had completed his energy charge. A brilliant beam of white light surged forth, striking Raditz squarely in the chest. Poof. Raditz was directly hit and violently coughed up blood. His battle attire shattered and torn away from his torso. Damn it, how could I sustain such severe injuries? Raditz, in a fit of rage, unleashed a torrent of curses, his aura significantly diminishing. Yet, amidst his tirade, he stealthily approached Piccolo from behind. With a sudden and forceful tug, he severed the remaining fragments of Piccolo's arms that had narrowly escaped destruction. Furthermore, in his fury, he stepped forward, intending to deliver a lethal blow to the exhausted Piccolo beneath his foot. The energy blast. At that moment, Yamcha, who had been lying motionless on the ground, managed to twitch a finger with great difficulty. Though gravely injured, a portion of his vital energy remained within him. Seizing the opportunity while Raditz kicked him down, Yamcha covertly gathered an energy blast and concealed it underground. Now, as his finger moved, the energy blast erupted from the earth, striking Raditz from behind and propelling him several meters away, completely unprepared. Well done, Yamcha. Goku had initially feared that Raditz would kill Piccolo. However, this unexpected turn of events provided him with a final chance. Observing Raditz being flung towards him, Goku exerted every ounce of his strength to leap forward. He grasped Raditz by the tail. In an instant, Raditz, akin to a deflated balloon, collapsed to the ground, unable to stand. Don't kill me, Kakarot. I'm your brother, he pleaded, trembling in fear as he lay on the ground. Despite his earlier arrogance, which stemmed from an undeniable advantage in power, he now revealed his cowardice when faced with the vulnerability of defeat. Hearing Raditz's desperate pleas, Piccolo immediately recalled Goku's naive nature. Son Goku, don't let go, Piccolo shouted urgently. In his quest for survival, Raditz escalated his performance, weeping and recounting Goku's origins, swearing fervently. Kakarot, my brother, I'm truly pleased to see you have grown so strong. I was wrong. I swear that if you spare me, I will leave Earth immediately and never return. Nor will I disturb your friends and companions. Your friend is close to death, isn't he? Especially that bald-headed boy, if you don't hurry to save him. He may very well breathe his last. This is not the time to waste on me. Cold sweat poured from Raditz's forehead as he frantically reassured and enticed Goku, fearful that in a moment of impulsiveness, Goku would end his life. Fool. Son Goku, what are you hesitating for? Do you truly believe the words of such a man are worth trusting? Quickly, take action and kill him. Such a rare opportunity may never come again. As Piccolo observed Goku hesitating, he was overwhelmed with anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Noticing Goku's reluctance to act immediately, he resolved to channel energy into his palms once more, preparing for rebirth. Goku, taken aback by the revelation of his extraordinary lineage and the sudden emergence of a brother, found himself grappling with disbelief despite Raditz's fervent assurances. Yet, he could not entirely dismiss the truth of his origins, for he was struck by a profound sense of familiarity emanating from his very bloodline. Could it truly be that I am a scion? He pondered, regardless of his past. He recognized himself as a terrestrial being now. On Earth, he was nurtured by his grandfather, guided by Master Roshi, surrounded by friends like Krillin, Bulma, Yamcha, and Tien, and cherished by Chi-Chi. With these thoughts, the tumultuous conflict within Goku solidified into determination. Although he had entertained the notion of sparing Raditz, the potential repercussions of such an act weighed heavily upon him. This battle diverged significantly from the previous encounter at the martial arts tournament when he had chosen to spare Piccolo. At that time, Piccolo had been no match for him. Even faltering against Krillin, Goku had felt secure in granting him a chance. However, sparing Raditz posed a different dilemma, as he lacked the confidence to rectify any ensuing chaos should he let him go. Goku, though inherently kind-hearted, was not naively self-assured. His benevolence largely stemmed from a steadfast belief in his own growing strength. Nevertheless, the destructive aftermath of sparing Raditz could manifest instantaneously, leaving him no opportunity to enhance his capabilities. Furthermore, his ability to compel Raditz to plead for mercy was not a testament to his superiority in battle, but rather a clever exploitation of a weakness, his tail. This distinction echoed the narrative of Dragon Ball, where Goku spared Vegeta yet chose to perish alongside Raditz earlier on. His kindness was never at the expense of Earth's safety, even when faced with the occasional miscalculation born of goodwill. He would not hesitate to risk his life for the planet's preservation. Despite the shifting tides of the world around him, Goku's character remained steadfast. After careful consideration, Goku ultimately decided that he could not relinquish Raditz's tail. He must personally bring this to a conclusion in order to safeguard the Earth in which he was raised. However, the cunning Raditz did not place his hopes entirely on Goku's benevolence. In truth, a being as malevolent as he had never contemplated that Goku might spare him. His appeals to their blood relation and his displays of vulnerability were merely tactics to elicit a moment of hesitation from Goku. That moment arrived just as Goku found himself ensnared in an internal struggle. Raditz astutely seized upon it. Before Goku could definitively resolve to end this, Raditz subtly gathered a thin blade of energy at the edge of his palm and decisively severed his own tail. Ha ha ha, you hesitated, didn't you? Kakarot. You have indeed become unworthy of being a proud scion warrior on this earth. As a reward for the earlier humiliation he inflicted upon Raditz, he intended to make Goku witness true despair. Simultaneously, as he severed his tail, Raditz used the energy blade to cauterize the wound, instantly halting the bleeding, and his figure vanished from Goku's sight. With a swift kick, Goku was sent flying several meters, landing on the ground, unable to rise again. And you, attempting to ambush me from behind while feigning unconsciousness. After kicking Goku away, Raditz's form blurred, and in the next moment, he stood beside Yamcha, who was still prostrate in the crater. Having exhausted his remaining energy to launch a spirit ball, Yamcha sensed Raditz's presence but lacked the strength to rise and flee. Crack! With a sadistic grin, Raditz forcefully stomped on Yamcha's knees, producing a sharp, crackling sound. Ugh! Yamcha let out a pained scream before finally succumbing to unconsciousness. As Raditz contemplated delivering a finishing blow with an energy blast, he was suddenly struck by a ki wave from his side, sending him flying. Special Beam Cannon. Piccolo had hoped to capitalize on the opportunity to eliminate Raditz while he was preoccupied with Goku's grasp. Unexpectedly, this act saved Yamcha's life. Humph, human martial artist. I merely stumbled upon a chance to strike an alien monkey. It was not to save you. Piccolo glanced at the airborne Raditz and then at Yamcha, justifying his decision to intervene at that moment. However, this special beam cannon was all that remained of his energy reserves. The significant depletion from previous attacks left him incapable of unleashing another powerful assault. forcing him to resort to the less potent special beam cannon. After its execution, he stumbled, barely managing to remain upright. Raditz, having been struck, felt his injuries worsen once more. As Goku, trembling and weary, managed to rise once more, a moment of stalemate ensued. Neither side possessed the certainty required to vanquish the other. However, unlike Raditz, both Goku and Piccolo had compelling reasons not to falter, for Earth was their cherished home. Thus, even in the absence of absolute confidence, the two warriors cautiously advanced towards Raditz, intent on ending his life with their own hands. I refuse to fight you any longer. I shall depart at once. You Earthlings are mad. Raditz momentarily considered retreat, perplexed by Goku and Piccolo's fervent resolve. Despite both parties nearing their limits, Raditz, with a trace of energy still lingering within him, the relentless determination of Goku and Piccolo instilled fear in him. He began to regret his journey to Earth and lamented his earlier underestimation of his adversaries. Given the chance to restore his full strength, he believed he would never have allowed the battle to reach such a dire state. Stay back. Aren't you concerned for your feeble companions? Go save them. Why waste time here with me? If they perish, even if you kill me, you shall not find joy in it, will you? Raditz invoked the names of Krillin and Yamcha, attempting to unsettle Goku and Piccolo's resolve. Sensing Goku's hesitation, Piccolo interjected fiercely, "If death is our fate, so be it. You shall not escape this time. Since you still cling to the hope of fleeing, let me enlighten you. There exist mystical Dragon Balls on Earth. They can grant any wish, and even revive the dead, rendering your threats utterly meaningless." A mocking smile graced Piccolo's face as he dismissed Raditz's dire warnings. Simultaneously, he turned to Goku and urged him in a hushed yet urgent tone, "Do not waver. If we eliminate him, we all survive. If he escapes, we are doomed." Goku, upon hearing this, felt no hesitation this time. Moreover, he recalled the senzu beans he carried, having been embroiled in fierce combat without a moment's respite. He now found an opportunity to utilize the beans during this standoff. With restored vitality from the senzu beans, he was certain he could decisively defeat Raditz. With this thought in mind, Goku reached into his robe. Just then, a sound reminiscent of a tractor's engine broke the tension, followed by the distant voice of Tien. "Hey, Goku, why do you and Piccolo look so disheveled? Who is this long-haired fellow? By the way, I've come to bring you some vegetables again. Chi-Chi just mentioned that dinner is ready and waiting for you. Let us all gather at your home." At a distance of 100 meters behind Raditz, Tien descended from a hovering vehicle, waving in greeting to Goku. Upon seeing Tien's arrival, a flicker of joy illuminated Goku's face, silently reassuring him. Beside them, Piccolo was almost bursting with excitement, urging Tien to swiftly deal with Raditz. However, to the astonishment of both Goku and Tien, Raditz had already detected Tien's presence even earlier. The moment Tien appeared, Raditz had utilized his power-level scanner to assess Tien's combat index. A mere 5, a hardly worthy of consideration? Ha ha ha, cockroach. This farmer is also your friend, is he not? If you wish to spare him from my wrath, then you must immediately engage in combat with the Namekian at your side. With a sinister grin, Raditz, reveling in his malevolent scheme, placed a hand on Tien's shoulder and threatened Goku and Piccolo. Yet, to his surprise, Goku and Piccolo exchanged glances that were decidedly peculiar, as if they were gazing upon a fool. Observing their strange expressions, Raditz felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. How could a proud scion endure such blatant mockery? His fury intensified, and he pressed his hand more forcefully upon Tien's shoulder, reiterating his threat. How is this so perplexing? I am currently holding your friend, a mere farmer. Did you not heed my earlier words? You must immediately turn upon each other. No, I have changed my mind. Remain still and do not move. I no longer require you to fight amongst yourselves. Simply allow me to depart. Otherwise, I shall crush your friend without hesitation. Raditz continued his menacing threats. The unusual demeanor of Goku and Piccolo stirred a hint of anxiety within Raditz. He could not fathom the source of their confidence. Nevertheless, Goku and Piccolo maintained their indifferent demeanor in response to his words. In fact, Goku nonchalantly produced a bean from his pocket and began to chew on it audibly. While munching, he spread his hands and, with a vague chuckle, addressed Raditz, saying, "If you think you can kill him, then go ahead and try." With that, Goku dismissed Raditz entirely and tossed a bean to Piccolo before hastening towards the critically injured Krillin and Yamcha, eager to see if they could still be saved. Aware of the bean's value, Piccolo, having previously consumed one after the last martial arts tournament, accepted it without hesitation and swallowed it. "Ha, fool. As he chewed on the mystical beans, Piccolo stood confidently with his arms crossed, exuding a level of arrogance that surpassed even that of Raditz upon his arrival. While one might dismiss his arrogance, it was his audacity to insult others in Raditz's presence that truly crossed the line. Such humiliation was something Raditz had never endured and could scarcely tolerate. Yet, paralyzed by fear, he dared not confront Goku and Piccolo directly. Instead, in his fury, he cast a suspicious glance at Tien, who stood beside him. The combat scanner resumed its analysis, and Raditz reaffirmed that this man, despite his slight charm, was indeed just an ordinary farmer with a power level of 5. Curse be this charade. Are you not just an ordinary farmer from Earth? Raditz's palm crackled with energy as he directed a fierce query at Tien. Observing the exchange firsthand, Tien began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Although he was still uncertain of this man's true identity, there was no mistaking his role as an adversary. Moreover, it was evident that Krillin and Yamcha, lying in the distance, were likely victims of this man's machinations as well. Tenshinhan's gaze swept over Krillin and Yamcha, particularly lingering on Yamcha's grotesquely twisted legs, which were clearly broken. Witnessing this, Tenshinhan couldn't help but feel a sense of incredulity. Why was it that he always encountered this unfortunate incident involving Yamcha? Fortunately, this time, Yamcha's injury bore little relevance to him. However, the enemy at his side was evidently poised to engage him in combat. Now that he had discerned the line between friend and foe, Tenshinhan resolved to act without hesitation. Indeed, I am a farmer, and in my abode, there are not only farmers' wives and mountain springs, but also a modest plot of land. The beauty of such a leisurely existence is something individuals like you would likely find difficult to comprehend or envision. Yet, while I embrace the identity of a farmer, I am also a martial artist. No, to call myself merely a martial artist feels somewhat pedestrian. A more refined term would be a practitioner of martial arts. You seem to harbor a certain disdain for farmers? Then allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my labor over the past 6 months, during which I have diligently honed my self-created martial art. This technique comprises 3 moves, the name of which had yet to be conceived. However, spurred by your reminder, I have decided to call it the Farmer's 3 Fists. You appear to possess some skill, having bested Yamcha and Krillin and engaged fiercely with Goku and Piccolo. Would you care to test your mettle against it? Since the incident with Dallas, Tenshinhan, feeling a growing sense of crisis regarding the changing world, had dedicated an additional half-hour daily to martial arts practice. Over the past 6 months, he had developed new techniques atop his original martial arts foundation. Given that these techniques were conceived amidst the fields, and considering Raditz's derision of his farmer identity, it seemed only fitting to name them accordingly. Although he phrased it as an inquiry, Tenshinhan was not the type to engage in conversation before striking an enemy. As he uttered his final words, he unleashed a punch. This blow surged directly toward the energy blast emanating from Raditz's palm, not only obliterating the energy sphere but also following through to strike his hand directly. Crack! The residual force from the punch transferred entirely to Raditz's arm. The remaining energy surged forth like a dragon traversing a river, wreaking havoc along Raditz's arm. A tremendous force, imbued with a spiraling momentum, caused his battle attire to explode. Glancing at Raditz's arm now resembled clothing twisted in a washing machine, limp and contorted, hanging uselessly at his side. Damn it, how despicable. You struck before I could even finish speaking, showing no regard for martial ethics. I wasn't even prepared. The strength was overwhelming. My arm is utterly incapacitated. Raditz had not anticipated that Tenshinhan would act so decisively, launching an attack even before completing his statement, and with such ferocity that it rendered his arm useless in an instant. Tenshinhan, unfazed by the situation, grinned broadly, revealing his gleaming white teeth, and nodded slightly in acknowledgement of the impact of his initial punch. After all, I am a farmer. What do I know of martial ethics? Indeed, that first strike was in defense of Yamcha. You break his leg, and I shall break your arm. A fair exchange, devoid of deceit, for I am a man of integrity. Without waiting for Raditz's response, Tenshinhan launched a second punch. Raditz was struck in the abdomen by this blow, doubling over in pain, his mouth forming a perfect O, seemingly capable of accommodating a goose egg. Be cautious. This is the second punch, meant for Krillin. Only after Raditz had fully absorbed the force of the second strike did Tenshinhan's gentle reminder float lightly into Raditz's ears. As Raditz, now on his knees and retching bitterly, heard this, he found himself too weakened to protest, silently cursing in his mind. Could you not have reminded me a tad later? While Raditz pondered this, the numbers on the power level tester soared rapidly before his pain-stricken eyes. Beep, 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 boom. following a surge in numbers. The power level tester met its demise in a spectacular explosion. Just before its self-destruction, Raditz caught a fleeting glimpse of the figure, 99,999. Observing this number, which far exceeded the tester's measuring capacity, Raditz understood. He did not truly believe Tenshinhan possessed such formidable strength. For a normal power level tester could not yield such a reading. He recalled the earlier measurement of 10,000 points. So that's it, the previously observed 10,000 was here. Ha, ha, fool, I am such a grand fool. Raditz suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, catching Tenshinhan off guard as he gathered energy for his final punch. Earth, indeed, is a perilous place. Kakarot, this time, I have been defeated. However, do not rejoice too soon. I have already transmitted news of this battle back home. In a year, a far mightier scion will descend upon Earth to avenge me. At that time, you shall witness the true might of the scion race. Resigned to his fate, Raditz continued to laugh maniacally. Upon hearing Raditz utter Kakarot's name, Tenshinhan deduced his identity. Yet, the third punch he delivered, intended for Raditz, had already found its mark. With a splatter of blood, Raditz exploded under the force of Tenshinhan's third strike. Tenshinhan gazed at his fist in disbelief. Have I truly obliterated Raditz? It appears I am quite powerful now. Shortly after Raditz's demise, on a distant planet, Vegeta and Nappa, in a moment of respite, received the transmission from Raditz's power level tester. Raditz is dead? Nappa exclaimed incredulously, drawing Vegeta's ire with his loud voice. Silence, Nappa. Raditz possesses a mere combat power of around 1,000. His demise is inconsequential. What captivates my attention, however, is the revelation that even on such a remote planet as Earth, there exists an individual capable of slaying him. Who could have vanquished Raditz? Is it his brother, Kakarot? If that is indeed the case, we merely need to retrieve Kakarot, and he can take Raditz's place. Vegeta feels no sorrow for Raditz's death. Rather, he is engulfed in fury at the thought of a scion warrior meeting such a tragic end on a distant Earth. To him, Raditz's demise is a shameful disgrace for the proud scion warriors, especially since he overheard Raditz begging for mercy from Earth's martial artists on the power scanner, an utter humiliation for their race. It was not Kakarot who killed Raditz. What? There exists a martial artist on Earth with a power level exceeding 10,000, and a Dragon Ball capable of granting any wish? Vegeta struggles to suppress his anger as he continues to listen to the recorded dialogue on the power scanner, only to discover that another individual was responsible for Raditz's death. An enemy with power exceeding 10,000? Should we still seek vengeance for Raditz on Earth? Nappa, having also listened to the news regarding Raditz, shares a similar disposition of cowardice. Upon learning of an enemy on Earth with a power level surpassing 10,000, he immediately considers retreat. If the adversary who killed Raditz had been significantly weaker, perhaps around 2,000, Nappa would have eagerly sought vengeance, given that his own power level is already around 4,000. However, the prospect of confronting a formidable foe with a power exceeding 10,000 to avenge Raditz fills him with trepidation. Vengeance? Who suggested vengeance? Raditz's death is entirely due to his own weakness. He cannot blame others and certainly lacks the authority to demand our retribution. Vegeta scoffs at Nappa, showing no inclination to avenge Raditz. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Nappa breathes a sigh of relief. He has no desire to face such peril. Let us go, Nappa. Prepare yourself. We are heading to Earth. Yet, just when he assumed that Vegeta had no intention of journeying to Earth, Vegeta abruptly stands, insisting that Nappa prepare to accompany him. What? Why must we go to Earth, Vegeta? Although Nappa dares not defy the former Scion Prince, he feels a twinge of resistance. I merely stated that it is entirely unnecessary to seek vengeance for Raditz, not that we should avoid going to Earth. What, are you afraid? Vegeta's gaze sharpens, fixing intently on Nappa. And no, Nappa stammers, beads of sweat forming on his brow, unwilling to express any reluctance. Rest assured, the enemy with a power exceeding 10,000 is my responsibility. You need only contend with his weaker companions. From the information we gathered, those weak allies are no match for even Raditz. Vegeta, with a glimmer of disdain in his eyes, counseled Nappa. Yet, in pursuit of augmenting his combat strength, he patiently elucidated his intentions and assured Nappa that he would personally confront the most formidable adversaries. Upon hearing such reassurances from Vegeta, Nappa felt a sense of relief. His sole fear on Earth stemmed from the potential existence of an adversary whose power might exceed 10,000. As for intimidating the feeble Earth martial artists, He found delight in that. Observing Nappa's newfound composure at the prospect of avoiding powerful foes, Vegeta's contempt deepened. In his eyes, both Raditz and Nappa, these bullies who preyed on the weak, were unworthy of inheriting the proud legacy of the Scion race. Therefore, he withheld his innermost thoughts from Nappa. His journey to Earth was not solely motivated by the prospect of facing a martial artist with extraordinary power. It was also driven by the Dragon Balls mentioned during his conversation with Raditz. As the prince of the Scion lineage, he possessed a far greater understanding of the latent potential within his bloodline than many of his kin. He was acutely aware that the Scion physiology allowed him to experience exponential growth and power following each brush with death. Moreover, he harbored an enduring ambition to vanquish Frieza. As a proud Scion prince, how could he possibly resign himself to a life overshadowed by Frieza? Soon after, Vegeta and Nappa boarded their spherical spacecraft, each harboring their own thoughts as they embarked on their journey to Earth. Unbeknownst to Goku and his companions, they were on the brink of facing unimaginable trials a year hence. However, Tien, just a second before obliterating Raditz, recognized him. Tenshinhan, reflecting upon his newfound strength, reminisced about the figure that had recently stood beside him. The peculiar battle attire, the green lens power tester, and the long, flowing black hair reminiscent of willow branches. Along with a countenance vaguely akin to Goku's, was this not Raditz? Initially, he had presumed that Raditz could not have arrived on Earth so soon, given that Gohan had not yet been born. However, he was taken aback to discover that the progression of events in this world seemed to unfold at a pace far swifter than he had remembered. Moreover, although he had not fully comprehended Raditz's ramblings before his demise, he faintly recalled that Raditz's death signified that the arrival of Vegeta and Nappa was imminent. Tenshinhan had truly become formidable. At that very moment, Krillin and Yamcha, who had just awakened thanks to Goku's Senzu beans, could not suppress their admiration. As they regained consciousness, they witnessed the climactic moment when Tenshinhan delivered the final blow that obliterated Raditz. This spectacle left both men, who had only recently awakened from unconsciousness, utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that an adversary they found utterly insurmountable could be dispatched by Tenshinhan in such a raw and direct manner. Not too shabby, right? It's largely thanks to your earlier battle that his stamina was nearly depleted, allowing me to seize this opportunity. Otherwise, defeating him would not have been so effortless. Tenshinhan smiled gently and nodded, realizing that this was indeed the essence of the earlier scene. He acknowledged that he had indeed grown stronger to some extent. However, to claim that he had reached the level where he could effortlessly defeat Raditz with a single punch was a notion he himself found hard to believe. Thus, while he felt a sense of gratification at the prospect of overcoming Raditz, he was acutely aware that his victory was largely fortuitous. There were reasons for his enhanced abilities. Yet it was undeniable that a significant element of luck played a role. Primarily, he recognized that he had arrived at a rather opportune moment, just as the battle between the two was nearing its conclusion. Conversely, the thoughts of Goku and the others diverged from those of Tenshinhan. They reasoned that even if Raditz's energy had been nearly depleted, the formidable strength of his physique remained intact. Tenshinhan possesses the remarkable ability to effortlessly shatter his opponents, a prowess that dissuaded Goku from his initial intention to engage in a friendly spar at a later date. The disparity in their strengths is simply too vast. At this moment, both Goku and Piccolo exhaled a collective sigh, exchanging glances that conveyed their shared sentiments. They were both acutely aware of the growing chasm between their capabilities and that of Tenshinhan. However, their momentary lamentation was fleeting. Almost instantly, they transformed their pressure into motivation. The more pronounced the gap, the stronger their resolve to pursue Tenshinhan became. Next time, I shall surpass you, they declared in unison, standing before Tenshinhan, leaving him utterly bewildered. Yet, in the face of the impending crisis, the sight of Goku and Piccolo brimming with fighting spirit delighted Tenshinhan immensely. And we are here too. Influenced by the fervor of Goku and Piccolo, the recently healed Yamcha and Krillin also exhibited a renewed zeal. The four of them encircled Tenshinhan, their shared fervor igniting a wave of excitement within him. Is this the camaraderie born of life and death battles among men? Compared to a life of stagnation, Tenshinhan found this unyielding pursuit of one another rather invigorating. After concluding their battle, the group took a moment to regroup before deciding to visit Goku's home. The previously charged atmosphere momentarily distracted Piccolo, who quickly snapped back to reality upon hearing the suggestion. What nonsense is this? We are enemies. My earlier cooperation in battle was merely to eliminate obstacles to my dominion over Earth. Do not misconstrue my intentions. Piccolo vehemently declined the invitation to Goku's abode and attempted to depart. However, before he could venture far, a rotund figure soared towards them. Yajirobe, what brings you here? Were you hiding off to the side, watching like during your battle with the Demon King Piccolo? Goku exclaimed, his innocent smile accompanied by a rather piercing remark. Yajirobe, initially grinning and wishing to congratulate them on their victory, nearly plummeted from the sky upon hearing Goku's words. Fortunately, despite his slow progress and strength while residing at Korin Tower, he managed to stabilize himself and land safely. Goku, you haven't changed a bit. I'm here on behalf of the Supreme Kai to deliver a message. The Supreme Kai saw your victory and sent me to express his gratitude and congratulations. Once again, you have protected the Earth, and he recognizes that the enemies you faced were far more formidable than the Demon King Piccolo of old. Piccolo, speaking a blend of truth and deceit, claimed that his presence here was indeed ordained by the gods. However, when he set forth, the battle raged fiercely, and the divine beings were yet unaware of the outcome. In truth, the gods had intended for him to assist Goku and his companions. Yet, fearful of Raditz' formidable strength, he had dawdled along the way, ultimately arriving only after the conflict had concluded. He harbored no intention of revealing these thoughts to Goku and the others, merely bringing forth the blessings that the gods would surely bestow upon their victory. But how is it that you arrived so swiftly from the divine realm after our battle has only just concluded? Goku, oblivious to Piccolo's deliberate concealment, persisted with relentless curiosity, pressing for answers. Piccolo found himself at a loss for words, his lips twitching in frustration. You fool! Do you not permit that my strength has surged and my flight speed has increased over these years? Faced with Goku's probing inquiries, Piccolo, flustered and indignant, raised his hands in exasperation. Meanwhile, Krillin, displaying a shrewd expression, discerned Piccolo's clumsy fabrications. However, he refrained from allowing this newcomer to lose face so soon after his arrival. Instead, he turned to Goku, urging him to graciously accept the blessings and gratitude of the gods without further inquiry. After the emergence of Tien and Kairobe, he remained silent. Now, this chubby fellow recalls a plan that could significantly enhance everyone's abilities when mentioning the heavenly god. If this plan proceeds smoothly, perhaps he could still lead a stable life, even if the development of this world diverges from the narrative. Tenshinhan, with fervent thoughts, seized Luobe firmly. Did the deity truly express gratitude towards us? Gripping Luobe's collar, Tenshinhan's expression revealed a hint of excitement due to the scheme swirling in his mind. Ah, please don't hit me. I haven't pilfered any magical beans. Luobe, having seen Krillin pacify Goku, had just released a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of pride in preserving his dignity. However, just as he felt reassured, he experienced the startling sensation of his 200-pound frame being effortlessly yanked as if it were made of cotton. His feet left the ground as he beheld Tenshinhan, not only within arm's reach, but also wearing an expression tinged with exhilaration. Luobe was reminded of the haunting memories from years past, when he had been mercilessly pummeled by Tenshinhan. Instinctively, he began to flail his legs, emitting desperate cries akin to a slaughtered pig, fervently hoping that this time, Tenshinhan would refrain from targeting his face. Tenshinhan did not anticipate such an intense reaction from Luobe, leaving him momentarily bewildered. However, upon hearing Luobe's howls, Tenshinhan regained his composure and felt a sense of satisfaction. He had not expected the beating he had given to have such a profound effect. It seemed to have become a lingering shadow from Luobe's youth. It appeared that after his departure from Korinta, the little chubby one had not resorted to pilfering the divine beings from the sage. Ahem, fear not. For what I wish to discuss with you is not the matter of the divine beings, but rather the intentions of the celestial deity. You mentioned earlier that the celestial deity sent you to express gratitude and congratulations. Is that truly the case? Tenshinhan wore a friendly smile, gently returning Yakilobi to the ground and smoothing the collar of his shirt, which he had inadvertently wrinkled. The devilish grin that appeared on his face hinted at mischievous thoughts brewing within him. However, what Tenshinhan did not anticipate was that his amiable demeanor would ensnare Yakilobi's heart, transforming it into a devil's trap. Faced with the terrifying Tenshinhan, Yakilobi, burdened by his psychological trauma, found himself too intimidated to lie. The notion of pride became irrelevant if Tenshinhan discovered his deceit. He feared he would lose more than just face. Yakilobi trembled slightly, covering his face with his hands. He vaguely recalled that he had merely reached out for a senzu-bean, only to be thoroughly beaten into a pulp. More distressing was the fact that during his public humiliation, not a single soul had intervened to stop the onslaught. The despair and helplessness of that moment haunted him, rendering him reluctant to revisit the memory. Yes, no, or perhaps not. How should I articulate this? He pondered. In truth, when the celestial deity sent me here, your battle was still ongoing. His intention was for me to assist you in combat. However, I found the enemy too formidable and felt a twinge of fear. Thus, I deliberately delayed my arrival until the battle concluded. At this moment, Yakolobi dared not conceal anything. He conveyed the celestial deity's message with precision, revealing his own trepidations as well. Nearby, Yukong, upon hearing this, experienced a moment of clarity, finally understanding why Yakolobi had arrived so swiftly. The celestial deity intended for me to fight alongside you. After our collective victory, I was to express my gratitude and congratulations. I merely omitted the process of battling with you, and what I previously stated wasn't entirely false. Yakolobi offered a weak explanation, carefully gauging Tenshinhan's expression, fearful of a sudden resurgence of violence. That suffices. Since the celestial deity has expressed his gratitude, we must take tangible action. Let us visit the celestial deity to request some benefits. After all, our efforts in safeguarding the earth should not be in vain. To Yakolobi's relief, Tenshinhan exhibited no inclination to strike him this time. Tenshinhan would certainly not strike this chubby fellow without reason. Nor does he have the time to attend to Yachirobe at the moment, since the deity has expressed a desire to show gratitude towards them. He shall undoubtedly make good use of this excellent tool. The cultivation within the heavenly temple has ceased to hold significant value for him and his companions, including Goku, while the spiritual abode remains yet unutilized. Conversely, the tenfold gravity and diverse techniques available at King Kai's domain could be promptly arranged for the Dragon Ball warriors. With this thought, Shinhan let out a sigh. He has truly exhausted himself in his efforts to maintain a tranquil existence. The premature arrival of Raditz compels him to prioritize training Goku and the others, ensuring they possess the strength necessary to confront Vegeta and the subsequent threats. Once Tenshinhan devised a plan in his mind, he promptly set it into motion. After a prolonged period of persuasion, he finally secured a recommendation from the God of Earth to train on King Kai's planet. Regrettably, the God of Earth held a low rank and could not facilitate the passage of Goku and others simultaneously. Thus, he could only recommend Tenshinhan, who had previously defeated Raditz, to embark on this journey alone. The success of this endeavor hinged on whether he could traverse the Snake Way, which connected King Kai's planet and the underworld within a day. Furthermore, upon arrival at King Kai's realm, it remained uncertain if King Kai would be inclined to teach him, a matter beyond the God of Earth's jurisdiction. As for the rule that only the deceased may enter the underworld, King Enma, acknowledging the God of Earth's limited influence and Tenshinhan's two heroic acts of saving Earth, made an exception. This was hardly surprising, as in the Dragon Ball universe, death retains a semblance of life if one retains their physical form, merely adorned with a halo. Thus, Tenshinhan's passage through the underworld to reach King Kai was merely a gesture of convenience for King Enma, devoid of any halo. Achieving such an outcome left Tenshinhan quite satisfied. As for Goku and the others, Tenshinhan resolved to establish a rapport with King Kai first before persuading him. For the narrative of Dragon Ball indicated that King Kai was rather amicable. Early the next morning, Tenshinhan entrusted the affairs of Penguin Mountain to one of his four-body technique clones and embarked on his journey along the Snake Way with peace of mind. Initially anticipating a full day spent traversing the Snake Way, Tenshinhan astonishingly reached its end in just a few hours. Wow, is this King Kai's planet? Upon leaving the Snake Way, Tenshinhan was greeted by a breathtaking view. The vibrant green lawn immediately captured his gaze. What a petite planet it is, where one can easily glimpse the outer edge of its atmosphere. The field of vision for Shinhan has significantly expanded compared to the initial moment. If a planet as diminutive as King Kai's were not spherical, he might well perceive its entirety from one end to the other. Are you the martial artist recommended by the Earth God mentioned by King Enma? It seems rather impolite to express disdain upon your first visit to another planet. As Shinhan pondered the size of King Kai's planet, he also found himself perplexed by his lack of unusual sensations regarding the tenfold gravity. At that moment, a figure resembling a large water barrel approached, hands behind his back, sporting sunglasses, and swaying two antennae atop his head like crickets. King Kai. You must be the King Kai, correct? Upon observing the appearance of this individual, Tenshinhan immediately recognized him. Simultaneously, a monkey also made its entrance alongside him. Is there anyone else on this tiny planet besides me? If not, then I must be the king of the realm. The tone of the king of the realm was somewhat displeased, clearly expressing dissatisfaction with the smallness of King Kai's planet, lamenting its diminutive size. Upon hearing the words of the King of the Universe, Tenshinhan naturally grasped the situation. Ah, indeed, there are advantages to being small. Concentration is the essence. This planet appears to be meticulously tended by you, does it not? Observe the lush lawns, the purity of the air, and the balanced gravity. Though diminutive, it possesses a completeness that surpasses many larger celestial bodies in its exquisite charm. Tenshinhan smiled warmly, simultaneously mimicking a deep breathing exercise. To be frank, the air on King Kai's planet is indeed fresher than that on Earth. The king's temper flares quickly but dissipates just as swiftly. Upon hearing Tenshinhan's praises, he promptly cast aside any prior discontent, standing beside Tenshinhan with a beaming smile. Ha ha ha, splendid. It seems I have misjudged you. You possess a discerning eye. My young friend, I heard from King Yin that you were called Tenshinhan, correct? It appears the celestial deities of Earth have a keen eye for talent to have recommended you here. However, before you can train under my guidance, you must first acclimate to the gravity of King Kai's planet. You felt it just now, did you not? The gravitational force here is tenfold that of Earth, and I imagine your movements are quite unaccustomed. Here's what we shall do. First, attempt to catch Babulus. Once you can effortlessly seize it, I shall commence your training. With that, the king turned and strolled toward the chair he had placed outside the house. He believed that for Tenshinhan, newly arrived and needing to adjust to the planet's tenfold gravity, it would take at least a few days. During this time, he could leisurely continue to relish his comfortable life without any urgency to teach Tenshinhan. Upon hearing this, Tenshinhan felt a twinge of uncertainty and nodded slightly. Although he had just praised the King Kai, mentioning the gravity, he had not truly felt the stark contrast brought on by the tenfold gravity. Just then, a monkey resembling a slightly plump tiger, which had been trailing behind King Kai, began to thump its chest and leap before Tenshinhan. Clearly, this monkey was no stranger to the training regimen that King Kai had devised for Tenshinhan. Nevertheless, it mattered not. The goal was to capture it. In the next instant, Tenshinhan ceased pondering why he was largely unaffected by the tenfold gravity and charged directly towards Babulus. Babulus, baring its teeth, had initially intended to mock Tenshinhan during the latter's struggle against the gravitational force. However, it was utterly unprepared for the explosive speed Tenshinhan exhibited at that moment, which hardly seemed influenced by the gravity at all. Gigi, Gigi. Babulus cried out, prompting King Kai, who had just reclined in his chair, to rise and investigate the commotion. What is going on, Babulus? King Kai inquired, bemused by Babulus's sudden uproar. How did you manage that? Upon witnessing Babulus firmly ensnared in Tenshinhan's embrace, King Kai's jaw dropped, and he hastily adjusted his nearly dislodged sunglasses. He had not anticipated that within less than half a minute, Tenshinhan would complete the gravity adaptation training he had set forth. It was simply a matter of positioning himself accurately and seizing the opportunity to grasp Babulus when it was distracted. Tenshinhan shyly scratched his face as he addressed Babulus, who inquired about that. I am asking how you have so swiftly acclimated to 10 times Earth's gravity. He paused, dismissing the importance of the question. Try once more with Babulus. I wish to ascertain whether the previous occurrence was mere coincidence. In the ensuing 5 minutes, at the insistence of the King of the Worlds, Tenshinhan captured Babulus 7 times, only to release him again on each occasion. This left Babulus somewhat disgruntled, prompting the king to refrain from further tormenting him. Strange, indeed. It appears you have genuinely adapted to the tenfold gravity of this realm. Yet, how can this be? According to the records from Yama, you should have been residing on Earth until now. A being so accustomed to Earth's gravity should not be able to instantly adjust to the gravity here, regardless of their genius. The king murmured to himself, a look of perplexity etched upon his face. Your Majesty, there is no need to delve into the reasons behind this phenomenon. What truly matters is that I have successfully adapted to the gravity. Shall we commence with my training now? Tenshinhan gazed at the King of the Worlds with a cheerful demeanor, eager to complete his training and return home as soon as possible. You are indeed correct. Perhaps this is where your true talent lies. Given your remarkable aptitude, I shall impart to you my 2 most cherished techniques. One is the Kaioken, and the other is the Spirit Bomb. Tenshinhan, you must prepare yourself. Mastering these 2 extraordinary skills is far from as simple as adjusting to tenfold gravity. The King of the Worlds nodded, acknowledging the validity of Tenshinhan's words, and chose not to dwell on the earlier matters. Now prepare yourself for my 2 prize techniques. Upon hearing the words of the King Kai, Tenshinhan was filled with excitement, tightly clenching his fists. However, unbeknownst to the King Kai, Tien's thoughts extended beyond his own learning. He was already considering Goku and the others as well. Observing the look of anticipation on Tien's face, the King Kai felt a sense of pride swelling within him. The techniques of the King Kai Fist and the Spirit Bomb were his proudest achievements, kept secret and unknown to others. Now, receiving appreciation from others undoubtedly brought him joy. Adjusting his small sunglasses, the King Kai cleared his throat. Ahem, the first technique I shall impart to you is the King Kai Fist. Mastering this technique will enable the user to exponentially increase their power within a short span of time. Both strength and speed will see remarkable enhancement. It is, without a doubt, an exquisite technique for defending one's home and executing a desperate counterattack. With his hands clasped behind his back, the King Kai earnestly boasted about the effects of the King Kai Fist before Tien. Of course, anything produced by the King Kai must be of exceptional quality. Please, dear King Kai, enlighten me on the principles behind the King Kai Fist. I can hardly contain my eagerness to master this technique. The benevolent King Kai harbored no ill intentions. Tien understood that he merely wished to maintain a semblance of pride. In light of the King Kai's sincere yet humble desire, Tien made every effort to exhibit his admiration for the King Kai Fist, thereby satisfying the King's vanity. One was eager to learn the technique swiftly, while the other relished the flattery. For a moment, Tien and the King Kai found common ground, both fulfilling their respective needs. Ah, you truly have an eye for talent. In light of your earnestness, I shall impart my knowledge to you generously. Be sure to listen attentively. The King Kai, greatly pleased with Tien's cooperative demeanor, nodded approvingly. Finding Tien increasingly likable, it had been many years since the King Kai had encountered such an honest and discerning martial artist. This young man had great potential. Rest assured. Dear King Kai, I shall not overlook a single word. As Tenshinhan observed the contented demeanor of the King of Worlds, he realized he had successfully stroked the King's ego, earning his favor. Just as you have heard, the King's Fist possesses astonishing effects, and the prerequisites for mastering it are undoubtedly stringent. These requirements can be categorized into two essential components. The first pertains to the user's physical strength. The recent acclimatization to the gravity of King's planet was designed to establish a solid foundation for this strength. The second component involves the user's mastery over the energy within. The King of Worlds paced before Tenshinhan, elaborating on these aspects with great care. The gaze of Tenshinhan shifted left and right as the King of the World moved about, occasionally nodding in agreement. He felt quite confident regarding the two requirements mentioned by the King. The practitioner must possess precise control over the internal energy to compress it to a high intensity. Once the internal energy reaches a certain level of compression, a qualitative transformation occurs, enhancing the overall state of the practitioner in terms of strength, speed, and explosive power. Each aspect could be amplified several times beyond the original capacity. The only sacrifice, it seems, may be endurance. Having grasped the principles of the King's Fist, you likely understand why it can only be employed for short durations. The King further elucidated his requirements concerning the mastery of internal energy. After attentively absorbing the explanation, Tenshinhan came to a realization. The high-intensity compressed energy imposes a continual and significant burden on the practitioner's body. When activating the King's Fist, the user's stamina depletes rapidly with each passing moment. Over time, it is likely that defeat will come without a fight. After a moment of contemplation, Tenshinhan gazed earnestly at the King of Worlds and remarked, "Excellent. Your response is remarkably accurate. Indeed, that is the reason. Furthermore, it is essential to understand that the King's Fist is a technique that evolves alongside its practitioner. The stronger the user's physical prowess and the more refined their mastery of Ki, the more formidable the King's Fist becomes. Consequently, one must exercise prudence when employing this technique. Overreaching is ill-advised. As you embark on your journey with the King's Fist, you will initially be limited to utilizing a twofold enhancement. As your strength grows, you may gradually increase the multiplier. Should you recklessly attempt to wield a higher multiplier, you risk catastrophic physical consequences, potentially leading to defeat without a fight. Now that you comprehend the principles behind the King's Fist, allow me to demonstrate it for you." The King of Worlds nodded in affirmation, subsequently tightening his hands at his sides, previously resting behind his back. With a deep, resonant exhale akin to a digestive disturbance, a white, fiery aura suddenly erupted around his form. This energy, mingling with the sweat rapidly evaporating from his body, enabled Tenshinhan to discern, with the naked eye, the intense strain being borne by the King of Worlds. As Tien meticulously pondered the key points demonstrated by King, he enthusiastically applauded in support. Did you see that? This is the might of the King's fist. After approximately 10 seconds, King exhaled wearily, wiping the perspiration from his brow as he addressed Tenshinhan. Tenshinhan nodded repeatedly, yet a sense of perplexity lingered within him. He had merely gleaned the essentials of the Kaioken technique from the Realm King moments ago, but he did not perceive a significant enhancement in strength following its application. With this curiosity in mind, Tenshinhan turned to the Realm King with a smile. Might I inquire, esteemed Realm King, what multiplier did you employ during your recent display of the Kaioken? The Realm King paused, his hand ceasing to wipe the sweat from his brow. Ahem, in order to elucidate the key aspects of the Kaioken technique for you. I employed a single times Kaioken just now. One times Kaioken? Does that not imply there is no increase in strength whatsoever, merely expending energy in vain? Tenshinhan was taken aback as he observed the King of the Worlds in his current state, clearly at the brink of his physical limits. Yet astonishingly employing the Kaioken technique at double its intended power. It appeared that this technique was merely a triviality for the king, which explained his casual demeanor when bestowing it upon Goku in the narrative. Not only was it the Kaioken, but it seemed that even the Spirit Bomb was a technique the king understood only theoretically, unable to wield it himself, which clarified his generosity in sharing it. However, regardless of whether this technique was trivial for the king himself, it proved immensely beneficial for him and Goku, among others. Furthermore, even if it were indeed a trifling technique, it instilled in Tenshinhan a greater confidence in persuading the king to allow Goku and the others to train on King Kai's planet. Tenshinhan. Do not underestimate the Kaioken at double power. Theoretically, most martial artists find it easier to learn the Kaioken starting from double power. In fact, they might struggle to employ the technique at single power. Moreover, the Kaioken at double power can enhance combat strength by 50%, rather than being merely a waste of energy as you suggested. As the creator of the Kaioken, my understanding of this technique is unparalleled, enabling me to demonstrate the most suitable application of the Kaioken at double power. The King of the Worlds blushed slightly, appreciating the rare camaraderie with a fellow martial artist. Though he would not disclose to Tenshinhan the limitations of his own physical strength, which permitted him to utilize only the Kaioken at single power. Thus, he expressed gratitude for the king's thoughtful guidance. Tenshinhan, understanding without voicing, refrained from exposing the King of Worlds and began his training, adhering to his demonstration and the principles of the King's fist. Before departing Earth, he liberated one of his four-armed clones from duties at the Botanical Garden to temporarily manage affairs on Penguin Mountain. Are you saying Raditz has been slain by you? In the villa, Gak's face lit up with surprise upon hearing this news from Tien. Indeed, by the time I reached Goku, their battle with Raditz was nearing its conclusion. I suppose I stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity. By the way, Gak, from your tone, it seems you were previously acquainted with Raditz. Did you know he was coming to Earth? When Tien's clone operates without deliberate control, it behaves just like an ordinary human. Noticing Gak's unusual reaction upon hearing Raditz's name, a hint of suspicion crossed Tien's face. Haha, well, it's not exactly an acquaintance. Raditz, much like the previously sought-after cosmic fugitive Dales, is also a scion. Although he is not pursued specifically by the Galactic Patrol headquarters like Dales, as a subordinate of Frisia, who proclaims himself the Emperor of the Universe. His threat level is potentially greater than that of Dales. Our Galactic Patrol has undertaken several operations against Frisia's forces, yet we have failed to deliver any significant blows. Now that Raditz has been vanquished on Earth by you, I certainly have cause for celebration. Gak's expression grew slightly flustered as he noticed Satan behind Tien signaling emergently. He quickly sought to mask his original intent of coming for Raditz. His collaboration with Satan regarding the bounty was a clandestine affair, one that Tien must not uncover. Oh, is that so? Although Gak's reasoning was somewhat plausible, the subtle stiffness in his demeanor did not escape Tien's keen observation. However, rather than unraveling what Gak was concealing, it was the mention of Frisia that captivated Tien's attention. Frisia loomed like a formidable mountain between him and Goku. Tenshinhan was acutely aware that he could never attain the formidable power of Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan. Conversely, the indomitable Frisia, who left the Dragon Ball warriors utterly helpless aside from his transformation, was an adversary he could not hope to confront. This realization caused Tenshinhan to exhale a sigh of resignation. He resolutely decided within himself that he would not partake in the chaos of Namek. Since the Earth has recently witnessed the gratifying news of Raditz's demise, it is indeed time for me to report to the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. I am certain that they will be exceedingly pleased upon receiving this information. I am also grateful for the hospitality provided by the ingredients you personally prepared, Tenshinhan. I feel significantly stronger as a result. Seeing that Tenshinhan did not pursue further inquiries, Gak breathed a sigh of relief and rose to take his leave. His mission on Earth was twofold: to deliver the bounty from the last assignment to Satan and inform Tenshinhan of Dale's escape, as well as to lead Raditz to his own demise. Although Raditz had not met his end at Penguin Mountain as Gak had orchestrated, the task of eliminating Raditz had been successfully accomplished. Now, he merely needed to investigate the site of Raditz's death to gather evidence for the headquarters, thus completing yet another cosmic bounty mission. Despite Raditz being collectively wanted as part of Frisia's violent Scion faction, the Galactic Patrol headquarters estimated his strength to be comparable to that of Dale's. Consequently, the bounty was set at 10 galactic coins. Meanwhile, his companions Vegeta and Nappa, with differing power assessments, were valued at 30 and 15 galactic coins respectively. Originally, Gak had intended to lure Vegeta and Nappa after dealing with Raditz. However, upon learning from Tenshinhan that the two would seek him out on their own, he decided to temporarily alter his plans. With Raditz's death, combined with the likelihood of Vegeta and Nappa repeating their previous mistakes, Gak found himself less concerned about subsequent lure plans. Instead, his thoughts were consumed by the prospect of the reward he would receive upon returning to headquarters with the credit for annihilating Frisia's entire Scion faction. By that time, it seemed certain that he would be firmly established as Officer Gak. Wouldn't he? Is that so? If it pleases you, I have an abundance of these vegetables and meats. Feel free to return whenever you wish for more. Upon hearing Goku's assertion that consuming his own provisions had significantly enhanced his strength, Tien nodded in satisfaction. Although Raditz's arrival was somewhat premature, he now possessed ingredients capable of gradually augmenting the power of the Z-Fighters after consumption. Much like Raditz's unexpected visit, even in the absence of Gohan, he merely happened to arrive at the tail end of events. Nevertheless, Goku and his comrades evidently matched Raditz in combat prowess, demonstrating the efficacy of his training regimen for them. It justified the efforts he had undertaken over the past year, regularly supplying Goku and the others with his meticulously prepared sustenance. It appeared that, with the aid of these ingredients, each of their strengths had notably increased compared to their contemporaneous narrative arcs. However, Tien's sole concern was for Piccolo. This fellow had not partaken of his provisions and, due to Tien's influence, was hindered in his development. It seemed imperative to find an opportunity to provide Piccolo with some nourishment. Otherwise, allowing him to remain stunted in growth was untenable. Tenshinhan found himself reflecting, tinged with a sense of helplessness. Although his original self had not yet returned, the events that transpired had been shared with him prior to his journey to the underworld via the Serpentine Path, following the culmination of the battle with Raditz. That rascal Piccolo, upon hearing Tenshinhan's suggestion of a gathering at the Heavenly Temple, abruptly declared his intent to conquer the world and departed without a second thought. Thus, even if Tenshinhan wished to nurture him and encourage his development, he was utterly unable to locate him. Shortly thereafter, as Tenshinhan observed Jack's spacecraft departing, he intended to retreat to his abode and relish in the mundane pleasures of daily life. Unexpectedly, a woman's voice called out from behind him. Tenshinhan, I have spoken with Jack and have decided to remain here with you for a while. Tien turned her head and beheld a girl with golden hair, adorned with a pink round hat, standing there with a moderately sized pink suitcase in hand. What is this? Tenshinhan reminisced about the fragments of memories shared by its original self, and soon after, it discovered information about the golden-haired woman within those recollections. Ah, it is Ties. Were you not supposed to accompany Jack on a galactic adventure to craft a narrative centered around the Galactic Patrol? If you remain with me, would that not render the quest for new themes utterly futile? The memories of Ties that Tenshinhan obtained were limited to this, and thus, out of curiosity, he inquired further. I have changed my mind. The tale of the Galactic Patrol can be penned at a later time. However, should I miss this opportunity with you, there may not be another chance to return. Ties gazed intently at Tenshinhan, affirming the familiar acceleration of her heartbeat. Tenshinhan found himself perplexed upon hearing Tai's words. Please do not misunderstand. What I mean to convey is that I have suddenly realized that the experiences shared here on Earth might prove to be even more captivating than embarking on adventures in the cosmos. You are aware, are you not, that sometimes a moment of inspiration is crucial for crafting an engaging narrative? I have suddenly felt the urge to create a story centered around the martial artists of Earth. Would you allow me to remain here to gather material? Observing the anticipation in Tai's gaze, Tenshinhan pondered for a brief moment, drawing upon his limited memories, before ultimately nodding in agreement. Very well, you may stay. After all, there are still numerous vacant rooms in the villa, and the botanical garden is abundant with ingredients. So you are free to stay for as long as you wish. Tenshinhan welcomed Tai Si with unreserved enthusiasm, displaying no hesitation whatsoever. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that within the confines of the room, the golden-haired Lan Chi had already clicked the magazine into her submachine gun. At that very moment, while diligently honing the King Fist technique on Planet King, Tenshinhan's main body suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of foreboding. In the blink of an eye, Tenshinhan had spent 3 days in training on Planet King. According to the principles of the King Fist, he instantaneously compressed the energy within his body to an extraordinarily high intensity. King Fist. In the next instant, a fiery wall of energy enveloped his entire form. I have mastered the King Fist. Tenshinhan leapt playfully in place for a moment, and in an instant, he soared to a height exceeding 100 meters on King of the World planet. Upon landing, he swiftly changed direction and dashed forward, eager to assess his current speed and agility. His strength, velocity, nimbleness, and explosive power had all undergone a remarkable enhancement. Tenshinhan felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through his body, his fists clenched in excitement. Is this the King's fist? Tenshinhan suddenly felt a surge of confidence regarding his future. Having merely begun to master the Kaioken, he was already experiencing such remarkable effects. If he were to cultivate the Kaioken to a sufficiently elevated level, it seemed plausible that he could hold his own, even against Frisia. The exponential increase in power diluted his previous lethargy, and the burgeoning confidence ignited within him a sense of boundless potential. Shaking his head, it took Tenshinhan a considerable moment to rein in this somewhat intoxicating feeling of elation. He understood that, having only recently acquired the Kaioken, he was far from being qualified to contemplate battling Frisia. Amidst the excitement of mastering the Kaioken, Tenshinhan was oblivious to the tremors that began to shake the entirety of King Kai's planet. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? King Kai, who had been lounging in his chair humming a tune, was suddenly jolted by the violent quaking of the ground beneath him. This was unusual. King Kai knew that his planet was not prone to earthquakes. Leaping from his chair, he realized that such a phenomenon was impossible. So what could it be? This overwhelming energy, could it be from Tenshinhan? How could that be possible? It had only been 3 days. King Kai contemplated an incredulous possibility and immediately dashed toward the location where Tenshinhan was training with the Kaioken. Indeed, in that patch of grass, he beheld Tenshinhan, who had successfully unlocked the Kaioken. In his original estimation, even after completing the gravity adaptation phase, Tenshinhan would require at least a month to learn the Kaioken. Yet, witnessing Tenshinhan enveloped in a fiery aura, King Kai, unable to comprehend the phenomenon, could only concede that this young man was, without a doubt, an extraordinary prodigy. Genius is no longer sufficient to describe the speed of his cultivation. King of the universe, your arrival is timely. I have already mastered your King of the Universe fist. What do you think? Is that fast enough? Tenshinhan smiled somewhat triumphantly at King Kai. In his original conception, he believed that mastering the Kaioken would take him at least a week or 2. However, as he dedicated himself to the training, he discovered that he seemed to possess no limitations in terms of physical endurance. Tenshinhan pondered that this must be related to the unique ingredients he had cultivated himself over the years. The extraordinary effects of these ingredients had endowed his physique with a strength far surpassing that of an ordinary martial artist, thus liberating him from any physical limitations. Contemplating this, Tenshinhan surmised that Goku and the others might be in a similar predicament, although the special ingredients they consumed could not compare to his own in quantity. The accumulation over the past year had been significant, with no restrictions on physical demands. Tenshinhan devoted the majority of his time over the past 3 days to enhancing his mastery of the energy within him. Consequently, he found himself learning the Kaioken technique at a pace far exceeding his initial expectations. Well, learning the Kaioken in 3 days is not too shabby, I suppose adequate. At the very least, observing Tenshinhan's satisfaction, the Kaioken king, with one hand resting behind his back and the other stroking his rounded chin, offered a somewhat sheepish assessment. He certainly did not wish to disclose that his initial prediction for the learning duration had been a month, as that would reflect poorly on his esteemed status. Right? I too find this pace commendable. By the way, dear king, I would like to discuss a matter with you. Would that be acceptable? Tenshinhan, Upon hearing the boast of King Kai, chuckled softly, realizing that his own speed was rather mediocre. However, he found solace in the fact that he was faster than he had initially envisioned. Yet, this sentiment was misinterpreted by King Kai, who observed Tenshinhan's genuine delight and thought to himself, could this lad truly believe that mastering the Kaioken in just 3 days is merely satisfactory? If such a pace is deemed acceptable, then what of the prodigies I anticipated? Would they not be rendered inept and foolish? You speak, King Kai said, patting his chest, attempting to quell the frustration that nearly overwhelmed him. Dear King Kai, I actually intended to. Tenshinhan cheerfully conveyed to King Kai the details and reasons behind his desire for Goku and the others to train on King Kai's planet. I understand, King Kai replied. But could you please refrain from employing the Kaioken for the time being? After listening to Tenshinhan, King Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead. The limitations of the Kaioken were seemingly non-existent for this young man. Throughout the entire explanation, Tenshinhan maintained the Kaioken, resulting in the planet itself quaking violently. The formidable aura emanating from Tenshinhan after activating the Kaioken technique compelled the Kai to reconsider his initial refusal, causing him to swallow his words several times. He realized a crucial point. The intensity of the energy radiating from this young man was potent enough to obliterate his own planet with a single blow. Acknowledging this, he reluctantly acquiesced to Tenshinhan, who was currently draping an arm over his shoulder, in order to avoid provoking him further. Does this mean you agree? Tenshinhan inquired. I knew it. Indeed, Lord Kai, you are a benevolent being. Rest assured, Goku and the others possess exceptional potential and will not consume much of your valuable time. Tenshinhan playfully draped his arm over King Kai's shoulder, excitedly patting the roundness of his belly before withdrawing from the Kaioken state. After 3 days of companionship, their rapport had grown remarkably intimate. This kid is truly an oddity. Not only does he learn at an astonishing pace, but he also maintains it for an impressive duration. As Tenshinhan's energy began to normalize, the overwhelming sense of pressure that had enveloped King Kai dissipated. Sighing with relief, King Kai marveled at Tenshinhan's consistently extraordinary performance, which surpassed his expectations time and again. Observing Tenshinhan, who had just concluded a half-hour Kaioken session yet appeared completely unfazed, breathing steadily with hardly a bead of sweat, King Kai felt increasingly awed by this martial artist recommended by the Earth's deity. Perhaps the entirety of the North Galaxy would undergo significant transformation due to Tenshinhan's influence. He pondered whether Tenshinhan's companions were equally remarkable and troublesome. Shaking his head, King Kai suddenly questioned the wisdom of accepting the Earth deity's recommendation. A foreboding sense gripped him. His previously tranquil life might soon be irrevocably altered. I shall not pursue the spirit bomb any further. Lord King Kai, I must return. Once I am back, I will ensure that Goku and the others pass the Snake Way trials. At that time, I will need your assistance in training them. After all, the crises on Earth require collective effort, and each of them possesses talents that rival my own. Having mastered the Kaioken after only a few hours, Tenshinhan then sought to understand the principles behind the spirit bomb. However, upon learning that its utilization required a refined sense of key perception, he promptly abandoned the idea of studying it. He decisively chose not to learn even the most fundamental aspects of key sensing, let alone the more advanced skills. Besides, Goku would also learn the spirit bomb, and if a few of them were to use it simultaneously, they might find themselves short on energy collected from Earth, which would indeed be amusing. Thus, having 1 or 2 of them master the spirit bomb sufficed, for it was unlikely they would all employ it at once during real combat. Upon grasping the intricacies of the spirit bomb's principles, Tenshinhan found the requirement for precise key perception unsurprising. After all, the spirit bomb necessitated borrowing energy from the external environment, without the ability to perceive external key effectively. Gathering energy would be futile. I hope the martial artist you mentioned truly possess the qualities you claim. Otherwise, I lack the patience to train so many individuals simultaneously. King Kai nodded, feeling no particular regret over Tenshinhan's decision to forego the spirit bomb. In fact, he felt a sense of relief upon hearing Tenshinhan decline to learn it, for even with just the Kaioken, Tenshinhan had already impressed him with an almost monstrous level of strength. If Tenshinhan were truly to master the spirit bomb, King Kai might find himself bereft of the confidence to continue feigning strength in his presence. Much like the narrative unfolds in later episodes, King Kai's voice is nearly silenced before Goku, to the point where he is even unwittingly led to his demise alongside Goku. Although their camaraderie plays a significant role in this, it is equally due to Goku's overwhelming prowess, even if King Kai were reluctant. He would have neither the strength nor the will to refuse or resist. Rest assured, I am confident that they will not disappoint you. Tenshinhan nodded thoughtfully and then leapt away from Planet King. Emerging from the fringes of the planet's atmosphere, he swiftly located the exit of Snake Way and retraced his steps. Nearly an hour later, Tenshinhan found himself back in King Yama's office, where he obtained permission to return to Earth. I wonder how things are on Penguin Mountain. I trust my doppelganger will not cause me any trouble. Upon returning to Earth, Shinhan promptly urged Goku and the others to prepare for their training on King Kai's planet. Yet he found himself reminiscing about his sanctuary. A gilded nest or a silvery abode pales in comparison to the comfort of one's own humble dwelling. Moreover, the villa he had meticulously crafted upon Penguin Mountain held a special place in his heart. Even after such a brief absence from Earth, Tien was struck by a profound sense of nostalgia, as if he had traversed through the annals of time. Perhaps, from a certain perspective, this could be deemed a brush with mortality. Thus, upon his return, his thoughts inevitably drifted back to Penguin Mountain. He chuckled to himself, wondering if during his absence, Satan had diligently honed his skills, and whether Lan Shi and Dumpling had realized that they were merely left with a projection of himself. Tenshinhan's face unexpectedly displayed a hint of playful mischief as he contemplated the reactions of the others atop Penguin Mountain. Goodness, I've been deceived by this doppelganger. However, in the very next moment, when he accessed the shared memories of his substitute, his expression shifted dramatically. How audacious of them to allow Tai Si to remain overnight on Penguin Mountain without my consent. Tenshinhan inwardly cursed, feeling a twinge of unease regarding the lingering presence of Tai Si. At that moment, he found himself devoid of thoughts beyond the desire to return to Penguin Mountain a second sooner. He wished to prevent any irreconcilable discord from arising between the two women due to his presence. Sometimes, possessing an overwhelming charm can indeed be a source of vexation. It is a rarity to encounter oneself as the origin of one's own troubles. Tianjin sighed in resignation. Once the dashing hairstyle was chosen, the captivating charm became utterly undeniable. Yet, this doppelganger of his was rather troublesome. Having been away for a mere 3 days, he returned to find his home transformed into a battleground. If he lingered any longer, would it not result in utter chaos? However, upon returning to Penguin Mountain, he was unexpectedly greeted by the serene coexistence of Tai Si and Lan Shi, devoid of any hint of the tension he had anticipated. What could this mean? Had he perhaps been overly sentimental? Tenshinhan gazed in astonishment at the two individuals coexisting harmoniously, and at that moment, he began to doubt whether his own charm was insufficient. Nevertheless, he thought, perhaps this is for the best. The intricacies of a woman's heart are not meant to be deciphered, and speculating is ultimately futile. Women only serve to impede the pace of my cultivation thus. I shall focus on my training with diligence. After all, Vegeta and Nappa could arrive at any moment. Tenshinhan, contemplating the situation, chose to disregard the unusually tranquil relationship between Tai and Lan Shi, instead focusing intently on preparing for the changes unfolding in the world. It is often through pressure that one discovers their true potential. Sometimes, without a little push, one remains unaware of the depths of their own determination. During the 3 days spent on King Kai's planet, devoid of modern entertainment, Tenshinhan successfully shed the habits brought about by his time travel, such as internet addiction, smartphone dependency, and gaming obsession. He managed to elevate his training regimen to an impressive 8 hours a day, and as he gazed at his new schedule, he felt increasingly akin to a genuine martial artist. People are capable of transformation. Perhaps this is what growth truly entails. Meanwhile, during Tenshinhan's dedicated days of training, Jack, after departing from Penguin Mountain, experienced several months of interstellar travel before finally returning to the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. Jack, I hear you have apprehended the Scion Raditz as per the headquarters warrant? He was one of Frisia's subordinates. Who would have thought you possessed such audacity? It appears we have all underestimated you, remarked his colleagues. Striding confidently, Jack reveled in the astonished glances of his fellow Galactic Patrol members. Oh, this is nothing to boast about. I merely employed a bit of strategy to ensnare Raditz. Let me tell you, to accomplish high-difficulty bounty tasks, one must possess not only courage and strength but also intellect. While I may lack in the first 2 aspects, my wits serve me well. With a little effort, you too can achieve greatness. Keep pushing yourselves. I have faith in you. Jack smiled as he responded to the admiration of his coworkers, occasionally sharing snippets of his insights into the missions, embodying the essence of a successful individual, in front of those who once looked down upon him. Jack felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. In his eyes, those Galactic Patrol members who had once stood on equal footing with him had now transformed into prospective subordinates. Rather than seizing the opportunity to belittle those who had previously underestimated him, he chose to patiently and warmly share his experiences. He felt that his current standing had evolved beyond theirs. As a figure firmly established in his role, Officer Jack believed it was time to embrace magnanimity and refrain from pettiness, aligning himself with the esteemed identity he was poised to attain, the Galactic King. Jack has completed another mission. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, the Galactic King had already learned of Jack's return. I see. Just as I mentioned previously, wondrous changes are unfolding on the planet Earth. The Galactic King closed his eyes, and once again, a vivid image of the distribution of celestial bodies throughout the galaxy materialized in his mind. Within that vision, in a remote corner of the Milky Way, lay an ordinary stellar system known as the Solar System. An inexplicable force seemed to draw the essence of the cosmos towards Earth, leading to subtle yet profound transformations within the planet. The rigidity, mass, volume, density, and even the concentration of vital energy and life forms on Earth were undergoing a continuous and imperceptible evolution. Is Earth merely an ordinary planet in this distant system? Could it be that this celestial body possesses such exceptional qualities that it has captured the attention of the Galactic King on multiple occasions? Mers looked at the Galactic King in confusion, unable to comprehend why Earth was consistently highlighted by him, and felt a budding curiosity towards this planet. The uniqueness of a planet is not solely defined by its environment, but also by the life it nurtures within. Just as one must delve beyond the surface when dealing with interstellar matters to grasp the fundamental laws governing the universe. Achieving such insight is indeed challenging. Even I find it difficult to treat all beings with impartiality. You have sensed that Gak has returned, and you should also recognize his newfound strength. Perhaps it seems trivial to you, as he remains the weakest member of the Galactic Patrol. However, his round trip from Earth has led to tangible progress in his abilities. The Galactic King opened his eyes and spoke to Mers about Gak. An increase from 250 to 260 points, a mere 10-point change in combat prowess, easily dismissed. Following the Galactic King's words, Mers scrutinized Gak's abilities once more and confirmed the 10-point enhancement. Yet, it was just 10 points, insignificant when compared to Mers' own strength. You might scoff at this incremental rise, but if you observe more closely, you would realize that this 10-point improvement typically requires a decade of effort. Reflect on what circumstances might have led to Gak's rapid advancement. The Galactic King continued to regard Mers intently. His interest in Gak's improvement transcended the mere numerical increase. It hinted at potential changes occurring on Earth. It was for this reason that he employed the extraordinary techniques of the galaxy within his mind to discern the shifts taking place on such a small planet. The ability to perceive the minute and extrapolate deeper truths is essential for a cosmic overseer. It is this subtle understanding, coupled with an awareness of Mers' identity, that the Galactic King sought to impart to him. Mers remained silent, vanishing at the moment Gak entered, silently contemplating the profound implications of the Galactic King's words. Lord Galactic King, I have completed the bounty task for Rithys. At the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, Jack exhibited an air of excitement as he began to boast to the Galactic King, eagerly anticipating the rewards and promotions that he hoped to receive. Meanwhile, the individual most acutely aware of the changes occurring on Earth was not Goku or Tien, but rather Piccolo. Since the battle with Raditz concluded, Piccolo had not accompanied Tien to meet the Supreme Kai, nor had he participated in the training on King Kai's planet. Although he was aware that Tien, Goku, and the others must have discovered an excellent training environment and methods, resulting in significant advancements in their abilities upon their reunion, Piccolo's unique relationship with the Supreme Kai, coupled with his current position, created a sense of inner conflict for him. This led to his decision to refrain from joining Tien's training regimen. Moreover, there was another, more crucial reason for his choice to train alone: confidence. Even while remaining on Earth, he believed he would not lag behind Goku and the others training on King Kai's planet. On the contrary, he felt that when he eventually encountered them again, he would undoubtedly surpass them decisively. As for Tien, the secret he had overheard from Raditz regarding the formidable power level of 10,000 led him to regard Tien as a rival of a different caliber. While he thought it somewhat audacious to assert he could greatly exceed Tien, after careful consideration, he concluded that he should at least strive to surpass him when they next met. Piccolo's formidable confidence was not rooted in blind optimism or arrogance. From the scant information disclosed by Raditz, Piccolo suspected that he might indeed be one of the Namekians he had mentioned. His distinctive approach to training, divergent from that of Earth's martial artists, likely stemmed from his Namekian heritage. Unlike Goku and the others, who focus solely on physical training and the simultaneous enhancement of their ki, Piccolo possessed an innate ability for meditation, a method of ki cultivation that complemented his physical training. In the 3 years leading up to the martial arts tournament, his meditation practice had significantly contributed to his ki enhancement, though it was comparable to the effects of physical training alone. However, in the past 2 years, particularly during the 6 months preceding his battle with Raditz, he had sensed a notable shift in the energy present on Earth. This change had markedly improved the efficacy of his meditation in augmenting his ki. Indeed, it was during the martial arts tournament that Piccolo narrowly lost to Krillin. However, the battle with Raditz demonstrated that his strength had far surpassed that of Krillin. This very battle, coupled with his acute perception as a Namekian regarding the changes on Earth, instilled in him the confidence that he could surpass Goku and the others through solitary cultivation. With this unwavering belief in continuous transcendence, Piccolo devoted himself to solitary training after parting ways with Tien and the others. Just a few days ago, he suddenly realized a crucial matter. The initial reason he chose to train in this wilderness rather than in the city was due to his perception that meditation in the wild yielded better results. However, reflecting on the vast gap between himself and Tien, he felt that this alone was insufficient. He must seek out a training venue superior to this wilderness. Piccolo's rational mind reminded him that while diligence in martial arts is undoubtedly important, the efficiency of training is equally paramount. Rather than continuing to train at a moderate efficiency in this wilderness, he needed to fully leverage his unique sensitivity to energy fluctuations on Earth to find a more optimal training location. Only then could his diligent efforts be founded on a basis of higher training efficiency, yielding greater results with less effort. Resolving to do so, Piccolo followed the sensations from his meditation and began to explore various locations across Earth. Finally, after several days of searching, his meditative senses detected the location with the most significant energy fluctuations on the planet. Indeed, it was here, atop this mountain, where the energy fluctuations were most potent. In fact, it was highly probable that the energy changes across the Earth were fundamentally influenced by this very mountain. With keen eyes, Piccolo gazed at the mountain peak resembling a penguin. Not only did he sense the unique energy through his meditation, but he also extended his energy perception, enabling him to feel the profound aura contained within the mountain itself. Boom. To validate his senses, Piccolo concentrated his current most potent technique, the Demon Convergence Light Cannon, in his palm. With this strike, he could flatten not just a mountain peak, but an entire range of mountains. Should it directly strike the core of the planet, it might even trigger a cataclysmic collapse. However, the scene before Piccolo's eyes unfolded just as he had anticipated. The rock face of the penguin-shaped mountain, imbued with immense aura and rich special energy, bore only a small indentation the size of a bowl. Who on earth would be so malicious as to blast my mountain? He exclaimed. The next moment, amidst his astonishment, a familiar aura swiftly approached. Tien, the very person Piccolo least wished to see at this moment, suddenly appeared before him. What a twist of fate! He exclaimed. What brings you here? Tien and Piccolo exclaimed in unison, both taken aback by the unexpected encounter. They had never anticipated crossing paths in this place. Could it be that Piccolo had come specifically to seek him out? Had he come to a realization? Had he ceased his stubbornness? Perhaps he, too, was preparing to train on King Kai's planet? Upon recognizing that Tenshinhan was in the vicinity, Piccolo was immediately flooded with a multitude of possibilities. Damn it, why is this fellow here? Judging by his appearance, he seems to reside within that penguin-shaped peak. Could it be that the changes on Earth are somehow linked to him? How infuriating. Does he truly believe that I have come here intentionally to seek him out? Similarly, upon discovering that Tenshinhan dwells on Penguin Mountain, Piccolo's mind was equally ensnared in a whirlwind of thoughts. As Tenshinhan was about to voice his suspicions, Piccolo abruptly interrupted him, preemptively offering an explanation. How infuriating. I warn you not to misjudge the situation. Had I known of your presence here, I would have certainly kept my distance. I merely followed my instincts in search of a suitable environment for my cultivation, which led me to this place. Little did I expect that this precious land would be squandered by someone like you. Believe it or not, that is the undeniable truth. It is now clear that I must depart from here at once. The next time we meet, you shall find yourself defeated at my hands. By then, neither you nor Sun Wukong will be able to thwart my ambition to dominate the world. Before Tenshinhan could fully articulate his question, Piccolo, brimming with enthusiasm, launched into an elaborate explanation. Upon finishing, He turned away, intending to leave as if he had never set foot in that place. Yet, he couldn't shake off a lingering sentiment for the cultivation environment surrounding him. He pondered whether he could ever find another locale on Earth so perfectly suited for his training. A sense of regret washed over him. However, compared to the prospect of remaining here, nestled on a mountain peak with Tenshinhan for training, he would willingly forego this ideal environment. Tenshinhan observed the hesitant demeanor of Bic, recognizing the internal conflict he was grappling with. "Wait a moment," he remarked. "It seems you quite appreciate the training environment here, so why would you feel the need to depart? If I were to invite you to my mountain, you might not be inclined to accept. Fortunately, the adjacent peak remains unclaimed. Should you truly wish to remain in this vicinity for your cultivation, you may seek a position on the neighboring summit." The words of Tenshinhan regarding Bic reveal a distinct element of insincerity. While the veracity of Bic's claim about the suitability of the area for his training remains uncertain, Tenshinhan's intention is to persuade him to stay. After all, he had previously lamented his inability to find Bic, and now that Bic has sought him out, how could he let this opportunity slip away? In Tenshinhan's view, Bic is still hindered by his developmental shortcomings, which he feels compelled to address with the right sustenance, ensuring he does not feel guilty about Bic's condition. Bic, having already distanced himself, suddenly halted in midair upon hearing Tenshinhan's words. There is a modicum of truth in what he says. Though I did not come here seeking him, to abandon this advantageous training environment merely to evade him would imply I am afraid of him, which is absurd. The formidable Bic, could never be intimidated by this fellow. Staying nearby for training is hardly an issue, especially on a neighboring peak rather than the same mountain. The great Bic, have always acted according to my own will. Why should I leave because of Tenshinhan? Contemplating this, a surge of determination welled up within Bic. Since the meditation he sensed indicated a prime training ground was indeed here, he resolved to remain. Very well, considering the principle of first come, first served. I shan't encroach upon the mountain you inhabit. With that, Bic soared towards the adjacent mountain that Tenshinhan had indicated. However, upon landing, Bic couldn't help but reflect. In the brief span of 3 months, Tenshinhan seemed to have grown significantly stronger, as evidenced by the formidable pressure he exerted when Bic approached. What a remarkably swift progression. I cannot afford to squander my time. With this in mind, Bic sought out a suitable dwelling within the mountain. Once settled, he immediately commenced his meditation. Though the unique energy here was considerably less potent than that of Penguin Mountain, it was still remarkably abundant compared to other locations on Earth. What use is the special energy at Tenshinhan's location? He does not engage in meditation or training. Just wait. I, the great Bic, shall surely surpass him. All this is driven by my ambition to dominate the world. I shall begrudgingly accept the role of neighbor to that fellow. Bic continually reassured himself, attempting to rationalize his decision to remain. Yet, scarcely had he settled when Tenshinhan flew over from Penguin Mountain to pay a visit. While it lacked the grandeur of a waterfall like that of Penguin Mountain, discovering such a flat expanse of grass amidst the mountains attests to Bic's discerning choice. After Tenshinhan descended, he did not immediately approach the irate Piccolo, who was ready to unleash his fury. Instead, he first surveyed the surroundings where Piccolo had constructed his small wooden dwelling. Although it could not compare to the location he had chosen on Penguin Mountain, it was the best option available given the overall conditions of this mountain. Tenshinhan, why did you come here without my permission, acting as if you belonged? Piccolo glared at Tenshinhan, who seemed wholly unconcerned about being an outsider. His initial anger was suddenly stifled, leaving him to question Tenshinhan with a sense of frustration. Is it so strange for me to visit a new neighbor? Upon hearing Piccolo's inquiry, Tenshinhan turned to him with a look of astonishment, as if to say, Piccolo, you are rather peculiar. Sensing the chill in Tenshinhan's gaze, Piccolo's green visage darkened. You should know, it is you who is strange, not me. Furthermore, do not presume to criticize my abode. We are not particularly acquainted. No, let me clarify. This is not merely a matter of familiarity. We were once adversaries. My presence here is not to engage in some trivial neighborly relationship, but to eliminate you and son Goku, thereby fulfilling my own ambitions. Piccolo exclaimed, his voice rising in agitation. Yet, Tenshinhan, who had long seen through Piccolo's true nature, remained unfazed. He produced an apple that he had cultivated himself and offered it to Piccolo. Did you not mention that we were once enemies? So what are we now? We may not yet be friends, but is it truly your choice to continue as foes? Goku has mentioned that you have the opportunity to redefine your choices. I hope you take that to heart. Of course, this is not the time for such discussions. Here, would you care to taste it? I grew it myself. Tenshinhan's series of probing questions left Piccolo in contemplative silence for a while. Indeed, that deep-seated hatred was inherited the moment he emerged into existence. Prior to today, he too had grappled with the uncertainty of his purpose. Was it merely to perpetuate that animosity? Perhaps the answer was negative. Yet, he had yet to contemplate a new direction. Perhaps he truly ought to heed Tenshinhan's advice and earnestly reflect upon his choices. Naturally, he would never concede such vulnerability to Tenshinhan. Damn it, how could I, Piccolo the Demon King, possibly enjoy apples cultivated by you? He muttered disdainfully, yet with a hint of surprise as he seized the unusually large apple from Tenshinhan's hand. With a crunch, he bit into it, and a burst of juice erupted. Suddenly, Piccolo's eyes widened in astonishment. A wave of ecstasy seemed to wash over his green cheeks, as if he had ingested a wealth of vitamins. This apple's energy felt remarkably invigorating. In the next moment, under Tenshinhan's pleased smile, Piccolo cast aside his earlier disdain and devoured the entire apple. Were it not for the fact that this apple enhances my internal energy, I would never have entertained the notion of relishing apples grown by Tenshinhan. Whether residing here or consuming apples, everything was driven by his ambition to surpass Tenshinhan. With satisfaction, Piccolo wiped the corners of his mouth, firmly convinced of his thoughts. Just as noon approached, he suggested, "Why don't you come over to my place for a meal?" Tenshinhan observed as Piccolo hesitated to consume the apple, and consequently extended an invitation to share lunch together. How infuriating. Do not put your luck. Accepting an apple is one thing, but dining at your home? Does you take me, the great Demon King Piccolo, for a fool? There's no need. I shall prepare for myself. Piccolo resolutely declined Tenshinhan's suggestion. Would the great Demon King Piccolo sacrifice his dignity? It is simply inconceivable to acquiesce to Tenshinhan's invitation for a meal at his abode. Tenshinhan, having received a straightforward refusal from Piccolo, did not press the issue. After all, Piccolo had already resolved to train here for the long term. There would be ample opportunities for him to execute his own plans in the days to come. As for the underdeveloped Piccolo, he sought chances to nourish him adequately. Indeed, once Piccolo and Tenshinhan became neighbors, the latter would occasionally visit, bringing an assortment of ingredients he had prepared during his training breaks. Although Piccolo would verbally decline each time and often issue polite dismissals, his actions betrayed him as he graciously accepted the various provisions from Tenshinhan. Of course, this contradictory behavior seemed to Piccolo a necessary compromise in service of his own ambitions. A year swiftly passed, and near the Bowsy Mountain, Tenshinhan and Piccolo awaited eagerly. This day marked the return of Goku and his companions from King Kai's planet. Tenshinhan was curious about the results of their training over the past year, and Piccolo shared that curiosity. However, to avoid giving Goku and the others the impression that he was overly familiar with Tenshinhan, Piccolo discreetly maintained a distance of 4 to 5 meters while they waited. "Piccolo, how strong do you think Goku and the others will become after a year of training on King Kai's planet?" After a brief moment of silence, Tenshinhan initiated a conversation with Piccolo, noticing that no one else had spoken up. Who could have anticipated this? Regardless of their newfound strengths, I am certain that I have already surpassed them. Piccolo, arms crossed, displayed a confident smile in response to Tenshinhan's inquiry, a stark contrast to his typically stoic demeanor. However, after answering Tenshinhan, he suddenly remembered that they were not in Penguin Mountain. It's best not to speak to me. I do not wish for others to misconstrue the nature of our familiarity. With a dismissive grunt, Piccolo turned his head to the left, clearly disinterested in continuing the conversation with Tenshinhan. What does it matter? After all, they have yet to return, and no one is around to witness our exchange. If we remain silent, are we to simply stand here in awkwardness? Tenshinhan regarded Bik's feigned aloofness with indifference. Although Bik had stubbornly clung to his ambitions of becoming the Dark Lord over the past year, his words lacked any persuasive power in Tenshinhan's memory, especially considering Bik's past as a caretaker for the Sun family. Upon hearing Tenshinhan's remarks, Bik felt a flicker of intrigue, though he did not outwardly display it. He was genuinely curious and eager to understand the extent of Goku and the others' progress. It seemed rather appealing to hear Tenshinhan's thoughts before their return. With this in mind, Bik turned his head, intending to respond to Tenshinhan's earlier inquiry, hoping to provoke further discussion. However, just as he was about to speak, a formidable and familiar energy suddenly manifested nearby. It was Goku and the others returning. Realizing this, Big swiftly dismissed the idea of conversing with Tenshinhan and turned away to maintain his cool demeanor. If not for Tenshinhan's awareness, one might indeed believe that Big was a complete stranger to him. Goku, Yamcha, and Krillin re-entered Earth with confident and expectant expressions. They had undoubtedly grown significantly stronger. Yet Big felt they still fell short compared to him. As he sensed the energy within the trio, a hint of pride emerged on his face. Despite having endured the situation of being neighbors with Tenshinhan for the past 9 months, his training had indeed progressed by leaps and bounds. When comparing himself to his former self at the conclusion of the battle a year ago, Big estimated his current combat power to be nearing 9,000 points. Although this was still considerably less than Tenshinhan's 10,000 points, which he had heard from Raditz. He felt quite satisfied with his training velocity over the past half-year. Had Tenshinhan not also made progress during this year, Big might have been tempted to challenge him before arriving here. Now, as he sensed the energies within Goku and the others, he noted that their strengths had also improved significantly compared to a year ago, yet they still fell slightly short of his own. Goku, whose strength was closest to his, could be estimated to possess around 8,000 points in combat power based on the intensity of his energy. Krillin's rate of improvement had surpassed that of Yamcha, resulting in their strength difference being nearly equalized, both hovering around 3,000 points. In this light, if Raditz were to arrive now, he would pose no threat to them at all. That alien monkey is nothing extraordinary. Earth will ultimately belong to me, the Dark Lord Big. Reflecting upon the arduous battle from a year ago, Big now deemed it trivial. A surge of impulse to challenge Goku surged within him, yet given their comparable strengths, he felt the time was not yet ripe. Should Yamcha and Krillin intervene again, he could not guarantee victory. Moreover, the arrival of the next batch of scions remained uncertain. After a moment of hesitation, Piccolo ultimately restrained his inner impulses and postponed the challenge. Goku, Krillin, you have returned? Bulma and the others had been waiting at Goku's home. And upon seeing Goku and the others arrive, the dumpling chef responsible for keeping an eye on the girls immediately relayed the news. Before long, they all rushed out. Bulma felt a wave of emotion upon seeing Goku and the others after a year apart. Yamcha, Bulma's ex-boyfriend, now stood awkwardly, rubbing his nose with his fingers. So, this is your ex-boyfriend, Bulma? He seems quite decent, remarked Tais, sidling up to Tien and casting a teasing glance at Yamcha, who Bulma seemed to overlook. Sister, mind your own business. Haven't you already moved in with a man? Bulma's expression shifted, and she retorted defiantly. Tais' cheeks flushed at the remark, and she lowered her head, falling silent. Hey, what does your silence mean? You should clarify things to your sister. You aren't living alone with Tien. Lan Chi, noticing Tais' tacit acceptance, grew a bit displeased and called out across Tien. Haha, it seems Tien, you're not having an easy time either. Goku chuckled, initially intending to greet Tien and Piccolo. But upon seeing Tien caught in the middle of the banter, he laughed, scratching the back of his head. However, before he could enjoy the moment, Chi-Chi rushed up, tears glistening in her eyes, and flung herself around his neck. Goku, you're finally back. In that instant, Goku found himself without the right to laugh at others. As he surveyed the happy couples around him, Krillin felt a pang of bitterness. Shouldn't today be a celebration of their return from training? Why was he always the one left hurt? Like a drowning man grasping for the last straw, he sought solace in the solitary figure of Piccolo. Kid, if you keep staring at me, I'll gouge your eyes out. I, the great demon king Piccolo, can reproduce all on my own. I have no need for a partner like you ordinary folks. Reflecting on Piccolo's words, Krillin realized that indeed, the creature merely laid an egg to reproduce. Speechless and on the verge of tears, he pondered the disparity between the noble and the common in the realm of singleness. Somewhere in the distance, he heard a crack, and it felt as if his heart shattered into a million pieces like glass. After their long-awaited reunion, Tien left a bag of senza beans for Goku and the others before returning to Penguin Mountain. A few days later, 2 spherical spacecraft entered Earth's atmosphere, igniting with fiery brilliance as they descended. Is this really Earth? According to the information from that Raditz fellow, this should be a planet with low combat power. Why was the atmosphere so thick just now? As Naba pushed open the metallic door of the spherical spacecraft, he emerged from a crater that had been formed upon the craft's impact with the ground. While Naba was perplexed, Vegeta had also noted certain peculiarities within the spacecraft moments prior. However, his thoughts had been consumed by Raditz's mention of a martial artist on Earth possessing a combat power of 10,000, as well as the Dragon Balls. Thus he had paid little heed to other details. Now, upon closer inspection, he discerned even more anomalies. For instance, the depth and size of the crater created by their sphere upon landing were considerably less than what his experience would suggest. Vegeta did not consider this to be a misjudgment on his part. Over the years since the destruction of planet Vegeta, the Scions had traversed various planets under Frieza's command, always employing such spherical crafts. He had witnessed the hard landings on planets countless times, if not 1,000, then certainly several hundred. He was intimately familiar with the dimensions of craters formed by such impacts on planets like Earth. Despite the obliteration of his home planet, Vegeta maintained an unwaveringly high standard for himself. He possessed the pride of a Scion prince, yet his leadership over the remaining Scions was not solely derived from his lineage. Beyond combat prowess, he was far more attentive to the minutiae of their missions than Nappa and Raditz, who had succumbed to their own decline. It appeared that the planet's solidity exceeded their expectations. Moreover, did you not sense it? The gravity here deviates from Raditz's report, evidently. That fool has failed to transmit accurate information. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Vegeta's mouth as he attributed the subtle discrepancies in Earth's gravity to Raditz's incompetence. Hearing Vegeta's remark, Nappa also took a moment to assess the gravity of Earth. It indeed seemed true. Raditz had claimed that Earth's gravity was merely 1/10 that of planet Vegeta. Yet, their current experience suggested it was closer to 1/9. After acknowledging the gravity of Earth, Nappa nodded in agreement, concluding that Raditz's earlier information was indeed flawed. Had Raditz been alive to hear the derisive laughter from Vegeta and Nappa, he would have vehemently protested. For he had felt the gravity of Earth to be precisely 1/10 that of planet Vegeta. However, even if he were alive to explain, he would likely remain baffled by the reasons behind these discrepancies. No one could have anticipated that in the brief span of a year, a planet could experience alterations even in something as constant as gravitational force. Truly, a fool is a fool, incapable of accomplishing anything correctly. In light of this, his previous assertion regarding the Earth martial artist's combat power of 10,000 should not be taken at face value. The only glimmer of hope that he wouldn't err is the undeniable existence of the Dragon Balls. Vegeta, with a look of disdain, activated his power level scanner. Due to some peculiarities he had just observed, he had lost faith in Raditz's information. He felt compelled to ascertain the true strength of Earth's martial artist himself. Indeed, Raditz's intelligence appeared to be rife with inaccuracies. From the data transmitted prior to the destruction of Raditz's power scanner, an astonishing figure of 99. 999 had once flashed upon it. What if the formidable Earth martial artist's combat power was not merely 10,000, but rather an astounding 100,000? Would we not be marching toward our demise? Nappa, who had initially mocked the deceased Raditz alongside Vegeta, suddenly found a terrifying thought surfacing in his mind. Fool. Our power scanners have a maximum measurement capacity of around 30,000. That 999 is clearly a malfunction. What's this? Have we arrived on Earth only to reconsider? A fierce glint flickered in Vegeta's eyes, fixating on Nappa like an eagle hunting its prey. And no, how could that be? It's all Raditz's fault. The errors in the information he relayed have led me to entertain such wild notions. Nappa chuckled nervously, for though he feared death, he also dreaded Vegeta's authority. He had no desire to provoke Vegeta over an uncertain speculation. Very well, I trust you will keep your word. The Dragon Balls are mine for the taking, and I shall not permit you to disrupt my plans. Let us proceed to locate the Earth martial artists who fought Raditz. They must know how to find the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing Nappa's assurance, Vegeta nodded in satisfaction and continued to utilize his power scanner to search for signs on Earth. Several power levels in the hundreds are rapidly approaching us. They must be the Earth martial artists from before. He smirked. Only a few hundred in combat power? The level of Earth's martial artists is indeed quite low. How could that worthless Raditz have faltered against such a swarm of ants? Yet, they have come to us instead of us seeking them out, which saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. As Vegeta observed the yellow dots, each representing a power level in the hundreds, swiftly drawing near on his scanner, he deduced their identities. Just then, another meteor appeared in the sky. Although too distant for Vegeta and Nappa to discern its form, they recognized it as yet another spacecraft. However, judging by the size of the meteor, it was likely not a spherical vessel like their own. Who could it be? We have only just arrived on Earth, and already, others are following closely behind? Vegeta gazed at the spacecraft, a disquieting premonition stirring within him. Although he remained uncertain of the identities of those aboard, he sensed a strong possibility that they were coming for him. Had the matter of the Dragon Balls been exposed? His expression darkened. While he had never intentionally concealed his ambition as the Prince of the Scions, he had also never divulged his ultimate aim of rebelling against Frisia. Why? Just as he had found a glimmer of hope for resistance against Frisia, were others now following him? Could it be the power-level scouter? Was it equipped with surveillance? In that moment, as he contemplated tearing off the scouter to crush it underfoot, he caught sight of the two power levels displayed. Vegeta, 20,000. The combat prowess of the two individuals aboard the ship exceeded 20,000 points. What should we do? We must flee. Nearby. Nappa had evidently activated his scouter and noted the alarming readings, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Were it not for Vegeta's lack of a directive, he might have already scurried back to the spacecraft mere 5 meters behind them. Flee. Was that a term fit for the proud Scion warrior? If retreat was necessary, it should be referred to as a strategic withdrawal. Vegeta glared at Nappa, whose voice quivered with fear. This useless brute, having spent far too long under Frisia's thumb, had forgotten the dignity of a Scion warrior. Were it not for Nappa's somewhat useful combat strength, Vegeta would have already kicked him aside in disdain. Silence, he barked, causing the whimpering Nappa to cease his pitiful cries. Why panic? Even if those two were indeed targeting us, what of it? Should they dare to strike? Let them not forget our Scion-exclusive technique, the Oozaru transformation, which amplifies our power tenfold. A mere 20,000 power level. If those two were foolish enough to disrupt my plans, I would not hesitate to ensure they find their graves on this desolate planet. Vegeta's face twisted into a fierce snarl, and rather than fear the two formidable foes, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Furthermore, the readings on his scouter indicated that Goku and the others were drawing ever closer. Even if he were no match for those two powerful adversaries, he could seize this opportunity to extract information regarding the Dragon Balls from these Earth martial artists. If the Dragon Balls were indeed as miraculous as they claimed, even if Frisia himself were pursuing him, Vegeta possessed the audacity to take a risk. Indeed. My combat power stands at 4,500. Upon transforming into an Oozaru, it skyrockets to 45,000, nearly the combined strength of those two. With this in mind, there was truly nothing to fear. After listening to Vegeta's words, Nappa, who had just been nearly frightened out of his wits, gradually regained his composure. The thought of his combat power soaring beyond that of the two adversaries once he transformed into a great ape brought an immediate exhilaration to his face. Relishing the prospect of trampling over foes far weaker than himself was, indeed, Nappa's most cherished pastime. Observing the shift in Nappa's expression, Vegeta discerned his thoughts with ease. To Vegeta, such a cowardly individual, who only dared to engage with those lesser in strength, was utterly contemptible. True Scion warriors take pride in vanquishing those who are stronger than themselves. Nappa, in Vegeta's mind, was unworthy of being called a Scion. With this thought, Vegeta remained beside Nappa, awaiting the imminent arrival of Goku and the others. Meanwhile, near Penguin Mountain, the spaceship that Vegeta and Nappa had previously observed made a successful landing. Unlike the spherical craft's jarring descent, this vessel exhibited a markedly higher sophistication, landing with remarkable smoothness. As the hatch opened, a tall man with green hair clad in Frisia's army uniform stepped down from the ship. Ah, Dodoria. Is this the Earth to which Vegeta and the others have stealthily fled? Compared to my handsome and exquisite appearance, this planet appears rather unremarkable, he remarked. Following closely behind him was a short, rotund figure in a pink uniform, also belonging to Frisia's army. Zarbin, we have no time to ponder the aesthetics of this planet. Nor am I concerned with your looks. Have you not been paying attention to the battle scanners? The two targets with power levels of 16, 000, and 4. 500 must be Vegeta and Nappa. They dare to seek out the Dragon Balls behind Lord Frisia's back, evidently intent on using their wishes to rebel against him. Though Lord Frisia is invincible, and such a rebellion is bound to fail, as his loyal subordinates, we must ensure that Vegeta and Nappa face severe consequences. Let us proceed to capture them and bring them back to Lord Frisia for judgment. And as for that galactic patrolman we encountered, daring to call us ugly, once we have apprehended the two traitors, we shall dispose of him and leave him on this planet. Dodoria displayed an urgency as he descended from the ship. As one of Frisia's most devoted subordinates, he could not tolerate the audacity of those detestable scions conspiring in secret against their lord, even if he deemed their plan impossible. Dodoria would not allow it to unfold. TSK, Dodoria, your impatience does not reflect well on you. They are merely two traitors. We should not lose our nobility and elegance over them. As fellow enforcers of Lord Frisia, you ought to be more mindful of your demeanor and appearance, lest you bring shame upon the king. Compared to those two Scion monkeys, I am far more intrigued to meet the formidable being spoken of by the Galactic Patrol. What manner of strength must this individual possess to embolden one with a mere battle power of 260 to brazenly call me an eyesore? While he may have been correct in his assessment of his own appearance, the audacity to declare me unattractive is sheer nonsense. I am determined to capture the earth martial artist behind him, forcing them to extol my beauty in their final moments, ensnared in a profound despair. Zabo observed the agitated demeanor of Dodoria and shook his finger, dismissing the latter as planned. Upon hearing this, Dodoria was immediately incensed. Unlike Zabo, he did not place much emphasis on his own appearance, yet being labeled an eyesore still provoked his ire. Moreover, as both were right-hand men to Lord Frisia, a competitive dynamic existed between them, merely coinciding with their eavesdropping on Vegeta's ambitions. Zabo, if Lord Frisia were to learn that you neglected the traitors due to your own selfishness, Dodoria's purple lips curled into a smirk as he threatened Zabo. To him, invoking Lord Frisia's name would surely compel Zabo to acquiesce to his plan to capture Vegeta and his companions. However, to his surprise, Zabo remained unfazed by the threat. He raised his hand to tousle his green hair, admiring his own azure skin with a hint of self-indulgence. No, Dodoria, think for a moment. My decision to temporarily overlook Vegeta and his companions is not driven by selfish motives. Are not these two traitors on Earth in search of something called the Dragon Balls? If we were to apprehend them now, they would have no opportunity to gather the Dragon Balls. They are already within the range of the battle power detector. Why not let them revel in their triumph for a while, allowing them to collect the Dragon Balls before we intervene? This way, not only can we relish their futile struggles before capture, but we can also eliminate the traitors for Lord Frisia while simultaneously bringing back the Dragon Balls as a gift. A splendid twofold advantage, don't you think, Dodoria? Zabo articulated his thoughts, casting a mocking glance at Dodoria. Upon hearing this, Dodoria, surprised that Zabo, who seemed preoccupied solely with his looks, could devise such a clever plan in such a brief time, couldn't he help but chuckle wickedly at the thought of Vegeta and Nappa reaping the benefits after collecting the Dragon Balls from the Earth martial artists. He chuckled. I must admit, you can be rather clever at times. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Persuaded, Dodoria agreed with a smile, eager to return with a gift for Lord Frisia, who says that handsome men are only capable of foolish smiles devoid of intellect. I shall not spare those who offend Lord Frisia or slander my beauty. Let us embark on a journey, before we confront the Dragon Balls alongside Vegeta and his companions. We must first deal with the Earth martial artist who lurks behind the Galactic Patrol. What was his name again? It truly is an unappealing name. Sabo remarked as he returned to the ship's cabin, dragging along the captured Gak, who had dared to provoke them. Sabo intended for this audacious Galactic Patrol officer, who had called him an ugly creature, to thoroughly acknowledge his unparalleled beauty and utter despair. Gak, held firmly in Sabo's grasp, felt a pang of regret. After all, those who often tread by the riverbank are bound to get their shoes wet. Over 9 months ago, he had emerged from the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, having received accolades and rewards from the Galactic King, and was preparing to return to Earth. He intended to wait for Vegeta and his crew to fall into the same trap before gathering evidence at the site of their demise and returning to the Galactic Patrol for his reward. However, consumed by thoughts of his imminent promotion to officer, Gak had allowed himself to become somewhat overconfident. Thus, when he unexpectedly crossed paths with Sabo and Dodoria on his way back, he did not discreetly retreat. Instead, he sought to employ the same tactics that had worked against Raditz, hoping to ensnare them and earn himself some merit. Yet, the outcome was far from what he had anticipated. In his arrogance, Gak had underestimated the disparity in strength between the parties. Moreover, Sabo and Dodoria's ship was not the antiquated spherical vessel that Raditz had piloted. Consequently, after boldly insulting them as ugly creatures in their presence, it was not long before Gak found himself apprehended by the two. Initially, they had intended to eliminate the oblivious Gak. However, upon discovering that their destination coincided with his, Sabo reconsidered. He extracted information about Tenshinhan from Gak, deciding to eliminate this perceived advantage of Gak's upon their arrival on Earth. Of course, Gak, while being interrogated by Sabo and Dodoria, was astute enough to withhold specific details about Tien's true strength, merely asserting that Tien was formidable and they were certainly no match for him, hoping to ignite their competitive spirits. Sabo and Dodoria, however, dismissed Gak's claims of Tien's strength, viewing his power level of merely 260 as insignificant. Now, knowing that Sabo was indeed heading towards Tien as he had hoped, Gak felt a sense of relief. These two foolish subordinates of Frisia. Once you step into Penguin Mountain, You shall pay dearly for your arrogance and underestimation." In his heart, Jack secretly chuckled. Facing Sabo's request for him to lead the way to Penguin Mountain with not a hint of resistance, but rather a notable eagerness. The immense aura emanating from Sabo and Doria could not escape the notice of Goku and his companions, nor could it elude Piccolo. However, Goku and the others had already set off towards Vegeta and Nappa. Thus, even though they sensed the presence of the two, they chose to investigate the nearer Vegeta first. Closer to Piccolo, however, were Sabo and Doria. He could feel that the energy within Sabo and Doria surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Therefore, upon this realization, he swiftly soared towards Penguin Mountain. Confronted with an adversary far beyond his expectations, Piccolo found himself unconcerned with matters of pride. "Oh, Piccolo, you've come to Penguin Mountain to seek me out. How remarkable. Are you drawn here by the quality of my ingredients, hoping to procure some for yourself? Or have you come to dine with me, having finally come to your senses?" Tenshinhan bore a sly smile as he gazed at Piccolo. However, upon closer inspection, he swiftly realized that his earlier instinctive assumption had been erroneous. The tension etched on his face, the beads of sweat dotting his forehead, and his slightly hurried movements all suggested that he sensed a formidable adversary approaching. Did he not? Tenshinhan, suppressing his smile, turned to look at Piccolo with a serious expression. It had been a year since he had slain Raditz. Reflecting on this, it indeed seemed that Vegeta and his companions were due to arrive. Without a doubt, two extraordinarily powerful presences were rapidly approaching us. Piccolo spoke urgently. In reality, he had already sensed the energy of Vegeta and Nappa before, but since Nappa's energy was not as formidable as his own, Piccolo had paid little heed. However, the energy of both Sabo and his companion far surpassed his own, making it impossible for Piccolo to remain composed atop his mountain. Though reluctant to admit it, he realized that the only course of action was to immediately inform Tenshinhan to prepare for battle if they were to have any hope of overcoming the masters of these energies. Why did they come to me first instead of seeking Goku? Could it be that Vegeta and his allies are aware that I was the one who ultimately defeated Raditz? Tenshinhan was somewhat taken aback. However, he remained relatively unfazed by Vegeta. Although in the narrative, Tenshinhan was not a match for Vegeta, he had grown considerably stronger than his counterpart in the storyline. Faced with Vegeta, who had yet to even approach the threshold of a Super Saiyan, Tenshinhan felt a sense of confidence in his ability to engage in battle. The two formidable auras were undeniably powerful. One must not underestimate them. While Piccolo could sense the immense strength emanating from Tenshinhan, he was unable to accurately determine the balance of power between them and the other two auras, given his current capabilities. Upon hearing this, Tenshinhan cast a glance at the perspiring and visibly alarmed Bic, inwardly relieved. Look at how frightened this child is. Had he himself previously mastered the art of sensing energy, he too would likely wear a similar expression of astonishment upon encountering such a formidable aura. Indeed, there is a certain wisdom in ignorance. Sometimes, a lack of awareness can lead to a more effortless existence. After all, those who are unaware are unafraid. If one cannot perceive the strength of their opponent's energy, they will not succumb to a loss of morale even before the battle commences. With a fearless heart, Tenshinhan called upon Piccolo to descend the mountain and confront the imminent adversary. Is this the place you referred to where that earth martial artist resides? A mountain of such bizarre shapes? What an unsightly dwelling, Sabor remarked as he carelessly tossed the gak he had been holding onto the ground. He had already spotted Tenshinhan and Piccolo emerging from the mountain, along with Satan, who had joined them with a merry skip on the way down. Among the three of you, who is this martial artist that the Galactic Patrol speaks of? Doria sneered upon their arrival. Although he had devoted his loyalty entirely to Lord Frieza, he was not averse to avenging the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Gak before he proceeded to eliminate traitors and seize the Dragon Balls for Frieza. In his mind, Gak's audacity stemmed solely from the backing of that so-called martial artist. My master's name is Tenshinhan. And who might you be? Release Gak at once. And sincerely remember my master's name and apologize. Otherwise, I, Satan, shall not let you off lightly. Before Tenshinhan and Bic could respond, Satan, upon hearing the disdain in Doria's tone towards Tenshinhan, immediately erupted into a loud outburst. His resounding voice momentarily silenced Doria's scoff. Surprisingly, it was neither Vegeta nor Nappa. Yet, judging by the battle attire they wore, they appeared to be subordinates of Frieza as well. With only two individuals present, they could not possibly be the Ginyu Force. So, who exactly were they? Tenshinhan shook his head. Among Frieza's numerous subordinates, the ones that left the most profound impression on him, aside from the Scions like Vegeta, were undoubtedly the Ginyu Force. The duo before him, however, was evidently not among those two. Thus, it could be inferred that these two individuals were merely other insignificant minions of Frisia. As Tenshinhan pondered, a sense of assurance began to blossom within him. At that very moment, Satan noticed Jax, who was struggling vigorously on the ground, as if attempting to convey a vital message. Witnessing Jax's fervent efforts immediately reminded Satan of their previous bounty collaboration. He promptly gave Jax a thumbs up before turning his gaze back to Tenshinhan. Master, these two individuals are likely akin to the intergalactic fugitives we encountered with Dales back in the day. With your formidable prowess, you shall undoubtedly vanquish them with ease, Satan proclaimed, thumping his chest in assurance. Upon hearing that these two individuals were somewhat akin to Dales, Tenshinhan immediately felt a surge of confidence. Furthermore, his earlier speculation was further validated by Satan's assurance. Indeed, these two were undoubtedly minions of Frisia, mere fodder in his ranks. Tenshinhan recognized that the two individuals before him were mere underlings of Frisia, those whose names were never mentioned in the storyline. However, he remained skeptical of Satan's words, fully aware of the latter's unreliability, although he could not directly sense the energy within these two beings. Tenshinhan discerned that they were indeed somewhat stronger than the likes of Dales. If Dales once possessed a combat power of 50, these two must at least be comparable to Raditz, whom he had previously vanquished. Nodding silently, Tenshinhan affirmed the accuracy of his judgment. At that moment, having overheard Satan's earlier ramblings, the incapacitated Gak writhed even more violently on the ground. Curse you, Satan. Curse you, Dales. Back then, Dales only had a power level of 5,000, while Sabo and Dodoria boasted power levels exceeding 20,000. Even if you cannot assist me, you must not mislead Tenshinhan with such absurdities. What if he truly believes these two are on par with Dales and underestimates them? Had Gak's mouth not been firmly obstructed by a light bulb and his body tightly bound, he would have surely leaped up to berate Satan. This fellow was nothing but a source of chaos. Yet, regardless of Gak's turmoil and agitation, Satan remained steadfast in his convictions. Moreover, even if he acknowledged that Sabo and Dodoria were significantly more powerful than Dales, he never contemplated the possibility of Tenshinhan's defeat. You think you can take us lightly? Your master could easily dispose of us? Huh. That is the most amusing joke I have ever heard. Baldy, we lack the time for your humor. Speak. Which one is your master? We are pressed for time. Sabo, incensed by Satan's remarks, found himself laughing. His foremost desire at that moment was to personally subdue the earth martial artist known as Fan. Do not call me Baldy, I am not yet 20. He retorted. Listen carefully, my master, Tenshinhan, is Satan, enraged, stood his ground, eagerly anticipating Tenshinhan to teach these two extraterrestrials a lesson. Just then, Tenshinhan intervened, having initially intended to engage himself. However, upon determining that the strength of these two was akin to Raditz, he altered his course of action. He decided to utilize their power to gauge Piccolo's progress. After all, Piccolo had been training in the neighboring mountains for over 9 months, consuming various special ingredients during this time. Tenshinhan wished to witness firsthand how much Piccolo had improved and to evaluate the effectiveness of his training regimen. Piccolo, you take the lead, he said, stepping closer to Piccolo and then pushing him forward. Bic was directly pushed out by Tenshinhan, almost infuriated to the point of cursing at the egg. Tenshinhan could not perceive the true strength of these two individuals. Yet Piccolo was acutely aware that the energy within them exceeded his own by more than double. As Piccolo was pushed forward, he cast an incredulous glance at Tenshinhan. Unbeknownst to him, Tenshinhan mistakenly believed that the power of these two was akin to that of Raditz from a year prior, rendering him utterly perplexed by Tenshinhan's actions. Having sensed the overwhelming energy of these two, Piccolo had approached Tenshinhan, recognizing the vast disparity in strength and hoping for Tenshinhan's assistance. Yet, now Tenshinhan had turned the tables and thrust him into the fray first. Damn it! Are you trying to send me, Piccolo the Demon King, to my doom? Piccolo lamented inwardly, his previously green visage now paling to a shade of iron gray. There was no alternative but to confront the challenge head-on. With clenched teeth, he steeled himself, despite the bitterness within. The mantle of the Demon King left him no choice but to press forward. At this moment, even with the knowledge of the significant gap in power, he could only muster his resolve to face the adversary. In the midst of the unfolding events, Piccolo gradually regained his composure. Ah, so you are Tenshinhan, an Namekian? So this Galaxy Patrol's ally is indeed you, an Namekian? Dodoria could not restrain his mocking laughter upon witnessing Piccolo's predicament. Sabo, do not interfere. Allow me to deal with this one first. With that, Dodoria charged towards Piccolo, his face a mask of disdain. Having seen Piccolo's power level registered at merely over 500 on the battle scanner. Go on, make your move swiftly. I cannot guarantee my patience will last, Sabo sneered. Though he did not explicitly oppose Dodoria's intent to engage first, he too had observed the figures displayed on the scanner, and upon realizing Piccolo's meager combat power, his own eagerness to intervene dissipated. He had anticipated that the strength Goku spoke of would at least surpass 1,000. As a result, the combat power exhibited by Piccolo now stands at a mere 500 points. This revelation is indeed disheartening, rendering his expectations futile. The Earth's martial artists are truly pitifully weak. Listening intently to the conversation between Dodoria and Zarbon, Piccolo has now regained his composure. Upon hearing Dodoria's intent to engage him alone, a cold smirk graces his lips. It becomes evident that these extraterrestrials are indeed all cut from the same cloth. Brimming with disdain for Earth's martial artists, with his mind clear, Piccolo recognizes that in this battle of such disparate strengths, his sole chance of victory hinges upon his opponent's underestimation. Observing Dodoria's attire, reminiscent of Raditz, Piccolo acquires a crucial piece of information. He understands that, like Raditz, Dodoria overly relies on the battle power scouter he dons. Thus, from earlier, he has deliberately suppressed his energy, maintaining a FAOD of combat power just above 500. As Dodoria recklessly charges toward him, Piccolo realizes that this opportunity is singular. Facing Dodoria, who is yet to unleash his full might, Piccolo steadfastly absorbs the impact of his blow. During this unyielding moment, his fingertips begin to gather energy surreptitiously. I merely employed 30% of my speed. And you couldn't evade? How utterly unamusing. Dodoria muses, feeling his fist connect solidly with Piccolo's frame, instantly bored. Since his 30% speed has already surpassed the dodging capability of this so-called tangent fan, he surmises that the 30% force he is currently using should easily shatter the defenses of this tangent fan, obliterating him entirely. It's over, Dodoria intends to declare, only to be preempted by Piccolo's voice. What? Dodoria's heart races, sensing an ill omen, and then the power readings on his scouter begin to fluctuate rapidly. Special beam cannon, 22,000. Before Dodoria can utter this battle power aloud, the formidable technique Piccolo has been gathering is unleashed from his fingertips. With a base power level of 9,000, Piccolo's attack, empowered by the energy emitted from his entire being, can exponentially amplify his offensive capabilities. In a single strike, Dodoria's rotund pink form is pierced by the yellow spiral laser from Piccolo's fingertip, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Indeed, you were correct. It is over. However, it is you who has met your end. One more thing I neglected to mention, I am not Tien. I am Piccolo, the great demon king. Breathless, Big tore off his white cloak and with a flourish cast it aside. In the next moment, the cloak gracefully descended upon Doria, resembling a meticulously tailored shroud. With a thud, the cloak struck the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Its weight was evident. How splendid! Satan gazed at the dust cloud raised by Big's cloak, murmuring in astonishment. Tenshinhan couldn't help but express his admiration for the recent battle. In the narrative, Piccolo's strength falls short of Goku's. However, when it comes to battle intelligence, he consistently performs at an exceptional level. During the recent skirmish, Tenshinhan discerned that Piccolo's true capabilities still lagged behind those of the rotund pink adversary. Yet, he skillfully capitalized on his opponent's underestimation, securing victory with the mere cost of a single ultimate technique, showcasing his strategic brilliance to the fullest. The sole regret lingering in Tenshinhan's mind pertains to Piccolo's strength, as he still pales in comparison to the pink figure, indicating that he remains somewhat inferior to Raditz from their earlier encounters. It seems the issue of underdevelopment persists. Tenshinhan felt a sense of melancholy, as he had not anticipated the profound consequences of the underdevelopment of Bic. After 9 months of continuous supplementation, the recovery was still incomplete. It seems that further nurturing of Bic will be essential. Should his strength increase, with Bic's combat intelligence, there remains a promising future ahead. Tenshinhan contemplated, already devising a supplementary nourishment plan for Piccolo in his mind. It appears that martial artists on your Earth possess a peculiar ability to conceal a portion of their combat prowess. Initially, they mask their strength, leading us to underestimate them, only to unleash their full potential in a sudden explosive manner, employing techniques that dramatically amplify their power. The arrogant Dodoria undoubtedly faced a just defeat. Yet, despite his deserved fate, I cannot allow him to perish here. Returning home would be quite troublesome otherwise. Are you Piccolo? Excellent. I shall remember you. Encountering such an extraordinary warrior on a remote planet like Earth is indeed a delightful surprise. Now, having unveiled your ambush, I presume you cannot employ that tactic again. How about considering allegiance to Lord Frisia's army? I could elevate you to a position of significant influence. Piccolo's recent surge in power astonished Sabin, who had previously regarded him with disdain, much like Dodoria. Like Dodoria, he witnessed Piccolo's cunning strategy through the power measurement device. The combat strength, initially showcased at over 500 points, quickly escalated to over 9,000, only to culminate in a sudden eruption of 22,000 points of destructive force. This swift transition among power levels occurred in an instant, revealing to Sabin the meticulous preparation Piccolo had undertaken. Sabin conceded that had he been the first to engage Piccolo, he too would have fallen prey to the latter's meticulously orchestrated ambush. However, Dodoria's current power index stood at only 21,000 points, while Piccolo had already reached 22,000. Thus, even if he too were to be ambushed by Piccolo, Sabin believed he would yield a different outcome than Dodoria. Nevertheless, he found himself somewhat admiring Piccolo's treachery and contemplated whether he could recruit him. I previously stated that I am the Great Demon King Piccolo. Have you ever heard of the Great Demon King Piccolo serving under another? As Piccolo removed his cloak, he effectively lightened his burden, elevating his full strength to 9,200 points. However, as Sabin noted, such underhanded tactics could no longer be replicated. Moreover, the energy within him, having been partially depleted by the previous technique, had not yet fully recovered. He likely could not unleash his full power at this moment. Yet, despite these circumstances, now that battle had commenced, the Great Demon King Piccolo would fight until the very end. The notions of surrender or servitude had never crossed his mind. Such thoughts were nothing short of a humiliation for him. Alas, it is truly incomprehensible. I extend a chance at life, and you refuse to seize it. Sabin flicked his hair back with a hint of regret, casually kicking the severely injured Dodoria aside to avoid obstruction. If we are to fight, let us stand and speak no more. As long as I defeat you, there will be ample opportunities for survival. Piccolo's expression hardened as he gritted his teeth in retort. Yet he did not immediately engage. He was still focused on restoring his energy reserves. Even in this state, do you still fail to comprehend? With a playful smirk, Sabo turned his gaze towards Piccolo, striking a pose that flaunted his physique. What? Piccolo's eyes twitched slightly, feeling a pang of discomfort. Give it up. You cannot outshine me in terms of beauty. Upon hearing Sabo's declaration, Piccolo nearly spat out his soda. He had never encountered someone so self-absorbed. Every gesture and word from this individual felt like an affront to his own intellect. Dismissing the need to regain his composure, Piccolo launched an assault on Sabo. Meanwhile, Tien, observing Sabo's narcissistic demeanor, fell into contemplation, vaguely recalling that one of Frisia's subordinates exhibited similar vanity. Yet, as the memories were too distant, Tien ultimately could not recall who that individual was. When he redirected his attention to the confrontation between Piccolo and Sabo, he couldn't help but shake his head. Although this individual was infuriatingly conceited, his prowess surpassed that of the previous rotund adversary. Piccolo was destined to lose. Indeed, just 2 minutes later, as Tien had surmised, Sabo calmly brushed his green hair and delivered a kick that sent Piccolo flying. How dare anyone question my beauty? A humiliating defeat awaits him. My extraordinary visage is acknowledged even by Lord Frisia. You Earth martial artists are ultimately of a lower class, incapable of appreciating true elegance. Gazing at the incapacitated Piccolo lying on the ground, Sabo took his time to relish his azure skin, reveling in his own reflection. After indulging in his vanity for a few moments, he approached Piccolo, declaring, "Let your life gracefully conclude in the presence of my beauty. This shall serve as your supreme destiny." As Sabo prepared to deliver a fatal blow, his attack unexpectedly struck nothing but air. Surprised, he searched for Piccolo and discovered him inexplicably standing next to Tien. Crunch crunch. Sabo heard Piccolo chewing on something, and upon swallowing, he appeared completely unscathed. Piccolo, what did you eat? Sabo inquired, astonished. Do you think I would divulge that information? Piccolo replied, his expression grim. He had just suffered a significant setback at Tien's hands, and his mood was understandably far from pleasant. Had it not been for his clever strategy yielding a draw, his demeanor would likely be even more dismal. Unwilling to share, are we? Then I shall compel you to reveal it through force. Sabo's expression darkened, ready to launch another attack against Pic. However, his subsequent strike was effortlessly deflected by Tenshinhan, who merely raised a hand. After keen observation, Sabo had confirmed that these two adversaries were indeed slightly stronger than Raditz, yet still within his capacity to handle. Contemplating the lunatic narcissism of the individual before him, Tenshinhan felt a surge of playful confidence. Surrender now. My charm surpasses your beauty. With that, Tenshinhan glanced at Sabo, who had been sent flying by his hand, and mimicked his earlier gesture, playfully sweeping aside his own smooth bangs. No dandruff, just that much self-assurance. Sabo was propelled a dozen meters away, managing to regain his footing after performing several flips in midair. He looked at Tenshinhan, his face etched with seriousness. Even though he had not exerted his full strength earlier, the ease with which Tenshinhan repelled him was a testament to the prowess of this earth martial artist. Realizing this, Sabo stole a glance at Gak, who remained sprawled on the ground, acknowledging that this fellow indeed possessed some merit. Sensing Tenshinhan's formidable strength, Sabo resolved to observe further, refraining from rash actions. To his surprise, after being cast aside, Tenshinhan audaciously provoked Sabo's self-proclaimed unparalleled beauty. How could he tolerate such insolence? My beauty is beyond challenge. At that moment, Sabo abandoned his original intentions and, with a shriek, launched a full-force counterattack towards Tenshinhan. Huh, you dare to call me ugly? Do you truly believe you are that beautiful? Tenshinhan remained composed in the face of the impending threat, with a fierce determination. Sabo launched a counterattack, his speed surpassing even the limits of Satan's observation. Nearby, Piccolo, having consumed a Senza bean and regained his strength, could only catch a fleeting glimpse of Sabo's pale blue figure. Struggle, amidst the fervent rage that defames my beauty. Sabo smirked, convinced that Tenshinhan would be unable to withstand his lightning-fast onslaught. He aimed to tear apart this earth martial artist, believing that his slight charm entitled him to challenge Sabo's supreme and unparalleled beauty. Little did he realize that his movements appeared to Tenshinhan as though they were in slow motion. With remarkable vision, Tenshinhan discerned Sabo's attack trajectory with crystal clarity. By merely shifting his body, he evaded Sabo's assault. Seizing upon the observed opening, Tenshinhan reached out and grasped the back of Sabo's neck. Like a wild beast attempting to claw at a human face, Sabo was abruptly yanked off the ground by the nape of his neck, momentarily stunned by the shock. Damn it! Let go of me, you're hurting me. My hairstyle is going to be ruined. Sabo, towering significantly taller than Tenshinhan, was hoisted into the air by his neck. Oh really? I believe a new hairstyle would suit you far better. With that, Tenshinhan hurled Sabo downward with great force. The ground erupted with a resounding crash, creating a large crater. Dazed, Sabo crawled out of the pit, only to discover that his meticulously styled hair had been completely disheveled upon colliding with the unforgiving earth. Ah, my hair, and my skin, as flawless as the sky. Cursed Tenshinhan, you have sullied my beauty with vile dust and left my hair in disarray. Die, die, I want you to perish immediately, in the briefest of encounters. Sabo emerged disheveled and battered. Yet, overshadowing his grievous injuries was his profound concern for his ruined appearance. The exceedingly narcissistic Sabo could not bear the thought of any part of his body being tainted by lowly dust. However, thanks to Tenshinhan, he now found himself utterly covered in grime. Gak, witnessing Sabo's furious and frenzied demeanor, felt his previously calm body begin to writhe once more. Upon seeing Tenshinhan so effortlessly best Sabo, Gak had momentarily relaxed, believing that as long as Tenshinhan triumphed, his own salvation was merely a matter of time. However, as a galactic patrolman, he possessed more intelligence regarding Sabo. Gak knew that unlike Dodoria, Sabo had the ability to transform and augment his power in a short time. Although Tenshinhan had dealt with the previous Sabo relatively easily. However, should Sabo succeed in his transformation to enhance his strength, Jack could not be certain that Tenshinhan would remain vigilant. It was precisely this thought that prompted him to move fervently, hoping to convey a warning to Tenshinhan to exercise caution. Jack, are you trying to cheer on your master? Worry not. For Master's prowess far surpasses that of this fellow. Victory is assured. You witnessed it yourself, did you not? In but a fleeting moment, Master had already left this opponent in disarray. Regrettably, the attention of the others present was entirely consumed by the battle. Only Dama occasionally spared a glance at Jack. Yet, in response to Jack's fervor, Dama remained oblivious to the true nature of his intent. Unlike Dama, who mistakenly believed Jack was merely offering encouragement to Tenshinhan, Jack was actually attempting to caution Tenshinhan about Sabo's potential surge in strength. Observing Dama flashing a thumbs up while grinning widely only exacerbated Jack's frustration, nearly driving him to the brink of exasperation. At that moment, he longed to crush the light bulb in his mouth and swallow its remnants, ready to unleash a torrent of invective upon Dama. Alas, the glass of the bulb was crafted from a special material, rendering it unbreakable. As Jack resigned himself to the futility of his warning, Sabo, amidst his screams, completed his transformation. In mere seconds, his previously tall and well-proportioned physique underwent a dramatic inflation and distortion. The cerulean skin, smooth and lustrous, began to sprout discernible lumps as the transformation unfolded. Even his once commendable visage contorted grotesquely during this metamorphosis. With a wide mouth, a robust physique, and skin riddled with grotesque nodules, the completed transformation turned Sabo from a tolerably handsome man into a horrifying toad-like creature. What an eyesore, he lamented, recalling how his master had once reassured him that losing hair could lead to greater strength, but he had never heard that becoming ugly could confer power as well. Satan, observing Sabo's current state, could not help but express his honest sentiments. Go ahead, mock me, now that I have been forced into this wretched form. None of you shall leave here alive. I shall ensure that this visage becomes a secret buried with your demise, Sabo declared. Embracing the grotesqueness that marked his transformation and feeling his combat prowess surge immensely. At that moment, he dismissed Satan's taunts, consumed instead by a singular desire to annihilate those, including Tenshinhan, who had witnessed his shameful appearance. Large Kamehameha. Sabo tore away the facade of the narcissistic gentleman, revealing the savage core within. Energy surged within him, coalescing rapidly as a colossal Kamehameha took shape in his hands. However, before he could unleash this formidable attack, Tenshinhan swiftly extended his finger, firing a precise and lethal beam. The beam streaked through the air, piercing through the Kamehameha he had prepared and striking directly at his chest. Sabo felt a sudden heat in his torso, and the combat power tester before him erupted in a violent explosion. Alongside it, the Kamehameha he had just formed but not released detonated as well. Boom. I am a trusted lieutenant of Lord Frisia. How could I possibly perish on this planet? A blinding white light erupted at Sabo's location, engulfing his body and his anguished cries entirely. The tremendous force enveloped him, and it was not until 5 seconds later that the explosion subsided, the white luminescence gradually receding. Such a massive Kamehameha, had it struck Penguin Mountain, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Tenshinhan contemplated with a hint of trepidation. However, upon witnessing Sabo, barely clinging to life after the explosion, he could not help but feel a sense of disdain. If one of such meager prowess were to be considered a capable subordinate of Frisia, then Frisia would surely be weeping. Tenshinhan contemplated and raised his hand, unleashing a powerful whole wave to completely vanquish Sabo. He then moved aside, lifting the white cloak of Bic, and similarly directed a wave of energy towards Dororia, nodding in satisfaction as he gazed into the distance. Having dispatched 2 insignificant foes, he pondered when Vegeta and Nappa would arrive on Earth. Tenshinhan did not regard Sabo and Dodolaya with much concern. After all, he had exerted merely 20% of his strength in their encounter. In his estimation, Sabo and Dodolaya were only marginally stronger than Raditz. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction in achieving victory with such limited effort. From his perspective, his own power had remained comparable to that of Goku thus far. Raditz had been an adversary that Goku could only contend with after exhausting all his strength the year prior. This suggests that had he engaged Raditz from the outset instead of seizing an opportunity, the outcome would not have been significantly different. Yet now, he could triumph over an opponent slightly stronger than Raditz with just 20% of his ability. This indicates that his strength had increased by at least 5-fold over the past year. Furthermore, he had yet to employ the Kaioken technique he had learned from King Kai. At this moment, Tenshinhan brimmed with confidence. He believed that if he activated the Kaioken technique, he could likely challenge Vegeta single-handedly. As he reveled in this newfound progress, he did not overlook the now-recovered Piccolo beside him. His own enhancement in strength imbued him with greater assurance in his culinary training regimen. He patted Piccolo on the shoulder, a smile gracing his face. Rest assured, I shall ensure you receive ample nourishment. It won't be long before your strength catches up to mine. Listening to Tien's assurance with an air of nonchalance, Piccolo felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. If he had previously believed that, with his battle power exceeding 9,000, he was not far from Tien, the recent battle had revealed the grave error in his assumption. He had anticipated Tien's progress over the past year, yet the extent of that advancement surpassed all his expectations. The foe with a battle power exceeding 20,000 was an adversary he could scarcely hope to defeat, even with a full-force ambush. To Tien, however, That enemy was akin to mere fodder. And what of himself? The Demon King Piccolo? Was he truly inferior to such trifles? Had it not been for his steadfast martial spirit, he might have succumbed to despair after witnessing the disparity in their powers. Now, upon hearing Tien's claim that he would soon surpass him, Piccolo was consumed by a singular, maddening thought. This monster has no inkling of his own strength. With that, he grunted dismissively and brushed off Tien's hand from his shoulder, soaring towards his mountain abode. As for the two other presences he had sensed earlier, he was no longer concerned. After all, Tien had effortlessly disposed of those stronger foes. Piccolo was eager to return to his humble cabin and seize every moment to catch up to Tien. Tenshinhan, please, save me and release me. Just as Piccolo departed, the bound and helpless Goku cried out from the ground, entangled like a twisted pretzel. Witnessing Tien and Piccolo vanquish Zebon and Dodoria, Goku was elated. The initial regret had evaporated, replaced by a swell of pride in his own cunning. He had never imagined that his impulsive provocation of Zebon and Dodoria would lead to their demise at Tien's hands, almost as if in a dream. These two were certainly unlike Raditz and Dor. Tenshinhan remained oblivious to their identities, yet Gak was distinctly aware. As the right-hand man of Frisia, Gak entertained the notion that if he were to claim the credit for eliminating the two of them, there would be no doubt that his position as an officer would be secured. Moreover, should circumstances permit, and with the subsequent appearances of Vegeta and Nappa, if he could attribute all the accolades to himself, it was conceivable that Gak might ascend several ranks. He reveled in this thought, secretly relishing the cleverness of utilizing Tenshinhan to deal with intergalactic fugitives and fulfill a series of bounty missions. However, what he failed to notice was the peculiar tension between him and Satan, which had already aroused Tenshinhan's suspicions. If it were merely a coincidence that Dallas stumbled upon Earth, it could be dismissed as a singular happenstance. Yet, with Raditz's premature arrival, coupled with the recent presence of these two insignificant underlings of Frisia seeking their demise on Earth, the notion of coincidence could no longer suffice as an excuse. Someone was undoubtedly orchestrating events behind the scenes, transforming the once tranquil Earth into a hub of turmoil at an alarming pace. This was the genesis of Tenshinhan's doubts. With this suspicion in mind, he began to reassess the situation. Details that had previously seemed insignificant now appeared dubious and laden with deeper implications. Meanwhile, Satan, upon hearing Gak's call for help, rushed over, eager to assist Tenshinhan by intervening with Gak. However, just as he reached Gak's side and had yet to crouch down, Tenshinhan commanded him to halt. "What is it, master?" Satan turned, confusion etched across his face. "It's nothing. I merely wish to settle some scores with certain individuals." As Tenshinhan spoke, his gaze was firmly fixed on Jack. "Satan, do not hasten to assist Jack in unraveling the situation. Instead, go to Penguin Village and summon the dumplings. By the way, while you're at it, could you kindly borrow Dr. Zujwan's spiked club and the old lady's thorny branches? I suspect that certain individuals are leveraging my efforts for their own gain." Tenshinhan wore a warm and gentle smile, which only deepened Satan's confusion. However, the master's command left no room for doubt or questioning. Although perplexed, Satan promptly made his way towards Penguin Village. Meanwhile, Jack, who was lying on the ground, sensed an unsettling chill enveloping him. Beneath the seemingly harmless smile of Tenshinhan lurked a keen gaze that shattered Jack's burgeoning dreams of promotion in an instant. The regret that had vanished without a trace now surged forth, swiftly replacing his earlier inflated confidence. Jack realized that he had inadvertently crossed paths with someone he ought to have avoided. Nearby the landing point of Vegeta and Nappa's spacecraft, Goku and his companions had also arrived. As they activated their power level detectors, Vegeta and Nappa gazed upon Goku and his friends, whose power levels barely reached a few hundred, with expressions of utter disdain. A mere 310, 300, 320, given such paltry strength. One could only wonder what foolish mistake Raditz had made to meet his demise at their hands. Nappa, satisfied with the displayed power levels, noted that these individuals were even weaker than Raditz, a far cry from his own capabilities. Nappa relished the thought of tormenting the weak. "You must be Raditz's brother," Kakarot. "After all these years, only a power level of 310? You truly bring shame to our Scion warriors. A low-class warrior is indeed a low-class warrior. Just like that worthless Raditz. However, should you wish to take Raditz's place among us, I might yet grant you a chance at survival. What say you, Kakarot? I shall pose this question but once. Do you wish to live, Or do you wish to die? Before Nappa could make a move, Vegeta stepped forward, crossing his arms with an air of contempt as he questioned Goku. Even as he directed his gaze towards Goku, Vegeta stood at an angle, casting a sidelong glance, as if even looking directly at such a lowly warrior was beneath him. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku and his companions were instantly incensed. Yamcha and Krillin felt angered by the disdain shown towards them, while Goku's fury stemmed from their derogatory reference to Raditz. It seems you have no remorse for Raditz's death. Though he was despicable and malevolent, he still regarded you as comrades before he perished, hoping you would avenge him. Yet you call him worthless? Is this how you treat your allies? With anger simmering, Goku refrained from responding to Vegeta's inquiry and instead interrogated him regarding Raditz. Comrades. Huh. That is a notion only the pitiful weaklings require. Raditz's demise signifies but one thing. He was too feeble, just like you. Your pathetic power levels necessitate the farcical notion of considering one another as comrades in this futile struggle. Vegeta, with an expression of utter indifference, was unmoved by the death of Raditz. This display of cold-bloodedness caused Goku to grit his teeth in frustration. Even though Yamcha and Krillin harbored a deep-seated disdain for Raditz, they could not help but feel that his demise was excessively tragic, reduced to being regarded as refused by his own comrades. Indeed, before his death, Raditz had mentioned that there was a fighter among them with a power level exceeding 10,000. Surely, he could not have been mistaken. Observing Kakarot's demeanor, which seemed to suggest he was on the brink of consuming him, it was clear he had chosen a path towards destruction. Thus, let that fighter reveal himself. Perhaps I might find a modicum of interest in engaging. As for you weaklings with power levels below 1,000, Nappa, let us see how those experiments fare. Vegeta's tone dripped with disdain as he addressed Nappa. Upon hearing this, Nappa's face betrayed a flicker of regret at his inability to personally trample the weak. Yet he complied with Vegeta's command and scattered several vegetable seeds. As these seeds landed on the ground and rebounded a few times, they underwent a remarkable transformation. To the astonishment of Goku and his companions, these seemingly ordinary seeds morphed into small figures with sinister grins. While I would relish the opportunity to personally crush you, regrettably, these vegetable beings will suffice to deal with you, Nappa remarked mockingly, casting a wistful glance towards Goku and the others. Now, summon that martial artist with a power level exceeding 10,000. Or dare I say, such a being does not exist at all. Vegeta, irritated by the incessant chattering of the vegetable creatures, found his already limited patience wearing thin. He yearned to swiftly eliminate the martial artist Raditz had mentioned, extinguishing any hope these fighters harbored before demanding answers about the Dragon Balls. Although Goku and the others had not heard Raditz's words as clearly as Piccolo had, they were beginning to piece things together. Among them, the only one who might possess a power level above 10,000 was Tien. We only need ourselves to deal with you, Goku declared resolutely, sensing the immense energy emanating from Vegeta, nearly double his own. Yet, he felt no fear. Having returned from King Kai's planet, he had mastered the Kaioken technique to twice its normal capacity. Moreover, Goku believed that both Vegeta and Nappa, being Saiyans, had come to Earth with a clear intent directed at him. Thus, he took it upon himself to confront this challenge, determined to resolve it with his own strength. With that, Goku unleashed his energy entirely. In an instant, his power level surged from a mere 310 to an astounding 8,000. What? Nappa exclaimed, his expression shifting from mockery to sheer terror upon witnessing this astonishing figure. This number was already nearing twice his own power level. Impossible. Aside from that martial artist with a power level over 10,000, none of you should be a match for Raditz. How could such an extraordinary combat power exist? Is it possible that that fool Raditz sought to deceive us even in death? The panic-stricken Nappa cried out in distress, further irritating Vegeta beside him. Why the fuss? A mere combat power exceeding 8,000. Since the martial artist with a power level surpassing 10,000 does not exist, I'll take on Kakarot myself. Vegeta felt a sense of shame for Nappa's fright. Such a display of terror was truly unbecoming of the Saiyan race. Indeed, I shall trouble you then, Vegeta. Upon hearing that Vegeta would personally confront Goku, Nappa's demeanor lightened considerably. Although his own power level did not match Goku's, he held complete confidence in Vegeta's prowess. As for himself, he would remain on the sidelines to witness the vegetable man mercilessly dispatch Kakarot's companions. Just as Nappa thought this, he noticed Yamcha and Krillin exchanging knowing smiles. The two exclaimed simultaneously, their auras bursting forth. Beep, 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 beep. Hearing the familiar sound of the power level tester indicating a surge, Nappa's calves involuntarily trembled. Could it be that these two Earth martial artists' power levels had skyrocketed, surpassing even mine? Nappa instinctively worried. Fortunately, the alert soon ceased, and Krillin and Yamcha's power levels had merely risen to just over 3,000. Phew, that was close. Thankfully, it was only a bit over 3,000. Such combat power still falls far short of my 4,500. Nappa breathed a sigh of relief, his previously pale face returning to normal. He chuckled, not expecting the Earth martial artists to possess such decent strength, yet still vastly inferior to his own. That fool Raditz truly was the worst of the worst, miscalculating even your power levels. Confirming that Krillin and Yamcha's strength did not exceed his own, Nappa chuckled, lamenting Raditz's erroneous information. Vegeta, overhearing Nappa's complaints about Raditz's misinformation, felt something was amiss. Though he privately regarded Raditz as a fool, he could not believe that even a fool could so thoroughly misjudge something as crucial as combat power. You are mistaken. It is not Raditz's information that is erroneous, but rather that we have grown stronger over this past year. Goku, listening to Nappa incessantly berate Raditz, angrily interrupted him, even though Raditz was evil. Witnessing Nappa's treatment of a fallen comrade stirred Goku's sense of justice. Regardless of one's alignment, the failure to cherish companions was an act Goku despised fiercely. Angered, he was determined to teach Vegeta and Nappa a lesson. Meanwhile, Krillin and Yamcha, now filled with righteous fury, began to take action. Were you truly planning to use such tactics to eliminate us? It appears we have been underestimated. Krillin and Yamcha rolled their necks and immediately charged towards the menacing vegetable creatures. With a kick here and a kick there, they dispatched one after another. The combat prowess of these vegetable beings was roughly equivalent to that of Raditz. Had they arrived a year prior, they might have indeed managed to defeat Krillin and Yamcha. However, due to the rigorous training on King Kai's planet and the cultivation of unique ingredients orchestrated by Tenshinhan, their strength now far surpassed the levels of that particular narrative time frame. A total of 7 or 8 vegetable beings were vanquished in less than half a minute, leaving them no chance to even embrace Yamcha for a self-detonation. What a trivial victory over mere experiments. What is there to boast about? Let me summon Baba to play with you. Baba observed the swift defeat of the vegetable beings with excitement glimmering in his eyes, crackling his knuckles. He assumed a sumo-like stance, squatting low and then lunging fiercely towards Krillin and Yamcha. Simultaneously, the battle between Vegeta and Goku had commenced, facing Goku's furious onslaught. Vegeta remained nonchalant, crossing his arms but raising one hand with a single finger to deflect Goku's attacks. Despite Goku exerting all his strength, Vegeta warded it off with apparent ease. Useless Kakarot. My battle power stands at 16,000, while yours is merely 8,000. Given such a vast disparity in strength, there is nothing you can do to defeat me. Yet, I admire your spirit. Aware of the overwhelming difference in power, you still dare to challenge me. In this regard, you surpass that cowardly duo, Baba and Raditz, who only prey on the weak. Considering your battle power has surpassed that of Baba, I shall make an exception and ask you once more, will you join my ranks, or shall you meet your demise? Vegeta effortlessly parried Goku's attacks, yet he found a certain appreciation for Goku's fearless spirit. Moreover, compared to Baba and Raditz, Goku's current battle power was indeed superior. If possible, he would welcome Goku into his ranks to aid him in his ambition to overthrow Frieza. A dead end? Apologies, but I am not yet prepared to die. If I were to perish, Chi-Chi would be furious. How can I know if I can defeat you without trying? Goku's continuous strikes were all deflected by Vegeta, and his earlier fury dissipated, replaced by excitement at encountering a formidable opponent. Sensing the energy within Vegeta, which was double his own, Goku smiled and retorted. He then stepped back and removed his martial arts GI. Boom. With the thud of his GI hitting the ground, Goku's battle power surged once more. Oh, 300? Is this your trump card? I must admit, I am somewhat surprised, yet it is still insufficient. A faint smile of amusement crossed Vegeta's face, but he did not regard Goku's modest increase in strength with any seriousness. Do not be hasty, there is more to come. Wukong twisted his neck and stretched his body. After shedding his weighted clothing, he felt an immense sense of lightness. However, he was acutely aware that this alone would not suffice to vanquish Vegeta. Double KO Ken. In the next instant, accompanied by a resounding cry, Wukong's physique swelled slightly. A tempestuous aura enveloped his entire being, and a fierce wave of energy surged forth from him, radiating outward from the wilderness to the surrounding cities. As the tumultuous wind stirred in the wilds, they sent household pots and pans flying throughout the towns. 16,600. His battle power had doubled. Vegeta gazed at the rapidly escalating numbers on the power scanner, nearly doubting his own senses. On this remote planet, he was witnessing a remarkable technique that could instantaneously double one's combat strength. Moreover, this Kakarot's power level had surpassed his own. A mere lowly warrior had eclipsed the noble Scion Prince. In that moment, Vegeta lost his previous composure. The arms he had kept crossed since landing on Earth now clenched into tight fists at his waist. The bulging veins on his forehead signified the intense challenge to his pride he was currently facing, not far behind a massive boulder. The sneaky Akai robe was toppled by the force of Wukong's unleashed Kaioken. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, he managed to grasp a crevice in the stone, preventing himself from being blown away. How infuriating! Why must Wukong always face such monstrous foes? Why was he dragged into such terrifying battles? Akai robe huddled behind the rock, silently cursing the deities and the wise Krillin who compelled him to participate. He believed that in such dreadful conflicts, he would play no significant role. Why couldn't those two allow him to remain on Krillin Tower, merely observing? The cunning Krillin and deities always kept their distance, watching the spectacle while forcing him to confront danger. Akai robe grumbled in dissatisfaction, yet his gaze remained fixated on the clash between Wukong and the others. He had not anticipated that, after a year apart, Wukong had grown so formidable. Back when they first met, their strengths had been nearly equal. By the way, he wondered how much stronger Tien had become by now? At this thought, Akai robe instinctively recoiled, haunted by the immense psychological scar left by Tien's overwhelming strength on Krillin Tower. Apologies for the wait, Vegeta. Now we can engage in a proper battle. With great success, Goku unleashed the power of the Kaioken ×2. Clenching his fists, he felt his combat prowess on par with that of Vegeta, and he erupted into a satisfied, hearty laugh. Unforgivable. How can a mere low-class warrior possess such formidable strength? Vegeta bellowed, unleashing a relentless barrage of energy blasts towards Goku. Amidst Vegeta's continuous roars, Goku's figure was engulfed by a multitude of small energy orbs. The explosion stirred up thick clouds of smoke, completely obscuring Goku. How do you like that, Kakarot? Have you witnessed my magnificent combat style? It has been honed through my battles across countless planets. Even if your strength rivals mine, you have likely not experienced substantial combat on this peaceful and remote planet. Have you? The trials of battle are the greatest reward for our proud Scion race. Without sufficient combat experience, you cannot hope to defeat me. Ultimate Flash. Vegeta shouted excitedly into the smoke, concluding with his signature move. The ensuing explosion intensified the already dense cloud of dust. In his mind, Goku, shrouded in smoke, must surely be battered and bruised from his fierce assault. Even if Goku's power was slightly superior, against a veteran warrior like himself, he would surely be no match. You are mistaken, Vegeta. Just as a smug smile crept across Vegeta's lips, Goku's voice emerged from the dissipating smoke. Vegeta was astonished to see Goku completely unscathed. Earth is not devoid of battles. Your fighting style, while seemingly unique, is merely a crude, brainless bombardment. During my years growing up on Earth, I have encountered numerous martial artists, each employing techniques far more intricate and refined than yours. Perhaps you and Raditz spoke the truth. I am indeed a Scion, known as Kakarot. But that is of no consequence. I have become a true Earth martial artist, Son Goku. Goku emerged from the fading smoke, firmly asserting his stance for the first time since the battle commenced. Even if he were a Scion, he would never forsake the Earth that raised him. That matters little now. A low-class warrior daring to surpass me is something I cannot tolerate. Vegeta, shaken by Goku's unscathed form, no longer harbored any thoughts of recruitment. His only desire now was to defeat Goku, to defend the honor of his princely lineage as a Scion. Is that so? It seems this battle is inevitable. But in my current state, I cannot indulge you in a prolonged conflict. Once the battle commenced, I could only exert my full strength, and at that moment, I might not be able to hold back. Upon hearing Vegeta's response, Goku's expression grew grave. What a naive fellow. Have you not yet resolved to fight to the death? It seems that the proud Prince of Scions has been underestimated by you. Enough of this trivial chatter. Do you truly believe that your inability to hold back will lead to my defeat? Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins. The more Goku showed compassion, the more Vegeta resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his intense pride trampled upon. He, Vegeta, required no mercy from a lower-class warrior. With a whoosh, the wind howled as Vegeta, having unleashed a flurry of attacks in midair, hurtled towards Goku on the ground. Fight! under normal circumstances. Goku would prefer not to engage in a life-or-death confrontation with another Saiyan like Vegeta. However, faced with such an unavoidable scenario, he would have no reservations. Bang! Crack! In an instant, their iron fists collided, the space between their knuckles reverberating with an immense force that surpassed the power of explosives. The overwhelming wave of energy surged forth, causing the distant Yajirobe to cling desperately to the boulder he had grasped. This is terrifying. Yajirobe shrank his head, fearful that the swirling debris would strike him. Amid a series of explosive sounds, the two warriors ascended from the ground to the sky and back again, each flash of motion accompanied by a direct confrontation. Moments passed, and Goku, utilizing the Kaioken at twice its normal strength, firmly suppressed Vegeta. Observing the tattered state of his battle attire, the proud prince felt each tear cut deeply into his heart. To think that a Saiyan prince could be reduced to such a state. With this thought, Vegeta glanced at Nappa beside him, only to find his condition even more dire. While Vegeta battled Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha, whose battle power had previously been just over 3,000, had also unleashed the Kaioken. However, their physical endurance paled in comparison to Goku's. Employing the Kaioken that King Kai had claimed ordinary martial artists could not master at a mere 1x Kaioken. In an instant, both Krillin and Yamcha saw their battle power surge by half, surpassing even Nappa. In a match of equal power, Krillin and Yamcha teamed up against one. Within just a few minutes, they had battered Nappa mercilessly. Get out of the way. Just then, as Vegeta glanced over, Krillin raised his hand, gathering energy, and unleashed his self-created ultimate technique, the Spirit Slice. As he watched Nappa foolishly stand in place with his arms outstretched, preparing to take the energy blade head-on, Vegeta, disregarding the blood at the corner of his mouth, immediately called out a warning. Yet, his caution came a moment too late. Although Nappa managed to evade the critical blow, the energy blade struck his left arm, severing it completely. Well done. Yamcha cheered excitedly for Krillin. Simultaneously, he raised a finger, and the energy orb he had stealthily placed beneath Nappa's feet surged upward like a powerful dragon fist, striking Nappa's chin with tremendous force. Useless fool. He can't even defeat Kakarot's weak companions. Vegeta seethed inwardly, then condensed a milky white sphere of light in his hand and thrust it skyward. The artificial moon. There was no time to waste. If Nappa, that dimwit, didn't transform into a great ape soon, he would be killed before he could unleash his full power. With a sense of urgency to utilize the worthless, Vegeta unleashed the Saiyan race's ultimate weapon, the artificial moon. In the next moment, bathed in the light of Bulma's device, both Vegeta and the nearly unconscious Nappa began their transformation into great apes. Where did those two powerful energy signatures, each exceeding 20,000, suddenly vanish to? Could it be that the martial artists on Earth have eliminated them? Just before the transformation, Vegeta switched off the power level detector to prevent it from exploding. Yet, in that brief moment, he seemed to witness the formidable energy signatures that had been trailing him, and Nappa abruptly disappear from the screen. Never mind. Let us resolve this quickly with the great ape transformation. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock, but he ultimately dismissed the matter from his mind. Influenced by the primal instincts of the great ape transformation, he retained a degree of reason due to his royal Saiyan bloodline. But his most intense desire remained to crush Goku and the others with his colossal form. Roar. As Vegeta mulled over various thoughts, Nappa, exposed to the light of the artificial moon, lost all semblance of rationality due to his transformation. The great ape form could elevate a Saiyan warrior's power tenfold. However, aside from Vegeta, who possessed royal blood, all other surviving Saiyans would become mindless destruction machines after transforming. Yet, this was precisely what Vegeta desired. He did not expect Nappa to retain his sanity. He simply wished for him to unleash his destructive potential in his great ape form. From the earlier skirmish and exchanges, Vegeta had come to a clear conclusion. Neither Goku nor Krillin nor Yamcha would allow Earth to be wantonly ravaged. Thus, even as Nappa teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, Vegeta seized the final moment to trigger his transformation, intending to create even more trouble for Goku and his companions. Nappa's battle power would soar to an astounding 45,000 upon transforming into a great ape. Even with one arm severed, the destructive force he could unleash exceeded 30,000. This level of devastation was unimaginable, surpassing even the combined might of Krillin and Yamcha. Not even Goku, wielding the power of the Kaioken at twice its normal strength, could withstand such ferocity. Moreover, aside from Nappa, there was also Vegeta, who remained unscathed and retained his sanity even after transforming into a great ape. Vegeta's original combat power was 16,000, which surged tenfold upon his transformation, soaring to an astonishing 160,000. While Nappa's transformation merely caused noticeable tremors in the ground within a radius of several dozen miles, the moment Vegeta became a great ape, the atmosphere changed dramatically, plunging the world into darkness and chaos. The once clear skies were soon engulfed by ominous clouds, illuminated by flashes of lightning as Vegeta's towering form materialized. Such a terrifying display of power left Goku and his companions feeling utterly defeated. Yajirobe and Krillin, hiding behind a massive rock, gazed up at the tumultuous sky, increasingly awestruck by the ferocity of the battle. Goku and his allies had experienced an astronomical rise in power within mere seconds. What could they possibly do? Yamcha flew alongside Goku, his expression grave. Just moments ago, they had glimpsed the possibility of victory, but now, despair loomed over them like a shadow. The colossal auras emanating from the two great apes rendered it impossible to discern the exact power disparity between the combatants. Goku contemplated how he too had once undergone a similar transformation into a great ape. As he sensed the overwhelming energy radiating from Vegeta and Nappa, he scratched his neck, recalling past events. That brings to mind the time at the World Martial Arts Tournament when you transformed during your battle with Master Roshi, he exclaimed. Why don't you transform into a great ape and fight them? Yamcha, reminded by Goku's words, recalled the vivid details of Goku's own transformation. He remembered how Goku had suddenly become significantly stronger after his transformation, only to have Master Roshi calm the chaos by pushing the moon away. That won't work, Krillin interjected, shaking his head. Once Goku turns into a great ape, he loses his rationality. He might end up joining them in wreaking havoc on Earth. Indeed, Goku's earlier transformation had led to destruction at the martial arts arena. Wait a minute, Yamcha pondered aloud. If Goku's transformation is the same as theirs, why hasn't he turned into a great ape? Was the artificial moon Vegeta unleashed only effective for them? Goku suddenly realized a crucial detail. My tail was removed shortly after my last transformation to prevent a recurrence of such an event. I also remember that during an earlier transformation, I returned to normal only after my tail was severed. As Goku reflected on these memories, he acknowledged that he did not recall the specifics of his transformation into a great ape. However, from the subsequent descriptions provided by others, he had already grasped this notion. Therefore, if we wish to avoid direct confrontation and decisively overcome them, we must sever their tails or, perhaps, obliterate that artificial moon. Krillin pondered this with a hint of surprise, then once again concentrated to unleash a ki slash. His ki slash possessed a sharpness that disregarded defenses. Within a certain disparity of combat power, it could be said to slice through anything. He was aware that if he attacked the artificial moon, Vegeta would undoubtedly intervene. Yet, if Vegeta were to block his strike, then his ki slash would surely sever whatever means Vegeta employed to halt his destruction of the artificial moon. Ki slash. In the next moment, Krillin's ki slash was launched, unabashedly aimed at the artificial moon high in the sky. However, upon witnessing this scene, Vegeta merely smirked, displaying no concern whatsoever. He casually raised his hand, and the previously motionless artificial moon continued its ascent, disappearing into the clouds above. Cursed be the cunning Vegeta. Krillin, filled with indignation, clenched his fist, resigned to the fact that his ki slash had fallen uselessly into the void. Meanwhile, as Krillin executed his ki slash, Yamcha had quietly maneuvered a ki sphere to target Vegeta's tail. Now's the moment. Yamcha seized the opportunity as Krillin's attack went awry, directing the ki sphere straight towards Vegeta's tail. To his surprise, Vegeta simply coiled his tail around his waist, allowing the ki sphere to strike him without inflicting any harm. Unable to destroy the artificial moon or sever the tail, what could they do but engage in direct combat? Boom. As Goku and his companions found themselves at a loss, the giant ape, transformed from Nappa, launched a heavy kick. With its massive physique coupled with formidable speed, Goku and his friends were sent flying by the strike. There was no choice but to utilize the Kaioken ×3. Gritting his teeth, Goku strained to activate the Kaioken ×3, his combat power surging close to 25,000. Unfortunately, while this would typically signify an astounding enhancement of strength, in the current battle, it bore no effect. Haha, how does it feel, Kakarot? Are you sensing despair? A mere rampaging Nappa can send you flying with a single kick, let alone me. Vegeta, now transformed into a colossal gorilla, leaped beside Goku, a gleam of mockery in his furry visage. Laughing heartily, he swung his arm towards Goku. His immense stature combined with astonishing speed surpassed Goku's full effort to evade with his instant transmission. Yet, just as his palm was about to catch up with Goku, He suddenly curled his thick index finger and thumb. Snap! With a mere flick of his fingers, Goku, empowered by the Kaioken X3, was transformed into a projectile, careening through the air and colliding with a distant mountain range. As for Krillin and Yamcha, Vegeta, filled with derision, bent down with a mocking grin. A single gust of breath from him sent them hurtling thousands of meters away, shattering massive boulders in their wake. The stones exploded, leaving no refuge for them to escape. As Akairob observed the colossal rocks before him disintegrating amidst the fierce clash, he reluctantly vacated his previous hiding spot. Just as he contemplated shifting positions to patiently await the battle's conclusion, his gaze fell upon the formidable ape, Nappa, who had seized Goku, flung away by Vegeta. This was dire. The monstrous gorilla was poised to crush Goku. Ah, an opening. It seemed it was time to test the sharpness of my treasured blade. Akairob, watching Nappa's back as he grasped Goku from the collapsed mountain, gritted his teeth and resolved to undertake the most perilous maneuver of his life. With swift steps on the flying debris beneath him, Akairob transformed into a hefty meteor, hurtling directly toward Nappa's tail. The blade's arc shimmered, a fleeting flash in the enveloping darkness. Accompanied by the resonant hum of the sword being drawn and swiftly sheathed, the massive tail fell, the cut as smooth as glass. In an instant, the raging gorilla diminished, reverting to the unconscious form of Nappa. Akairob's bulky frame and Nappa's tail hit the ground simultaneously, and he closed his eyes, nodding in satisfaction as he recalled the stylishness of his recent draw. What an utterly useless creature, to be bested by a hefty swine. Yet, the very next moment, Vegeta lifted his colossal foot, aiming to stomp down upon Akairob. "Ah, save me." The moment of glory lasted less than 3 seconds, and Akairob found himself in a desperate flight. As his body fell completely within the shadow of Vegeta's foot, he was on the brink of being squashed into a pulp. Goku, just freed from Nappa's grasp and neglecting the blood on his face, clenched his teeth and shouted fiercely, "Ah!" In unison with the exclamation, Goku's entire being flushed crimson, a tempestuous aura coalescing within him. The intense pressure of his compressed energy caused his body to bubble and swell, as if boiling. Kaioken X5. At the very moment when Vegeta was about to step on Akairob, Goku transcended the limits of his physical endurance. Even with the unique ingredients provided by Tenshinhan as a foundation, Goku's physical prowess had greatly exceeded that of the narrative's timeline. However, during the years spent on King Kai's planet, his body had only been trained to withstand a maximum of 4 times the burden of the Kaioken technique. After all, the present time was several years ahead compared to when Vegeta first arrived on Earth in the original storyline. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Goku dared to challenge himself with the Kaioken at 5 times its usual strength, and astonishingly, he succeeded. With the amplified power of the 5-fold Kaioken, Goku's combat strength, though still inferior to Vegeta's, was potent enough to veer his foot away from Akairob, who was on the brink of disaster. "Ah, I'm saved. That was close." Akairob never gave up on his escape, scrambling away with his short legs. Seizing the brief opportunity created by Goku's deflection of Vegeta's foot, he managed to distance himself from the perilous battlefield and found refuge behind a large boulder. "That scared me to death. I thought I was finished." Thank goodness Goku had a trump card. Leaning against the massive stone, Akairob was utterly exhausted, gasping for breath like a puddle of mud clinging to the shadow of the boulder. Realizing that Goku had come to his rescue, he adjusted himself slightly and stealthily glanced in Goku's direction. He observed that although Goku's recent attack had achieved its goal, it had completely exceeded his body's endurance limits. Despite successfully activating the 5-fold Kaioken, it could only sustain the force of that one strike. After the punch, Goku's body lost all control and plummeted from the air. Fortunately, Yamcha and Krillin, who had been flung away earlier, took advantage of the brief chaos created by Akairob to consume the senzu beans that Tien had prepared for them a few days prior. They managed to catch Goku just in time. Working in unison, they dared not waste a single second amidst the looming threat of Vegeta's potential counterattack. The taller Yamcha took on the responsibility of catching Goku, while the shorter and more agile Krillin swiftly placed a senzu bean into Goku's mouth the moment he was caught. "Thank you, Krillin, Yamcha. That giant ape Vegeta is too powerful," Goku mumbled as he chewed the senzu bean, expressing his gratitude to Krillin and Yamcha, who had saved him. "Goku, you shouldn't say too much right now. The biggest issue is that even with the senzu beans to restore our strength, we still cannot defeat Vegeta." Krillin shook his head at Goku, his expression grave. "Perhaps we should quickly notify Tien. He might have a way to defeat Vegeta." At this moment, Yamcha suddenly recalled the enigmatic Tenshinhan, considering him perhaps their sole hope. No, hadn't they sensed it earlier? Aside from Vegeta and Nappa, two even more formidable presences had arrived on Earth, and they were heading directly towards Penguin Village. It was possible that Tien was currently engaged in a fierce battle with these powerful foes. Vegeta was coming for me. I must rely on my own strength to defeat him and not become a burden to Tien. Goku hesitated for a moment, shaking his head. A resolute determination reflected in his voice. Moreover, he still had his ultimate technique yet to be unleashed. If that move failed him, he would have no choice but to seek Tien's assistance. With this thought, Goku began to swiftly recalibrate his state. Though he had endured the physical toll of the Kaioken ×5, which had been healed by the Senzu beans, the psychological effects of the earlier intense battle lingered. To effectively employ that technique in combat, he needed to calm his mind. Krillin, Yamcha, I entrust you with the task of stalling Vegeta for a while. I must prepare to unleash the final technique I learned from King Kai. Goku's gaze was unwavering as he retrieved the Senzu beans Tien had prepared for him and distributed them to Krillin and Yamcha. But Krillin was taken aback. About to relay an important piece of information, he had just expanded his sensing abilities and was astonished to find that the two powerful presences near Tien had vanished. This indicated that those formidable adversaries had likely been defeated by Tien, and they could now seek his aid. However, after distributing the Senzu beans, Goku immediately soared away, beginning to prepare the spirit bomb. Having grown up alongside Goku, Krillin felt a sense of helplessness as he watched his friend rush off, not even allowing him to finish his sentence. He knew Goku had made up his mind, placing all his hopes on the spirit bomb. Although Krillin deemed this choice somewhat reckless, he did not dismiss the possibility of victory through Goku's spirit bomb, while seeking Tien's support seemed more prudent. At this moment, he resolved to trust Goku's decision. Even though Goku's request for him and Yamcha to delay Vegeta felt like a significant burden for Goku. For their brotherhood, right and wrong became irrelevant. Krillin was prepared to leap into any pit for Goku, even if it meant risking his very life. Originally intending to elaborate on Tien's situation, Krillin chose silence instead. With a relieved smile, he decided to support Goku's choice, fully ready for whatever fate awaited them. Vegeta, you foolish, brash ape. In a moment of bravado, Krillin taunted, come on, hit me. You can't touch me, all you can do is suffer my foul gas. While Yamcha hesitated, struck by the vast disparity in their powers, Krillin was already making faces in front of Vegeta, brandishing a bag of Senzu beans. One hand boldly slapped his backside in mockery, while the other gripped the bag, slick with perspiration, creating a rather comical scene. He dared not put away the beans, fearing that a moment's delay might cost him the chance to use them for his own survival. Without the ability to prolong his life with the Senzu, Krillin feared he would be annihilated by Vegeta in an instant, leaving him unable to buy Goku enough time. As Krillin laughed and jested before Vegeta, Goku found no joy in the spectacle. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, sensing only the camaraderie hidden beneath Krillin's laughter, a spirit of camaraderie that resonated deeply. Noticing Yamcha, who hesitated but then rushed to mimic Krillin's antics, Goku felt a surge of trust following his fear. Battling his own turmoil, Goku clenched his teeth, striving to steady his emotions. Spirit bomb. I must not let Krillin and Yamcha's efforts go in vain. Vegeta, initially poised to pursue Goku, found his attention diverted by Krillin's crude yet effective provocation. You foolish bald head, do you think you can speak to the noble Prince Vegeta in such a manner? You must be tired of living. Vegeta seethed, swinging his arm in Krillin's direction. With agility, Krillin soared through the air, narrowly evading Vegeta's strike. Yet the gust from the sweeping hand nearly unbalanced him. You clumsy gorilla, I'm right here, come and catch me. Yamcha, inspired by Krillin's successful evasion, decided he too would play the role of bait. Another insignificant pest. Are all Earth martial artists this reckless? Prepare to meet your end. Vegeta, upon hearing Yamcha's taunt, refrained from an immediate response. Instead, after a brief pause, he abruptly pivoted, unleashing his massive hand. Yamcha, initially intending to dodge like Krillin, was taken aback by the cunning of the transformed giant. Even as he began to evade, Vegeta's colossal hand seized one of Yamcha's feet, preparing to hurl him downward. Solar flare. In that critical moment, Krillin, having narrowly escaped Vegeta's earlier attack, circled back. A blinding flash erupted from Krillin's gleaming head, momentarily blinding Vegeta and forcing the giant ape to instinctively shield his eyes. Snap! At the very moment Vegeta retracted his hands, Yamcha, with unwavering resolve, bit down and broke his own leg to escape his grasp. With a crunch, both Yamcha and Krillin consumed a Senzu bean, restoring their severed limbs and vitality. Faced with such an enormous disparity in strength, mere evasion demanded their utmost efforts. It was evident that Yamcha's broken leg was a significant hindrance. Even though Krillin had narrowly dodged the previous attack, the energy within him was nearly depleted from the recent encounter, compelling him to ingest a Senzu bean for replenishment. This approach could not persist indefinitely. Having employed the solar flare once, Krillin knew that a second attempt would likely not deceive Vegeta. Simply dodging would not prolong their survival for long. It appeared they must attempt an offensive strike. Gritting his teeth, Krillin recognized the daunting challenge posed by the gap in their strengths, which was far greater than he had anticipated. The Spirit Slash was now his only gamble. However, this time, his target was neither the artificial moon concealed by Vegeta nor the tail meticulously guarded at his waist. Instead, it was Vegeta's colossal great ape form. As he aimed to wager that his Spirit Slash would compel even the transformed Vegeta to evade its edge. Yamcha, hand over all your Senzu beans. That leaves me with 11 in total. With my current energy, I can unleash the Spirit Slash a maximum of 3 times. The restorative effects of the 11 Senzu beans, combined with my recently recovered energy, would allow for a total of 36 Spirit Slashes. If all goes according to plan, Vegeta will need to evade for at least a minute. A minute should suffice for Goku to prepare the Spirit Bomb. Krillin calmly assessed the situation, his calculations proving accurate. He faintly recalled how, during the World Martial Arts Tournament, he had cleverly confounded a simple-minded opponent with arithmetic. Unbelievably, in the blink of an eye, he found himself embroiled in such a fierce battle. Reflecting on the days of the youthful Goku, he now regarded the tall and handsome warrior before him. Overcoming his inner fears, what did it matter if Vegeta possessed a battle power exceeding 100,000? Krillin felt a surge of pride. He never imagined that the cunning boy he once was could evolve into such a formidable man. Vegeta, prepare yourself. Spirit Slash. Confronting the vastly superior Vegeta, Krillin suppressed his fear and hurled a Spirit Slash toward him. As Vegeta emerged from a brief moment of blindness and noticed the insignificant Krillin daring to attack him head-on, he instinctively prepared to counter. However, upon recognizing the incoming Spirit Slash, a primal sense of danger compelled him to alter his course. With a sharp whoosh, the Spirit Slash narrowly grazed his fur, leaving a bald patch atop his head, igniting both surprise and fury within Vegeta. What a razor-sharp attack! In that moment, Vegeta recalled the words Goku had spoken to him earlier. On Earth, there exist numerous martial artists whose fighting styles are far more intricate and refined than his own. It was evident that the terrifying technique employed by Krillin surpassed the princely combat methods he had once taken pride in. Damn it! How could such a weakling wield such a masterful and fearsome technique? Vegeta's teeth ground in frustration, just as he was about to retaliate against Krillin. He noticed that Krillin was already poised to strike again. Spirit Energy Slash. Spirit Energy Slash. Eat a Senzu bean. Spirit Energy Slash. Spirit Energy Slash. A total of 6 consecutive Spirit Energy Slashes came at him, each one pressing down upon Vegeta with unbearable intensity. Though Krillin appeared weak, he was undeniably vexatious. Vegeta gritted his teeth, searching for an opportunity to counter, yet found none, while Krillin persistently employed his underhanded tactics of the Spirit Energy Slash, leaving Vegeta in a state of exasperation. In the midst of evading, he also noticed Goku nearby, preparing some peculiar technique. This cannot continue. Although Kakarot and these Earth martial artists possess low battle power, the variety of strange techniques they command is seemingly endless. Wait, could it be those beans? That bald-headed fighter, along with Kakarot and that other legless weakling, must have all consumed those beans to recover. As he observed Krillin reaching for yet another Senzu bean to restore his strength, a cold smile crept across Vegeta's lips. A blue laser beam was instantaneously unleashed from his fingertips, seemingly aimed at Krillin, but actually targeting the bag of Senzu beans clutched tightly in Krillin's hand. Bang! Oh no! With a resounding explosion, the bag of Senzu beans shattered, and both Krillin and Yamcha's expressions shifted dramatically. Huh. Without those beans, your infuriating blade techniques can no longer be employed, can they? How delightful it is that you dare to mock me, Prince Vegeta. Weaklings will always be weaklings. Prepare to meet your demise. Vegeta's anger morphed into a twisted smile as he raised his hand, ready to swat Krillin like a mere mosquito. Krillin, still drained of energy, could not escape, managing only a feeble smile. Fortunately, Yamcha seized the moment, rushing in to pull him away. Yet, as Yamcha attempted to flee with Krillin, his speed diminished, and it seemed that Vegeta's descending hand would soon make contact. Boom, boom, boom. At that instant, Vegeta, who had been relentlessly pursuing the two, suddenly found himself besieged by a series of assaults. From the location where Krillin had once stood, the bag of Senzu beans had exploded, and instead of being destroyed, the beans underwent a transformation due to the energy surge. Vegeta turned his gaze to witness his arms being besieged by a multitude of round-headed, diminutive figures, all diligently pummeling him. To his astonishment, the remaining 10 Senzu beans had awakened, evolving into entities akin to the vegetable beings. Not only that, but the strength of each of these is tenfold out of them. While a battle power of 10,000 may seem insignificant compared to the currently transformed giant ape Vegeta, it has nonetheless surpassed that of Krillin and Yamcha. Observing the 10 collaborating to engage Vegeta, and by time, Krillin and Yamcha found their emotions to be rather complex. They were uncertain whether to feel grateful for the remarkable prowess of these and their timely awakening, or to lament the fact that their own battle power paled in comparison, falling short even against the form from the bestowed by Tenshinhan. The battle of the, witnessed from a distance by Yachirobe, left this once gluttonous little fellow, who had once contemplated consuming as mere sustenance, utterly astounded. Each is so immensely powerful, he thought, lamenting his past desire to squander such a precious resource. How foolish I was. Not only Tenshinhan, but even I myself felt an overwhelming sense of regret for my past actions. Could it be that Tenshinhan had known back then that these could morph into such formidable? Yachirobe swallowed hard, feeling a newfound respect for Tenshinhan, as the resentment from his prior defeat dissipated. Instead, he found himself somewhat grateful for the beating he had taken. Meanwhile, atop Penguin Mountain, the previously departed Piccolo returned. Having sensed Goku gathering energy from all corners of the earth shortly after his departure, he deemed it necessary to inform Tenshinhan of this development. However, upon his return to Penguin Mountain, he encountered a sight that left him astonished. The battered Gak, mercilessly tormented by Tenshinhan wielding a spiked club and thorny whips. Dumpling, continue using your super abilities to make him suffer. Tenshinhan, having given a brief command to the dumplings, temporarily extricated himself from the torment inflicted by Gak and turned his gaze towards Piccolo. Is it true? It appears that Goku is preparing the spirit bomb. To his astonishment, he realized that Vegeta and the others had already arrived. There was no time to rush over now. They must place their faith in Goku and lend him their energy. Indeed, all we need to do is raise our hands. From Piccolo, Tenshinhan surmised Goku's current state. In the very next moment, as Goku was gathering energy, he suddenly felt a familiar energy merging with his own. It was Piccolo's energy. It seemed he was sharing his power with me. Good. Just 10 more seconds of gathering will suffice, Goku thought. However, in the following second, he sensed another surge of energy. This energy was overwhelmingly formidable. In just a second, the spirit bomb he had anticipated collecting was already complete. Haha, this is Tenshinhan's energy. Tenshinhan has also shared his energy with me. It is sufficient. It is complete. Goku exclaimed joyfully, amazed that the spirit bomb could be finished ahead of schedule. Yet, as mere seconds ticked by, he attempted to halt the energy gathering, only to find it utterly impossible to cease. The vast energy from Tenshinhan continued to flow without pause. Observing the spirit bomb above him expanding exponentially with each passing second, Goku shouted, Enough! Enough! It is sufficient, Tenshinhan. Do not send any more energy, it will explode. While Goku struggled to maintain the rapidly expanding spirit bomb, Piccolo, who was alongside Tenshinhan, aiding in the energy transfer to Goku, sensed something amiss. Previously, Piccolo had perceived Tenshinhan's energy as already immense, although his own strength prevented him from fully discerning the totality of Tenshinhan's energy. He had noted it to be at least 5 times greater than his own. However, just moments ago, when Tenshinhan casually raised his hands, Piccolo realized he had gravely underestimated the situation. If the energy he had shared could be likened to a gentle stream, Piccolo had anticipated Tenshinhan's output to be comparably substantial, perhaps akin to a river. Yet, standing beside him and experiencing it firsthand, Piccolo found himself confronted with an ocean. This discrepancy between expectation and reality was not due to a failure in his previous perception of energy. Rather, it was as if Tenshinhan possessed a previously dormant valve within him that had suddenly ceased to function, allowing his energy to surge forth uncontrollably, far surpassing the aura he exuded in normal combat. Could it be that Tenshinhan bore some form of weight? No. What kind of weight could exert such a tremendous regulatory influence? Such a powerful weight device simply could not exist in this world. As Piccolo pondered the stark contrast between Tenshinhan's aura during battle and the energy he transmitted, he shook his head in confusion. having dismissed the possibility of excess weight. He found himself at a loss to comprehend the reason behind it. Enough. Cease at once. The energy you have released is undoubtedly sufficient. Suddenly, Piccolo was struck by the terrifying magnitude of Tenshinhan's energy transfer. In his estimation, even if Goku were engaged in creating some energy sphere, allowing this monstrous individual to continue his frenzied transmission of energy would surely culminate in failure. The notion of gathering an excess of energy leading to defeat was the most ironic scenario Piccolo had ever encountered, yet it was also the most plausible at that moment. Indeed, as Goku felt the immense energy sphere looming above him, far exceeding his initial expectations, he broke into a cold sweat. Originally, as the user of the energy sphere, he possessed the ability to regulate his energy collection. However, Tenshinhan's infusion of energy was so rapid that the sphere slipped from his control within mere seconds. Even after utilizing the Kaioken technique at 5 times its normal strength, which had caused his body to collapse and then rejuvenate, Goku's battle prowess had indeed doubled. Yet, confronted with the colossal aura continually flowing into the energy sphere, he found himself utterly powerless. The only option left for him was to brace himself against the energy sphere above, striving to prevent it from exploding due to Tenshinhan's overwhelming energy. Fortunately, upon hearing Piccolo's warning, Tenshinhan promptly lowered his hands. Tenshinhan has not yet learned the art of sensory perception. Thus, he remains quite attentive to Bik's opinions at this moment. Oh, is that so? Is it already sufficient so soon? I have yet to exert my strength. It appears that Goku has indeed grown significantly stronger with the aid of my ingredients. He merely needs to gather this small amount of energy from me to vanquish the current adversary. Tenshinhan offered a faint smile, retracting his aura with grace. Beside him, Piccolo gazed in bewilderment. If this was the extent of his power before even unleashing his full strength, what devastation would ensue once he truly exerted himself? The immense energy he had just released hardly seemed substantial. It would be wise for him to rein in his abilities, lest Goku suffer the consequences. Piccolo let out a muffled grunt, secretly lamenting while he anxiously sensed Goku's situation. Although he could not see clearly, he discerned through the energy signatures the presence of Goku and his adversaries. Such formidable foes they were. However, with the energy that Tenshinhan had just bestowed, Piccolo shook his head, feeling a pang of pity for the enemies engaged with Goku and the others. Suddenly, the previously activated spirit beings converged to besiege Vegeta, managing to delay him for nearly 10 seconds. Each spirit being possessed a mere strength of about 10,000. But their diminutive size worked to their advantage against the towering Vegeta. Although each of Vegeta's slaps could obliterate a spirit being, by the time he dealt with 10 of them, Goku was finally ready. Yet, as he held the energy sphere far exceeding his expectations, a flicker of doubt crept into Goku's mind. Truth be told, he had never intended to kill Vegeta, a fellow scion and a formidable opponent. His original plan was to merely inflict severe injury, sparing Vegeta's life. But now, confronted with this unexpectedly colossal energy sphere, uncertainty loomed over Goku. He questioned whether this immense energy blast would leave even a trace of Vegeta behind, given the sheer magnitude of its power. Go on, Goku. Finish him. Krillin and Yamcha, supporting each other, marveled at the energy sphere above Goku's head, nearly the size of 10 football fields. They did not share Goku's Na'vi hesitation regarding Vegeta. Their sole desire was for Goku to obliterate Vegeta completely in the next moment. Damn it. Vegeta had noted Goku's subtle movements during Krillin's provocation. Yet, his arrogance had led him to dismiss the threat. In his mind, even if Goku's preparation succeeded, his transformed great ape form posed no real danger. He was acutely aware of his own formidable strength in this state. However, as he gazed upon the immense energy sphere hovering above Goku, a chilling sense of impending doom enveloped him. If one were to encapsulate Vegeta's emotions at that moment in a single phrase, it would be, pride cometh before a fall. The experience was utterly excruciating. Damn it, that accursed cockroach. He is intent on reducing me to nothing with this colossal sphere. Vegeta gazed upon the colossal spirit bomb, and even without the aid of a power level detector, he instantly recognized the gravity of his predicament. His legs quivered slightly as the memory of facing Frisia's oppressive aura resurfaced, evoking a sense of suffocation. After so many years of being subjugated by Frisia since the destruction of planet Vegeta, a wave of shame surged within him, causing his legs to move against his will, retreating in the opposite direction. Dreadful. As the prince of the Scions, how could I disgrace myself by fleeing? Vegeta's mind screamed in defiance. Yet his transformed great ape form began to lumber away from the spirit bomb. Goku, witnessing Vegeta's inclination to escape, set aside his own concerns. You must survive, Vegeta. I never intended to kill you. With a tinge of conflicted hope, Goku ultimately propelled the immense spirit bomb forward. After all, it was a feat achieved at great risk by Krillin and Yamcha. The great ape had barely taken 2 steps when the spirit bomb closed in, leaving no chance for escape. In that moment, Vegeta's pride surged anew, reclaiming dominion over his body. With no path left to retreat, he resolved to meet his fate in battle. The great ape's crimson eyes glowed fiercely as he halted his flight and turned to confront the spirit bomb head-on. From his massive jaws erupted a broad beam of red energy, exceeding 5 meters in width. This beam, imbued with overwhelming destructive force, struck the seemingly tranquil spirit bomb. Yet it dissipated without a trace, as if a cow had plunged into the sea. Kakarot. Boom. In an instant, the pale blue spirit bomb engulfed the great ape form of Vegeta and his final cry entirely. The dazzling blue radiance illuminated the sky for hundreds of kilometers, persisting for over a minute before gradually fading away. Goku and the others, supporting one another, surveyed the battlefield post-explosion. The great ape had vanished, leaving only 2 battered bodies sprawled helplessly. In the distance, Yachirobe, who had taken cover, was swept away by the powerful shockwave generated by the explosion. As the dust settled and the battle concluded, he adjusted his belt and hurried over to Goku and the others. Observing the 2 motionless bodies, Yachirobe, feeling a bit brazen, extended his foot to test if they were truly lifeless. Crack! Ugh! As his toe barely touched Nappa's body, it crumbled like a fragile sand sculpture. Clearly, he had succumbed to the devastation of the prior explosion, irretrievably dead. Startled by the shattering of Nappa's remains, Yachirobe cursed at the swirling dust in the air before gathering his courage to approach the fallen Vegeta. Kakarot. Before he could approach fully, Vegeta opened his eyes from a distance. The honor of the Saiyan race rests upon you. You must, without fail, vanquish Frieza. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku took a couple of steps closer, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. However, Vegeta managed to utter that final sentence before he completely succumbed. Excellent, Goku. I was beginning to think you lacked the resolve to eliminate him. A being who disregards his comrades and is solely consumed by his own ambition deserves to be eradicated. It appears you have indeed grown. Nearby, Krillin and Yamcha celebrated with applause upon witnessing Vegeta's demise. Having narrowly escaped death at the hands of such a wicked foe, they harbored considerable resentment towards Vegeta. Krillin, I never intended to kill him, Goku confessed, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over him as he realized Vegeta had not withstood the spirit bomb. He had genuinely meant to spare Vegeta's life in his original plan. Perhaps it stemmed from an appreciation for strength, or perhaps it was due to their shared heritage as Saiyans. The exact reason eluded him. Come now, Goku. Do not be modest. That spirit bomb you conjured was immense. There was no sign of mercy in your intent. I understand you may have hesitated briefly, but you ultimately made the decision to end his life, did you not? Krillin, taken aback by Goku's explanation, waved his hand dismissively, chuckling in disbelief. Goku fell into contemplation. Recalling the moment, he unleashed the spirit bomb. Indeed, what was I lamenting? Vegeta was the enemy, one who had nearly killed Krillin and Yamcha, even jeopardizing the Earth. Such a person, who did not cherish his companions, should be my utmost adversary. Why, then, did I entertain the notion of sparing him? Casting a glance at Vegeta's lifeless body, Goku noted that perhaps the impact of the attack was mitigated by the fact that Vegeta was still in his grade 8 form, resulting in a body that, though defeated, remained intact, unlike Nappa's complete obliteration. Should I resurrect him? An absurd thought flickered through Goku's mind. The mere suggestion of sparing him had been peculiar enough, but now he found himself contemplating the use of the Dragon Balls to bring him back to life. He kept this thought to himself, startled by the strangeness of it all. Deep down, he sensed that if he had the opportunity to make this choice 100 times, 99 of those outcomes would see Vegeta alive. That spirit bomb was a formidable force. Let us head to Tien Shinhan's immediately. Wukong's emotions were rather intricate. Despite the commendations from Krillin and Yamcha, he found himself unable to smile. He yearned to elucidate the circumstances surrounding the recent spirit bomb, which had surged beyond his expectations due to the overwhelming energy unexpectedly transmitted by Tenshinhan. However, as the words hovered on the brink of his lips, a sudden thought struck him. Since the alterations in the spirit bomb were instigated by Tenshinhan, perhaps it would be prudent to inquire with him directly. Moreover, during the recent skirmish, all the senzu beans they had previously acquired from Tenshinhan had been depleted. Seeking out Tien now would not only allow them to replenish their supply of sins of beans, but also provide an opportunity to inform him about the situation concerning the sins of bean people, as well as to gauge his sentiments regarding Vegeta. Wukong nodded, convinced that this was indeed the most judicious course of action at this moment. When faced with challenging questions, silence often proved to be the best response. Since he himself could not decipher the bewildering thoughts that had arisen within him, it would be best to relinquish the decision to Tien. After all, in a certain light, it was Tien, not he, who had effectively dealt the fatal blow to Vegeta. Thus, the matter of whether to resurrect him should also rest in Tien's hands. In fact, Wukong found the earlier life-or-death battle to be less burdensome than the current predicament of deciding Vegeta's fate. Upon hearing Wukong's suggestion, Krillin and Yamcha concurred that a visit to Tien was indeed warranted at this juncture. Meanwhile, atop Penguin Mountain, Piccolo, sensing the shift in energy, discerned that the tide of battle had altered. The enemy's presence had vanished, indicating that Son Wukong and his companions had emerged victorious. With his arms crossed and a stoic expression, he coldly addressed Tien, who, after transmitting energy, had resumed his interrogation of Gak. Is that so? It seems that Vegeta and his allies have been defeated. Tien appeared to respond nonchalantly, yet deep within, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. It was akin to a parent witnessing their long-nurtured child finally attain independence. The fact that Wukong and his companions triumphed over formidable foes in his absence was precisely the outcome Tien had fervently hoped for, after dedicating so much concern for their well-being. Now, Mr. Jack, after enduring such considerable suffering, can you elucidate why, ever since you first brought Darius to Earth, these extraterrestrials have flocked to the planet as if drawn by the allure of honey? Do not attempt to convince me of your ignorance. I find it implausible that so many occurrences could merely be coincidental. After Tien responded to Bick, he immediately turned his gaze towards the now unrecognizable Jack, his face adorned with an unmistakable threat. If Jack remained silent, the club and thorny branches would continue to serve him. Whoa. Jack had painstakingly removed the bulb from his mouth to seek salvation from Tien, only to be met not with the unexpected joy of a fortuitous plan, but rather with a brutal interrogation. At that moment, he realized he had undoubtedly misunderstood. Tien was certainly not a fan of his. Even if he were, it would be the kind of fan that relishes in torment, subjecting him to such a tragic beating. Furthermore, why must the bulb be stuffed back in? How was he to answer any questions under such circumstances? To his surprise, Jack found himself unexpectedly defiant. Tien, with a resolute demeanor, seized the spiked club from Satan's grasp and brought it down forcefully upon Jack's back. The sound echoed, a lamentation of anguish escaping Jack as his entire being trembled, tears threatening to spill forth. You dare speak of defiance? Remove the bulb from my mouth, and I shall divulge everything. Jack, witnessing the club poised to strike once more, felt a profound despair wash over him, and disregarding all else, he clenched his teeth with determination, finally shattering the bulb he had long endured. Cease your assault. I shall speak. I shall reveal all. Even as shards of glass lingered on his tongue, Jack hastily pleaded for mercy from Tien. So, it is true. You have indeed exploited me? Moments later, Tien gleaned the details of Jack's clandestine collaboration with Satan. It cannot be entirely deemed exploitation. Your prowess is evident, and I merely sought to harness its full potential. Wastefulness is a reprehensible act. Is it not a universally acknowledged truth? With a groan, Jack staggered to his feet, striving to muster a semblance of a smile to justify his actions before Tien. However, as he attempted to move his lips, he inadvertently reopened a wound inflicted by Tien's thorny whip, causing him to wince in pain. What disgraceful waste! Do I require your guidance on such matters? Spare me the eloquence. Fortunate for you, your abilities are limited, attracting only a motley crew of wanted criminals. Otherwise, I might have found myself ensnared by your so-called full utilization. Reflecting on this, Tien's gaze turned icy, and the thorny whip struck Jack once more. It was insufficient to quell his frustration against one who played petty tricks to ruin grand schemes. I concede. I was wrong. I acknowledge my faults. Please, no more strikes. Furthermore, this was not solely my design. What of Satan? As your disciple, he too has concealed truths from you and deserves a lesson. Jack shielded his stinging rear, glancing enviously at the unscathed Satan nearby. Satan! Tien called out sharply, causing Satan, who had been hanging his head dejectedly, to immediately shudder. Master, I acknowledge my mistake. Please punish me. Realizing that he had been singled out by Tenshinhan, Satan understood that he would likely not escape today's reprimand. At that moment, rather than feeling resentful towards Jack for betraying him, he genuinely recognized his own faults and felt guilty for having concealed matters from Tenshinhan. Seeing Satan quickly admit his error and Tenshinhan raising the thorny stick with an expression of anger, Jack could not help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. Often, a person's suffering is not determined by the magnitude of their trials but by the isolation of enduring them alone while others remain unscathed. Witnessing Satan about to face the same punishment he had just endured brought Jack a sense of relief, as if his own injuries had miraculously improved. With a sharp crack, the sound of the thorny stick striking resonated in the air, and Satan clenched his teeth. Yet, moments later, he realized that the one screaming in agony was not himself, but rather Jack. Why? Why is it me who is being punished? Jack shrieked in distress, directing a resentful glare at Tenshinhan. To his further dismay, after delivering a harsh strike, Tenshinhan ignored him entirely and turned his attention back to Satan. Satan, confused, raised his gaze, filled with bewilderment. Satan, remember to never collaborate with those lacking loyalty again. Otherwise, the outcome will be as it was just now. With betrayal at the first opportunity. Glancing at Jack and then back at Tenshinhan, Satan, though still puzzled, respectfully nodded. Good, as long as you remember. You may rise now. It is commendable to wish to honor your master, but do not conceal matters from me in the future. Upon hearing Tenshinhan's words, Satan was filled with joy as he stood up. This signified that his master had forgiven him. Truly, his master was magnanimous. His efforts to honor him had not been in vain. Filled with admiration, Satan approached Tenshinhan with an even stronger sense of reverence. Meanwhile, Jack remained rooted to the spot, his face ashen. He realized that Tenshinhan had deliberately tortured him psychologically as a form of punishment, both physically and mentally. Jack felt as though he had endured extreme retribution. At that moment, a singular thought dominated his mind. He must never provoke Tenshinhan again. Nearby, Piccolo, who had silently witnessed Jack's punishment, discreetly wiped away a bead of cold sweat from his forehead. He suddenly felt that his previous provocations towards Tenshinhan had been excessively reckless. To have escaped without reprisal thus far was indeed a stroke of luck. I must be more courteous around Tenshinhan in the future. Bix silently nodded, quietly making a decision in his heart. At that moment, he abruptly turned his gaze towards the distant sky. Tenshinhan was drawn to the actions of Piccolo and turned his gaze in that direction. His field of vision was broader, allowing him to spot Goku and the others at a glance. Observing their battered appearances, he felt a twinge of confusion, as he had provided them with an ample supply of senza beans. Nevertheless, he turned to shout towards the villa, Lan Chi. Please bring me a bag of senza beans from the drawer. Moments later, Goku and the others descended upon Penguin Mountain. Once Piccolo discovered this location, Tenshinhan found it unsurprising that Goku and his companions could also locate Penguin Mountain, given that they had all mastered the sense of ki. I found it first. Do not attempt to snatch it from me, Tenshinhan exclaimed. You are addressing me, so why are you meddling? In the next instant, the onlookers beheld Lan Chi and Tai Si, two golden-haired beauties, each grasping a corner of a cloth bag as they dashed out. One was once a fiery-tempered robber, while the other had bravely ventured across the cosmos as an adventurous rider. Their personalities were strikingly similar. Both were audacious and decisive. Haha, Tenshinhan. Life here remains as arduous as ever, I see, Goku remarked, scratching the back of his head and chuckling upon witnessing the two women emerge with the bag of senza beans. He was reminded of Chi-Chi's lectures whispered in his ear. No, it is not burdensome. Both of them are my invaluable assistants. Tenshinhan shook his head and turned, extending his palm. Soon, the struggle between the two subsided, and they collectively placed the bag of senza beans into Tenshinhan's hand. With a crunch, after consuming the senza beans, Goku and the others regained their strength and recounted the events of their previous battle with Vegeta, Tenshinhan, and Piccolo. Thus, it appears that the two adversaries that have emerged on my side followed in pursuit of Vegeta and the others. Tenshinhan has come to comprehend the reasons behind the presence of the two miscellaneous individuals in his vicinity. As for their method of tracking, it quickly dawned upon him that it must be due to the combat power detector. This implies that Frieza is likely already aware of the existence of Dragon Balls on Earth. According to the original trajectory of events, Frieza would have ventured to Namek. However, in light of the numerous deviations that have transpired, Tenshinhan finds himself uncertain. It is plausible that Frieza may directly arrive on Earth. An unprecedented sense of crisis envelopes Tien Fan's heart. In this scenario, when Goku inquires whether he wishes to resurrect Vegeta, Tien Fan shakes his head. The nature of Vegeta's allegiance post-resurrection remains ambiguous, presenting a potential instability for them. This situation differs markedly from that of Piccolo, as they were prepared to confront the consequences of his release. Yet, should they revive Vegeta only for him to seek vengeance? Tien Fan feels he lacks the assuredness of victory. After all, the spirit bomb cannot always be summoned successfully, with Frieza potentially approaching Earth at any moment. Tien Fan is reluctant to gamble on an ally whose intentions are unclear. The world has undergone a transformation, leaving him in doubt whether Vegeta could still undergo the benevolent change he once did. In the face of the colossal threat of Earth's potential annihilation, Tien Fan cannot afford to harbor such a latent danger. As for Goku's inexplicable desire to resurrect Vegeta, perhaps it is the remnants of the original narrative's constraints at play. Yet, with the world having diverged significantly, Tien Fan is no longer committed to preserving the established course of events. Ultimately, he inhabits this world authentically, rather than merely functioning as a robotic entity obedient to a predetermined script. The Cosmic Overlord? It is truly astonishing that we must confront such a formidable adversary. Upon hearing Tien Fan's request for Gak to elaborate on Frieza, Goku, and the others tremble with trepidation. The Tien rice is known, and perhaps it carries a hint of trepidation. Yet, more prominently, it embodies their thrill and indomitable spirit. What a peculiar group they are. Fully aware of the formidable strength of their adversary, which verges on despair, yet they resolutely maintain an unwavering determination and a refusal to yield. Is this the allure of martial artists? Indeed, they are a collection of irrational fools. As Tien Fan observed Goku and the others, their fists clenched and gazes resolute. He silently pondered. Yet, in the next moment, a trace of relief graced his lips in a gentle smile. Perhaps, upon my initial arrival in this world, I would have shared similar thoughts. However, this time, perhaps due to the enduring companionship with these endearing fools, I find myself unable to resist the allure of joining them in their folly, despite knowing that I may prove to be of little assistance. Tien Fan shook his head with a hint of self-deprecation, reflecting on how 6 years can profoundly alter a person. Unbeknownst to him, he had reached a point akin to that of Goku and his companions, willing to act foolishly in the name of safeguarding the Earth. I may face defeat, but I shall never concede, amidst the looming threat of Frieza's potential arrival on Earth. Tien Fan suddenly comprehended the sentiment that compelled his counterpart in the narrative to persist unwaveringly in his training. Is this the essence of a true martial artist spirit? Transitioning from a modern individual in an era of peace to a genuine martial artist within the Dragon Ball universe, am I truly prepared for this transformation? The inner turmoil of Tien Rice is reminiscent of the moment in a Chinese odyssey when the protagonist stands beneath the burning image of Guanyin, confronted by the golden hoop. In that instance, the choice is fraught with difficulty. Yet, as his gaze once more traverses the resolute expressions of Wukong and the others, his own eyes become imbued with the same unwavering determination. Alas, with such a delightful band of fools surrounding him, it is truly challenging to continue living a carefree existence. Thus, he shall don the golden hoop. Tenshinhan dispelled the confusion within his heart. In the face of the imminent threat posed by Frieza, who could launch an assault on Earth at any moment, he joined forces with Goku and others in preparation. Soon after, Bulma received a call from Ties and was summoned to Penguin Mountain. Upon her arrival, Bulma found herself under the betrayal of her good sister Ties, reduced to a mere tool for Tenshinhan. What? You called me here to assist your man with the gravity training room? Exclaimed Bulma. Ties, I never imagined you to be such a shallow friend, prioritizing romance over camaraderie. I truly misjudged you. Although Bulma was somewhat displeased, she nevertheless inquired about Tenshinhan's specific requirements for the gravity training facility. A gravity training room that could adjust the gravitational force between 10 to 100 times? She mused, we already have a 5 times gravity room at home, which my father casually put together, and since no one uses it, it has simply been left there. Based on your specifications, I could enhance it further. If each person requires their own room, it would take approximately 3 months. Bulma placed her hands on her hips and spoke nonchalantly, as this posed no significant challenge for her. 3 months, you say? Thank you for your hard work, Bulma. In the meantime, we shall head to King Kai's planet for training. Once the gravity training room is completed, we will return to Earth to continue our training. The plan proposed by Tien has garnered the consent of Goku and the others. Do not attempt to sneak away, Piccolo, you shall accompany me as well. Observing Piccolo's inclination to slip away, Tien's expectations were unmistakable. Piccolo, taken aback by Tien's words, felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead. In that moment, he recalled the harrowing experiences Goku had endured, both physically and mentally. Fine, very well, he conceded, reflecting on such terrifying torment. Piccolo suddenly perceived that his unique relationship with the Supreme Kai paled in comparison. Moreover, he had a genuine curiosity about what the so-called King Kai's planet was like. His reluctance was not rooted in fear of Tien's disciplinary methods. With this thought, Piccolo reluctantly acquiesced to Tien's request. Tien, you truly have a knack for commanding others. Goku and I have shared many years of camaraderie, yet he has never asked me to do so much. Unless a good man is introduced next time. Do not summon me for such laborious tasks again. Bulma, upon witnessing the arrangement for the gravity training room, felt a twinge of discontent as she observed Tien, Goku, and the others neglecting her presence. These unrefined martial artists lack any sense of charm. Here I am, a vibrant young woman, left to languish alone while they converse. She pondered, questioning whether her allure had diminished. If it weren't for their efforts to protect the Earth, I wouldn't be inclined to serve them at all. Bulma thought indignantly, shaking her head in resignation. A good man? Tenshinhan felt a sense of helplessness. He could hardly confess that the prince destined for her had already been vanquished by himself, Wukong, and others. Shaking his head, he reflected that in this world, even Vegeta might not become a virtuous man, let alone a good one. Tenshinhan saw no fault in his decision. After making the necessary preparations, he, along with Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha, set forth towards King Kai's planet. Even the dumpling, who had been loitering in Penguin Village, along with the previously joined Yachirobe, were conscripted by Tenshinhan. Master, don't forget about me, Dend exclaimed, raising his hand in a desperate bid not to be left behind. I will return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters to see if I can seek assistance for Earth as a slight recompense for my earlier mistakes. At this moment, Goku also staggered to his feet. Without Tenshinhan's magical beans, he had to rely on his own strength to gradually recuperate his energy and injuries. Tenshinhan nodded, harboring little hope for this individual. If the Galactic Patrol were truly effective, Frieza would have been vanquished long ago. A month after the demise of Zabo and Dodoria, Frieza finally recalled the existence of his two right-hand men. Upon reviewing the messages they had transmitted before their journey to Earth and prior to their demise, Frieza gently swirled the wine glass in his hand, a flicker of intrigue crossing his visage. It was quite amusing that Vegeta dared to contemplate rebellion against me through the wishes of the Dragon Balls. Yet, do these Dragon Balls truly possess the power to grant any wish? That is indeed rather fascinating. Earth, a nameless and desolate planet, must feel honored by the arrival of the cosmic overlord, Frieza. He tilted his head back, consuming the rose-hued liquid within his glass, and commanded preparations for his impending journey to Earth. Tenshinhan, do you truly treat this place as your own home? Each time, the number of people you bring grows. The King of the Worlds gazed in dismay at the sudden influx of 7 or 8 individuals on his diminutive planet. Do not be so stingy, King. We are preparing ourselves to combat Frieza. Surely, you do not wish to see such a nefarious villain continue to roam freely? Thus, with a hint of reluctance, the king acquiesced to Tenshinhan's request, dedicating himself to training the group he had brought along. 3 months later, having acclimated to the tenfold gravity, Tenshinhan and his companions returned to Earth, continuing their training in the gravity room hastily constructed by Bulma. As for Satan, Jiaozi, and Yachirobe, they remained on King Kai's planet, still adjusting to the intense gravity. Fear not the risk of injury. I have procured a large supply of Senza beans from the Elder. Should any wounds arise, they can be consumed, allowing us to maximize our potential in the shortest time possible. Before entering the gravity training room, Tien once again cautioned Goku and the others. The reason for utilizing a portion of the Senza bean stock from the hermit was not due to Tien exhausting his own supply, but rather because he had previously learned from Goku and the others that the Senza beans he cultivated could, after absorbing energy, activate into Senza bean warriors. Naturally, he intended to preserve these uniquely powerful beans for critical moments, opting instead to employ the ordinary Senza beans from Karen Tower during training. In terms of their healing efficacy, both varieties of beans yielded immediate results, exhibiting no significant difference. Furthermore, although he was aware that Goku would likely challenge his limits repeatedly during training without needing to say a word, he still felt compelled to share the peculiar trait of the Scions that allowed them to exponentially increase their power after near-death experiences. a revelation he disclosed based on his insights gained from interrogation on planet Yardrat. As for the number of times Goku could exploit this trait before Frisia's arrival on Earth, that would depend on Goku's own resolve towards his body. Upon hearing this secret from Tien, Goku suddenly comprehended why his power had surged following his battle with Vegeta. It was indeed due to his unique ability to enhance his strength after a brush with death. With this newfound understanding, Goku pushed himself to the utmost limits in the gravity training room. A martial arts enthusiast at heart, he epitomized the adage that as long as one could endure, one should train to the brink of death. Even with Tien intensifying his own training regimen and setting aside most modern distractions, he still felt overshadowed by Goku's fervor. Both trained under the extreme conditions of 100 times Earth's gravity. It was not until 6 months later, with the arrival of an extraterrestrial visitor, that their fervent training abruptly ceased. Meanwhile, Din and the others, who had been training on King Kai's planet, were summoned back to Earth by Tien. On this day, Naru, a warrior from Namek, arrived as an envoy bearing the prophecy of the Grand Elder of Namek. When the malevolent Emperor of the universe sought to lay claim to the Dragon Balls, 2 distant planets would miraculously find their fates entwined, teetering on the edge of calamity. The dawn breaking through the darkness would herald the forgotten descendants of the Dragon Clan and the valiant miracle warriors. This prophecy served both as a forewarning and a call for aid. Bearing the weight of this mission, Naru journeyed to the distant Earth. And upon encountering Piccolo among Tien and the others, the once obscure prophecy of the Grand Elder suddenly became clear to him. "We are quite similar," Naru remarked to Piccolo with a calm demeanor. "Indeed," Piccolo replied, crossing his arms and nodding slightly. "Goku, teach me the art of sensing energy." Tenshinhan took a significant step forward. He began to comprehend the deeper meanings of life. At times, to die with clarity is far preferable to living in confusion. Hearing Tenshinhan's plea, Krillin, Yamcha, and others were taken aback, casting surprised glances in his direction, much like Goku at that very moment. The steadfastness of Tenshinhan in his seclusion was something they had witnessed firsthand in Corinta. Throughout the years, they had always respected his choices, fully aware of his profound love for peace. Yet this time, in the face of an impending crisis threatening the Earth, he chose to step forward, making a poignant decision between the tranquility he yearned for and the well-being of the planet. Perhaps there were elements of inevitability in his choice. Yet the realization he demonstrated evoked a deeper respect among the multitude. It is of little consequence should this battle result in defeat. It may very well mark the end of everything, and I can no longer afford to be as selfish as I once was. In this fleeting existence, there are indeed certain things worthy of protection. Tenshinhan's gaze swept over Goku and the others, ultimately resting upon Lan Chi and Taisi behind him. The 2 blonde girls remained silent, perhaps unaware of the formidable strength of Frisia. Yet, they could certainly perceive the tense atmosphere enveloping the group. Tenshinhan, if you emerge victorious from this battle and survive, we shall. Tenshinhan raised his hand to silence the words of the 2 girls. Although he lacked complete confidence in this battle due to the changes in the world, it was preferable to prevent them from uttering this flag that would increase the likelihood of failure. So, Naru, has your esteemed elder ever mentioned when Frisia would arrive? Tenshinhan turned to look at Nilu, who shook his head. The prophecies merely indicated a rough direction and did not delve into intricate details. Receiving such a response, Tenshinhan was not surprised. After acquiring the essence of energy perception from Goku and the others, he mastered this relatively simple ability within just a few hours. However, the moment he expanded his perception, the distant sky suddenly darkened. Waves of malevolent energy instantly fell within his sensory range. The Frisia force had arrived. Is this the power of energy perception? The overwhelming aura surged directly into his mind. It would indeed be unsettling to confront an overwhelmingly strong adversary. No wonder Piccolo and the others often broke into a cold sweat when sensing formidable foes. Yet, at this moment, although Tenshinhan felt the sinister energy of Frisia, he was not drenched in a cold sweat. On the contrary, a hint of astonishment appeared on his face. He could sense that Frisia's power was greater than his own. But it did not seem insurmountable. It appears that both I and Goku have indeed grown stronger than before. Tien contemplated silently. Yet, he understood that this was merely Frisia's initial form. As the malevolent emperor of the universe, Frisia's true power resided in his ability to undergo multiple transformative stages. Is this Earth? It appears even more mundane than I had anticipated. Could it be that Sabin and Dodoria met their demise on such a planet? It seems I must adopt a more stringent criterion when selecting my subordinates in the future. Before the Legion's spaceship had fully descended, Frisia manifested in the sky above Earth aboard his spherical craft, gazing down upon a vast expanse of wilderness juxtaposed with a sprawling human metropolis. However, to Frisia, the human structures and the desolate plains bore no substantial distinction. In his eyes, the entire planet exuded an overwhelming fragility, so delicate that it could scarcely withstand the touch of a single finger. Had it not been for his curiosity regarding the Dragon Balls, he might have already obliterated Earth with a mere flick of his finger. The king was correct. Sabin and Dodoria were utterly incompetent to have perished on such a planet. Previously, they had the audacity to proclaim themselves as your loyal subordinates, which is a disgrace to your esteemed name. Upon hearing Frisia's indifferent remarks about Sabin and Dodoria's deaths on Earth, Chio-E seized the opportunity to disparage them vigorously in his presence. These two had previously enjoyed Frisia's favor and occasionally wielded their status to bully Chio-E. Now that they were deceased, Chio-E would not miss the chance to kick them while they were down. Unexpectedly, Frisia's gaze turned icy. A formidable aura enveloped Chio-E, compelling him to kneel mid-air before Frisia. What? Are you instructing the Great King? No, I wouldn't dare. With your unparalleled wisdom, how could I presume to do so? Chio-E broke into a cold sweat, struggling to suppress his trembling voice as he hastily explained. He was unaware that his previous statement had crossed a line, provoking the capricious Frisia. As long as you understand, they may have been worthless, but they were still my personally recognized confidants. And you have no right to question my judgment. Your combat power pales in comparison to those two fools. So it would be wise to refrain from harboring any unrealistic notions. Frisia carelessly tossed aside the empty wine glass in his hand, causing it to crush a passing human. What pitiful creatures, to be slain by a mere cup falling from a height of a few hundred meters. A look of contempt flickered in Frisia's eyes as he activated his power level scanner. Indeed, the great Frisia speaks the truth. Earthlings are truly feeble beings. Chio-E chimed in, eagerly agreeing. With Sabin and Dodoria now deceased, the Jinyu force had been dispatched by Frisia to undertake other tasks. Although Frisia's earlier fury had nearly sent him to the brink of death, he remained as formidable as ever. Yet he was still unwilling to relinquish such a splendid opportunity to showcase his prowess. Lord Frisia, you seek the Dragon Balls, do you not? Allow me and my soldiers to handle such trivial matters. I assure you we will gather them with utmost speed. Chio-E pledged, thumping his chest in confidence. Just moments prior, Frisia had activated the power level scanner, and he too was engaged in this endeavor. The readings indicated that the most formidable warriors on Earth were congregated in one location, and yet, the mightiest among them possessed a mere power level of 500. Such a feeble display of strength was laughable to him. As for the so-called Dragon Balls, being treasures, they naturally resided in the hands of the strongest. Once he vanquished this assembly of Earth's mightiest, the Dragon Balls would effortlessly fall into his grasp. The detection of a 500 power level emboldened him to assure Frisia of his capabilities. Very well, proceed, Frisia replied, fully aware of what Chio-E perceived. He had no interest in engaging with such lowly beings possessing a power level of 500. At that moment, he was aboard a spherical spacecraft designed to restrain his overwhelming power. Should he intervene directly, he feared that a mere yawn would annihilate these fragile Earth creatures. Their demise would be of little consequence, but the Dragon Balls he coveted would become elusive. Destroying the planet was simple. However, searching the entirety of it posed considerable inconvenience. Frisia was not inclined to waste excessive time on such a primitive world, merely for a fleeting curiosity about the Dragon Balls. Yes, my lord. I shall accomplish the task with distinction, Chio-E exclaimed, elated by Frisia's approval. The long-awaited opportunity to prove himself had finally arrived. Accompanied by numerous soldiers from Frisia's army, he surged towards the detected gathering of Earth's strongest warriors, namely Tien and his companions. However, his soldiers were hardly disciplined. A faction of Frisia's troops veered off course, heading towards a distant human metropolis. In an instant, the bustling city transformed into a hellscape. Various human defense forces mobilized in resistance. Yet even before the most ordinary soldiers of Frisia's legion, they crumbled effortlessly. News reporters from around the globe flocked to the scene. Waves of journalists perished along the way and at the front lines, yet reports of the alien invasion inundated the airwaves. There were always those audacious or fortunate enough to rush to the front lines, capturing headlines in search of fame. Even if the content of those headlines echoed the despair of an impending apocalypse, fear and unease proliferated, and incidents of violence and crime surged dramatically. Peace was thus rendered fragile. Meanwhile, in the very front line where even the bravest of reporters had yet to arrive, a group of warriors, having prepared for this day, clenched their fists in anticipation. Are you the strongest of this planet? Qiu Fei stood before Tien and the others, his purple visage radiating an air of contempt. You are Frisia's subordinate, are you not? Spare us the trivialities and hasten to eliminate him, lest he wreak havoc upon Earth. Satan, observing the disdain etched on Qiu Yi's face, felt a surge of dissatisfaction. It was one thing for this individual to look down upon him, but to disregard his master standing nearby was a display of sheer arrogance. Humph. You pitifully weak lower beings possess no value that would warrant Lord Frisia's intervention. If you are wise, divulge the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, and I, Qiu Yi, may grant you a swift demise. Upon hearing Satan's bluster, Qiu Yi's contempt deepened. How audacious for such a feeble creature to invoke the name of Lord Frisia. It was a clear display of ignorance. Heh, just like Vegeta and his ilk. These minions of Frisia have grown accustomed to relying on machines to gauge the strength of others. Very well, we shall provide him with a spectacle, demonstrating the prowess of Earth's martial artists. Krillin sensed Frisia's formidable aura, which far surpassed his own. However, the energy emanating from Qiu Yi was comparable to that of Vegeta from before. Such strength might have warranted concern a year ago. But after enduring a year of arduous training, even in his current state, Krillin believed he could handle this opponent alone. Tenshinhan, Goku. We may not play a significant role in the impending battle against Frisia. Therefore, could we leave this arrogant fool to me? After all, this may well be our final confrontation, and I would like to shine for once. Krillin wiped his nose with his finger, feeling slightly embarrassed. In previous battles, he had either met an early demise or lost his fighting spirit far too soon. Now, with a seemingly oblivious adversary presenting himself, he was eager to seize the opportunity. Yamcha, who had harbored similar thoughts, was taken aback to see Krillin beat him to it. Very well, let us not be complacent. Tien nodded in agreement. And Wukong had no objections either. However, in the next moment, accompanied by a flash of crescent-shaped light, a rotund yet agile figure descended heavily from the sky. Unlike the nimble blade technique, his feet struck the ground with a thud, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. How is this possible? I was astounded as Qiu Yi gazed incredulously at the plump figure beside him, who, even upon landing, maintained an air of nonchalance as he sheathed his sword. After a year of training, my blade has become sharper. Akairobe's voice was low, deliberately infusing his strike with an air of profound gravitas. Hey, Akairobe, what are you trying to show off for? Cleanse exclaimed. It was my Chi Yuan slash that felled Qiu Yi. You merely dispatched a mere soldier beside him. Why does it seem like you're garnering more attention than I am? Cleanse stood firm, poised as if ready to unleash another Chi Yuan slash. Despite Tenshinhan and Wukong agreeing to indulge his desire for a moment of grandeur, it appeared that Akairobe, the rotund figure, was stealing the spotlight. Heh. I'm not particularly skilled at flying like Satan, so I'll just join in on dealing with the lesser soldiers for now. You'll still be involved in the battle against Frisia soon enough. Cleanse. Opportunities abound. So don't be so stingy, Akairobe chuckled, scratching his head. This training experience on King Kai's planet had rekindled memories of his initial aspirations of wandering the world with a sword. Although he was acutely aware of his disparity in strength compared to Wukong and the others, and even lagging behind Cleanse, he found that his fear in the face of this unprecedented crisis was not as overwhelming as it once was. All right, Cleanse. The energy you unleashed in that battle must have drawn Frisia's attention by now. It won't be long before he approaches us. Let's prepare ourselves for the confrontation. Tenshinhan gently patted Krillin on the shoulder. As for Yachirobe, Din, and Satan, who had recently returned from training on King Kai's planet, they proceeded to the human city as per their prior arrangement. Although they believed that defeating Frisia would allow the casualties on Earth to be restored with the Dragon Balls, it was imperative to deal with Frisia's minions first. Given their current combat prowess, the three of them were not yet ready to engage in a direct confrontation with Frisia. Thus, Tenshinhan decided to send them to the human city to eliminate Frisia's underlings. Additionally, this served to bolster Satan's reputation among the humans, as it was his forte. Should the need for a spirit bomb arise during battle, Satan's esteem might prove beneficial. Despite Tenshinhan sensing Frisia's aura, which was more than twice that of himself and Goku, he recalled that Frisia's initial power level was rumored to be around 530,000. With this comparison, Tenshinhan realized that his and Goku's current power levels were approximately 200,000. Considering that he had initially estimated his own power to be merely in the thousands, such a power level was indeed astonishing to him. It seemed that as a genius, he had surpassed his peers in the storyline, if only by a smidgen. Tien Shinhan reflected with a fleeting sense of pride, Yet this momentary satisfaction swiftly dissipated. The minuscule strength he had mustered paled in comparison to Frisia's relentless transformations. Why is Frisia regarded by the majority as the quintessential antagonist in the Dragon Ball saga? It is not due to his unparalleled strength or his malevolence, but rather because of the despair he instills. At this moment, the power Frisia exhibited loomed before them like an insurmountable mountain. However, thanks to Tien's prior preparations, Goku, Krillin, and the others, including himself, had managed to elevate their abilities to their peak within the limited time frame, making the challenge seem somewhat surmountable. Yet, upon surpassing this mountain, they would discover that beyond it lay yet another peak, an even greater mountain. Each of Frisia's transformations represented a higher summit obstructing their path. In total, there were 3 such mountains. The first stage, which they currently sensed, the second stage, characterized by his imposing horned form after the first transformation, and the third stage, a grotesque, yet formidable alien visage. Each mountain towered higher than the last, steeped in an aura of despair. However, this was far from the conclusion. When they believed they had triumphed over these 3 mountains, it would, in fact, mark the commencement of Frisia's installation of despair. At that juncture, they would realize that Frisia's previous 3 forms were not merely transformations aimed at augmenting his strength, but rather manifestations of his inherent power, meticulously sealed in layers. It was then that Frisia would unveil the zenith of despair before them, revealing his seemingly diminutive yet truly formidable final form, his original state. Even should they be fortunate enough to surpass this ultimate form, Frisia's body would gradually adapt over time, slowly unlocking his full potential, perhaps even exceeding 50 or 100-fold in strength. At that point, his power, soaring into the billions, would plunge the other Dragon Ball warriors into an abyss of despair from which they could not extricate themselves. This was the very reason Tien, upon arriving in this world, swiftly resigned himself to a more passive existence. Even now, influenced by Goku and the others, he had evolved into a true martial artist. Yet he remained acutely aware that his modest increase in strength did not warrant unfounded optimism. To vanquish Frisia, Tien understood that their greatest hope still rested with Goku, the Super Saiyan. What he, Krillin, and the others could do was to provide Goku with sufficient time to transform into a Super Saiyan. This was a steadfast commitment to delaying despair, refusing to relinquish hope. Only by securing enough time could Goku exploit the unique attributes of a Saiyan to repeatedly overcome limitations and ultimately transcend into a Super Saiyan. This represents the greatest hope. Yet it is not the sole aspiration of Tenshinhan. He has truly evolved into a formidable martial artist. While he retains the unique wisdom inherent to modernity, he no longer passively places all his hopes in the hands of others. Before relying on Goku, he had devised another plan, daring to challenge Frisia, an adversary he had once deemed insurmountable. Have the Senzu Beans been prepared? Now is the moment to elevate our battle power to its utmost and launch an assault. Sensing Frisia drawn to the overwhelming energy unleashed by Krillin, Tenshinhan issued the command, and everyone erupted into their most formidable states. There exists a being on this planet with a battle power exceeding 10,000? Qiu Yi's energy levels vanished instantaneously. Was he defeated? How intriguing. It appears I can find some amusement before those weaklings discover the Dragon Balls. Frisia observed with keen interest as the battle power readings fluctuated on the monitor. Krillin's power surge, though insignificant to Frisia, was a delightful surprise compared to the single-digit readings he had previously witnessed on Earth. Frisia navigated his spherical spacecraft towards Krillin's location in the vast wilderness. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically as the power monitor before him erupted in a shower of sparks. Overwhelmed by a surge of numbers. How is this possible? This is a high-grade detector with a maximum range of 200,000. How could it be shattered by such battle power readings? And those few individuals whose power had just surpassed 10,000, why had their strength multiplied suddenly by 4 or 5 times? While this level of power did not pose a threat to Frisia, the rapid escalation of their energy was enough to astonish him. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. It seems that this planet called Earth. Just as Frisia contemplated this, 2 powerful energies, like waterfalls, surged towards him from the horizon, flanking him on either side. In a spectacular display of martial prowess, Tenshinhan and Goku executed a synchronized flying kick, obliterating Frisia's spherical spacecraft upon impact, even before Frisia could escape. Their powerful feet struck his face from both sides, contorting it in a grotesque manner. The combination of overwhelming force and Frisia's previously sinister yet disdainful smirk rendered him almost comical. Success! Goku exclaimed, his face alight with excitement upon witnessing the effectiveness of their meticulously planned attack from 800 meters away. following closely behind Piccolo and the others, who were slightly delayed yet adhering to Tien's strategy, joined in the fray against Frieza, equally astonished by the ease with which Tien's plan had come to fruition. Piccolo, with his formidable physique and a battle power nearing 30,000, amplified by the fourfold Kaioken, unleashed a devastating power exceeding 100,000. Although Krillin and Yamcha possessed lesser battle power and physical resilience, they had, under Tien's guidance, developed a cooperative technique during their training on King Kai's planet, the Linked Kaioken. By harmonizing their energies, they transcended the limitations of individual Kaioken multipliers, achieving a remarkable fivefold increase in their powers. Initially at around 18,000, they now surged to approximately 80 to 90,000 in battle power. Even Nail, the Namekian warrior, though untrained in the Kaioken, possessed inherent strength of around 40,000 and was prepared to unleash his full might in accordance with the plan. Despite their varying levels of power and origins from different worlds, they were united in purpose, executing Tien's strategy to overwhelm Frieza before he could fully unleash his formidable strength. With Tien and Goku's combined battle power exceeding 2 million, bolstered by a tenfold Kaioken, they anticipated a decisive victory. However, to their dismay, Frieza did not succumb to their onslaught. Instead, as the relentless barrage continued, Frieza's energy began to surge alarmingly high. Tien realized that their plan had faltered. After all, they were up against a being with over 100 million battle power. Even though Frieza currently showcased only 53,000, he was far from easily vanquished. As the assault persisted, Frieza's transformation became increasingly evident. He grew taller, adopting a formidable, horned physique, only to abruptly shrink into a grotesque and sinister alien form. Ultimately, as his body became further refined and concentrated, he revealed a despair-inducing final form, boasting an overwhelming battle power of 30 million. Confronted with such formidable combat prowess, Piccolo and Krillin, among others, experienced an overwhelming sense of helplessness. At this moment, Tenshinhan and Wukong realized that persisting in their assault would yield no fruitful results, and thus they temporarily ceased their endeavors. Their initial strategy had utterly faltered, and it appeared that the only recourse left was to employ a tactic of attrition. Awaiting Wukong's eventual surge of power, cold sweat beaded on Tenshinhan's forehead as he confronted the overwhelming disparity in strength, a sensation that left him astonished and trembling. How remarkable it is that upon arriving on this diminutive sphere known as Earth, he encountered individuals capable of catching the great king off guard. It had been a long time since he had the opportunity to showcase his ultimate form so comfortably. Come now, continue your efforts, but let me engage with earnestness. Heh, are you not going to fight anymore? Have you succumbed to despair? Before the great king, victory is utterly unattainable for you. As feelings of powerlessness, fear, and despair surged forth, the only thing holding the crowd back from fleeing was their unwavering martial spirit and heart of guardianship. Tenshinhan clenched his fists, acutely aware that what lay ahead would be an arduous battle of attrition. At this moment, the most vital element was to sustain the belief in continuing the fight. We cannot possibly win. I do not comprehend, echoed the sentiments imparted by Goku and his companions over the years, surfacing as the singular thought when he was first overwhelmed by an imposing aura that elicited cold sweat. If the world is shrouded in darkness, let me be the first ray of light. Humanity often finds solace in ignorance, yet I hope this ignorance is dedicated to an unwavering refusal to concede. As the crowd remained awestruck by the ferocious energy radiating from Frieza's ultimate form, Tenshinhan was the first to once again raise his fists. Heh, regardless of the planet, there will always be those audacious enough to challenge me, and they all meet their demise. With disdain, Frieza cast a glance at the advancing Tenshinhan, raising a finger to unleash a purple beam of energy. Ignoring the arms Tenshinhan had raised defensively, he aimed to pierce through his chest with the laser. In that fleeting moment, a metallic shatter resonated. The crisp sound of fragmentation momentarily startled Frieza, but upon realization, he scoffed derisively. Oh, it's merely a trivial metallic bracelet. Boom. The instant the metal bracelet shattered, an overwhelming aura erupted from Tenshinhan, akin to the first atomic nucleus ignited within a nuclear reactor, unleashing an inexhaustible surge of power from within him. In an instant, Krillin and the others were propelled hundreds of meters away by the force of this potent energy, barely managing to stabilize themselves mid-air. At this moment, Goku, who had activated the tenfold Kaioken and possessed a combat power exceeding 2 million, was also sent tumbling by the sudden outburst of energy emanating from Tenshinhan. It was only after being thrown several dozen meters back that he managed to withstand the ever-increasing pressure of Tenshinhan's burgeoning might. How? How is this possible? Such formidable combat strength cannot possibly originate from a remote planet like Earth. Even Frisia, in his final form with a combat power of 30 million, was rendered aghast in the face of Tenshinhan's escalating aura. Tenshinhan continued to unleash the tenfold Kaioken from earlier. At this moment, he felt a formidable surge of power emanating from within him, coinciding with the instant the metallic wristband, specifically the constant ratio weighted block, shattered. The energy within him nearly doubled every few seconds. Ultimately, when this explosive amplification reached the original tenfold, the rising energy of Tenshinhan began to stabilize. It appears that the constant ratio weighted block provided to me by Dr. Wan truly possesses a remarkable property of burden. Tenshinhan clenched his fist and rotated his neck. While wearing the wristband, he had felt relatively unremarkable. However, the instant he removed it, he was immediately struck by a profound difference. In that moment, he perceived an unprecedented lightness throughout his entire being, as if every muscle in his body was instinctively adjusting itself. The rise of his breath and the alignment of his muscles harmonized, prompting him to involuntarily unveil the third eye upon his forehead. His originally neat and stylish short hair erupted with vitality, having been restrained for so long by the weight of the wristband, growing wildly in a brief span. His dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, each strand brimming with a palpable essence. Retaining its unadulterated hue, it exuded a raw authenticity. Witnesses could not help but feel the transformative metamorphosis Tenshinhan underwent in that fleeting moment, coupled with a burgeoning aura of dominance that emanated from his brow. Was his usual combat power, with the weight attached, merely over 200,000, now soaring to over 2 million upon the shattering of the restraints? Tenshinhan revealed a faint smile as he glanced at Frisia, then at Goku, and finally at this world. For the first time, he felt an unprecedented sense of confidence. With the power of the Kaioken multiplied by 10, his battle strength surged beyond 20 million. The explosive aura emanating from Tenshinhan startled Frisia, causing him to involuntarily take a step back, but he quickly concealed his earlier astonishment. With a flourish of applause and a composed, mocking grin, he masked his regret and embarrassment over the laser he had just unleashed. "Impressive, you nearly frightened me," he remarked. "I almost believed I had unleashed some formidable seal. But is this the limit of your newfound strength? If so, I regret to inform you that it is still insufficient." Frisia summoned his own aura, striving to dissipate the beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, while attempting to recreate his customary atmosphere of despair. However, this was no longer feasible. The force unleashed by Tenshinhan had sent shockwaves through the air, filling Krillin and the others with exhilaration and hope for victory. "I never anticipated Tenshinhan's hidden strength to be so profound," Krillin exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. With such a presence, he could nearly rival Frisia. "Indeed. I would argue that Tenshinhan's energy surpasses that detestable Frisia," Yamcha added, his body trembling with enthusiasm as he raised his voice. The thunderous roars and flashes of lightning in the sky, coupled with the ground beneath them cracking, lent credence to Yamcha's words. "No, it's still not quite enough. While Tenshinhan's power exceeds our expectations, regrettably, his energy remains slightly weaker than Frisia's. That is why the vile Frisia still feels at liberty to applaud." Unlike Krillin and the others, Goku, possessing greater strength, had a clearer perception of the energies within both Tenshinhan and Frisia. Although he, too, was taken aback by Tenshinhan's surge, he realized that if this was the extent of Tenshinhan's power, then Frisia's mocking expression, while infuriating, still held a measure of confidence. Is this truly the limit? No, it cannot be. As Tenshinhan observed Frisia clapping mockingly at him, he remained utterly composed, unperturbed by the derision. He was still acclimating to his body, exploring the boundless potential that had erupted from within him. "Oh, I concede that your recent display was indeed surprising. However, if you still insist on posturing with bravado, you shall only lead me to disappointment. Surrender before the might of Lord Frisia, and I shall grant you the most glorious death." Upon hearing Tenshinhan's retort, Frisia's expression shifted momentarily, but he swiftly regained his composure. In his mind, he perceived Tenshinhan's words as mere bluster, for apart from the Super Saiyans, he could not fathom anyone in this universe capable of instilling fear in his kind. With this thought, he cast a glance at Goku. Noting his power level still exceeded 2 million, which further solidified his calm. He was convinced that Tenshinhan's strength had reached its zenith. Yet, Tenshinhan paid no heed to Frisia's calm demeanor. For the first time in the Dragon Ball universe, he comprehended what absolute power truly entailed. After the constant weight blocks were shattered by Frisia, he had refrained from making any rash movements. Instead, he maintained his state of tenfold Kaioken. allowing the energy that had been sealed within him under an unfathomable gravity to surge forth. However, it was not merely his energy that transformed, his entire being was evolving. The immense energy that had nurtured his body, which he had previously been unaware of, was now manifesting in remarkable ways. The tenfold Kaioken had been the limit of what his body could endure before the unsealing of his vital essence, but now, everything had changed. This exceptional physique had yet to reach its limits. Tenshinhan clenched his fists, commencing to enhance the compression of his inner energy in accordance with the principles of the Kaioken technique. Tenfold Kaioken, 20-fold Kaioken, 30-fold Kaioken. Only upon reaching 50-fold Kaioken did he perceive a faint, dry sound emanating from his body. The power he had attained was considerable. As Frisia's jaw dropped in disbelief, wide enough to accommodate an egg, Tenshinhan, satisfied, began to gradually retract the heightened energy he had summoned. After all, should he persist, the Earth might succumb to an unbearable strain before the battle even commenced. With a combat power exceeding 2 million, and at 50-fold Kaioken, it dawned upon him that he was not merely a little stronger, but immensely so. How could this be? Who on earth are you? My father clearly stated that only Super Scions were the sole adversaries our clan feared. You are not a Scion, yet you possess such formidable combat strength. In that moment, Frisia, who had tirelessly maintained his elegant malevolence, was utterly thrown into disarray. With a combat power exceeding 100 million, Tenshinhan's current prowess was astoundingly more than triple Frisia's. This chasm in strength implied that should Tenshinhan choose, he could annihilate Frisia in an instant. No. I must hasten to unleash my full power. Only by releasing my complete strength can I hope to contend with this being. Frisia, in a fit of hysteria, began to prepare for his next transformation. He truly succeeded. The energy within Tenshinhan had remarkably surged once more, now completely overshadowing Frisia's own. Goku was flung several meters backward by the force of Tenshinhan's newly enhanced energy. It was only when Tenshinhan gradually reined in his aura that Goku managed to draw closer. Observing a battle in which he could scarcely intervene, Goku felt a mixture of joy at Tenshinhan's explosive strength and frustration at his own inadequacy in the face of such disparity. If only I could become stronger. Of course, Goku's discontent differed from Vegeta's, which stemmed from pride and a fierce competitive spirit. As a martial artist perpetually striving for greater strength, he watched a formidable opponent before him, yet found himself unable to engage due to his insufficient power. This regret, born from a pure martial spirit, ignited Goku's determination to grow stronger. Damn it, this freak Tenshinhan makes it all the more difficult to catch up. Piccolo sensed Tenshinhan's energy surge once again, reaching a level far beyond his comprehension, and while he complained, a subtle smile flickered at the corners of his mouth. He no longer worried about the outcome of this battle. However, he recognized a broader horizon for the ambitions within himself. Truly,